I was drinking with my classmates, and I didn't expect that when I woke up, I would travel to this world of demons and chaos. The original owner of my body was also miserable. Because of an accident while transporting goods, Xiao from the Xiao family came to visit. Xiao not only beat me up, but also asked me to serve as a scout for the Xiao family in 3 days, and to cross the Sichuan mountains where demons were entrenched. I knew that this was almost like asking me to die. Just when I felt desperate, a line of text appeared in front of me, and I actually had a magical panel. Through this panel, I can use the perception points to deduce martial arts. I obtained the demon subduing sword technique and quickly practiced it to a small level. I knew that if I wanted to survive, I had to get rid of Xiao Heng's control. So I decided to kill him before setting off. Can I successfully kill Xiao Heng and use this panel to survive in this dangerous world? In a secluded alley in Bayun County, waves of vitriolic curses came one after another, mixed with the sounds of punches and kicks. Stop fighting, Lord Xiao. If you continue, someone will die. A woman who looked to be in her 40s stood at the door of her house, holding her chest and whispering to dissuade him. However, she lacked confidence and her voice was weak. At the end of the alley, 3 men turned their heads to look at the woman upon hearing her words. The 3 pairs of eyes filled with ferocity made people shudder. Why? Do you have any objection? The woman quickly lowered her head and said nothing more. A young boy, about 16 or 17 years old, was curled up in the corner, his clothes were heavily patched and covered in blood, he was motionless and dying. Xiao Heng, who was called Lord Xiao, was a sturdy young man. He looked at the boy again and said, "Chen Wang, are you dead or not? Please tell me." Chen Wang, who had been motionless, trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? A trace of confusion flashed through Chen Wang's heart. Am I not having a reunion with my classmates? Do you want to drink with some good friends you used to get along with but haven't contacted in years? Countless memory scenes came flooding in like a tide, impacting Chen Wang's brain. The picture is like fragments, connected to each other, and finally become a complete lens. Through these memories, Chen Wang quickly realized that he had traveled through time. I'm living a good life. I finally made some achievements in my previous life. I can barely be considered a successful young man. And now you want me to do this for a meal? Chen Wang cursed in his heart, because it was not difficult to find out from the original owner's memory that this was another person who was not living a good life. After struggling for more than 10 years, one finally has to start struggling all over again. No one can accept this. Just as Chen Wang was lost in his thoughts, Xiao Heng grabbed his collar and lifted him up like a chicken. Since you are still alive, I will give you a chance to live. Chen Wang came to his senses and then remembered. The original incarnation of this person with the same name was a manual laborer, specializing in transporting goods for the wealthy families in the county. Yesterday, when he was transporting a batch of yam, he ran into the daily fight between Xiao Heng and the young master of Zhou family, and was affected by the fight. The batch of goods accidentally fell into the water. As a result, Xiao Heng learned that these goods belonged to their Zhao family, and he came tonight to demand accountability. Xiao Heng threw Chen Wang aside and patted his blood-stained hands. 3 days later, our Zhao family will have a batch of goods to be shipped out. You will be our scout. Once this is accomplished, it will be considered as your atonement. I am a magnanimous person and will not hold you accountable for the past. Scout. The alley was not big, and the noise was so loud that people from almost every household were watching. When they heard the 2 scouts, their faces changed drastically. Chen Wang's face also turned gloomy. Xiao Heng didn't care what Chen Wang was thinking. He leaned down slightly and patted the latter's head. Remember, I left this life for you. If you let me know that you are not here before you leave, I don't mind taking it back. After saying that, Xiao Heng swaggered out of the alley with the 2 people behind him. Chen Wang looked at the 3 people leaving and his expression became increasingly ugly. This world is not peaceful, it is a chaotic world full of demons. Deep in the 10,000 mountains of Bayun County, there are many intelligent demons lurking. Bayun County is very isolated. The Imperial Court's Demon Suppression Department has been extremely busy over the years and has no time to take care of this remote place. This also led to a situation where demons were rampant and the county government was weak. If you want to get out of Bayun County, You have to cross the 10,000 mountains, and during this period, you need scouts to clear the way. But these so-called scouts were actually the tolls agreed upon between the major families in Bayun County and even the county government and the demons. If you want to go there, someone has to fill their stomachs. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes. If he really died like this, with his small body, he would definitely die. If he doesn't go, he has heard clearly what Zhaoheng said just now, and he is afraid that he will not be able to escape death. How come it's death anyway? Chen Wang secretly complained in his heart, it's okay to travel through time, it's okay to be poor, how can I be so poor that I can't even save my life? At this moment, tiny rays of bright golden light emerged from nowhere, gathered in front of his eyes, and finally formed a line of text. Current perception point, 1. Use the insight points to understand martial arts. One insight point can be used to deduce the events of a year to oneself. Perception points are refreshed at midnight every day, and perception points can be stacked. Obtain initial martial arts, demon subduing sword technique. Chen Wang was stunned for a moment, then quickly rubbed his eyes and found that what he saw was not an illusion. Then he glanced at the neighbors around him. Everyone's expression remained unchanged, and they were still looking at him with regret. Only he can see it. Standard panel for the journeyman. Chen Wang felt delighted, and at the same time his thoughts moved slightly, guiding him with his mind. Then changes began to appear on the panel. You have been practicing the demon subduing sword technique for a year. Although your foundation is not strong enough, martial arts itself is not difficult, and your practice is going very smoothly. Demon subduing sword skills experience plus 745. Current martial arts. Devil sword technique, Xiao Cheng, 445/500, can understand it. Current enlightenment point, 0. Use enlightenment points to understand martial arts. A little enlightenment point can deduce the events of a year to oneself. Enlightenment points are refreshed every day, and enlightenment points can be stacked. In an instant, Chen Wan could clearly feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes, as if he had been exercising his body for a long time. The effect of going to the gym for half a year is much more significant than in my previous life. Really useful. Chen Wan's face suddenly glowed with joy, and he even smiled for the first time. The neighbors around them shook their heads secretly when they saw this scene in front of them. Could it be that this stupid boy was about to die and collapsed? A hand stretched out, with half a large white steamed bun that looked very good on it. Chen Wan collected his thoughts and looked up, just in time to see the middle-aged woman who had spoken up for him earlier. The latter had a complicated expression. You didn't eat dinner, right? There's nothing to eat, so just make do with it for now. After quickly flipping through the original owner's memories, Chen Wang suddenly realized. The fact that Bayun County handed over its people to the country was not new. If the Demon Suppression Division had not yet investigated this matter, all 9 clans of the county government would have lost their heads just for this crime. 7 years ago, when the original owner was 9 years old, his parents were captured by the county government, saying they were going to help mine ore. In fact, everyone knew that it was a human being in the mouth of a demon, and there was no possibility of survival. The original owner, who was still young, was able to live to working age thanks to the help of a family named Wang Lian. Wang Lian sighed softly. This time it's not something that can be solved by just a meal. Auntie can't help you. Chen Wang took the steamed bun from the middle-aged woman, stood up and grinned at her. No, Aunt Wang has helped enough. After saying that, Chen Wang turned around and walked into his room and closed the door. Chen Wang, sitting on the bed, had a calm expression and his eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Zhaoheng, County Office. Looking at the situation, it's either you die or I live. I don't want to die, so of course only you will die. If there is no panel, Chen Wang can only think about it at most. With his identity, it is difficult for him to turn things around. But it's different now, he has something to rely on. Opening the panel, Chen Wang looked at the line of instructions and quickly understood. It seems that he will give himself 1 year every day to deduce himself. In this way, no matter how poor his aptitude for cultivation is, he can still put in more effort than others to get things done. From the original owner's memory, we know that there are 4 countries coexisting in this world, namely Zhou, Qi, Wei, and Yan. After the Demon Year incident 10 years ago, the four countries that had been conquering each other began to call off their wars and turn to solving internal problems. The demon suppression offices of each country were extremely busy and had almost no rest. But even so, it is still a drop in the bucket. It was as if an old demon who had been lurking in hidden mountains and rivers all over the world had come out with his disciples, no longer having any scruples, and began to wreak havoc on the world. It is not yet known whether there is any special reason behind this. The Qi state's reign title was also changed to Bai Zhe that year, which meant good fortune and luck, hoping that the country could survive this demonic disaster. This year is the end of winter in the 10th year of Bai Zhe. Apart from this, the path of martial arts practice has never been a secret. There are 9 realms in total, namely Qi and blood, martial fetus, mountains and rivers, Qi sea, mysterious meaning, golden body, stepping on clouds, ascending to heaven and martial god. Each realm rises higher and higher, almost reaching the sky. Chen Wang frowned slightly. Although his demon-subduing sword skill had made some progress, he was not yet a true incoming warrior. Although Bayun County was weak, there should be such a master. So now he can't be too ostentatious and can only try his best to stay alive. The longer it drags on, the better it is for him. It's a pity that bastard Xiaoheng didn't give me this opportunity. If I go to be a scout in 3 days and encounter a monster, I will die. Chen Wang muttered to himself, analyzing the current situation for himself. There is no way out. He is now in a difficult situation. Even with the panel, he will still fall into an irretrievable situation if he is not careful. Now he has only one way to go. It doesn't matter whether a small figure like him becomes a scout or not. It's just a sudden idea of Xiaoheng, which is indeed in line with the dandy character of Mr. Xiao over the years. After all, if that batch of goods really couldn't get wet, the manager in charge of transporting the goods that day would not have let him go home so easily. So there is a very direct solution right now: kill Xiaoheng. But you definitely can't kill him in the street, you have to find an opportunity. Xiaoheng was the legitimate son of the Xiao family after all. Not to mention that he was not on the list for the cargo transportation matter. Even if he was on the list, the Xiao family's attention would be temporarily diverted once Xiaoheng died. Chen Wang doesn't have the confidence to deal with the monsters in the 10,000 mountains now, but he does have a chance if he can delay the Xiao family for some time. Having made up his mind, Chen Wang lowered his head slightly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. On the second day, I comprehended the demon-subduing sword technique. You began to practice the demon-subduing sword technique. After entering the door, your practice progress has been rapid, and it can be said that you have made great progress every day. Demon-subduing sword skill experience plus 834. Demon-subduing sword skill, great mastery, 779/1000. As his demon-subduing sword technique became more and more perfect, Chen Wang could feel that every cell in his body was extremely active, as if he had endless energy. This endless sense of power made him ecstatic. At this efficiency, he will be able to perfect the demon-subduing sword technique very soon. Since he intended to kill Xiaoheng, he had already made the worst-case plan of becoming an enemy of the Xiao family and even the entire Bayun County. After all, whether it is the Xiao family, the Zhou family or the county officials, they are all in collusion with the demons. This is an indisputable fact. For the next whole day, Chen Wang followed the routine and his usual actions. The few guys who had been quite friendly with him before now became indifferent to him today. It was obvious that they were deliberately keeping their distance from him, fearing that they would be implicated. On the third day, I continued to comprehend the demon-subduing sword technique. Demon-subduing sword skills experience plus 789. Demon-subduing sword technique, perfection, can be realized. Chen Wang looked at the two words perfect, without any suffix and remained silent for a while. Now he is qualified to say that he has a certain understanding of the demon-subduing sword technique. This sword technique is of a very basic type. It is very suitable for those who have never practiced martial arts before. But the disadvantage is that the upper limit is low, so even if he practices to perfection, he is still one step away from the mysterious martial arts and can never enter the door. Moreover, the panel did not continue to provide him with martial arts. At this time, Chen Wang only had the demon-subduing sword. This made Chen Wang feel a little depressed. It was obviously not enough to rely on the demon-subduing sword technique to protect himself. It seemed that he needed to pay attention to news about martial arts in the future. But when he saw the 3 words, "can be understood," next to the demon-subduing sword technique, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Now that he has reached perfection, if he continues to comprehend, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Is there anything beyond perfection? I can't think too much for now. Tomorrow is the day to set off. If Xiaoheng doesn't die tonight, I will die tomorrow. Chen Wang shook his head and collected his thoughts. He put on a not-too-thick coat and walked out. It was already night and heavy snow was falling. The alley outside the door was covered with a thick layer of snow. The snow this year is the heaviest in more than a decade. I heard that many families' fields have no harvest this year, and everyone is in dire straits. Zhao Heng's daily movements have long been known to many people, and Chen Wang has been intentionally or unintentionally inquiring about Zhao Heng's news in the past 2 days. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Heng should be in the Rouge Room at this moment. If he can't hold on for much longer, he is probably preparing to return home. Chen Wang calculated the time. It was too dark and the snow was too heavy. The streets were empty and most families had extinguished their candles and gone into bed. Chen Wang held his own cooking knife in his arms. There was no other way. He learned knife skills, but his family was poor and they had no real knife. The hatchet he used when going up the mountain in his early years had not been used for many years and had long been rusty. Chen Wang just squatted on the road between Yanji Room and Zhao Mansion. About half a minute later, a slightly satisfied voice was heard. "Sir, the ladies in the Rouge Room are so delicate and tender. Tomorrow night I want to order Miss Yuhua. TSK 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 TSK, I've been craving for this for a long time." Zhao Heng squinted and smiled. "With your ability, you're done in just a few moves. Yuhua, you can't control it, so I have to do it." Just as the two were interrupting, a figure rushed out from the corner at an extremely fast speed, slashing at them diagonally with a kitchen knife in his hand. Zhao Heng's face changed drastically, and he grabbed the dog's leg beside him and pulled it in front of him without hesitation, using it as his own life-saving talisman. Chen Wang had been trying to succeed in his attack and leave quickly, preferably without leaving any trace, so he came at it with all his might and force. If for no other reason, it was heard that Zhao Heng had practiced martial arts for several years with the Xiao family coach. Although it was heard that he did not achieve anything special in the end, his physique was stronger than that of ordinary people. So with this cut, the poor guy who enjoyed both happiness and suffering with Zhao Heng was gutted by a kitchen knife. From the right shoulder to the left rib, a hideous wound appeared, deep enough to see the intestines. The man couldn't utter a word, and fell to the ground dejectedly, with the same playful smile on his face as before. At the same time, Zhao Heng, with a gloomy face, threw the corpse away, took a few steps back, shook his shoulders to sober himself up. "I don't care who you are, you must die tonight." After Zhao Heng finished speaking, a strange airflow began to flow from his body. Chen Wang spat on the snow. "Who said nothing has been achieved through practice? This bastard is clearly on the verge of reaching the Qi and blood realm." He was still wondering before. Although Zhao Heng is not the eldest son of the Xiao family, nor the future successor of the Xiao family, he is still a direct descendant and has considerable weight. But the strange thing is that he has no experts to protect him. It turned out that Zhao Heng himself was the reason why he was invincible in the county. No wonder Zhao Heng was able to react to Chen Wang's unexpected move just now. Chen Wang didn't think any more. Even if Zhao Heng was like this, he was still not afraid. Originally he had only a vague concept of the Qi and blood realm, but with the comparison, it became clearer. The Zhao Heng in front of him could already show initial Qi and blood, and he could already circulate his own vast Qi and blood to increase his strength. Chen Wang suddenly raised his head, his shoulders sank, the snow under his feet suddenly exploded, and he rushed out like an arrow. Zhao Heng snorted coldly, took 2 steps sideways calmly, and easily avoided the kitchen knife in Chen Wang's hand. At the same time, he raised his leg and kneed Chen Wang in the chest. Chen Wang slid backwards, but his ankle twisted and before he could steady himself he was thrown out again. There is a bottom line. A slight smile appeared on Chen Wang's calm face. "Your movements are too slow, just like a child running, it's disgusting to watch." Zhao Heng did not hide the sarcasm in his eyes, but his body did not slack off at all, and he still simply dodged sideways. In his eyes, this assassin was really awful. Not only were his moves simple, but his intentions were too obvious. But he soon changed his mind and thought that it would be useless for such a strange assassin to come, so he thought there must be someone behind him. So Xiao Heng began to focus some of his attention on the surrounding environment. After all, he had practiced martial arts for many years and had a very sharp sense. In addition, he had truly believed that his position as young Master Xiao was not safe over the years, so he had already made his own judgment on this type of assassination. After dodging the knife, Xiao Heng reached out and hit Qin Wang in the face. "The game of house is over, let the person behind you come out." Just when he thought he had achieved his goal, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Xiao Heng was slightly startled. In a flash, Qin Wang appeared beside Xiao Heng, his aura suddenly rising like a flood bursting a dam. The kitchen knife in his hand chopped down. Demon subduing sword technique. Hiss. One of Xiao Heng's arms was instantly cut open by the kitchen knife, exposing the bone. Xiao Heng's face changed drastically. Was this guy hiding his abilities before? But before he could exclaim, Qin Wang pressed his head with one hand and pressed it towards the wall behind him. Bang! Qin Wang took up his knife and chopped again without any hesitation. Puff! Qin Wang's sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had slashed several times. Xiao Heng wanted to make another move, but he was already lacking the strength. He looked at him with horror on his face. It was too dark and he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. "Let me go, and I will give you whatever you want." Xiao Heng's voice was weak and he was almost out of breath, but his tone was still firm. Qin Wang looked at the men sitting on the ground leaning against the wall and leaned down slightly. "The kung fu you learned." "In my left arm," Xiao Heng said softly. Qin Wang stretched out his left hand to grab it, but suddenly changed his attack and chopped it down with the kitchen knife in his right hand. "Don't shout. If you dare to make a sound, I don't know if I will die later, but you will die immediately," Qin Wang said in a calm tone. He touched Xiao Heng's body up and down, and finally got a secret book called Jinyang Fist. With this knife, Xiao Heng's wrist was cut off, and his hand no longer belonged to him. In that hand, there was a seemingly inconspicuous firecracker. Maybe it was used to tip off someone. Xiao Heng gritted his teeth and said hoarsely, "I'll give you what you want, let me go." Qin Wang did not answer. Instead, he put away the secret book, grabbed Xiao Heng's collar, pulled him in front of him, and sneered, "Who said that if I get what I want, you can survive?" As he got closer, Xiao Heng finally saw clearly the assassin who had killed him. His face was full of disbelief. He was in a daze. Why was it him? The confusion in his eyes gradually turned into ferocity and anger. Why would a bastard dare to do that? But before he could even roar, Qin Wang had already cut off his head, threw it on the side of the road, and slowly left. This battle was still under his control. From the moment he failed to kill the enemy with one strike, he began to show his weakness. Once Xiao Heng saw his true fighting power, he might turn around and run away. That would be very troublesome and would also lead to unnecessary complications. In desperation, I can only use this relatively roundabout way. After dealing with the funeral, Qin Wang sat on the bed and flipped through the book on Jinyang Fist. Since I started practicing martial arts, my energy has become several times stronger than before, and I can probably go without sleep for 2 days without affecting my condition. Soon, when Qin Wang closed the secret book, golden light flowed in front of his eyes and gathered into a string of words. True Yang Fist, not yet started. Seeing this, Qin Wang's heart finally settled down. It seemed that the panel was based on what he had learned, and thus he entered the panel and became the target of his deduction. It was late at night and while listening to the sound of the wind outside, Qin Wang burned the book on Jinyang Fist. After making sure that there was no trace of it, he lay down on the bed with peace of mind. The first time I killed someone, it wasn't as disgusting and painful as I had imagined. Instead, it was more of a satisfying feeling of revenge. However, Qin Wang soon lost himself in thought. Sooner or later, the Xiao family will follow the clues to find out about Xiao Heng's death. It is only a matter of time before they find him. Before that, the only way to protect themselves is to improve their strength. If Chen Wang already had the martial arts fetus or even the mountain and river realm at this moment, he would not hesitate to eliminate all those who had grudges against him or threatened him. If possible, he would like to eliminate all the monsters in the 100,000 mountains. Chen Wang did not realize that after the original owner's memories were completely digested by him, they had been subtly replaced by the original owner, as if he had never traveled through time and space, but had simply lived 2 lives as a human being. The grudges of 2 lives are all in one body. My parents died directly at the hands of the demon, and indirectly at the hands of the 3 parties in Zhaozhou County Yamen. They all need to be settled. It was just getting light. A farmer who got up early and worked late went out with a hoe on his shoulder. When he saw the headless corpse and the head rolling not far away, he trembled all over. The news of Zhao Heng's death on the street quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. Sitting upright in the room, Chen Wang opened the panel and began to comprehend new martial arts with new insights. You started practicing the True Yang fist. Although you had never been exposed to fist techniques before, your foundation was not bad, so your entry was quite smooth. True Yang fist experience plus 597. True Yang fist, minor success, 397/500. Chen Wang frowned slightly. His martial arts skills no longer had the rapid progress he had before. It was as if he had encountered some kind of bottleneck and needed some opportunity to break through. What is the opportunity? Martial arts skills. This opportunity is the martial arts technique. In addition to martial arts also have methods of practice. If the path of martial arts is likened to a turbulent river, then the method of practice is the ferry itself, and martial arts is the ability to navigate. The method of qi and blood realm. Chen Wang sighed lightly. Compared to martial arts techniques are the real core and are more important. When other people go out, they may carry a martial arts secret book with them, but they probably won't carry a martial arts technique book with them. Even someone as self-righteous as Zhao Heng would not be so stupid. This is like a wealthy businessman who carries all his wealth with him wherever he goes. Where in the world can you find such a stupid person? When Chen Wang opened the door, he just saw a sturdy middle-aged man walking out of the house opposite, holding 2 white steamed buns in his hands. He looked around, walked over, and handed Chen Wang a steamed bun. Don't go out today. If you really can't do it, find another job. You may not know that Zhao Heng encountered an assassin last night, and the Xiao family can't take care of you. Following the drug dealer through the mountains is a dead end. It's better to wait and see. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. Chen Wang took the steamed bun, looked at the man who was trying to persuade him earnestly, and forced a smile. Uncle Zhou, don't worry, you do your job, I know what's going on. You have been more sensible than your peers since you were young, and you can endure hardships. Think about this matter carefully. Your uncle is insignificant and can't help you with anything. After saying this, the man turned around and walked out of the alley while chewing a steamed bun and carrying the basket on his back. Zhou Fuwen, Aunt Wang's husband, is one of the many herbalists in Bayun County. He has a young daughter who is less than 10 years old at home, and the income from herbalism is just enough to support his family. Over the years, when dealing with Chen Wang, a child who had lost his parents, he still chose to help whenever he could. Chen Wang knew very well that this was already the greatest kindness. However, what Uncle Zhou said just now made sense, so Chen Wang changed his mind, turned around and went back to the house, closed the door, and treated it as a vacation for himself. Xiao Mansion. Investigate. All the useful people in the house should be mobilized. I want to know who the murderer is within 3 days. The originally quiet study was broken by the sharp voice of a gorgeously dressed woman. Mrs. Xiao, Sun Wei. At this time, Sun Wei's face was extremely gloomy. She had only 2 sons in total, and the youngest son died unclearly. How could she not be angry when she was used to living a submissive life? There were 3 people standing outside the study, looking at each other with their eyes and noses, and just nodded slightly when they heard this, not daring to say yes or no. Sun Wei is now over 50 years old, but because she has taken good care of herself, her appearance is still noble and graceful. Beside Sun Wei, an elderly man in his 60s who had remained silent the entire time was concentrating and calm, his face expressionless and without any visible emotion. The head of the Xiao family, Zhao Qingyue. Master, please say something. Sun Wei turned to look at the old man, her eyes wide open as she was about to cry. Zhao Qingyue just glanced at his wife indifferently. Sun Wei immediately pursed her lips and said nothing, changing her previous flamboyant attitude. The more people know Zhao Qingyue, the clearer it is that the calmer he appears on the surface, the more turbulent his emotions are on the inside. Anyone in the Xiao family with a bit of vision would know what to do and shut up at this moment. Zhao Qingyue spoke slowly. Anyone who can prevent Hanger from escaping must be at least a martial artist at the Qi and Blood realm, or a martial arts master who is proficient in assassination. Within half a month, everyone in the county, including those who came to Bayun County during this period, must be thoroughly investigated. Anyone who is suspicious, please come here. I want to meet them in person. The three people outside the door responded in unison, yes. Zhao Qingyue didn't say anything else. He rubbed his temples and closed his eyes to rest. Just then, a carrier pigeon came to his shoulder. Zhao Qingyue took the envelope, took a look at it, and quickly put it away. He turned to Sun Wei and said, "You go down first." Although Sun Wei didn't understand what was going on, she left without hesitation. Soon, an official from the yamen came slowly towards them with a sword hanging from his waist, but his face did not look good and he looked very unnatural. Behind him, a tall and mighty figure like a mountain stood, wearing a wide cloak that concealed his face. Zhao Qingyue, who had never changed his expression even when facing the accidental death of his son, suddenly changed his expression and stood up to greet him with a smile. "If the fourth master wants to eat, just give him a call and he will bring it to you. Why do you need to come down the mountain in person?" The tallman took off his hat, revealing his true appearance. It turned out to be a huge tiger head. A truly intelligent tiger demon. "Nothing, just going down the mountain to relax," the tiger demon said with disdain. "Master Hu, we know what you mean. We won't beat around the bush. After all, you don't like this either." The yamen runner stretched out his hands. This time the fourth master said he wants 10 dishes. Zhao Qingyue's face froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and nodded. Of course, after all, the fourth master hasn't come down the mountain for a few months, so a meal like this will serve as a welcome and a welcome. Zhao Qingyue then took out a map and pointed to a secluded alley. The 4 households at the back have exactly 10 dishes in total. The yamen runner wiped his mouth, raised his thumb and smiled. It is indeed comfortable to discuss things with the adults. There is a reason why you can become an adult. The night is dark. Chen Wang sat on the bed in a daze. As he expected, the Xiao family was particularly active today, and even his shabby place was not spared, but of course they didn't find anything. This is no wonder. In the eyes of others, he is just an ordinary person. Even if he has the idea, he does not have the ability or courage. I heard that it was different for outsiders. No matter what their identities were, they were all subject to strict scrutiny. As a result, quite a few of them were invited to the Xiao mansion. Bang! A very loud crash was heard, interrupting Chen Wang's thoughts. Immediately he smelled an unusual scent, a demonic aura. Chen Wang walked behind the door calmly. But a thief's voice came from outside. "Zhou Fuwen, I advise you to surrender obediently. You will die anyway. What's wrong with bringing your wife out to me?" Soon, Uncle Zhou's trembling voice came, "Son of a bitch. If you dare to take another step forward, I will not be polite." In the alley, Mr. Husi had a blank expression on his face, with only greed for food in his eyes. "Can you do it? I'll give you a quarter of an hour at most. After a quarter of an hour, I'll start eating." The yamen officer turned around and smiled apologetically, then looked at the 3 Zhou family members again with a cold face. "If it weren't for me, you would have been dead by now. Isn't being able to live for another quarter of an hour still a little longer?" Wang Lian, who was standing behind Zhou Fuwen, held her daughter tightly in her arms, her face full of despair. Although everyone knows that anyone in the county may be noticed one day, only when it really happens to you can you truly feel the despair. Seeing that the family did not answer, the yamen officer drew his sword and walked towards Zhou Fuwen. "Then I will have to kill you first." Crunch. The door of the small shabby house opposite Zhou's house slowly opened, and a young man in cloth walked out with a kitchen knife in his hand. "Stand back." Chen Wang had no expression on his face. He gently raised the kitchen knife in his hand and pointed it at the yamen officer, saying calmly, The Yamen officer was just stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but sneered. "What, kid, do you want to stand out?" As he said that, he took a step forward and shrugged. "I won't step back, what can you do to me?" Before he could utter the last word, Chen Wang, who was 2 meters away from him a moment ago, came to his side like a ghost, and the short kitchen knife was placed quietly in front of his neck. "If you take one more step forward, you will hit the blade." Husi raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the young man who surprised him so much. Zhou Fuwen's family was dumbfounded. "What is going on?" "Stand back," Chen Wang said again. The Yamen runner's face was frozen. He looked at the calm face and could not help but get angry. He shouted, "How dare you, a Yamen runner, stop us? Are you really that bold?" Chen Wang didn't say anything, but just silently pushed the kitchen knife forward a few inches. The Yamen officers were so frightened that they took several steps back. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sneered, Okay, you are already on the list, and it is only a matter of time before you die. But since you are so anxious to cut in line, don't blame me." After saying that, the Yamen runner turned his head and looked at Fourth Master Hu. "Fourth Master, I'm fine now, you can eat as much as you want." Mr. Husi stood up slightly, and without any warning, he smashed the Yamen runner's head, put the entire head into his mouth and began to chew. "Noisy bastard, I wanted to save it for last, why are you making so much noise?" "Uncle Zhou, you retreat first." Chen Wang ignored this scene and just turned around to give instructions to the family. Zhou Fuwen came back to his senses and looked at Chen Wang with a complicated expression. After a long while, he nodded with difficulty. "You. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou, I know what I'm doing." Chen Wang waved his hand. The Zhou family had done him a favor, and he couldn't just watch this family die in front of him. What's more, if what the Yamen officer said just now is true, even if he doesn't take action now, it will be his turn soon. Master Hu swallowed the food, and the blood-stained tiger claw moved. "Do you have the qi and blood realm? If not, there is no need to struggle, just be my meal." For demons, eating people actually means eating their qi and blood. Not only does it fill their stomachs, but they can also use the qi and blood to assist in their spiritual practice and improve their cultivation. The stronger the body, the richer the qi and blood, and the more delicious it is to monsters. Obviously, Chen Wang in front of him is a delicacy in front of Husi. Chen Wang looked up at the sky and murmured, "It's time." At midnight, the perception points are refreshed. You began to practice the True Yang Fist. After a year, your boxing skills have become very advanced. True Yang Fist experience plus 712. True Yang Fist, Great Mastery, 591/1000. In an instant, a stream of energy and blood that was several times richer burst out from Chen Wang's body. With his entire body as the center of the circle, the wind and snow under his feet pushed him back 3 feet, and his clothes rustled. The initial stage of qi and blood realm. Hu Laoxi's face changed, and before his eyes flashed, Chen Wang had already attacked, chopping down with the kitchen knife in his hand. The knife left a deep bloody mark on the tough tiger skin. However, the demon's body is inherently stronger than that of humans. Even if it takes the knife, it will not be considered a big deal to Hu Laoxi. A tiger claw took advantage of Chen Wang's retreating phase to suppress him from top to bottom. Chen Wang used the Xinyang fist technique, clenched the 5 fingers of his left hand, and bursts of flames came out of his fist, and he punched out. The fists and palms collided, and a wave of energy exploded. Chen Wang casually threw away the kitchen knife in his hand, rolled over to the body of the Yamen runner, picked up the steel knife, twisted his toes, leaped up, and chopped down again with a big swing of the knife. The essence of the demon-subduing sword technique lies in this, to slay demons with force, and to go straight ahead. That is why it is so easy to learn. The tiger demon in front of him had obviously just entered the qi and blood realm, and his realm was not very profound. But when Chen Wang used all his strength to strike the opponent with the knife, he only caused superficial injuries. It was not because the tiger monster's skin was abnormally thick and tough, but that the kitchen knife in his hand could not exert its power. After that one cut, the blade of the kitchen knife was severely deformed and turned into scrap metal. But this time it was different. The Yamen steel knives were all made of fine steel, and were much sharper and tougher than household kitchen knives. Hu Laoxi retreated repeatedly, narrowly avoiding the powerful knife attack. But at the same time, I also feel a lingering fear. Before this, I never felt such a strong sense of crisis as I do now. When did it start to appear? While he was thinking, Chen Wang had already come with a knife in hand. "Who are you?" Hu Laosi asked with bloodshot eyes. There was no answer, only pressure. "If you kill me, you will make a mortal enemy of my clan, and you will surely die." This time, Hu Laosi's tone was a little more flustered. "It is no match for the person in front of it, absolutely not." After saying this, Chen Wang just threw a punch, hitting Hu Laosi right in the front. The punch came so fast that Hu Laosi couldn't react. Hu Laosi flew backwards and smashed the wall at the end of the alley. Chen Wang stepped over the pile of rocks and stepped on Hu Laosi's chest. He just glanced at the bloody face, then put the steel knife on the other's neck. Gently stroke. A tiger head as big as 2 human heads flew out. It's not over yet. Chen Wang remembered that as soon as the demons entered the country, demon pills would condense in their bodies, which were very valuable. So he used the steel knife in his hand to cut open the tiger monster's abdomen and took out the demon pill with clumsy movements. The demon pill is the size of a thumb and its shape is irregular, but it glows and exudes a mysterious feeling. Chen Wang put away the magic pill and silently practiced his internal energy, circulating his true energy like a dragon walking on water, inspecting the meridians in his body. It is not very difficult to enter the Qi and blood realm just by relying on martial arts. But if there is no Qi and blood method, it will take a lot of time and effort to continue in the Qi and blood realm by practicing martial arts, which is almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. At this time, not only the Zhou family, but the other neighbors could not help but stick their heads out and look at the figure, stunned and speechless. Chen Wang grabbed a handful of snow and used his hands as a cloth to wipe the blood off the blade. He picked up the scabbard, put it at his waist, and sheathed the knife. It's a good knife and it's his now. Zhou Fuan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Wang Lian, looking pale, took a step forward. "Thank you." Chen Wang just shook his head and didn't say anything more. Zhou Fuan's eyes were red as he looked at the 2 corpses with overwhelming hatred, his voice hoarse. "You killed Hu Laosi, the county magistrate will not let it go." Chen Wang still shook his head, then turned and walked back into the house. After closing the door, Chen Wang let out a long sigh of relief, and then quickly started packing his things. Damn, this is going to be a big deal. It's not like he doesn't know the magistrate's character. If he leaves too late, he'll have no chance. I just want to live a good life, but everyone is forcing me. Even though Chen Wang thought he was a man of high quality in his previous life, he couldn't help but curse inwardly when he thought of the consequences of killing Hu Si. County Government Office. It was already the late night, and except for the guards who were on duty as usual, most people had fallen asleep. The magistrate of Bayun County was named Guan Ling. He passed the imperial examination of Qi State and became a jinshi at the age of 30. However, he had no background and was assigned to work in Bayun County, which was considered the bottom among the lower counties. This lasted for more than 20 years. When he first came to this remote mountainous area, Guan Ling was full of ambition and determination to build the area. However, as time went by, this enthusiasm naturally disappeared. Now that Guan Ling is over 50 years old, he knows that he has no hope of promotion, so he begins to neglect government affairs and focus on pleasure. After the demon year, they were also the first group of local officials to turn against the demons in the face of the enemy. I was sleeping soundly when I heard an anxious report from outside. "Master, who comes to your house so late?" A soft voice came to my ears, asking in confusion. Guan Ling was a scholar with white hair on his temples. After being woken up, he said impatiently, "If you have anything to say, just tell me now." According to the report from the people in Xiangua Lane, the person we sent over is dead. The man outside said in a hoarse and frightened voice. Guan Ling didn't react to these words at first, then he shuddered suddenly. "Isn't Xiangua Lane the place where we asked Hu Laosi to go today?" "What do you mean dead?" Guan Ling opened the door and asked loudly without even putting on his shoes. Including Mr. Hu Si, they all died at the hands of a commoner named Chen Wang. The clerk in the yamen said with his head down. Guan Ling grabbed the clerk by his clothes and asked, "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely true." Guanling held his head in his hands, his eyes dull. It's over, everything is over. No, maybe there is a chance of turning around. Notify everyone in the government office immediately to arrest Chen Wang. Some people should guard the exit to prevent him from escaping. Yes. After this incident, Guanling was no longer sleepy. He went back to his room, changed into proper clothes, and his mood gradually calmed down. The death of Hu Laosi was a big deal, but there was also a chance of recovery. As long as Chen Wang is captured immediately and handed over to the Tiger tribe for disposal, and then some people in the county are taken as compensation, he might be able to reconcile. Chen Wang, Guanling silently repeated the name, hatred flashed in his eyes. Where did this come from when they were living a peaceful and stable life? What Bayun County was afraid of was never Hu Laosi, who had just entered the Qi and Blood realm, but the Tiger clan behind Hu Laosi. Xiao Mansion. Master, I have already found out that before Hanger died, he had contact with this Chen Wang. This boy can kill the demons in the Qi and Blood realm, and he has a grudge against Hanger. It is most likely him. Sun Wei looked at the secret letter in her hand and said in a decisive tone. Zhao Qingyuan no longer had a calm expression, but stood up and ordered, notify the masters in the mansion to surround and kill this man. Soon, a mixed group of government officials and Zhao family thugs came to Chen Wang's house excitedly, but found that it was empty and the person had already slipped away. Block the way out. Chen Wang, who had packed up and fled at the first opportunity, was now relying on the original owner's memory to move through every path with ease. But there will definitely be a battle tonight. Bayun County has border defenses, but what is ridiculous is that these border defenses are useless in the face of demons and almost allow them to pass through. Instead, they are used to stop the local people. Gradually, people from the government office and the Xiao family began to disperse across the county, forming teams of 5, carrying torches, and conducting a carpet search. I, Chen, have obstructed the government from doing its job and attempted to murder an official of the imperial court. I shall be executed for my crime. I, Chen, the commoner, attempted to murder Zhao Heng and fled for fear of punishment. My crime is even more serious. Before Chen Wang even left Bayun County, these 2 charges had already been put on his head. Based on these 2 charges, the government believed that killing Chen Wang alone was far from enough. Once caught, the entire alley might be implicated. The checkpoint set up by Bayun County was already in sight. Chen Wang curled his lips and did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed the situation. Among this group of people, he saw a woman who stood out the most. He had seen Zhao's wife Sun Wei from afar several times. On both sides of her, there was a martial artist in the Qi and Blood realm protecting her. In addition, there was also a captain of the Yamen. There are not many constables in the county government, but all of them are martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm. It is said that the county lieutenant who is in charge of many constables is even a master in the late Qi and Blood realm. There were 2 Qi and Blood realm masters on the other side. Chen Wang waited up and was not sure he could win the battle quickly. Once the fight started, it would be easy to alert the enemy. Maybe more masters nearby would happen to come, and then he would be unable to escape. Chen Wang secretly analyzed the situation in his mind. But on second thought, if we don't fight, then when the government office is surrounded, we will be dead. When Chen Wang thought of this, he became ruthless. This life was given to him anyway, so he might as well do it. Chen Wang's figure was like a phantom, wandering in the darkness. Coincidentally, he ran into a group of people patrolling the path. All 5 of them were serious, completely different from their previous laziness, and were very aware of the importance of this incident. If the demons really counterattack, many people will definitely die. When they ran into Chen Wang, they were stunned. They had all seen Chen Wang's portrait, but no one really remembered it in detail and could only remember his general appearance. When I saw the face of this person in front of me, I always felt that he was familiar. And Chen Wang has already thrown a punch. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them were lying on the ground. Chen Wang stripped off the official robe of one of them and put it on himself. You know what, it's quite warm. The common people live worse than dogs, but even a petty official can get a lot of benefits. At the county gate, Sun Wei, wearing a thick mink coat, rubbed her hands and feet and paced back and forth. She was used to having a good life and could no longer stand this kind of cold weather. "Madam, why don't you go back home first? If you continue like this, you might catch a cold," the guard beside her kindly reminded. Sun Wei's face was filled with resentment. "I will not stop until I see that little bastard die in front of me. I want him to pay with his life." The guard was speechless and could only shake his head and say no more. If Chen Wang was really captured, it would not be the Xiao family's turn to deal with him. He would most likely be handed over to the Dashan Tiger clan. Just as everyone was chatting, a policeman with a sword came towards them on the road in the wind and snow. Qian Dun, the head constable in charge of guarding the area, saw the lone colleague the first time he saw him. He stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Where is your captain?" There was no answer, because a flash of a knife was already coming towards him. This sudden scene made everyone's mind go blank. Over the years, no matter whether it was the clerks in the county government, the runners, or even the head of the police force and the county magistrate, they had long lost the ambition to fight against the monsters. They had become accustomed to enjoying a good life, and their fighting sense had quietly faded. So the knife pierced Qian Dun's chest directly, and half of the blade was exposed from his back, mixed with scarlet blood. With just one strike, he killed a warrior in the Qi and blood realm. Even Chen Wang didn't expect it to be so easy to kill. Compared with Hu Laosi, he is far inferior. His Qi and blood realm is as thin as paper. He who gives way can live. The young men in the official robes of the government pulled out the steel knife from the head of the police and finally spoke. Chen Wang dragged his slightly tired body into a dilapidated and abandoned temple. He scanned the area with his senses and found no other living creatures except for a few wild animals. Chen Wang leaned against the stone platform under the Buddha statue and exhaled heavily. At that moment, there was no place for him to stay in Bayun County. He had enemies with all the three families in Bayun County, Zhou, Xiao and Guan, except the Zhou family. In these 100,000 mountains, there are three demonic forces that are like vassal kings and occupy one part of the country. In addition to the tiger tribe that we have already seen, there are also ape monsters and bear monsters. The mine where his parents were sent by the county government was one of the territories of the ape monster. Apparently, they died at the hands of the ape monster. Bayun County, including the government office, offended two families. In addition to the bear monster, there are also two other families in the Sichuan Mountains. Although the ape demon may not be aware of this grudge. Chen Wang analyzed the current situation. The most powerful warriors in Bayun County should be in the late Qi and blood realm, while those monster tribes could be estimated to be one level stronger. If he wants to get out of the current predicament, he can only break through if he at least reaches the late stage of Qi and blood realm. Thinking of this, Chen Wang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now he was like a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill him. How could he get the Qi and blood cultivation method? Is it true that I can only rely on martial arts to slowly build up my own skills? At this moment, Chen Wang's stomach made waves of protest. I touched my stomach and then I remembered that I had been busy all night and had not eaten anything. Now that I relaxed, my body suddenly felt much weaker. In the wilderness, you can only try to see if there are any wild fruits or hunt wild game to fill your stomach. For the next 3 days, Chen Wang was very careful and cautious. During this time, he could see the Yamen runners from afar. They all looked exhausted and must have suffered a lot, but they still had a determination to never return until Lolan was conquered. This really made Chen Wang laugh and cry. He probably thought that he had been given a death order. Whoever went down the mountain before finding the person would be in trouble. With Chen Wang's current abilities, it would be easy for him to avoid the sight of these people, but there was one time when he was nearly discovered by Zhao Tingfeng, the head coach of the Xiao family. However, he escaped unharmed in the end. In an abandoned temple, Chen Wang took a roasted rabbit leg and took a bite. It tasted a bit fishy, but barely edible. At the same time the panel opens. Current martial arts. Demon subduing sword technique, perfect, comprehended. True Yang fist, great mastery, 591/1000. Current perception points, 3. Use insight points to comprehend martial arts. 1 insight point can be used to deduce a year's events to oneself. Perception points are refreshed at midnight every day, and perception points can be stacked. You can swallow demon pills to help improve the quality of your practice and enhance the results of your deductions. Chen Wang was not surprised when he saw the last line of words. This line of words appeared when he first opened the panel after settling down in the temple 3 days ago. It should be because he has a magic pill in his hand. Chen Wang frowned slightly. He had not used his enlightenment points in the past few days. Now he had accumulated 3 years of cultivation, but he was hesitating. Should I practice the Xinyang fist to perfection in one go or try to comprehend the demon-subduing sword technique? The unknown is really tempting. Let's try it out. Chen Wang's heart moved slightly, but he did not rashly use the magic pill that assisted in his cultivation. Your sword technique of subduing demons has reached the pinnacle of perfection, but you always feel that it still has some flaws. If you can solve them, you may be able to make further progress in sword technique. However, a year has passed, and you are like a ghost hitting a wall. Not only have you made no progress, but you are also deeply trapped in self-doubt. What the hell? Chen Wang was stunned for a moment, then he felt the changes in his body and quickly came to a conclusion. Nothing has changed at all. I spent a whole year in there and nothing happened. Chen Wang almost cursed. I'll just go all in for 3 years and see what happens. No, the most important thing now is to improve our strength. Even if there is a possibility of further improvement in this demon-subduing sword technique, it will not be achieved overnight. It was as if there was a devil in black and an angel in white standing on Chen Wang's shoulders respectively. The two villains were spitting everywhere and neither of them was willing to give in. Hold on. Chen Wang slapped the demon on his right shoulder and suppressed the impulse. This kind of curiosity about the unknown can kill people. In order to stop thinking about it, he decided to go all out and use the enlightenment points directly. The demon pill that belonged to Hu Laosi alone was also kept for the time being. The reason was that his Xinyang fist was close to perfection and it was enough for a breakthrough even without the demon pill. Using it now would undoubtedly be a waste of resources. You began to practice the true Yang fist in seclusion. No accidents occurred during the process and everything went very smoothly. After a year, your true Yang fist skills have improved greatly. True Yang fist experience plus 632. True Yang fist, perfection, enlightenment. In an instant, the attainment of Xinyang fist reached perfection. And now, Chen Wang looked at the last point of insight on the panel and fell into deep thought. Why don't you try again? Chen Wang muttered to himself, there was no way to practice anything else at the moment. This time the little devil defeated the little angel. You continued to comprehend the demon-subduing sword technique in seclusion. More than half a year had passed, but you still hadn't made any progress. However, in the 10th month, you visualized the moves of the dead demon Hu Laosi, and suddenly an idea came to your mind, as if you had grasped some kind of opportunity. Unfortunately, there was not enough time, and in the end, you were unable to fully grasp that inspiration. It worked. Chen Wang's eyes lit up and he decided to try again tomorrow. Boom. There was a roar outside, followed by a large cloud of dust covering the woods. The people from the government office are here. Chen Wang's face changed, and he moved several times to the top of the temple, standing in a high and secluded place to look down. He soon breathed a sigh of relief. The first person to rush out from the dust was a woman. The woman was in her early 20s, with bright eyes, white teeth, and a very beautiful appearance. She was wearing a plain dress. Such a woman should have given people the impression of a lotus in the water, but the murderous aura emanating from her at this moment made Chen Wang feel ashamed of himself. She was like a ferocious god. No one can mess with beautiful women. Chen Wang did not feel that this person had any cultivation, but the sword hanging around his waist was of excellent quality. However, this evil woman was in a disheveled state, and her long skirt was stained with blood in many places. Shortly after the woman appeared, a tall and mighty giant bear appeared right after her, with its legs slightly bent. Its huge body flew directly into the air, and after landing, it stood in front of the woman, blocking her way. Little lady, stop struggling. Either you become my concubine, or you become my meal. Yuan Si. Chen Wang quickly remembered that the bear monster clan used Yuan as their surname, and the bear monster in front of him was obviously from the bear clan. It is also the early stage of Qi and blood realm. Chen Wang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not choose to help. This woman's life or death has nothing to do with him, but he has too many enemies now and needs to deal with them. If he provokes the bear monster again, his situation will become even more dangerous. At this time, the two opposing parties were located on the mountain road in front of the temple. Young lady, if you obey me, I will guarantee that you will have delicious food and fish every day. Yuan Si grinned, but his smile looked particularly ferocious. The woman in the plain skirt slowly straightened her back, said nothing, and just held the hilt of the sword. Faintly, Chen Wang seemed to feel some true energy flowing through this person, but it was too weak. Chen Wang, I want you to pay for my son's life. Sun Wei, who was not far away, had a hideous look on her face, and the murderous intent in her eyes was almost bursting out. Perhaps most of the officers and soldiers only took a few glances and barely remembered the outline, but ever since Sun Wei was certain that her son had died at the hands of Chen Wang, she had stared at the portrait in anger more than once. She was too far away before, and even though there was some light from the fire, it was obvious that the other party deliberately presented it to her at an angle, so that she didn't react at first. When Chen Wang called out, everyone, including the Xiao family guards, drew their swords and looked at Chen Wang with vigilance. Chen Wang said nothing and disappeared instantly. The Xiao family guard's face changed. He was also a martial artist in the Qi and Blood realm, and had the most direct understanding of the strength of Chen Wang's Qi and Blood. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the air in front of him. The next moment, Chen Wang appeared in front of him. He blocked with the steel knife in his hand while performing the true yang fist with his left hand. Flames burst out in an instant. Jin Yang fist. The Xiao family guard's face darkened when he saw this fist. He quickly circulated his true energy and slapped out with his palm. In his opinion, the young man in front of him was also just in the early stage of Qi and Blood realm. The reason why he succeeded so easily just now was mostly due to unexpected factors. He was not sure of winning, but as long as he could delay for a moment and reinforcements arrived, the outcome would be decided. But the next scene made his plan completely fail. Chen Wang used his true yang fist technique and punched him hard, forcing him to take several steps back. The Xiao family guards secretly felt that something was wrong, so they tried to stop themselves and were about to charge forward to fight again. Don't be impulsive. Are you faster or is my hand faster? The Xiao family guard suddenly stopped, sweating profusely, and shouted in a stern voice, Chen Wang, you have no way out. It is meaningless to resist stubbornly. Let my wife go. Why don't you come with me to find the county magistrate and confess your crime? Maybe you can avoid death. It turned out that Chen Wang had already grabbed Mrs. Zhao's snow-white neck and a smile appeared on his face. Do you think I'm stupid? If you want your wife to live, then let her go. Sun Wei, who had been so arrogant before, was picked up by Chen Wang at this time. Her feet were off the ground. She kept slapping Chen Wang's arms with her hands. Her eyes rolled back and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't utter a word. When Chen Wang finished speaking, he had already walked towards the gate. Chen Wang held the person in one hand and a knife in the other, with blood flowing through his body. The Xiao family thugs' eyes flickered and their faces showed hesitation, but they never made any move. However, the officers and soldiers of the county government did not care about the lady. If they let her go, everyone would be in trouble. Given the magistrate's temperament, he might even lose his head. Deaf. Get out of the way. Looking at the soldiers who were ready to take action, the Xiao family guards, who were concerned about Mrs. Zhao's safety, shouted angrily. If his wife dies here, he will be finished too. Many officers and soldiers turned a deaf ear to this and rushed over like a tide. In the government offices across Qi, no matter who you are, as long as you put on the official robe, you have to practice martial arts and perform the duty of slaying demons. But in recent years, Bayun County has been colluding with demons, and martial arts have no place to be used. Except for some older officers, most of them are just empty-handed and useless. No matter how many people there are, they are still a mob. Chen Wang was like a man in an empty space. Even if he had to carry someone with him, these small soldiers and crab generals could not stop him at all. Soon, Chen Wang had walked outside. Mrs. Zhao in his hand had more than a dozen knife wounds on her body, each of which was hideous and terrifying. Sun Wei had never experienced such pain before and would have fainted long ago. Chen Wang glanced at the woman in his hand, then looked at the Xiao family guards inside the door. The officials were a bit heavy-handed, but your Xiao family is rich, so there should be hope. After saying that, Chen Wang threw Sun Wei back. But no one saw that he slapped Sun Wei back with one palm. After the attack, Chen Wang leaped up, not giving the people behind him any chance, and went straight towards the Sichuan mountains. If Sun Wei still had a glimmer of hope after being stabbed dozens of times, then Chen Wang's final palm strike would completely destroy that chance. Son of a bitch! The Xiao family guards looked extremely unhappy. They simply abandoned Mrs. Xiao's body and chased after her into the Sichuan mountains. There are a total of 3 checkpoints in Bayun County, each of which is guarded by 2 Qi and Blood Realm warriors and dozens or hundreds of people. After Chen Wang broke through, there were less than half of the living people left at this checkpoint. At this time, corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing like a river. Not long after Chen Wang left, several constables and the county magistrate rushed over after hearing the noise, followed closely by Zhao Qingyue from the Xiao family. Where are the people? Guanling looked around and shouted hysterically. All the yamen runners lowered their heads. Where? Zhao Qingyue quickly saw the body lying on the ground. After a brief inspection, he flew into a rage. Chen Wang, what a cruel method, he didn't even let a woman go. I'll take note of the crime of killing my wife and children. Zhao Qingyue then handed the body to his family, rushed out of the pass and headed into the mountains. Guanling waved his sleeves and said, "What are you all standing there for? Chase him. If you don't bring him back, then don't come back at all." Yes. A group of police officers and constables received the order and left the county. Guanling stood there alone, staring at the scene in front of him in a daze. It would be best if they could capture Chen Wang alive and hand him over to the Tiger clan to vent their anger, but if that is not possible, they can only kill him on the spot. At least it would be revenge for the Tiger clan, but in that case, the possibility of saving the situation would be too low. Guanling no longer had his former casual demeanor, veins bulged at his temples, and his heart was already filled with overwhelming hatred for the rebellious Chen Wang. If it weren't for this man causing trouble, with demons everywhere and the court too busy to take care of them, and he having no children, maybe he could have enjoyed his old age in peace, which would have been pretty good. But after Hu Laosi died, this kind of life became more and more distant from him. Chen Wang must die. Guanling looked at the outline of the mountains with cold eyes. If Chen Wang was a lamb to be slaughtered in Bayun County, then entering the Sichuan mountains was like a fish finding a river. The Sichuan mountains are so vast that the herbs and minerals produced in even the outer areas are enough to feed the tens of thousands of people in Bayun County. If it weren't for the corruption of the government, the people here would not have a bad life even though they were out of touch with the news. When the original owner was a child, he often followed his father into the mountains to collect herbs. Although his parents were gone and he seldom went up the mountain, he was still not too unfamiliar with these mountain roads based on his memory. When a person enters the mountains, it is like a needle entering the sea. From then on, the sky is high and the earth is vast. Chen Wang came to a river, washed the blood off his body, then threw his official robe into the corner and let out a long breath. Finally got rid of it. After a night of fighting, when Chen Wang came to his senses, he looked up and saw that the darkness in the sky had faded a lot and dawn was visible. Chen Wang thought about it again and again, but ultimately decided not to go deep into the mountains. There's no other reason, there are too many variables over there. Moreover, now there is no need to go deep into the mountains, and it will be difficult for the Xiao family and the county government to find him. The most urgent thing is to find a hiding place. The woman in the plain skirt did not look away, but said something that made Yuan Si confused. "My friend, can you do me a favor?" Chen Wang was surprised that even Yuan Si didn't notice him. It was obvious that this woman's cultivation was not high, so how could she notice him? Seeing that there was no movement, the woman in the plain skirt pursed her lips and said, "Today's favor, I will agree to any request made by my friend as long as I can do it." Chen Wang, who had originally planned to stand by and watch, couldn't help but look at the strange woman again after hearing this. Looking at the plain skirt, it seems as if there is spiritual energy flowing through it from heaven and earth. At the same time, she has a natural aura of superiority. Her family is most likely rich or noble, and definitely not a small family. The only thing that made Chen Wang hesitate was this person's cultivation level. If they were a family of martial arts, their children at this age should not even have reached the Qi and blood realm. Yuan Si took a step forward, his face full of joking. "Young lady, are you mentally ill? Do you still expect the Buddha statue in the temple to help you?" Chen Wang thought about it again and again. Anyway, if this woman didn't have what he wanted, the worst that could happen was that she would just walk away. Yuan Si couldn't catch up with him because he was not a woman. So he appeared directly on the top of the temple, looking down at the woman in the plain skirt. "Do you have the Qi and blood cultivation method? Help me get through this disaster, and I will." After hearing this, Chen Wang's expression did not change at all. He jumped down from the height, landed in front of the temple gate, and then walked towards the bear monster. Yuan Si turned around and looked at him warily. "Who are you?" "I am Yuan Si, and I am quite famous in these 100,000 mountains. Human, get out of here as soon as you can before you provoke me." Chen Wang shook his head and said calmly, "Yuan Si, the fifth in the bear clan. Who hasn't heard of him? But when it comes to marriage, it's always about mutual consent." Yuan Si sneered, "What right do you have to teach me how to do things? Just because you have just entered the Qi and blood realm." As he spoke, Yuan Si took a stance, as if he was ready to attack at any time. The woman in the plain skirt couldn't help but remind him, "This monster is at the same level as you. You are no match for him. Just take me away." Chen Wang curled the corner of his mouth and did not answer this. They were already intercepting someone else's business right under their noses. From now on, we are all enemies. Why not kill the enemy if there is a chance? Chen Wang's shoulders dropped suddenly, and he rushed forward, punching out with both fists, facing the bear monster's palms. At the moment of fist and palm collision, Chen Wang raised his knee and struck, knocking Yuan Si back several steps. He suddenly drew out the steel knife and rushed forward. Compared to boxing, Chen Wang's knife is faster. However, compared to those constables in Bayun County, this bear monster is much stronger. Yuan Si's hair stood up instantly, and he turned from a brown bear into a hedgehog. Then he swung his claw down, facing the steel knife in Chen Wang's hand. A brilliant spark burst out between the two people. Chen Wang's long hair kept dancing, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes that were vaguely visible under his hair. In an instant, a purple airflow spread over the blade of the steel knife, and the bear's paw, which was as hard as iron, was directly cut off by the steel knife. Ouch! A scream echoed through the forest. Yuan Si retreated again and again, his face grim. The psychological trauma left by the previous blow was too great. His hard hands, which he was so proud of, were cut in an instant. "I'll make you pay." Yuan Si roared angrily and no longer stood on his 2 feet. Instead, he ran on all fours. After saying those harsh words, he turned around and ran without hesitation. Chen Wang rushed forward. Now that he had started, he had to eradicate the enemy completely. Yuan Si's speed was not slow, but it was still not fast enough in front of Chen Wang. Yuan Si, who was running at full speed, suddenly stiffened. Chen Wang exerted all his strength, leaped into the air and stabbed the tip of the knife into Yuan Si's back, until the handle touched the skin and flesh, and the tip of the knife appeared in the bear monster's abdomen. After one blow, Yuan Si was still alive. Chen Wang had a blank expression on his face. He stabbed Yuan Si several times, then easily cut off Yuan Si's head and finally took out the magic pill. After taking a look, he found that he was about the same size as Hu Laosi, so I guess the cultivation levels of these two people are not much different. In the distance, the woman in plain skirt was stunned for a moment. She was at the end of her rope and had to give it a try. It was true that the young man was a martial artist at the early stage of the Qi and blood realm, but among martial artists at the same level, very few could fight the demons on equal terms, and it was extremely rare to kill the demons with such overwhelming force as he did now. Soon Chen Wang came over with the demon pill and said without beating around the bush, "My Qi and blood realm cultivation method." The woman in the plain skirt was about to say something when her blood started boiling. She quickly covered her mouth and coughed a few times, and bright red blood flowed out from between her fingers. "Are you okay?" Chen Wang frowned. "I'm fine." Despite this, Chen Wang still helped her back to the dilapidated temple. "After all, I haven't received the things yet. My name is Li Suqing." "What's your name?" Li Suqing's voice was weak and her face turned pale almost instantly. She is weak and delicate, and a bit pitiful. Chen Wang. After Li Suqing sat down, Chen Wang sat not far away and looked at her again. What are you looking at? Li Suqing noticed that Chen Wang's gaze was always wandering on her, her brows tightened, and there was a hint of unkindness in her eyes. Chen Wang shrugged, you haven't given me what I want yet, so I'll see where on your body I can put things. Li Suqing flipped his palm, and with a flash of silver light, a scroll appeared out of thin air. Chen Wang rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not dazzled, and could not help but be amazed. If I had this ability in my previous life, everything would be much easier. This is the Golden Crow Falling Sun technique. After taking the Golden Crow Falling Sun decision, Chen Wang opened it on the spot, read it carefully for a few seconds, and nodded slightly. It is indeed a method of cultivation in the Qi and blood realm. This woman is okay. She keeps her word and does things efficiently. I might need to stay here for a few days, do you mind? Li Suqing said with a stern face and a cold voice. Chen Wang nodded without hesitation, this is not my home. It's none of my business whether you stay or go. I'm leaving anyway. Li Suqing asked in surprise, why? It was too noisy just now. I have to move to another place to be quiet. But Miss Li, you don't have to move. Even if someone comes to your door, they won't do anything to you. As Chen Wang spoke, he had already put away the Golden Crow Falling Sun art and began to pack his things. Now the Xiao family and the county magistrate's men were everywhere in the mountains. He couldn't say that the movement just now hadn't been noticed, but it was better to be safe than sorry, and changing positions wouldn't take much effort. What's more, the Qi and blood realm technique has been acquired. As long as I can hold on for a while longer, I will be able to fight back. Just because of peace and quiet? Li Suqing didn't believe it at all. Chen Wang did not answer this question. After packing up his things, he said, Miss Li, the mountains are high and the waters are long. We will meet again in the future. I'll go with you. Li Suqing said suddenly. Chen Wang paused and looked at the beautiful Lady Li. Why are you following me? Li Suqing's cheeks turned red, and she seemed to think that this was inappropriate, and immediately changed her words. You can see that I am seriously injured. Protect me for a while. When I am healed, I will teach you a new martial art. So rich. Chen Wang walked back expressionlessly and helped Li Suqing up. Miss Li, get up quickly. Let's change our position. Be careful on the steps, the ground is a bit slippery. Be careful not to bump into anything. If you don't mind, I can carry you on my back. It was getting dark. There are very few abandoned temples like the one before in these 10,000 mountains. Chen Wang walked for a day carrying the seriously injured Li Suqing on his back, and finally he could only choose to settle down beside a small mountain stream. At this point, even if Chen Wang could not sense Li Suqing's cultivation level, he did not dare to treat him as an ordinary person. Chen Wang went into the water to catch fish himself. His movements were not unfamiliar. After about half an hour, he caught 3 grass carp in his hands. Let me do it. Li Suqing suddenly said that she had found several branches without knowing when. Chen Wang was happy not to have to work. After all, he worked to fill his stomach, and Li Suqing worked to fill her stomach as well. There was no difference. As for the injuries on her body, the girl didn't care, and he, as an outsider, didn't want to get involved. In this way, Li Suqing started grilling fish not far away, while Chen Wang sat under a tree thinking about his own things. The Golden Crow Falling Sun technique requires the cultivation of 9 large suns formed by the condensation of true Qi in the body. 3 days is the middle stage of the Qi and blood realm, 6 days is the late stage, and 9 days is the perfection. Even though it was the first time that Chen Wang had seen a martial arts technique, he had a hunch that the Golden Crow Falling Sun technique was definitely a superior method for cultivating Qi and blood. Miss Li is of genuine character. She not only gives, but also gives good things. Chen Wang felt emotional in his heart. He didn't care at all that he had made enemies with the last group of demon forces because of this person. This deal was worth it. Miss Li, it's going to snow. Aren't you cold in that skirt? Chen Wang hesitated for a moment, but still asked. This world is similar to the ancient times in the previous life, there should be no things like hot packs. Li Suqing didn't look at him. Her beautiful face illuminated by the firelight was cold and silent. This is my vestment. Chen Wang smiled bitterly and asked no more questions. The so-called robes are mysterious things in the world. They contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Normally, they can help warriors circulate their true energy more smoothly. If fighting against an enemy, it will also greatly enhance their own defense. Just don't know what the quality is. Miss Li, you said you want me to protect you for a period of time. How long is it? There must be a time limit, right? And since you want me to protect you, you must have some enemies. I have to find out. Chen Wang stopped worrying about the robes and changed the subject, speaking seriously. Just in case. I should have shaken off the pursuers behind me. Li Suqing said, picking up one of the skewers of grilled fish. It's ready to eat. Chen Wang quickly stood up and walked away. In 5 days at the shortest, 8 days at the longest, my injuries will be almost healed. Upon hearing this, Chen Wang heaved a sigh of relief. This was shorter than expected. He had thought that the other party was so cautious that it would take at least 10 days or half a month to recover. It's just right. Once the matter here is over, he will be able to fight back. The next morning, Chen Wang simply cleaned himself up, then opened the panel. Without any hesitation, he swallowed Hu Laoxi and Yuan Si's demon cores in one gulp and began to comprehend the Golden Crow's falling sun technique. These 2 magic pills finally found their use. I hope they can be of some use. You began to practice the Golden Crow falling sun art. The obscurity of martial arts techniques is much higher than that of martial arts. Although you have a good foundation, your practice is not smooth. Fortunately, the demon pill assisted in your practice and made up for the shortcomings. Golden Crow falling sun decision experience plus 1478. Current martial arts. Demon subduing sword technique, perfect, comprehended. True Yang boxing, perfect, comprehensive. Current practice. Golden Crow falling sun, 1 day, 478/1000. Current enlightenment point, 0. As a son of true energy condensed in his body, Chen Wan's true energy cultivation improved significantly. A dazzling golden light of golden color circulated on the surface of his skin, like the golden sun of a golden Buddha. Li Suqing was awakened by this scene and looked at Chen Wan in surprise. The Golden Crow falling sun technique is an excellent technique among the qi and blood cultivation methods, but the complexity is also proportional to it. Ordinary people should not be able to practice this technique so quickly, even if they have some talent. Calculating the time, it seems that it is less than 12 hours. Just condense into a big sun. Li Suqing pursed her lips. Could it be possible that she found a treasure when she went out this time? She didn't think too much about Chen Wan's technique. Whether or not she could master it had little to do with her. But from this moment on, Li Suqing felt that it was related. But the young man's character still needs to be observed for a while. Li Suqing said in her heart. Of course, Chen Wang didn't know how much psychological impact his rapid cultivation speed had caused to the people around him. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. If he faced Yuan Si again from yesterday, the opponent would not even have the chance to take a step and would be hacked to death by him in an instant. Ever since he killed the 2 great demons Yuan Si and Hu Laoxi, Chen Wang secretly estimated his own combat power. He believed that he could at least fight on equal terms against a person in the middle stage of qi and blood realm, and his chances of winning were not small. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes. If he were given 10 days, he would be able to challenge Bayun County. If he is given 15 days, he will be able to kill all the monsters. But on second thought, Chen Wang began to dislike his body. His aptitude was too poor. He hadn't reached the middle stage of qi and blood realm for a year. In the eyes of those geniuses, he was nothing. Fortunately, he used it one day as if it were 1 year. Otherwise, even if he was given a peerless magic skill, he would not have been in this life and death crisis. It would probably take him several years to achieve some success. Bayun County Government Office. In the court, a mighty and tall tiger sat in the seat of the county magistrate, while the county magistrate Guanling stood behind and rubbed the tiger's shoulders and back with a flattering face. The leader of the tiger tribe is Hu Yuan. Guanling, I'll give you another 5 days. If you can't find him, I'll make everyone in your county yamen be buried with my fourth brother. Guanling was frightened by these words, but he could not refuse, so he could only smile and say, "Don't worry, most areas in the mountains are now guarded by people. The county government, including civil servants, have all been dispatched and stayed in the mountains. As long as the encirclement is tightened, Chen Wang, the little bastard, will have nowhere to hide. Unless he goes deep into the mountains, it won't take a few days to find him." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 days, the two men traveled around and wandered in the mountains. During this time, they were unlucky and ran into a group of officers led by the head of the police. As soon as they met, Chen Wang suddenly killed people without saying a word, not giving them any chance. There is no way. If you let the tiger go back to the mountains, it might really get bitten by the tail. What Chen Wang didn't notice was that Li Suqing, who had been following nearby, had a strange look on his face and seemed to be hesitant to speak along the way. After traveling all the way, Chen Wang and Li Suqing came to an abandoned cave. After confirming that there was no danger inside, the two walked in. It had been snowing for several days and no one was clearing the snow on the mountain trail. If Li Suqing had not looked much better, Chen Wang would probably have had to carry her on his back to continue their journey. Chen Wang, who finally had some free time, began to open the panel and comprehend the skills. Current perception points, 3. You began to practice the Golden Crow Falling Sun technique in seclusion, but due to your limited qualifications, this method is too profound. Although you have learned the basics, you can only follow the steps. Water dripping wears away the stone. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed and your understanding has ended. Golden Crow Falling Sun Decision Experience plus 1932. Current exercises. Golden Crow Falling Sun Decision, 3 days, 410/1000. The majestic chi and blood filled the whole body. The chi and blood realm was in the middle stage. There was a bonfire in the cave emitting light, and it was snowing outside the cave. In an instant, a golden light that was brighter than the bonfire suddenly emanated from Chen Wang. The golden light was much more powerful than the one he had just received a few days ago. The chi, blood and flesh, surging like sea waves, rolled in the meridians everywhere, just like oil burning in a raging fire. Among them, there are 3 places where the golden light is the brightest, like the sun hanging high in the sky, shining brightly. Li Suqing watched this scene in silence. I thought that entering the Golden Crow Falling Sun technique 3 days ago was already amazing, but I didn't expect that this was the highlight. Condensing 3 suns in 3 days is simply unheard of. She frowned slightly, feeling mixed emotions as she watched the boy's rapid progress. Although she didn't know why Chen Wang was being hunted by the government, she began to hesitate from the day she saw that the latter could kill people in the court at will. Now is a time of great chaos. There are countless people who oppose the imperial court, and there have been many uprisings over the years. But opponents like Chen Wang, who possess amazing potential, may be able to pose a threat to the imperial court in due time. In Li Suqing's eyes, although Chen Wang didn't talk much, his behavior didn't seem like that of a wicked person. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between the local authorities and him. Li Suqing nodded secretly in her heart. Even though this reason was a bit far-fetched, it was enough for her to believe it temporarily. As for whether Chen Wang stays or leaves, we will have to wait until her injuries heal and she has figured out the details of the matter. Chen Wang also noticed Li Suqing's eyes and suddenly realized what was going on. After all, the two parties just met by chance. Even though they have become much closer after these days of contact, it is ultimately just a cooperative relationship. He couldn't continue practicing at this pace, as it would easily cause trouble. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Thinking of this, Chen Wang secretly slapped himself a few times. Was it because he had been promoted too quickly recently that he became complacent and didn't even consider such a small detail? But soon Chen Wang fell into worry, as the results of 3 years were not very good. It's only slightly better than taking 2 demon pills a year. Chen Wang muttered to himself, "No, I must kill the monster and take the elixir to help me practice." The effects of the 2 insights, with and without the demon pill, were very different. As long as there are enough demon pills, his practice efficiency can be greatly improved. 1 day can be equivalent to 1 year, and 1 year can have the effect of 2 or 3 years. Kill the monster. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Wang's heart couldn't help but feel hot, but he was immediately brought back to reality by Li Suqing's cold voice. Why are the people from the government trying to arrest you? Chen Wang suppressed his emotions, slowly stood up and walked outside, saying softly, I have offended someone. If I hadn't fought back, I would have died a long time ago. Why? It's the general trend. Chen Wang hesitated for a moment, gave a few concise words, and walked out of the cave. These few days he would go out for a walk on time to see if there were anyone from the government office nearby. There was no way out. There were more and more people coming to the yamen these days, and a siege was gradually forming. If we continue like this, we will only go deeper and deeper. Just a few steps out of the cave, Chen Wang heard the roar of a tiger. Tiger demon. Chen Wang's face changed and he became eager to try. Is your luck a bit better? Less than a mile away from Chen Wang's position, 4 men carrying baskets on their backs huddled under a tree, leaning against each other, looking at the tall figure not far ahead, their faces filled with despair. Run separately, whoever can run is the best. Zhou Fuwen grabbed the basket tightly and shouted with red eyes. When going into the mountains to collect herbs, even if you are doing activities on the periphery, you may still encounter monsters and demons. At this time, there is almost no other way to go except to accept defeat. After saying this, the 4 of them didn't care about their weak legs and fled with all their might in 4 different directions. Even if there is little chance of survival, you have to try. After just a few steps, the 4 men's thighs felt weak at the same time. It turned out that in addition to the tiger demon, there were 3 unintelligent beasts that blocked their way. Chen Wang had secretly come to a nearby place. To be on the safe side, he decided to take a look at the situation first. If he was sure he could kill the monster, he would take action. There is no way, the demon pill is really a treasure. Uncle Zhou. Chen Wang looked around and immediately saw a middle-aged man among the 4 herbalists and called out. The exclamation made the 4 of them stunned for a moment, and they all looked in the direction of the voice. Zhou Fuwen's face changed drastically. Run, you are no match for this Hu Lao-san. You are still thinking about others when you are about to die. Hu Lao-san sneered, and then looked at Chen Wang in the same way, his ferocious pupils shrinking instantly. As the person that the tiger tribe must kill now, how could it not be familiar with him? Hu Lao-san laughed up to the sky. I have been searching for something for a long time, but now it is mice without any effort. I just wanted to go out and hunt some game, but who would have thought that I would run into you? Among the herbalists there are people whom I cherish. The opponent's demon pill is a good thing. The other party is still his mortal enemy. And since it was a game hunt, there was obviously no backup plan. Damn it, I would be going against my conscience if I didn't take action. Chen Wang curled the corner of his mouth, drew out his steel knife, and slowly moved forward under the gazes of Zhou Fuwen and the other 3. His steps became more and more frequent, from walking to running, faster and faster. Hu Lao-san snorted coldly, and he spread his legs and took a stance. Hu Lao-san's body seemed to have been baked at high temperature. The yellow skin on the surface began to turn red, and even billowing white smoke came out. It sneered and said, "Leave it to me to avenge 4th brother, you little brat, die quickly." Chen Wang knew very well that this was the martial art practiced by Hu Lao-san, which could greatly increase the hardness of the skin in a short period of time, and then absorb the opponent's attack and use it for his own benefit and bounce back. This is of course also a kind of martial arts. A few years ago, there were still brave warriors in Bayun County who had reached the middle stage of Qi and Blood realm. However, the warriors' all-out attack on Hu Lao-san not only failed to produce any effect, but the move rebounded and seriously injured him. He was beaten to death on the spot, and all the tigers came forward to share and eat him. Of course, this tactic has a fatal flaw. You have to completely block the opponent's attack before you can launch a counterattack. Chen Wang, who is in the middle stage of Qi and Blood realm, is as powerful as someone in the late stage of Qi and Blood realm. Once he puts all his strength into attacking, how can a mere Hu Lao-san resist him? Chen Wang's mind was racing. 3 dazzling golden lights appeared on his chest, and his Qi and blood were circulating at a high speed. Bang bang bang. The steel knife fell on the red skin, making a sound of metal clashing with stone. Fires flashed everywhere, and circles of invisible air waves overturned the people and tigers around. The moment the blade touched his skin, Hu Laosan's face changed drastically. When did this guy become so strong? How dare that bastard Guan Ling lie to me? In the blink of an eye, the blade penetrated 3 inches of flesh. The white smoke coming out of Hu Laosan's body became thicker. The true energy evaporates. Chen Wang had a blank expression on his face. He held the knife with both hands and exerted force again. His clothes fluttered wildly, making rustling sounds. Open. The steel knife goes straight in. Cut diagonally from the neck and tear it apart violently. Hiss. At an inclined angle, Hu Laosan's upper body fell to the ground first, and dust rose up. Chen Wang looked at the lower body that was still standing and reached out to reach down. With the experience from the previous 2 times, I was much more skilled in taking out the demon pill this time. Chen Wang took out the blood-stained demon pill, turned around and casually delivered 3 knives through the air. The invisible sword energy condensed by the true energy directly chopped the 3-headed beast into pieces on the spot. Finally he looked at the 4 herbalists. At this time, Hu Laosan's lower body finally collapsed to the ground, causing gusts of wind. Chen Wang's hair was a little messy, but he still grinned. A great harvest. Zhou Fuan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He was shocked beyond words. Although I don't know when Chen started to become powerful, but a few days ago it seemed that he was only slightly stronger than Hu Laosi, and he was not even in the middle stage of qi and blood. How come he was able to kill Hu Laosan with 1 sword in less than 10 days? In this world, ordinary people also have some understanding of the cultivation system. Just like the common sense that Chen Wang talked about in his previous life, it is engraved in people's minds and passed down from generation to generation. So even though Zhou Fuan himself is not a martial artist and has never practiced martial arts, such a significant improvement can be seen by anyone who is not blind. Chen Wan, who was covered in tiger blood, came to Zhou Fuan and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhou, how are you these days?" He had no choice but to cause such a big trouble. He was just afraid that the old bastard Guan Ling would implicate the people in the alley in his anger. Zhou Fuan shook his head. "In general, it's okay. You should leave quickly. There was a lot of movement just now. I can't say." At this point, he didn't say any more, but the meaning was already obvious. Chen Wan, who understood in his heart, nodded gently, "Uncle Zhou, take care." Then turned and left. In the woods in the distance, Li Suqing appeared there at some point, taking in the entire scene. Li Suqing's eyes became more complicated, and she turned around and walked back to the cave. Can a person who is willing to take action to protect civilians really be a bad person? At least it's probably not. Maybe there really is some misunderstanding here. Li Suqing's eyes brightened a little, and even her bitter face, which had never changed for thousands of years, became much more lively. After returning to the cave, Chen Wang packed up his things and said, "Miss Li, we have to move again." Li Suqing's beautiful eyes moved. "Where else can we go?" "Let's go deeper into the mountains." Chen Wang picked up the package and looked towards the direction of the mountains. Li Suqing sighed softly. "Are you planning to hide like this? When will it end? If it doesn't work, you can try to leave Bayun County and go out into the world." Chen Wang shook his head. "I have thought about it, but there are things I haven't finished yet. I have to do it first before I can feel at ease." Li Suqing followed Chen Wang and asked, "What's the matter?" "Miss Li, why are you asking so many questions? Do you still want to help me?" "If I can, I'm willing to help you. After all, we are already friends, right?" Chen Wang touched his chin and replied after a long pause, "Just barely." Li Suqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why, you are at a disadvantage by being my friend. If Miss Li can teach me one more martial art, we will be good friends. From now on, your business will be your business, and my business will be your business," Chen Wang said seriously. "Roll." Li Suqing looked at Chen Wang, who appeared serious but was actually not honest at all, and said with gritted teeth, "Chen Wang, what kind of person do you think you are?" Chen Wang thought for a moment and replied, "I am a good person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much." Pooh. The next day. On the top of a beautiful mountain, Chen Wang and Li Suqing sat opposite each other, each eating a wild boar leg. I have to say, although this Miss Li doesn't look like she comes from an ordinary family, the game she cooked was flawless and delicious. It's obvious that she has suffered a lot while traveling around the world. After eating the roasted pork leg, Chen Wang sat cross-legged on the stone. The ancient said, "When you reach deep water, sit and watch the clouds rise." Casual. Because Li Suqing was beside him, Chen Wang didn't dare to comprehend martial arts recklessly anymore, as he still had a magic pill in his arms. This feeling is itchy, and it's really uncomfortable to hold it in. Ever since Chen Wang caused such a huge mess, the Bayun County government has not had a single day of peace. He changed his previous style of bullying men and women and started to work diligently. This is not a change of character. In the words of the police officers, once you enter the officialdom, it is like being in a deep sea and having no control over your own affairs. In the past, even minor clerks in the government offices, who held low official positions, could make a living by doing good things, but now they have to risk their lives to do their jobs. On the bulletin board in front of the yamen, there was a portrait of Chen Wang. There was a reward of 30 taels of silver for anyone who captured Chen Wang alive, and 5 taels of silver for anyone who reported Chen Wang's whereabouts. It is conceivable how anxious Guanling is now, as this government office, which used to be extremely stingy and was grateful that it did not exploit the people, has been reduced to this state. A herbalist stepped forward, tore down Chen Wang's portrait, and walked towards the yamen with firm steps. "Li Hui, what are you doing?" A herbalist who was traveling with him looked at him in shock. The herbalist who tore off the portrait pushed his companion away, his face full of disdain. "Get lost, you bastard who wants to make money." His companion held him tightly and whispered, "If it wasn't for Chen Wang yesterday, we would have been killed. Not only are you ungrateful, but you even want to exchange your lifesaver for money. Are you a human being?" Li Hui is a veteran herbalist in Bayun County. He goes up the mountain all year round and is in good health. He did not answer this, but kicked his companion to the ground and walked into the yamen. "Master Guan, I saw the villain Chen Wang yesterday, and I came to report it." Guan Ling, who was sitting high in the hall, immediately became alert and asked his men to bring Li Hui in. "Where did you see it?" "Just west of the mountain." Li Hui told the whole story of how Chen Wang killed Hu Lao San without reservation. This man has committed crimes repeatedly, and his crimes are extremely heinous. He deserves death. If I don't report this to you, my conscience will be uneasy. Guan Ling's eyes lit up after hearing the whole story. He waved his hand and said, "Come here, take him away and give him a reward of 500 coins. "Master Guan, this." Li Hui was stunned. "Wasn't it agreed upon 5 taels of silver?" I'll take my leave." With just one look, Li Hui's courage trembled and he dared not mention it again. "Zhou Fuwen." Guan Ling sneered. "Originally, I thought that the reason why Chen Wang took action that night was more for self-protection, but now it seems that the Zhou family across the street seems to be a breakthrough point. If we had known this, why would we have sent people into the mountains to look for him? Little bastard, if I can't see you, then come see me." Guan Ling looked at the lower official, and ordered, "Spread the word, everyone in the mountains, find a way to leave a message in the mountains and rush back to the government office. Within 3 days, I want to see Chen Wang return to Xiangua Lane, otherwise Zhou Fuwen's family will be executed on the spot for the crime of harboring a criminal." The chief clerk bowed and left. Guan Ling was sitting alone in the hall, thinking to himself, should he ask Hu Kuanyuan to come over? If I capture Chen Wang myself and then hand him over, the nature of the situation will be completely different. Call the Xiao family as well. With 2 late Qi and Blood Realm warriors and a dozen Qi and Blood Realm warriors, Chen Wang can't win whether Hu Kuanyuan comes or not. Let's just treat it as a surprise for Hu Kuanyuan. Maybe the final effect will be better. After this is done, send 100 men and 30 women to Hu Kuanyuan to help him, and we can make peace again. Thinking of this, Guan Ling couldn't help but smile slightly. As long as Chen Wang could be captured alive, then this matter could be accomplished. I hope the Zhou family's position in your heart is higher. Strange, I have been walking all day and haven't seen anyone in the mountains. On the mountain path, Chen Wang was walking leisurely, stroking his chin, observing the surrounding environment, and muttering to himself. Since this morning, after the 2 of them came down the mountain, they haven't run into those annoying people in the yamen again. You know, when the encirclement was shrinking in the past 2 days, Chen Wang had to maintain a state of scattered perception at all times and avoid some Yamen officials in advance. But today was unusual, there was no one in the woods. This gave Chen Wang a bad feeling. Li Suqing suddenly stopped and looked at a big tree with an arrow stuck in the trunk, along with a yellowed piece of paper. This is... Li Suqing took a few steps forward and took out the arrow. There was not much content in the envelope, but it made her face change slightly. Chen Wang, if you don't come back to Xiangua Lane within 3 days, you will have to wait for the bodies of the 4 Zhou family members and the 12 families in the lane to be collected. At this time, Chen Wang had also walked over. After seeing the contents, his face darkened. He crumpled the yellow paper into a ball and threw it away. Damn it, that old bastard named Guan, he can do nothing but bully the weak and fear the strong. What is going on? Li Suqing frowned. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Miss Li's hometown should be a bit far from Bayun County, right? Li Suqing nodded slightly. It's not very far, but what does it have to do with this? It's nothing, it's just that people who don't live in Bayun County know about the situation here. Chen Wang sneered and explained the current situation in Baishan County while walking on the mountain path with Li Suqing. When Li Suqing heard that the landlord families in Bayun County and the county government were colluding with each other and using the people of Bayun County as bargaining chips for their lives, her pretty face turned cold. After spending some time together, Chen Wang got to know her a little better. This woman is usually very serious, but in fact, she is warm-hearted and easy to get along with as long as she has no ulterior motives. The most important thing is that Li Suqing's emotions have always been stable, or in other words, she has a calm temperament and rarely shows such obvious emotional fluctuations. From the time they met, ever since the incident with Yuan Si, she had never caused him any trouble. This made Chen Wang feel very comfortable during his days of protection. But now, for the first time in his life, he showed such an indignant expression that made Chen Wang a little dazed and almost thought he was a different person. Li Suqing quickly realized that her emotions were out of control and quickly returned to normal. Thinking back to what Chen Wang had said before, that he would have died long ago if he hadn't fought back, his thoughts seemed to open up his Ren and Du meridians. Suddenly everything became clear. In the end, has the local government completely let itself go? After that, the two saw many arrows along the way, either on the ground or on the trees. In short, they were found wherever people could see. Someone betrayed me. Chen Wang put his hands behind his back, and countless images flashed through his mind. Every person in the picture stopped for a moment, allowing him to look at them. After much thought, the group of people who went up the mountain to collect herbs with Uncle Xiao that day are the most suspicious. Who is it? Chen Wang had no way of judging for the time being, but since that person had used his whereabouts to take the silver, he had to accept the consequences. Thinking of this, he cursed inwardly, "Don't let me find you, no matter who you are, just die." Are we going to Bayun County now? Li Suqing asked with an unnatural look on her face. Chen Wang hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head gently. I have to go back, but not now. Since that bastard Guan wants me to go back, if he says 3 days, then it must be 3 days. He has calculated this time carefully, no more, no less. It not only avoids the possibility of me not seeing the news, but also does not delay it for too long. Li Suqing sighed softly. So you want to show up again on the last day? Yeah. Chen Wang responded, but didn't explain much. Found a place to rest. The most urgent task is to improve your cultivation. He didn't know what kind of lineup was waiting for him in Xiangua Lane, Bayun County. To be on the safe side, it would be best to practice the Golden Crow Falling Sun art to the 6th-day state and break through to the late stage of Qi and Blood realm. I had originally thought that after the protection was over and Li Suqing was sent away, I would improve my cultivation in one go. But now it seems that man proposes, God disposes, and plans cannot keep up with changes. As for what Li Suqing would think, Chen Wang no longer cared too much. Under Li Suqing's gaze, Chen Wang took out Hu Laosan's magic pill and threw it into his mouth. You. Li Suqing had just said one word when she saw Chen Wang had already swallowed it, her tone somewhat anxious. The demon pill is the core condensed from the demon. It contains too much impurities and violent energy. If you need the demon pill to assist in your practice, you should first remove the evil energy contained in it. Otherwise, in the long run, it will only do more harm than good to your martial arts. Chen Wang just glanced at Li Suqing, shook his head slightly, and said nothing. He has a panel that will automatically turn all the matter in it for his own use. But hasn't Li Suqing seen him swallow the magic pill before? Chen Wang didn't pay attention, probably because he didn't see it before, but just saw the results of his practice. You begin to meditate on the golden crow falling sun technique. After taking the demon pill, you can visualize the phantom of the demon and assist in your practice. The effect is remarkable. 2 years later, the enlightenment is over. Golden crow falling sun technique experience plus 1874. Current practice. Golden crow falling sun, 5 days, 284/1000. On the basis of the original 3-wheeled sun, a new 2-wheeled sun was instantly condensed. Li Suqing's beautiful eyes slowly widened, looking at the incredible scene in front of her with some disbelief. Condensing 2 great suns at once. How is this possible? This is the second time today that Li Suqing has experienced relatively large mood swings. There are many people who practice the golden crow falling sun art, and some of them are extremely talented in the eyes of others, but none of them can practice as fast as Chen Wang in front of him. What is going on? Li Suqing murmured. Chen Wang slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and a golden light flashed across his dark pupils. He happened to hear the whisper, so he smiled and said, "The world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders." Li Suqing rolled her eyes. Seeing that he didn't want to answer, she simply stopped asking and got straight to the point. "You and I are not enemies. We all have secrets. I won't spy on you, and I won't covet any treasures on you. So you can rest assured." Chen Wang was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Miss Li is generous. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 day left as agreed. You were in seclusion to comprehend the golden crow falling sun art, and your practice progressed very smoothly. After 2 years, your comprehending was completed. Golden crow falling sun skill experience plus 1383. Current exercises. Golden crow falling sun decision, 6 days, 667/1000. As the 6th dazzling sun was condensed with true energy, Chen Wang's golden crow falling sun art was officially completed and moved towards perfection. The blood is boiling. The surface of Chen Wang's skin had turned completely red, and after a moment, bursts of white smoke came out of his body. When the thick white smoke gradually dissipated, Chen Wang returned to normal. But suddenly, he opened up some kind of barrier in an instant, and his aura rose like a flood bursting through a dam. Qi and blood realm late stage. Fortunately, Li Suqing was already immune to this. Chen Wang had done things that were almost impossible in her eyes for several times in a row. Do you remember that about 10 days ago, when the two of them just met, this guy was only in the early stage of Qi and blood realm, right? Thinking of this, even Li Suqing, who was a calm person, couldn't help but be amazed in her heart. Of course, she remained expressionless on the surface. After Chen Wang calmed his Qi and blood, he stood up and stretched his body. There is one good thing about the panel's deduction. Even if your cultivation level improves rapidly, you won't feel the slightest bit empty. Instead, it will be as if you have really practiced hard for several years. Therefore, after improving his cultivation, Chen Wang did not need to adapt to the power. It was just when he first started practicing martial arts that he did not have a clear understanding of his own and others' strength. Chen Wang looked towards the direction of Bayun County. Let's go, it's time to pay the bill. Xianghua Lane in Bayun County is very small and was unknown in the past. Even some elderly people in the county had never heard of this place. But in the past 2 days, he has become completely famous. For some unknown reason, all the government officials who were supposed to go into the mountains to hunt down Chen Wang were called back. Afterwards, 30 people were divided into groups to guard the Xianghua Lane without blind spots for 12 hours, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. If people in the alley have no food at home, they can inform the official. Of course, most of the food that was finally delivered was pig food, which was cheap and almost tasteless. If they were lucky enough to have leftovers, it would be a rare feast for the people in Xianghua Lane. Do you think Chen Wang dares to come? If that little bastard dares to come, I will stare at him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. With our attitude, I guarantee that he will never return. Only a fool would come back. Although I hate that little bastard, after all, he made me live in the open air for so long, but unless he has a brain injury, he probably won't come back. What if he really doesn't come? Send everyone in this alley to the tiger tribe to stabilize Hu Quan Yuan. When has your words ever been false? That's right. The two clerks in charge of guarding the gate of Xiangua Lane were chatting idly. Compared to the previous days, I feel a lot more relaxed now. At least I can go down the mountain and I don't have to be punished by the county magistrate. Just as the two clerks were joking, Guanling, dressed in a black robe, came slowly over, with the people on his left and right both half a step behind. Under a county magistrate, there is a chief clerk for civil affairs and a county lieutenant for military affairs, and both are by his side. Grown-ups. The two clerks hurriedly saluted Guanling. Guanling tied up his white hair today and looked energetic. He just nodded slightly and walked into Xiangua Lane with two subordinates. At this time, in a small alley, people from almost every household came out after hearing the noise, and some couldn't help but cry out in injustice when they saw Guanling. He claimed that he had nothing to do with Qin Wang over the years, and that they had even had some trivial conflicts in their early years, so the two sides were half enemies. Some people remained silent and looked at Guanling with a stern face. Among them, Zhou Fuwen's family is the most prominent. Because compared to other families, the Zhou family has a martial artist in the middle stage of the Qi and blood realm who is always at home to take care of and monitor the family. The reason was simple. He was afraid that Qin Wang would sneak in and take the person away. At this time, Zhou Fuwen and Wang Lian's family were staring at Guanling with hatred in their eyes, and they had long since disregarded life and death. Guanling ignored this and turned to look at the county lieutenant Lu Ran. Where are the people from the Xiao family? Zhao Qingyue, Zhao Tingfeng, and other warriors are on their way here. Lu Ran is a rugged man with a sturdy build and a thick beard, but his voice is extremely delicate, even a little feminine. Guanling nodded and looked at the chief clerk. Now is the last day. If Qin Wang shows up, it can only be today. At least half of the Qi and blood realm warriors of the Xiao family must come to ensure that this matter is foolproof. The chief clerk nodded repeatedly, and at the same time he was a little indignant. The Zhou family really doesn't know what's good for them. They have offered such generous conditions, but they are unwilling to send people to help. Are they hoping that our government office will be destroyed by Hu Quan Yuan before they regret it? Bang. Without any warning, Guanling slapped the chief clerk in the face, making the latter see stars. He dared not say a word and was slapped repeatedly. Asshole, who gave you the guts to call Uncle Hu by his name? At this moment, Zhao Qingyue, the head of the Zhao family, walked in with a sloppy middle-aged man who was so skinny that he didn't look like a warrior at all. Master Guan, things are about to be done. Don't be angry. Just watch the show carefully. The head coach of the Zhao family, Zhao Tingfeng, is also Zhao Heng's master and a martial artist in the late Qi and blood realm. Finally here. Guanling breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The two sides began to chat and laugh in the narrow alley. 2 hours passed and the sun was about to set. There was still no sign of Qin Wang. It seems that we have overestimated the status of the Zhou family. Zhao Qingyue sighed lightly. Guanling's face was even gloomier than before. He sneered as he glanced at the people in the alley and said, if you want to blame someone, blame that little bastard Qin Wang. If he hadn't caused any trouble, if he had chosen to show up this time, you wouldn't have suffered the disaster you are facing today. Come here, escort all the people in Xiangua Lane to the government prison and send them to the mountain on a chosen day. There is a new mine that has just been developed and they need manpower. There was silence and no one responded. As the magistrate of a place, Guanling personally issued orders, and many people should have responded. But it was surprisingly quiet. The county lieutenants Lu Ran and Zhao Tingfeng beside him suddenly became nervous, as if they had discovered something terrible. Qin Wang, dressed in cloth, did not appear from the main gate, but walked out of Zhou Fuwen's house. In his hand, he was holding a bloody head, with eyes wide open, as if he had died with his eyes wide open. He probably didn't even realize how he died. At this time, Guanling and Zhao Qingyue finally reacted. Among them, Zhao Qingyue himself is a martial arts genius. If he has to manage his family, he would probably need 2 great men in the Qi and blood realm to easily suppress the county government. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement while the expert watches the details. Zhao Qingyue is certainly an expert, but because of this, his mind is now blank. Not only did Qin Wang walk in silently, he also killed a Qi and Blood Realm mid-stage warrior. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingyue couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No, he absolutely couldn't let this kid get away today. Once he is allowed to leave safely, he will never have peace unless Zhao Tingfeng stays by his side day and night. Master Guan, Master Xiao, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look thinner and thinner. Chen Wang didn't even look at the head in his hand. He gently threw it up and kicked it out like a ball. Zhao Tingfeng, take action. The skinny man twisted his arms, his eyes were gloomy, his legs were slightly bent, and then he leaped out like a spring. In the eyes of others, it is like a dark shadow that cannot be captured. Zhao Tingfeng smashed the flying head to pieces with a slap, continued to rush forward, clenched his 5 fingers, and threw a punch. True Yang fist. Chen Wang sneered, and instead of drawing his knife, he punched as well. It was the same True Yang fist technique. 2 fists filled with fire clashed with each other. The people around him stepped back, their faces filled with horror. The next moment, in a situation that seemed evenly matched, one person suddenly flew backwards. It's Zhao Tingfeng. The Xiao family's head coach was able to land on his feet several feet away, but he still slid backwards a distance, leaving behind 2 trenches that were emitting white smoke. The blood in his arm suddenly stagnated for a moment, and a feeling of numbness swept over him, making Zhao Tingfeng's face even uglier. He also had a chance to kill a man in the middle stage of Qi and Blood Realm silently. He thought he could at least fight him on equal terms, but he never expected to be suppressed at the very beginning. And it seems that the opponent's True Yang fist seems to be more advanced than the Xiao family's own people. There is an old man in the mansion who specializes in practicing Jin Yang fist. He has devoted most of his life to this set of boxing, but in terms of attainments, he is still a little weaker than Chen Wang. How is this possible? How long has it been since he learned the True Yang fist? Even if he had been practicing since his mother's womb, he shouldn't be so abnormal. Chen Wang rarely pursued the victory, but slowly retracted his fist. This Jin Yang fist, I am your ancestor. As soon as these words came out, not only Zhao Tingfeng, who had been immersed in martial arts for most of his life, but also Zhao Qingyue's veins popped out. Chen Xiaoer, don't be arrogant. Since you dare to come, don't even think about leaving alive. Following Zhao Qingyue's order, nearly 10 Qi and Blood Realm warriors appeared from all directions and surrounded Chen Wang. Guanling also hated Chen Wang to the core, and waved his sleeves fiercely. Everyone, come at me. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so constables from the county government rushed forward resolutely even though they were afraid. The 2 leaders, Zhao Tingfeng and the county lieutenant Lu Ran, attacked from both sides with their fists and swords. Chen Wang took 2 steps back, blocked Lu Ran's swordsmanship with his steel knife, kicked Zhao Tingfeng away with 1 foot, and then freed his hand to repel Lu Ran with a palm. The mob that followed closely behind were hacked at by Chen Wang with a knife, with every blow aimed at a vital part, in an effort to kill the enemy with 1 strike. At the very least, your limbs will be broken and your cultivation will be wasted. The so-called martial artist in the Qi and Blood Realm was like paper in front of Chen Wang. During this period, Zhao Tingfeng and Lu Ran kept looking for opportunities to launch sneak attacks from the side. However, Chen Wang managed to avoid danger every time. But no one knew that this was just an appearance. In fact, Chen Wang just didn't have the time to kill these 2 people. The small alley was filled with blood-red fog, and countless screams were heard one after another. The people living in the alley had already fled back home and closed their doors. Some people who had never seen such a scene retched repeatedly after seeing the tragic scene. I hope nothing happens to Kid Chen. Wang Lian was worried as she listened to the sounds of fighting outside. Zhou Fuwen sighed and said, "This is all our fault. If I had known this would happen, I would have ended my worthless life right here and now. Now I've implicated Chen Wang." Alas. Half a quarter of an hour passed. The alley was paved with a shallow river of blood. Guanling took advantage of the chaos to walk out of the alley. He stood on the main road outside, staring inside with wide eyes, his body shaking uncontrollably. It's so miserable. When did Chen Wang acquire such strength? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were only at the initial stage of Qi and Blood realm? Why is it that even after joining forces with the Xiao family, he still hasn't gained any advantage? In the alley, all the warriors in the Qi and Blood realm, without exception, suffered some casualties. For those who are dead, everything is over. For those who are alive, all their cultivation is lost. At this moment, Chen Wang was covered in snow, and his long black hair had turned blood red and fell naturally on his back. The steel knife in his hand had been twisted and deformed, but the blood on the blade still continued to flow down and drip onto the ground. Chen Wang's breathing was slightly disordered. He threw away the knife in his hand, picked up a new steel knife, and looked forward. Zhao Tingfeng and Lu Ren blocked his way on the left and right. The two men looked solemn, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Fortunately, both of them were attacked from the side in the previous decisive battle, and their injuries were not serious, and their combat effectiveness was not affected. Lu Ran said in a deep voice, "Brother Xiao, this guy is already exhausted, you and I should attack at the same time and capture him alive." "That makes sense." Zhao Tingfeng thought about it, agreed with it, and nodded heavily. The battle just now was fierce. Although Chen Wang was able to defeat the enemy with ease, he is definitely not in as good condition as before. This is an opportunity. On second thought, this is really terrifying. A genius like Chen Wang could appear in such a small Bayun county. If they let it develop for another year or two, even if the two of them joined forces, they would probably not be a match for Chen Wang. Zhao Tingfeng was still frightened, but at the same time he felt relieved. There was still a chance to capture Chen Wang, and it was not too late. After all, how can a genius who cannot grow be considered a genius? Chen Wang didn't even look at the corpses on the ground, and slowly walked forward on the blood-stained snow. As the two were talking, he bent down slightly, and his body turned into a ray of rainbow light that shot straight forward. It's just the last gasp of a spent force. Your breath is already disordered. The two strongest warriors in the county shouted in unison and advanced instead of retreating. Fist against fist, knife against knife. Chen Wang is still so straightforward. His eyes were surprisingly calm, and there was no emotion in those dark pupils. Zhao Tingfeng's face changed drastically, and his arms were torn apart by Chen Wang's fist. At the same time, Lu Ran had a similar expression. Although both sides were using steel knives, his knife was cut off by the opponent's blade in an instant and chopped down. Lu Ran tried his best to dodge in a panic, but even so, Chen Wang's knife still took away his entire arm. Puff! The arms of both men disappeared in an instant. Chen Wang's movements were extremely swift, as if he had rehearsed them countless times in his mind. He put away the knife and chopped again, taking off the head of County Lieutenant Lu Ran with one blow. At the same time, he punched Zhao Tingfeng in the face, and the Xiao family's head coach suddenly fell to the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, the tip of a steel knife was already against his throat. You. Straight to the point. Cut it open again. The two heads were not far from Chen Wang. Now Chen Wang's combat power is comparable to that of a perfect Qi and Blood realm. Even if he is not in good condition, and the two men who have lost some of their fighting spirit are definitely not his opponents. Chen Wang, holding a steel knife, slowly raised his head and looked at the two people outside the alley. At this moment, whether it was Zhao Qingyue or Guan Ling, even though they were in high positions and had seen many big scenes, they were still frightened. Chen Wang didn't say a word, but just silently moved forward with the knife in hand. Only in those silent eyes, there flashed a strong murderous intent. Stop. Stop him. Stop this lunatic for me. Guan Ling roared heartbreakingly. However, at this moment, where are the people belonging to Guan Ling? Those who are still alive have become waste. Even if one wants to, can one stop it? Compared to Guan Ling, Zhao Qingyue's character is a bit more resilient due to his martial arts training, and he is now a little more sober. He just moved his feet, a movement so subtle that it was hardly noticeable. But Chen Wang looked at him immediately and said, "You can give it a try." Zhao Qingyue sneered and said, "If I don't leave, will I die?" After saying this, the head of the Xiao family turned around and started walking without saying anything else. As expected of a martial artist at the Qi and Blood realm, even though his fighting ability is average, his running speed is not slow at all. But soon, Zhao Qingyue felt a flash before his eyes, and the young man in blood-stained clothes was already standing in front of him. What followed was the steel knife used by Yamen runners, and it was already placed on his neck. Try again. Chen Wang smiled calmly for the first time. Zhao Qingyue's face twitched, his body stiffened, and he stared at Chen Wang. If you kill someone like this, you will be retaliated against in the future. No answer. Chen Wang cut off the head of the Xiao family patriarch with a knife, patted the headless corpse on the shoulder, and then spoke, "You are the ones who have achieved the truth in treating human life as worthless. How dare you talk about killing in front of me?" Chen Wang and Guanling looked at each other. The latter staggered back a few steps, sat down on the ground, and said in a trembling voice, "Chen Wang, I am the magistrate of Bayun County. If a commoner kills an official, there will be no place for you in Qi State." Guanling's eyes flashed, and Chen Wang, who was several feet away a second ago, appeared in front of him. He stretched out his hand, loosened his 5 fingers and placed them on the top of the head of the local official, and said condescendingly, "Who told you about my whereabouts?" "It seems to be Li Hui." Guanling told the truth without hesitation, and then hugged Chen Wang's calf. "Let me go, I know I was wrong, I will do my best in the future, and this incident will not happen again." Of course Chen Wang knew who this Li Hui was. One of the herbalists that day. Now that Chen Wang had a target, he no longer hesitated. He smashed Guanling's head with a slap and shook off the sticky blood on his hands. Guanling, who thought he had a chance to survive the moment before, didn't know how he died and died just like that. The few remaining county police chiefs in Xiangua Lane were all horrified when they saw this scene. Crazy, this must be a madman. He even dared to kill the magistrate of a place. They dared to be angry but not to speak out, and now have become useless people, not much different from ordinary people. Chen Wang didn't even look at these small fry. The work here had been done, but the bill was not completely settled yet. By the time Chen Wang left Xiangua Lane, the neighbors' minds had already gone blank, and they just felt that this was all very dreamy. Over the years, the people of Bayun County have been oppressed to the point of having no temper at all, and have long been disheartened. At this moment, I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, can anyone really overthrow the rule of the county government by force? A graceful figure appeared silently on the roof of Chen Wang's house. She saw everything from beginning to end. Li Suqing. She looked calm, and had no sympathy for the miserable state of the captain at her feet. These people deserve death. The greater the ability to benefit others, but also the greater the ability to harm others. These people belong to the latter. Originally, Li Suqing wanted to stop Chen Wang and kill Guanling at the last moment, but gave up in the end. For a person like this, it's already a bargain to die like this. Li Suqing put her hands behind her back, her plain skirt fluttering in the wind. Unconsciously, her extraordinary temperament became more and more obvious. Then she looked in the direction of the 10,000 mountains, and did not look away after a long time. Today, she will not stop Chen Wang from doing anything. But anyone who dares to touch Chen Wang is seeking death. In fact, Li Suqing's injuries had healed 2 days ago, but she just didn't want Chen Wang to know it for the time being. On the other side, Chen Wang walked straight to Li Hui's home. Li Hui is neither far nor close to Xiangua Lane, but due to the lack of information, the situation in Xiangua Lane has not yet spread. There was nothing that could be done. Looking at the attitude of the government, as it concerned their lives and property, everyone was able to distinguish between the important and the unimportant. They all closed their doors and stayed at home, neither peeking nor spreading the news. "Husband, how do you think Chen Wang is doing now?" A plain-looking woman asked softly while holding her 10-year-old son. Li Hui was holding a wine bowl and drinking wine in big gulps. Hearing this, he said without hesitation, "What else can we do? With Master Guan's attitude, tell me, who in Bayun County can stop him?" "Dad, Mom, as long as that person dies, will the money really be ours?" asked the son. Li Hui laughed and patted his son's head. "Stinky boy, it turns out that you also understand this principle. As long as Chen Wang is alive, I can't eat or sleep well, for fear that he will come to my doorstep one day. Only if he dies, the 500 coins will be safely in our pockets." The woman looked fierce and snorted coldly. Bang! Chen Wang kicked the door open without mercy, stepped over the threshold and walked into the house. This is not Xiangua Lane, and with such a loud noise, people around couldn't help but open their windows to watch. From a distance, they could see a bloody man breaking into Li Hui's house. The woman screamed and stood up frightened by the men in front of her. Li Hui was relatively calm, holding the wine bowl and slowly stood up. "Who are you?" Chen Wang lowered his head and took only one step to come in front of Li Hui in an instant. He said calmly, "You took the silver and didn't recognize me." When Li Hui heard this voice, his heart was shocked. "Are you Chen Wang?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wang had already grabbed his neck and slowly lifted him up. "Have you spent all your money? Let my men go." The woman was so bold when she heard that it was a human and not a ghost that she stepped forward and asked, "I don't know how you escaped, but if you dare to stay, Lord Guan's men will be here soon." "Shut up." Li Hui, who was full of fear in his heart, couldn't help but shout, and his eyes changed at the same time. The woman's tone softened immediately. "Our family depends on this man for a living. If he dies, how will we live? Please, sir, be magnanimous and spare us this time. After all, you are not in danger this time. We only took 500 coins. If you want, we can even give you the money. Delay time. Now the only thing we can do is to give in and wait for Lord Guan to arrive, then things will start to turn around." This was exactly what Li Hui's eyes implied before. The woman was secretly calculating in her mind. Crack. At this moment, Chen Wang exerted a little force. Li Hui, who originally had a kind expression, suddenly had his eyes rolled back, his head tilted, and he died on the spot. This sudden scene left the woman stunned. She didn't expect the other party to kill without saying a word. Chen Wang casually left Li Hui's body behind and said calmly, "Without him to support our livelihood, will you also go down? I'm going to kill you." At this moment, the 10-year-old son rushed out of the kitchen, holding the handle of the kitchen knife with both hands, with boundless hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. He leaped up and chopped at Chen Wang's head. Chen Wang casually snatched the kitchen knife from the child's hand and stabbed the child with another knife. The child fell in a pool of blood. No procrastination. The woman's eyes were dull. In just a few breaths, the family was broken up and the people died. Chen Wang looked at the kitchen knife in his hand and threw it in front of the woman. "I'm too lazy to do it. Why don't you commit suicide and be decent?" But the woman picked up the kitchen knife without saying a word and attacked Chen Wang fiercely. Then he was beaten to death by Chen Wang. When the spring breeze blows, new life will come. Cut the grass to remove the roots. This is true. But originally Chen Wang just wanted to kill Li Hui. As for the others, as long as they didn't get involved and gave them a chance to catch up, what would happen? It's a pity that these two people are determined to seek death. If anyone dares to kill him, then if he cannot be killed, he will be considered the murderer. Chen Wang couldn't help but think of what the woman had just said about not being in crisis, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. If he didn't have the ability, would he still be standing like this today? After he loses and dies, the people in Xiangua Lane will most likely be sent to the tiger's mouth because of this betrayal. Walking out of the door, Chen Wang stood on the street, ignoring the eyes of people around him, and walked straight towards home. The world is finally quiet. Push the door and go in. Li Suqing, dressed in a plain dress, sat on his simple bed. At the door was Chen Wang, covered in blood. One was clean as a bead, while the other had blood that hadn't dried yet. If you looked closely, it was still slowly flowing down. Looking at Chen Wang, Li Suqing sighed softly. Originally, that mother and son could have survived. Chen Wang looked calm. "I thought so at first, but I changed my mind later. In front of me, there is a gambling table. Anyone who dares to gamble with me with his life should be prepared to lose his life at any time." They came to the gambling table on their own. "Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill him. It's a very simple truth." Li Suqing pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. "Didn't you say you are a good person? A person who is only nice to himself is not a good person." Chen Wang did not feel restrained because Li Suqing was at home. After saying this, he took a new piece of clothing and went to another room to clean the blood stains on his body. Li Suqing stood there in a daze. How could this be the explanation for being a good person? By the time Li Suqing came to her senses, Chen Wang had already washed himself, changed into clean clothes, and was about to go out again. Where are you going? I'm going to the Xiao family. Do you want to kill more people? Whether I kill someone next or not depends on the Xiao family. As long as they talk to me politely, I am willing to talk to them politely. Otherwise, why would I come back to change clothes? So what are you going to do? Bill, please. After saying the word pay the bill, Chen Wang had already walked out of the door, and the many constables and Zhao family members who were originally lying in Xiangua Lane had also evacuated, leaving only a scarlet scene. Li Suqing hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. Of course, he was not trying to stop Chen Wang. He was just a little curious. If he went to the Zhao family at this time, what else could he do except fighting and killing? Given the grudge between him and the Xiao family, it would be a blessing if they didn't meet and fight each other. How could they sit down and have a good talk? Of course, since Li Suqing has made her decision, she will never regret it, and will not stop it even if Chen Wang starts a massacre in the Xiao family again. Just treat it as a major reshuffle of Bayun County. Besides, in her opinion, the more people Chen Wang kills, the narrower his path will be, and she can show him a way. A sunny road. Zhao Qingyue's death left the Zhao family leaderless. As soon as the news came back, the family's top leaders gathered in the lobby. In addition to the uncle who is about the same age as Zhao Qingyue, there is also a handsome young man who occupies the main seat. Zhao Qingyue has two legitimate sons. Zhao Heng is the second son, and the person in front of him is Zhao Qingyue's eldest son. His name is Zhao Xuan. As Zhao Qingyue's designated successor, there was no doubt that Zhao Xuan was sitting in the highest position at this time. Even if there were some old people who had ulterior motives towards this position, they would not dare to stir up family infighting at such a critical moment. If you go against the trend, the biggest possibility is that you will lose and die, and at the same time, you will lose the foundation built by generations of the Zhao family and become the eternal sinner of the family. Just as the discussion in the hall was getting more intense, a servant of the Zhao family almost crawled into the hall, kneeling on the ground with his head touching the ground. Master, Chen Wang is at the door. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was originally spitting all over the place immediately looked at the servant, and the atmosphere suddenly fell to the bottom, filled with gloom. Zhao Xuan looked pale, but still calm. Let him in. Someone immediately got angry and retorted, Xiao Wen, you are confused. Letting Chen Wang in at this time is like inviting a wolf into the house. Aren't we just lambs to be slaughtered? Zhao Xuan was so angry that his face turned red, and he wanted to slap the two uncles who were talking in the face. Could it be that all the time in retirement has damaged your brain? With Chen Wang's ability, what difference does it make whether we stop him or not? He didn't come in directly, which proves that there is still room for maneuver. Let's go and bring him in. Zhao Xuan waved his hand and secretly decided in his heart that the only way to preserve the family business passed down by his ancestors was to compromise and keep the peace. He is willing to do it no matter what the cost. I don't even expect to turn hostility into friendship, as long as the grudges between the two sides are wiped out from now on. These days, he has privately inquired about the news about Chen Wang. He has made breakthroughs in just over 10 days. The Zhao family cannot defeat such a person. Chen Wang will definitely become a giant in the future. Zhao Xuan has given up the idea of revenge. He knows his own limitations and doesn't have the ability to do it. Fourth uncle, seventh uncle, you guys go down first. These two people are impulsive and hate Chen Wang to the core. If they stay at the scene, they might cause a big trouble. As soon as the two elders left, Chen Wang arrived. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Wang said nothing. The steel knife in his hand was instantly unsheathed. He flashed to Zhao Xuan's side and placed the knife on the latter's head. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at Chen Wang nervously. Zhao Xuan smiled bitterly. It is our Zhao family that is at fault in this matter. If Brother Chen wants to beat or kill you, just do it. Chen Wang frowned. He knew that this guy was pretending, but that was precisely why he felt strange. Zhao Qingyue and Zhao Heng, father and son, are actually connected with this sensible young master Xiao in front of them. He didn't want to kill anyone in the first place. The reason he did it was just to intimidate the other party so that he would watch his mouth and talk in a friendly manner next time. Since Zhao Shuwen is so sensible, this step can be skipped. Chen Wang sheathed his sword and said straight to the point, "Take me to your Xiao family's armory." Zhao Shuwen forced a smile and said, "Although the martial arts of the Xiao family are low, they are far inferior to Brother Chen's, but if there is anything that Brother Chen likes, feel free to take it." Very reasonable. Chen Wang nodded secretly. Zhao Shuwen did not let anyone act as a guide, but did it himself, which showed his sincerity. After all, as long as Chen Wang was slightly unhappy, it would be too easy to kill him, an ordinary man who was powerless. Under the leadership of Zhao Shuwen, Chen Wang walked into the Xiao family's armory. In the final analysis, the Xiao family can only be regarded as a business family. Their main focus is making money, not practicing martial arts. Therefore, the martial arts stored in the armory were much less than Chen Wang had imagined. But it's enough. This book, 12 Steps to Move, is pretty good. I'll take it. This book, Mysterious Sword Technique, is quite interesting. After careful selection, Chen Wang finally took the martial arts he liked from the 28 martial arts in the armory. Chen Wang has very high standards and will not choose anything that does not suit his taste. So when I finally went out, I just packed some of them in a basket, a total of 27 books. Zhao Shuwen looked at the empty bookshelf and fell into deep thought. He accidentally discovered that there was another book left. His eyes suddenly lit up. He went forward to take a look, and his face turned bad again. True Yang Fist. Chen Wang, who had returned with a full load, patted the eldest son of the Xiao family on the shoulder and said, "Since Brother Xiao is so sensible, I will give you a word of advice." "What?" "Even if you expose the resentment you have been suppressing in your heart, I will not care about you. But if one day you want to turn this resentment into action, you'd better consider whether the Xiao family can withstand a second heavy blow." Zhao Shuwen watched Chen Wang leave, his mind full of thoughts, and in the end he could only smile bitterly. Li Suqing walked side by side with Chen Wang on the street, glanced at the basket the latter was carrying, and said helplessly, "You went to the Xiao family just for this?" "What else?" "The same set of martial arts from a big family will be reproduced in several styles. If you think that this can cut off the Xiao family's martial arts path, then you are thinking too simply," Li Suqing said quietly. Chen Wang had a blank expression on his face. "I know, but I didn't learn these martial arts for this reason. I just wanted to practice them." After hearing this, Li Suqing curled her lips and turned to look at him. "Are you kidding? These 20-odd martial arts, although all methods have something in common, are still a huge project, time-consuming and laborious, and will only end up with more losses than gains." Chen Wang shrugged and half-jokingly said, "I can't help it. My family has been poor since I was a child and I have never seen the world. If Miss Li could give me a few more good martial arts, I wouldn't have to be so desperate." Of course, the real reason is the panel. If there were no panel, with Chen Wang's physical qualifications, it would take at least several decades to master more than 20 martial arts secrets, and he might not accomplish it until his death. With the help of the panel, it would only take him 1 or 2 months to fully master these martial arts, and maybe even move to a higher level. This body has some talent, at least compared to the warriors in Bayun County. But the world is too big and Bayun County is too small, so the original owner's qualifications are not good enough. Li Suqing said unhappily, "Your talent is not bad, but that's no reason for you to squander it. You're only ruining your future in martial arts." Chen Wang was too lazy to explain anything, and the fact that he had a panel was itself something he couldn't explain. He had already reached the door of his home. Chen Wang pushed it open and put a basket of martial arts secrets under the bed. He picked up one and started reading it. Li Suqing snatched the secret book, took out 2 martial arts books and threw them to Chen Wang. "If you want to practice, practice these." Chen Wang took a closer look and coughed twice without making any expression. "Is Miss Li's injury healed?" Li Suqing hummed and said nothing more. Originally, the two had agreed that the reward after the task was completed would be a martial art, but now they were given 2. Seeing that she had no regrets, Chen Wang accepted it with a smile and a clear conscience. Although there is no clear division between the martial arts in the world like the levels of warriors, the power of them varies greatly. The demon subduing sword technique that Chen Wang learned is the most basic sword technique, so it seems so rigid, while the true Yang Fist technique is relatively more advanced and more powerful. It's just that Chen Wang is used to using a knife, so he is fond of the demon-subduing sword technique. The reason why he went to the Xiao family was simply to expand his arsenal and learn a few more advanced martial arts. He never thought that the Xiao family was even poorer than he had imagined. Among the 28 martial arts books, only 3 were roughly at the same level as the Xinyang fist, and the rest were rubbish. The effect of practicing these lowest-level martial arts on Chen Wang today is negligible, and can be almost ignored. Unless the number is superimposed, there will be some effect. But since he had made the trip, he couldn't go for nothing, so he decided to go all out and just treat it as annoyance to Zhao Xuan. Whether it was useful or not, he would take it first and see what happened. Maybe he would have time to practice it later. However, the 2 martial arts given by Li Suqing are completely different, and are even stronger and more advanced than the Xinyang fist. The Sea of Bitterness. 7 Steps on the Clouds. Chen Wang held one book in each hand and was very satisfied. Li Suqing suddenly said, "These 2 techniques are enough for you to practice for a while, so don't look at those rubbish below you." Chen Wang looked at Li Suqing, who subconsciously raised his head and chest. Chen Wang grinned, feeling secretly happy. Is this a rich woman? Chen Wang opened the secret book. The 7 Steps on Clouds is a physical skill used against enemies. It is circulated by the true qi, and when it is activated, it is as if white clouds appear under your feet. After it is fully developed, 1 step can cover more than 10 feet, and after 7 steps, it is already 100 feet away. It can be very effective when the enemy is caught by surprise. Just as Chen Wang looked at the second martial arts book, Li Suqing stood up and walked in front of him, asking, "Do you know why warriors' bodies are obviously inferior to those of demons of the same realm, but few are willing to work hard on their bodies?" Chen Wang shook his head blankly. "I really haven't figured it out. The main reason is that the original owner's starting point was too low and his vision was limited. Apart from some very basic things, he knew nothing else." Li Suqing smiled faintly for the first time, as if winning over Chen Wang was something that made her happy. Because perseverance and persistence are the most important for physical training, and talent is secondary. If you want to delve deeper into physical training martial arts, you have to rely on perseverance. Other than that, all other techniques are nonsense. Chen Wang understood everything instantly. This is similar to reading martial arts novels in the previous life. The righteous techniques are compared to body training methods, and the evil techniques are compared to normal martial arts. Compared with the evil techniques, the righteous techniques are slower to practice, and if you want to practice them to a deep level, you need to put in more effort. Chen Wang immediately saw through Li Suqing's little thoughts. He spent his energy on polishing his body, so he had no time to deal with those messy things. Of course, Chen Wang wouldn't say anything. After all, the other party was doing it for his own good. Li Suqing sat back in her original position. "Do you understand what I mean?" Chen Wang nodded slightly and changed the subject. "Miss Li, since your injury has healed, is that right?" Li Suqing had just sat down when she suddenly stood up again, furious. "Chen Wang, you are so good, you just took the bribe and then drove me away." Chen Wang sighed. "That's not the case, it's just that I can't let strangers live in my house." "Stranger?" Li Suqing laughed out of anger. Just as she was about to retort, she realized the hidden meaning of Chen Wang's words. "Li Suqing, you are from the imperial court, right?" There was a moment of silence in the room. Finally, Li Suqing asked, "When did you find out?" "Right now," Chen Wang said seriously. Li Suqing's beautiful eyes widened. "Are you trying to trick me? Since Miss Li is a member of the imperial court, why did she allow me to do what I did today?" "Chen Wang, have you heard of the Demon Suppression Division?" Chen Wang suddenly came to his senses. The Demon Suppression Division. Li Suqing is from the Demon Suppression Department. That's right. I'm from the Demon Suppression Bureau, and I have recovered my strength 2 days ago. I just wanted to take a look at you on a whim. Now you have killed a county magistrate. According to the laws of Qi, it is a capital crime. Li Suqing said in a deep voice. Chen Wang shrugged his shoulders. He already knew all about this and had already made plans. That means leaving your homeland and running to another country. Qi is not the only country in the world. If I am not welcome here, there are other places that will welcome me. Join the Demon Suppression Division, and I can help you cover up everything in Bayun County. After all, there are reasons for everything, and I personally don't blame you. At this time, Li Suqing's purpose was already very clear. So they are trying to recruit people. Chen Wang muttered to himself. Li Suqing suddenly smiled and said, Chen Wang, in the name of the Demon Slayer General of Fengsha County of Suizhou Demon Suppression Division, I formally invite you to join our Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division kills the Demon General. Even Chen Wang was moved after hearing these words. Few people knew the name of the chief clerk of Bayun County, only his surname was Qian, so whether it was the common people or the clerks in the government office, they would call him Lord Qian when they met him. Of yesterday's disaster, the worst hit was the county government. Most of the police chiefs in the government are either dead or injured, and not even a decent Qi and Blood Realm warrior is left. Because the county lieutenant and the magistrate had died, in a remote area like Bayun County, it would probably take at least a year or two for a new official to take office, so all affairs had to be handed over to this chief clerk. He has to be both a father and a mother, and be both civil and military. The key is to withstand the pressure of Chen Wang's revenge at any time. Yesterday, he, a scholar, took advantage of the chaos to escape. Regardless of whether Chen Wang felt that there was no direct grudge between them or had temporarily forgotten about him, he was able to save his life now. Master Qian, this is bad. Chen Wang wants to see you. Bah. I want you to go out and see him. The chief clerk who was reviewing the files in his seat trembled and almost threw the files in his hands away. He shouted angrily, "Can you stop scaring people in broad daylight?" It's true. The chief clerk's eyes were dull. At the gate of the county government office, Chen Wang neither went in nor left, but just stood at the door. Inside the door, there were a dozen yamen clerks holding sticks and trembling all over. Although they were showing this posture, if Chen Wang dared to take a step inside, all of them would immediately drop their weapons and run as far away as they could. Standing next to Chen Wang was Li Suqing, who was wearing a plain dress. It was hard to find such a beauty in such a small place. Under normal circumstances, many officials in the yamen would be itching to see her and would be ready to hold her hostage. But now, I really don't have that intention, and it's unknown whether I can survive. In the past, staying away from the imperial court was a major protection for them to collude with the demons, but now it has become a reliance for Chen Wang to do whatever he wants. From a distance, Chen Wang saw the chief clerk striding out and heading straight towards him. With the gait of a dragon and a tiger, he is so majestic and imposing. Just as Chen Wang was about to make a move, Lord Qian came running towards him, bending his legs and sliding on his knees for the last few steps. In the end, he hugged Chen Wang's thighs without saying a word, crying and sobbing. He didn't say anything, just cried hard. Chen Wang's face twitched. Why was it that whether it was the Xiao family's clerk or the county government's chief clerk, these two people at the helm were not normal? You get up first. I won't get up. If Master Chen doesn't forgive me, I won't get up. Who is whose master? This is simply the opposite of Tiangang. Li Suqing, who was standing nearby watching the show, couldn't help but turn her head away, unable to bear to watch. I won't kill you. Chen Wang said quickly. Your Excellency swears. The chief clerk still refused to get up and continued to demand more. This time Chen Wang did not say anything, but waves of energy and blood emanated from his body. The chief clerk, whose face was covered with snot and tears, stood up instantly and wiped his face fiercely with his sleeves. What do you want, sir? You guys beat me so hard yesterday that I need medicine. Here's the list. I want you to deliver it to my house before tonight. Chen Wang took out a piece of white paper and handed it over. The chief clerk took it and nodded without even looking at it, saying, Don't worry, your words are the words of the Lord. Chen Wang really didn't want to deal with this person, so he walked away with a gloomy face. The yamen clerk in the room swallowed his throat and thought, is this the problem? Although Lord Qian's solution is somewhat disrespectful, the result is good. Looking at Chen Wang's departing back, the chief clerk breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he had saved his life. That confused old man Guanling almost brought me down. Then he opened the white paper, looked at the densely packed words inside, and his scalp began to tingle. Your injuries are too severe, sir. That old villain Guanling was so cruel, he deserves to die. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Master Qian, the chief clerk, came carrying a basket full of medicinal herbs. The chief clerk of a local official personally runs errands for others, which shows his sincerity. Of course, Chen Wang didn't care about these details. Even if someone else came, as long as the things arrived, the feelings would be there. If the things didn't arrive, no matter who came, it would be useless. But in the eyes of the chief clerk, it was very different. Chen Wang was now a famous killing god in Bayun County. If you make the slightest mistake, you might lose your head. Those neighbors who used to dare to approach and chat with Chen Wang now only dare to stay away, especially those families who had previously tried hard to distance themselves from Chen Wang, who are now walking on thin ice. After seeing the chief clerk off, Chen Wang began to ponder. There are many chapters recorded in the Golden Crow Falling Sun decision, including the general outline chapter, the Qi refining chapter, the introductory chapter, and the auxiliary chapter. The auxiliary chapter uses medicine to assist practice, which has similar effects to demon pills. What Bayun County lacks the least is medicinal materials. After all, the Sichuan Mountains are rich in medicinal materials. If we talk about the largest medicinal materials industry, the county government is first and the Xiao family is second. I had already been to the Xiao family yesterday, so of course I have to go to the Yamen today. I can't favor one over the other. Chen Wang looked at the basket of precious medicinal herbs, his eyes brightened. This amount, if sold to the Xiao family, can be exchanged for several hundred taels of silver. Li Suqing rolled her eyes. Look at you, you're such a loser. Chen Wang didn't care about her. He had compiled this list of medicinal herbs according to the auxiliary chapter of the Golden Crow Falling Sun art. It would be helpful for his progress in cultivation. I hope I won't let him down. Chen Wang took out his bathtub and threw all the herbs into it. Is this 10 days worth of herbs? The more you put in, the better the effect. Li Suqing looked strange. If the medicinal effects are not fully absorbed, they will be lost and wasted quickly. You are a spendthrift. Chen Wang was too lazy to answer and just started working. After struggling for more than an hour, the water finally began to boil. Chen Wang took off his clothes. Li Suqing looked at it for a long time before quickly turning her head away. Chen Wang felt that she was looking at him, but he didn't think too much about it. He was more looking forward to the results of his subsequent practice. You began to retreat and comprehend the Golden Crow Falling Sun art. Your understanding of the technique has reached a superb level. Your practice went very smoothly, and you also prepared medicines to assist you. Your practice efficiency has greatly improved. After 1 year, your comprehendment is over. Golden Crow Falling Sun Decision Experience plus 1078. Current exercises. Golden Crow Falling Sun Decision, 8 days, 617/1000. It really works. Chen Wang opened his eyes, his face full of joy. At this time, the originally turbid water has become clear, and the medicinal effects have been completely absorbed. Although it is not as good as the demon pill, it is also very good to use this method when there is no demon pill. Tomorrow, the Golden Crow Falling Sun technique can be completed. Chen Wang changed his clothes and walked out of the room. Li Suqing was sitting on the bed with her back against the wall, her long white legs stretched out, holding a martial arts secret book in her hands, reading it with great interest. Almost at the same time, the two looked at each other. They both saw vigilance in each other's eyes. Boom. A fist force fell from the roof without warning, and the already fragile wooden house was directly shattered. Wood chips flew everywhere. Chen Wang's body crashed through the wooden wall of the house and landed on the small path in Xiangua Lane. You little bastard, you're pretty quick to react. If Yuan's fist can't kill you, then try mine. In the distance, under the moonlight, Huquan Yuan, with all 4 limbs on the ground, ran along the roof in a straight line, and suddenly pounced down. Chen Wang clenched his 5 fingers and punched out. The 2 figures suddenly separated. At this time, these uninvited guests appeared one after another, standing on the roofs of the houses on both sides, or at both ends of the path, surrounding him in the middle. Each of the majestic figures is filled with rich energy and blood. 6 great Qi and Blood Realm monsters. After many years, the Monster Suppression Division has become an indispensable part of the Qi state. Especially in the past 10 years, the status of the Demon Suppression Bureau has been continuously elevated because of the Demon Year, and its power has surpassed the group forces represented by civil and military officials. Someone once said that, looking at all the dynasties throughout history, the dynasty only lasts 300 years. After 300 years, it will either exist in name only or the dynasty will be completely replaced. However, the state of Qi has existed for nearly 300 years and is still in its heyday, with imperial power at the forefront, followed by the Demon Suppression Bureau. It seems that this saying has not come true in Qi state for 300 years. The Monster Suppression Bureau's recruitment criteria have always been simple. Except for those who already have the direct status of a martial arts sect, as long as they have the ability, they may be selected to join the Demon Suppression Bureau. Of course, the most legitimate way to get promoted is to be a runner in the local government's yamen. The Demon Suppression Division would inspect local government offices every 3 years, and if there were any outstanding martial arts prodigies among them, they would take them away. It can be said to be a step to heaven. But Chen Wang obviously belongs to the former. However, Chen Wang never imagined that Li Suqing was actually a demon-slaying general. Constable, captain of the police, captain, demon slayer, and chief. This is the level of the Demon Suppression Office. There are a total of 12 states in Qi State, and the Demon Suppression Office of each state is the first one. Each county city under it has a demon-slaying general. In other words, the number of demon generals slain in a state depends on the number of county towns there are. Suasia, where Chen Wang is located, has 3 county towns, which means that Li Suqing, who looks to be in his early 20s, is one of the 3. Finally, the most important point. The demon-slaying generals are at least warriors at the Qi High Realm. Li Suqing looked at Chen Wang's contemplative state expressionlessly and did not find it strange. Her identity was extremely secretive to begin with, and the weight of her identity as a demon slayer was indeed a bit heavy, so Chen Wang needed time to digest it. Let me think about it again. After a while, Chen Wang came back to his senses and said softly, "What are you still considering?" Li Suqing's face was full of disappointment. This guy still wanted to refuse. Those wandering warriors live with a knife hanging on their heads every day. I don't know how much they want such an opportunity. By joining the Demon Suppression Bureau, not only can one obtain a legitimate identity, but the Demon Suppression Bureau will also distribute rare treasures for practicing martial arts every month. The Demon Suppression Division is a good choice. I can go there, but not now. I still have grudges to take. What do you mean? Li Suqing frowned slightly. Chen Wang didn't say anything. Li Suqing understood what he meant. The demon from the 10,000 mountains. There is only this one bed in my house. How about you just bear with it and sleep on the floor? Chen Wang changed the subject and said, "How can you treat guests like this? And since you have already promised me, you are a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, and I am your boss." Li Suqing argued. "I don't talk about official business or my identity when I'm not in the Demon Suppression Bureau," Chen Wang said with a stern face. Finally, Chen Wang squatted at the door with his face covered. "There's no way, I can't beat him. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. 10,000 mountains. For bear monsters as big as hills and 2 relatively smaller tiger monsters walked side by side. The bear demon's surname is Yuan, and his name is relatively simple. The eldest is Yuan Na, the second is Yuan Wen, the third is Yuan Bing, the fourth is Yuan Xing, and the fifth is Yuan Si, who has died at the hands of Chen Wang. There are also the only remaining members of the Tiger clan, Hu Kuang Yuan and Hu Er. What if Lu Lauer doesn't agree this time?" Yuan Wen scratched the back of his head, looking unhappy. Yuan Na sneered, "Brother Hu, what do you think? It's very simple. If you want to stay out of trouble, you'd better pray that those behind us die. If we're not dead, we can turn around and kill those monkeys first." Obviously, Hu Kuang Yuan, who lost more brothers, was much more resentful than Yuan Na. In the cave ahead, 4 snow-white ape monsters slowly walked out carrying a large bed. On the big bed, which was 3 feet wide and 4 feet long, there was lying an even bigger ape demon with an old face, like an old man. It is fat and the silver-white hair on its body has gradually turned into golden color. The bear demon and his party stopped and watched the ape demon get up from the bed. Even though he was fat, his body was still flexible. He bounced lightly and landed on the ground without even raising any smoke. The leader of the ape demons is Lu Ji. Lu Ji said calmly, I know what you are here to do. Hu Kuan-Yuan snorted coldly, that would be better, so you don't have to waste your breath. You'd better think clearly. The strength of that little bastard Chen Huan has improved too fast. I have already received the news that the good-for-nothing Guan Ling is dead. If Chen Huan is allowed to continue to develop, we will die too. Lu Xiong sneered, you all want to die. I have no grudge against Chen Huang. If anyone is going to die, shouldn't you die first? At worst, I can just move on. If you don't want me here, I'll find another place that will. Hu Kuan-Yuan and Yuan looked at each other and saw murderous intent in each other's eyes. It's just not the right time yet. Lu Lauer, remember your choice today. I hope you won't regret it. After saying this, the tiger and bear tribes turned around and left without further delay. Compared with the bear and tiger tribes, when the ape demon came to Lu Xiong, he was the only one of the same generation, and the ones under his feet were his grandchildren. Therefore, the overall combat power of the ape tribe is relatively inferior to that of the other two tribes. But Lu Xiong's combat power, in terms of single combat, is the best among the three monsters. Ancestor, are we really not going to help? What they said makes sense. An ape demon couldn't help but ask. Lu Xiong picked up a piece of fruit and took a bite, sneering, why are you in such a hurry? Chen Huang is not a pushover, let these two guys deal with him first. Of course we have to go, but whether we want to help Yuan, Hu Kuan-Yuan, who are half of our own people, or kill them all together depends on the situation. You little brats need to watch and learn more. The next day, Chen Huang, who had been sleepless all night, read all the martial arts secrets of the Xiao family in one breath and temporarily saved them on the panel to prevent him from losing them when he needed them in the future. At the same time, Chen Huang also began to feel conflicted. I have spent several years comprehending the demon-subduing sword technique, and some new powers have been born in the sword technique. If I continue to comprehend it, I should have the opportunity to bring out new things in it. But now there are the bitter sea skill and the 7 steps on the clouds. In addition, the practice of golden crow falling sun art is also very important. It's totally not enough. Couldn't this panel be given a little more time? I'm afraid that what happened yesterday has already reached the ears of the 3 tribes. We must prepare as soon as possible. After much thought, I decided to put martial arts aside for now and focus on improving my realm first. You began to practice the golden crow falling sun art in seclusion. The settlement of yesterday's grievances made your mind suddenly clear, and your practice speed increased. After a year, your understanding ended. Golden Crow Falling Sun Decision Experience plus 872. Current exercises. Golden Crow Falling Sun Decision, 7 days, 539/1000. Is the speed of my cultivation related to my mood? Chen Huang thought to himself, this is great, I can consider saving it up on a day when I'm in a bad mood, and then use it all up when there is a bonus. But it's still not fast enough. If the 3 demon forces join forces, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. I have to find a faster way to improve. However, demon pills are hard to come by, and we can't just charge into the 10,000 mountains. Chen Huang muttered to himself and soon thought of a place. Li Suqing, who had woken up at some point, happened to see his face and felt something was wrong. Is this guy going to cause trouble again? Chen Huang's face was calm. He turned his wrist and looked around. Want to run? Yuan sneered. A layer of dirt condensed on his body, which was visible to the naked eye. It wrapped his entire body like a piece of armor. He leaped up and kicked down. Chen Huang crossed his arms in front of him, but was still kicked away by the powerful kick. Knife? Chen Huang asked. Soon, a steel knife flew out from Chen Huang's dilapidated home. Chen Huang, who was retreating continuously, reached out to catch the hilt of the knife. The steel knife was instantly unsheathed, and with one blow, he cut Yuan, who was behind him, in half. This demon, who was also in the late Qi and Blood realm, had no power to fight back against Chen Huang, and even died before he could react to Chen Huang's sword. You bastard, you dare to kill my brother. Yuan was shocked and angry at this time, and at the same time, he took advantage of the gap when Chen Wang was about to draw his sword and hit him with a palm. Chen Wang, who took the palm strike with his body, flew backwards, crashing through several stone walls and raising a cloud of dust. In the final analysis, Chen Wang is only in the late stage of Qi and Blood realm. In a one-on-one fight, he may not lose to Yuan Na, but the 5 surviving demons in the field are 2 perfect, 1 in the late stage, and 2 in the middle stage. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If Chen Wang wants to kill Yuan Na, he has to concentrate all his strength to do it. Now he has to pay attention to Hu Kuang-Yuan's actions. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, Chen Wang's disadvantage has become inevitable. Chen Wang's mind raced as he analyzed the current situation. This was the first time he had suffered a setback since he killed Zhao Heng. Fortunately, the ape demon clan did not come, otherwise I would have been in danger of death. Chen Wang walked out of the ruins, looked up at the sky, and rushed outside in a flash. Still want to run? Hu Kuang-Yuan's face was ferocious and he rushed forward with all his strength. The bear demon clan followed closely behind and chased after them. Chen Wang's speed is not bad, but Hu Kuang-Yuan is even faster. Suddenly, a voice rang in his heart. It was Li Suqing's voice. If you ask me, I can help you. Sister, if I can't handle it, just take action. I was too loud before. Chen Wang replied immediately. Li Suqing in the room was stunned for a moment. She had already imagined how Chen Wang would suffer for his pride. Considering this guy's character of being ruthless and not talkative in fights, it was very likely that he would not ask for help. She just wanted to make a few jokes. Anyway, no matter whether he begged or not, she would help in the end. With her around, Chen Wang would not die. This is the confidence of a warrior in the Qi High realm. What's the result? Why does he always play against the grain? Chen Wang, who had already run to the vicinity of the county gate at this time, naturally had no idea what Li Suqing was thinking. Boom. A figure fell in front of him, blocking his way completely. Chen Wang stopped suddenly, but a bear shadow suddenly appeared behind him, and veteran Sun Yuan Bing hit him in the back with a headbutt. A feeling like being pressed down by a mountain swept over him. Chen Wang planted his legs on the ground, standing still, but his face was gloomy to the extreme. Hu Lao Air followed closely behind and stepped on Chen Wang's shoulder. Snap. The stone slab under his feet shattered instantly, and Chen Wang's legs sank into it. Hu Kuang-Yuan threw another punch. Chen Wang chopped down with his sword. A ball of brilliant blue fire burst out, but Chen Wang's figure flew backwards in an instant, and the steel knife in his hand was bent beyond recognition. After sliding back more than 10 feet, Chen Wang threw away the scrap metal in his hand and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. The blacksmith who made the Yamen sword cut corners to enrich himself. Your sword for killing demons cannot kill demons. Hu Kuang-Yuan was very pleased and sneered. This little bastard dared to kill his compatriots, he deserves to be put to death. Chen Wang agreed for the first time, that's right, anything produced by the county government must be junk. Midnight is almost here. If you delay any longer, I will kill you. Chen Wang didn't think he would die. No matter how bad the situation gets, Li Suqing will take care of it. He temporarily used these beasts as whetstones. Under the gaze of the 6-headed demon, Chen Wang ran away without even looking back. A last-ditch struggle. Yuan Na sank his legs and turned into a phantom to chase after him. Hu Kuang-Yuan gathered his thoughts and said, the next attack must be a killing move. This little bastard is too evil. If I don't kill him quickly, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. In the suburbs, Chen Wang dragged his wounded body forward, with fists coming from the air behind him from time to time. Hu Air had caught up with him at some point, gathering his energy and blood in his hands, and punched him to kill. Give me back my brother's life. Chen Wang suddenly stopped, twisted his waist, and clasped his 5 fingers. True Yang Fist. Do you dare to compete with me in the same realm? Puff. Hu Lao's right arm, including the bones, was reduced to ashes by this punch. How is that possible? Hu Lao screamed. Chen Wang punched out for the second time and smashed its head without hesitation. But at the same time, Hu Kuang-Yuan, with red eyes, had arrived and his killing move went straight to Chen Wang's head. If this punch hits, Chen Wang, who has a human body, will definitely die. Chen Wang took a step sideways and turned his head, but was still hit on the shoulder by the huge fist. Snap. A sound of bones breaking was heard, and the bones in Chen Wang's right shoulder were instantly shattered. Chen Wang flew sideways and crashed directly into the mountain in the distance. Li Suqing had quietly arrived nearby, his expression somewhat solemn. At midnight, the perception points are refreshed. Finally it's here. Chen Wang was filled with rage. If he hadn't been lucky just now, he would have been dead long ago. At this time Yuan had already rushed over, grabbed Chen Wang's body and lifted him up. At this moment, Chen Wang had become a bloody man, and to outsiders he looked dying and half dead. I finally caught you, little bastard. You began to meditate in seclusion to comprehend the golden crow falling sun art. There were no obstacles during this time, and everything came naturally. Golden crow falling sun decision experience plus 699. Current exercises. Golden crow falling sun technique, 9 days, perfect. The chi and blood state is perfect. In an instant, 9 huge suns rose from Chen Wang's body, rushed out of his body, hung behind Chen Wang, and hovered motionless. The darkness around was instantly dispelled. A blood-stained hand gently placed on Yuanna's arm. Old beast, it's time for you to die. The words fell. Yuanna suddenly screamed, and the other demon's eyelids jumped. What was going on? This little bastard broke through. Chen Wang exerted a little force, and the bones in Yuanna's arm shattered instantly. As Yuanna loosened his hand, Chen Wang fell down, but in the middle of the fall he placed his palm on the former's face and pressed it down hard. Boom. A huge pit looked like a tiger or beast with its bloody mouth opened wide. Chen Wang kept moving, punching like rain, as if his shoulder injury was not there at all. Before the other demons could react, he had already punched dozens of times. The bear demon boss's head has been smashed into pieces. Chen Wang's figure suddenly disappeared, reversing his previous downward trend. These are all demon pills. This is great. Having entered the chi and blood realm, Chen Wang no longer concealed his aura, and his majestic chi and blood were released, showing everything. Behind him, 9 suns were hanging and shining, continuously supplying him with true energy. Chen Wang stood on Yuanna's huge corpse, looking at the demons that were rushing towards him with an indifferent expression. Huquan Yuan, who moved the fastest, arrived in front of him in an instant, and the claws on his palms suddenly stretched out, like a weapon stabbing forward. Chen Wang did not dodge or evade, but went straight forward, using the Zhenyang fist to meet the enemy. He first smashed the tiger claw completely, and then kneed Huquan Yuan in the chest, knocking him away. Hu Laoer and the other 2 bear monsters were stunned for a moment, and Chen Wang had already appeared behind the monsters and gave each of them a clean and neat punch. As expected, the 3 demons all had their heads exploded and died. Chen Wang moved quickly. So much so that Huquan Yuan, who was far away, couldn't even keep his body steady, and Chen Wang, who had already killed all the demons, chased after him. Looking at Chen Wang, whose aura was completely different from before, Huquan Yuan was shocked and angry. Even if his chi and blood realm was perfect, a human being should not have such terrifying power. The chest that had been hit by Chen Wang's knee had collapsed and its sternum was broken on the spot. Huquan Yuan's eyes blurred and Chen Wang appeared in front of him. A punch hit him right in the head. I have to say that compared to other monsters, Yuanna and Huquan Yuan, these 2 beasts, are really tough. Just like now, after one punch, Huquan Yuan's face just collapsed, and his huge body flew backwards into the distance, losing its former majesty, but that was all. Because he's not dead yet. For Chen Wang, there are only 2 states of opponents, dead or alive. The so-called serious injuries and damages mean that they are still alive. Since you are still alive, of course you should continue fighting. Beat until death. Even though he had lost all his brothers, Huquan Yuan no longer had the will to fight, and the hatred in his heart had disappeared. At this moment, he just wanted to survive. It's so scary. Huquan Yuan couldn't even tell which of the 2 sides was the demon. A human being, crushing demons in the same realm, what kind of monster is this? It forced itself to stand up, turned around and tried to leave. Boom. Chen Wang didn't even wait for the tiger brother to take a step. He fell from the air and stepped on the latter's head. Hu Kuan-Yuan's huge body collapsed with a loud bang. As the debris from the sky fell to the ground, the place finally fell silent. Chen Wang, whose body was covered in the blood of demons, looked around, and the 9 sons behind him returned to his body. Chen Wang touched his head, and fell to the ground with a bang, as if his body could not bear the weight. Li Suqing in the distance narrowed his eyes and prepared to show up. Perhaps it was because Chen Wang was concentrating on fighting the enemy, so her perception could not be very precise, but as a bystander, and based on her own realm, she knew that the demons still had a backup plan. Well, it's amazing that you broke through 9 days ago and reached the perfection of the Qi and blood realm. Besides, you begged me just now, so leave it to me from now on. Li Suqing was about to show up, but she noticed that Chen Wang's state seemed a little strange. After taking a closer look, she stamped her feet in anger. This guy. The fight spread from Xiangua Lane to the suburbs, and the noise was so loud that the lights in the houses that were originally dead silent were turned on. People living in the outskirts of Bayun County even witnessed Chen Wang's demon-slaying process with their own eyes. Just when everyone wanted to go out and take Chen Wang away, a loud voice instantly dispelled everyone's thoughts. What a great show, but unfortunately, the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Tonight, you are all just my Lu Xiong's wedding dress. 4 snow-white ape monsters appeared carrying a large bed. The big demon Lu Xiong stood on the big bed with his hands behind his back. His cultivation was so advanced that he had begun to take human form. He looked at the messy scene with extremely fiery eyes. The county government of Bayun County has become useless. The only 2 major forces in the Shawandishan Mountains that could secretly compete with it have been destroyed. Finally, Chen Wang, who was a great threat to him, was dying. It was a good time to kill him. When all 3 parties are dead, the tens of thousands of people in this remote Bayun County will be in his pocket. How could Lu Xiong not be ecstatic? The outcome has been decided. He had never expected such a perfect ending, but unexpectedly, God was on his side. Lu Xiong walked down to the ground and came in front of Chen Wang, ready to smash the latter's head to prevent any further trouble. Something strange happened. Chen Wang grabbed Lu Xiong's wrist. Lu Xiong's face changed drastically. He wanted to withdraw, but found that the opponent was stronger than him. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't break free. It's a trap. However, it was too late to understand now. Chen Wang supported himself and stood up with one hand, without letting go of Lu Xiong's hand. Among the 3 demon forces, you are the worst. You are indeed an ape demon that has taken on a human form. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiong screamed, quickly retreated, and was about to escape. It turned out that Lu Xiong, the leader of the 3 monsters, realized that the situation was not good, so he made a prompt decision and cut off one of his arms in order to survive. Since I pretended to be dead in order to lure you out, there is no reason for me to let you leave peacefully. Chen Wang turned into a streak of light and chased Lu Xiong straight ahead, knocking him to the ground with one punch. Even if Lu Xiong had all his limbs intact, he would not be a match for Chen Wang. Now that one of his arms is broken, he naturally doesn't even have the strength to fight back. After one punch, countless fist shadows followed. They exchanged blows, one punch after another. Soon, the ape demon leader was dead. After beating Lu Xiong to death, Chen Wang did not rush to take the demon pill, but killed the remaining 4 ape demons that had not yet reached the Qi and blood realm. By this time, all the demonic forces in Bayun County had been destroyed. It happened to be snowing heavily at this time. Chen Wang scooped up water with his hands and caught the falling snow. Soon, there was a handful of snow in his hands, which he wiped directly on his face to clean the blood. Finally, he slowly dug out the demon cores of the 6 demons. Li Suqing came to his side without knowing when. You pretended to be dead just now, are you betting that this ape monster is nearby? Chen Wang shook his head, I discovered it a long time ago. You were being chased and beaten at the time. Didn't you value your life very much? How could you be distracted in that situation? Fortunately, I always felt that it was the other person who died tonight. While Chen Wang was speaking, he had already dug out the last demon pill. Li Suqing asked, where do you get the confidence from? Chen Wang looked at her, you. The sudden word "you" made Li Suqing speechless, and at the same time she felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. I may not necessarily do it. You will. Chen Wang turned around and walked back to Bayun County. Li Suqing followed him and said, "Do you think you can't die just because I'm here? If the situation is too urgent, even I can't guarantee that I can save you 100%. Besides you, there is also me." Chen Wang said dimly, "This is what makes me confident, because I believe in myself, and of course I believe in you. After all, as a demon slayer, I will definitely do what I promised." Li Suqing was completely speechless. She found that she had never won the argument with this guy, so she simply stopped talking. Chen Wang did not return home immediately, but suddenly changed direction. "Where are you going?" Hu Laoer's body was taken there by Hu Kuangyuan. "I have to get the demon pill." Chen Wang was no longer sleepy after returning home. He simply squatted at the door, opened it, and watched the snow falling outside. The wind is very strong. There was also a big hole in the roof of the house, and white snow was falling continuously, some of which was piling up on the bed. Li Suqing couldn't sleep, so she just gave up and sat on the bed watching those low-level martial arts for entertainment. At this time, people living near the county rushed out of their homes despite the wind and snow to check the bodies of the monsters. After confirming that they were all dead, there was a brief silence, followed by cheers. 10 years. For 10 whole years, Bayun County suffered from oppression by the county magistrate and was regarded as food by demons. People were always worried that they would become food next time. And today, with Chen Wang smashing Lu Xiong's head, all this ended. At this time, Chen Wang had no idea that he had become a hero in the eyes of most people in Bayun County. Chen Wang just sat at the door in a daze, waiting until dawn. Uncle Zhou came over from home, holding a bowl of hot vegetarian noodles in his hand, and handed it to him. "I saw you sitting here when I went to sleep, and I still saw you sitting here when I woke up. Eat a bowl of noodles to warm yourself up." Chen Wang did not refuse. Zhou Fuwen turned around and went back to the house without mentioning a word about what happened last night. Throughout the whole day, people from Bayun County came one after another, bringing their own eggs, fruits, vegetables, etc., and everyone was in tears. But Chen Wang accepted them all. Anyway, the family was already struggling to make ends meet. He didn't steal or rob, it was a mutual consent. Soon, the small house was filled with all kinds of food. The last to arrive was Lord Qian, the chief clerk. "Xiao Qian, ask someone to help me repair the house later." Chen Wang stopped the chief clerk who was about to leave after giving the gift. The latter naturally would not say a word of refusal, but after thinking about it, he said, "Why do you want to repair it? I will give you a map later and point out where you want to live. I will make sure it is done for you within 1 day." Chen Wang just looked at him without saying anything. The chief clerk was also a man who knew how to read people's expressions. He instantly understood what Chen Wang meant. He quickly shut his mouth and left in a huff. "I think you should be okay in Bayun County." Li Suqing spoke only after seeing that there was no one around. "Well, I can go to the Demon Suppression Division with you anytime. Your right shoulder still needs healing. Since you've agreed, I won't be in a hurry. Just heal the injury first." Chen Wang glanced at the bandage on his right shoulder and nodded slightly. It has to be said that after all, it is a demon that has reached the perfect qi and blood realm. If a human body resists it head-on, it will most likely die. In other words, his realm was extraordinary. If it were someone else, he would have died before he could even break out of Xiangua Lane. Thinking of this, Chen Wang remembered the book of Bitter Sea Zongheng Gong given to him by Li Suqing. If he could master the Bitter Sea Zongheng technique, his body would truly be comparable to that of a demon. At midnight on the 3rd day, heavy snow fell for several days in a row and the temperature became even colder. Chen Wang and Li Suqing sat around the fire at home. The new year is coming. According to the customs of Qi State, people need to stay up all night on New Year's Eve. On the first day of the new year, the younger generation can ask the older generation for lucky money. Although the amount is not much, it has great meaning. The two people who were keeping watch sat opposite each other. The sound of firecrackers coming from outside dispelled the silence of the night. The festive atmosphere of the new year fills the entire Bayun County. The 11th year of Bai Zhe. Li Suqing murmured to herself, this is already the 11th year that demons have been wreaking havoc on the world. It's going so fast. Chen Wang asked, what is going on in Yaonian? There must be a reason behind the sudden emergence of so many demons. Over the years, people from the Demon Suppression Bureau have been investigating the factors behind this, but in the end, only one theory was slightly accepted. Li Suqing's eyes were slightly cold. Chen Wang waited quietly for the next step. The records of the world records the history of the world over the past 5,000 years. The changes of dynasties and the fall of families can all be mentioned in just one sentence of this book, but there is one word that appears frequently, almost every 500 years. At this point, Li Suqing paused before continuing, a big year. Big year? Chen Wang silently repeated it in his mind. For the common people, a good year is a year of bumper harvest. For the dynasty, a good year is a heyday when talents emerge in large numbers. So for the world, a good year. This is a huge change that hasn't happened in a century, similar to the rise of heroes in troubled times. In this era, both humans and demons will begin to enter a peak state that hasn't been seen in a century. Chen Wang almost blurted it out. Li Suqing nodded slightly. Although Chen Wang was born in this small place, at least he was not too stupid. Yes, this is the saying of the big year. The demon year is actually the beginning of this bumper year. It's just that the description of the demon year or the great year is very complicated and difficult to explain in a few words. If you are interested, you can read the books about it when you arrive at the Demon Suppression Bureau. Hearing this, Chen Wang knew that Li Suqing didn't want to say it. Although he didn't know the reason, he didn't ask any further. At this time, Chen Wang, perhaps you are one of the crops with the highest yield in this bumper year. Li Suqing said suddenly. Chen Wang was stunned. In great years, there would also be human geniuses rising up. Hearing this, Li Suqing seemed to regard him as one of those people. Seeing that he didn't refute, Li Suqing changed the subject, your injuries have almost recovered. We will set off on the 3rd day after the new year. You will first come with me to the demon-slaying mansion in Fengsha County, and then go to the Demon Suppression Division. Okay. The new year atmosphere comes and goes quickly. By the 3rd year of junior high school, Chen Wang no longer received any New Year's money. However, neighbors who had never given him red envelopes in previous years also started giving him New Year's money this year, and the amount was not small. Uncle Zhou's red envelope was not big, but he invited him and Li Suqing to have a reunion dinner. On the morning of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Chen Wang and Li Suqing went to the county government to borrow 2 horses. These are new clothes I knitted for you. You're going to be going out, so how can you be as casual as you are at home? Wang Lian handed Chen Wang a set of warm and thick clothes. They were not very good-looking, but they were clean. Watching the two leave, Wang Lian couldn't help but sigh. Miss Li is obviously the daughter of a wealthy family. Although I don't know how she came to this small place, Xiao Chen will not be bullied when she marries into the family in the future. Others might, but Miss Li definitely won't. Uncle Zhou said firmly. Chen Wang didn't know that just because he and Li Suqing were together, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Wang would make up so many stories. In his previous life, Chen Wang was a successful entrepreneur at a young age and had traveled to many places, including horseback riding. Of course, I wasn't that skilled, so I stumbled all the way, just like a novice. However, this time, Li Suqing did not take the opportunity to tease him for the first time. Instead, she patiently gave him guidance. Chen Wang had a good understanding and was soon able to ride a horse normally. After we pass the Sichuan Mountains and reach Pinglia County, we will change carriages. Yeah. Chen Wang responded indifferently. Qi State had a total of 12 states, and there were several county towns between the states. Among them, Bayun County, where Chen Wang was born, was under the jurisdiction of Fengsha County of Suizhou. It stands to reason that with this level of sophistication, every county would have a demon-slaying general guarding the demon-slaying mansion, and the local area would be basically peaceful. But in fact, this system can only be used in peacetime. Since the beginning of the demon year, the number of murders caused by demons has increased several times each year. Even the Demon Suppression Bureau cannot cope with such an increase. After all, there is a shortage of manpower, and no matter how many plans are made, they will be in vain. It is a full 300 miles from Pinglia County to Fengsha City. If an ordinary person has no tools and has to walk alone, it will take 7 or 8 days, and it is impossible to predict what they will encounter during the journey. The carriage was not big, but it was more than enough to accommodate Chen Wang and Li Suqing. They sat opposite each other with a little space between them. The official roads of Qi State were far from connecting all parts of the country, so they could only take the mountain roads temporarily. The driver was a martial artist at the Wutai realm and also a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Pinglia County is not surrounded by the 10,000 mountains. Even though it is closely adjacent to Bayun County on the map, the economic development of the two is not at the same level. The 7th day. It has been 5 days since we set out from Bayun County. During this period, Li Suqing had to go on some business, so she stayed in Pinglia County for 2 days, which also allowed Chen Wang to take a tour of Pinglia County. And these days, he has not used his enlightenment points, and they have been accumulating until today. With a thought, golden light gathered into a panel and appeared before his eyes. Current exercises. Golden Crow Falling Sun Technique, 9 days, perfect. Current martial arts. Demon Subduing Sword Technique, perfect, comprehended. True Yang Fist, perfection, enlightenment. Bitter Sea Horizontal Skill, not yet entered. 7 Steps on the Clouds, not yet entered. Current Perception Point, 9 points. You began to retreat and comprehend the Bitter Sea Zongheng Gong. Physical cultivation depends on daily accumulation, but you thought of the demon's physical body and became thoughtful. You conjured up the demon that died in your hands to visualize it. With a sudden inspiration, you seemed to have some enlightenment. After a year, your understanding ended. Bitter Sea Horizontal Skill Experience plus 431. Bitter Sea Horizontal Skill, Minor Success, 131/1000. The experience points gained from 1 year of practice are much less than those from the Demon Subduing Sword and True Yang Fist. Wait, what the hell? The proficiency of this martial art is different from that of the Demon Subduing Blade and True Yang Fist. Doesn't it only take 500 experience points to go from minor success to major success? Chen Wang cursed secretly. Although the physical body technique itself was of a high grade and required a lot of hard work, it shouldn't be so slow, right? In the past, it only took about 2,000 experience points to go from entry level to perfection, and 3 years to complete. Now it is estimated that it takes 3,000 experience points to start, and the experience points gained each year will be even less. The talent of this body is too poor. However, even though he cursed, Chen Wang did not show any emotion on the surface. Being able to give him such a panel is already not much more to ask for, let alone a few more years. For him, it was just a few more days. Collect your thoughts and continue practicing. You began to retreat and comprehend the 7 steps of treading clouds. This time you took a demon pill. You seem to have a natural affinity with the 7 steps of treading clouds, as if they were tailor-made for you. Your practice went quite smoothly and very quickly. 2 years later, the comprehending was over. Experience of 7 steps on the cloud plus 2,104. 7 steps on the clouds, Great Mastery, 804/2000. Good guy, I am given a slap in the face and then a sweet date. Are you afraid that I will rebel? Even with the help of the demon pill, according to the difficulty of this method, Chen Wang estimated that the maximum would still be around 1,600 or 1,700. Unexpectedly, it was a lot more. However, Chen Wang also came to the conclusion that it only takes 300 experience points to get started, but the experience points for the 2 subsequent breakthroughs have doubled. That adds up to 3,800 experience points. With his speed, even a difficult skill like the Bitter Sea Zongheng technique could be completed in less than 10 days. This is when he doesn't use the demon pill. Since the 7 steps on the clouds are relatively simpler, Chen Wang might as well go all out. Pull it to the maximum. You began to meditate and comprehend the 7 steps of stepping on the clouds. Everything fell into place naturally. 2 years later, you completed the 7 steps of stepping on the clouds. Experience plus 1,523. 7 steps on the clouds, perfection, enlightenment. Current perception points, 4 points. There are still 4 years left, and Chen Wang is a little troubled. His previous understanding of the demon subduing sword technique was abandoned halfway. Because he was suppressed by the county government, he could only focus on his cultivation realm. Now that the problem has been solved, he can give it a try. After all, if he wants to become a martial fetus, he still needs the martial fetus cultivation method. In this world, every martial art has its position. For example, the Golden Crow Falling Sun technique that he practiced is a Qi and blood martial art, which allows a warrior to continue in the Qi and blood realm. But now he has reached perfection in the Qi and blood realm. Even if he has entered the Wutai realm, without the Wutai technique, it would be like not having the Qi and blood technique in the first place. Forget it, don't think too much, just give it a try. Chen Wang shook his head, put aside all distracting thoughts, and began to meditate. You begin to comprehend the demon subduing sword technique. In the past, you were not good enough at subduing demons, and your horizons were narrow, so you had difficulty taking every step. But after killing all the demons, your mind suddenly became clear, and you had a new understanding of the word, subduing demons. You began to immerse yourself in it, frantically digging into the mysteries of martial arts. For years later, you finally understood the deeper meaning of the demon subduing sword technique one day. Demon subduing sword technique, return to basics. Demon subduing sword technique. Return to the true self. Demon subduing sword skill, subduing demons, can suppress evil demons and heretics. Return to the truth. The magical power of the demon subduing sword technique. Before Chen Wang could think more, the feedback of his insights instantly flooded into his body, and in an instant, he understood the truth of subduing demons. It was not until this moment that Chen Wang realized how appalling his previous enchanted sword skills were. At this moment, the demon subduing sword technique, which had been gradually failing to keep up with Chen Wang's realm, seemed to have shed its snake skin, ascended into a dragon, and once again became the strongest martial art in his hands. A tiny bit of truth spread out. Li Suqing, who was originally resting with her eyes closed, opened her eyes slightly and frowned. Just at that moment, a mysterious aura did appear. Why did it disappear now? A barely perceptible purple light flashed in Chen Wang's dark eyes. Chen Wang opened the curtains and looked out the window at the forest that was receding into the distance, seeming to be thinking about something. My hands are itching. We will reach Fengsha City the day after tomorrow. We will be walking on the mountain road for the next 2 days. If you feel uncomfortable, you can stop and rest for a while. Li Suqing thought that Chen Wang was tired of sitting in the carriage all the time, so she spoke to comfort him. Chen Wang shook his head and answered the question irrelevantly. Before we met, your cultivation level had declined greatly. Who could have forced a group of demon slayers into such a state? Li Suqing hesitated for a moment, but still said, it's nothing, just a demon king. It's dead, and I'm also seriously injured. Chen Wang was silent. The Demon King is the title for demons that have reached a certain level. Those who can be called Demon King are at least at the Qi High realm. There aren't many Qi High realm demons in Fengsha County, right? They are all gone now. The last one was the last one. I shouldn't have asked. Chen Wang slapped his forehead and cursed in his heart. You began to retreat to comprehend the sea of bitterness. Although you took demon pills and visualized demons, it did not improve your physical body much. You began to doubt yourself, wondering if you were going in the wrong direction. 2 years later, the realization ends. Bitter Sea Horizontal Skill Experience plus 1233. Bitter Sea Horizontal Skill, Great Accomplishment, 364/2000. The purpose of the Bitter Sea Zongheng Gong is only one, which is to cross the Bitter Sea. This martial art has some Buddhist meaning in it. According to Li Suqing, this method was the supreme martial art of an ancient temple 300 years ago. If one practices it to perfection, he can be called an arhat. Chen Wang exerted some strength, and a layer of gold visibly spread on the surface of his skin, emitting a faint golden light. Bitter Sea Zongheng Gong. Have you mastered it? Li Suqing did not practice this martial art, but only had a general understanding of it. However, there was a sentence at the beginning of this method that left a deep impression on her. It takes half a year to get started with the art of sea of suffering and struggle, and one can become as hard as a rock. After 1 year, one can achieve minor success and a strength of 1,000 pounds. After 3 years, one can achieve major success and become a frequent visitor to the sea of suffering. After 10 years, one can achieve perfection and become a golden arhat. Even if one is gifted, even if the time mentioned in the opening is halved, it should not be possible to master it so quickly. However, Li Suqing didn't know that Chen Wang at this time had not only just reached the entry level, but had already achieved great success. Judging from the time it took to gain enlightenment, Chen Wang did not achieve minor success in 1 year, but he managed to achieve major success in 3 years. As for the so-called 10-year perfection, Chen Wang just took it as a joke. The essentials of this kind of martial arts secrets cannot be fully trusted, some of them are just lies. However, Chen Wang also drew some conclusions from this, such as if one comprehends the method of physical body, the effect of the demon pill will be greatly reduced. From now on, demon pills can no longer be used to cultivate physical kung fu. 2 points of reflection. Of course, 2 days have passed. Fengsha County City, demon-slaying mansion. The streets were bustling with people. Although the curtain was not lifted, Chen Wang could clearly hear the constant bustling sounds outside. Compared with it, my hometown Bayun County is like the bright moon against fireflies. Only at this time did Chen Wang truly believe that the end of Qi state had not yet arrived. There is no way. The situation in Bayun County is exactly like the situation in the last years of a dynasty where the country is unable to take care of itself. It's finally here. Chen Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the carriage, the Wutai realm warrior who was acting as the driver dismounted and said respectfully, "General, we are here." Chen Wang got off the car first. He noticed that the old driver was looking at him strangely and frowned immediately. However, the other party did not react at all, so he just pretended not to see it. Li Suqing got off the carriage and looked around, with affection and excitement flashing in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time Chen Wang saw her so happy. "Come on, follow me in." Li Suqing waved her hand. The martial artist in the Wutai realm had a complicated look in his eyes. Damn, who is this kid? The general was not so easy to talk to before. The demon-slaying mansion is one of the local agencies of the Demon Suppression Bureau, similar to the residence of a prefect of a city, except that the demon-slaying general is not included in the 9-rank system and will not participate in political affairs. The two sides do not interfere with each other. As expected of being the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau of a county, the demon-slaying mansion covers an area of over 1,000 acres. The entrance is divided into a central gate and 2 side gates, and there are no guards at the entrance. But on each of the stone lions on both sides of the door stood a man, holding a large sword. The sword went straight into the throat of the stone lion, delivering a fatal blow. This was the first time Chen Wang had seen this style of stone lion. But this is also what the Demon Suppression Bureau meant. The word, demon suppression, is not just talk. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to stay later. I still have some things to deal with here. It may take 2 days at the shortest and 4 days at the longest. Li Suqing took Chen Wang into her own mansion. She was obviously much more relaxed. It's no wonder. He escaped death 9 times. Although he killed a demon king, his own life was still hanging by a thread. If he hadn't met Chen Wang that day, Yuan Si would have picked up the opportunity. If you can kill the demon general, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Sister. A cry of surprise was heard, and a child who looked to be in his early teens rushed over with a joyful look on his face and hugged Li Suqing's thighs. "Sister, I thought you were dead." "What are you talking about, you bastard?" Li Suqing glared at him, pushed him away, and looked at Chen Wang. "This is my brother, Li Xuanjia." Chen Wang nodded slightly without looking at him for too long. The looks of these two people are simply carved from the same mold, divided into male and female versions. If it weren't for the huge age difference, one would have thought they were twins. "Hello, my name is Chen Wang, and I'm your sister's friend." Although he had no interest in getting to know this little guy, Chen Wang introduced himself out of politeness. "Sister, you went out and brought a man back," Li Xuanjia said in disbelief. Just as he finished speaking, Li Xuanjia was hit on the head with a chestnut, causing him to grimace in pain. "Go back and practice your skills and don't bother me," Li Suqing said unhappily. Li Xuanjia snorted coldly, turned and ran away. Li Suqing was going to the lobby, while Chen Wang was taken to a house by the maid in the mansion. The house has 2 floors and is not very large, but very exquisite. The maid quickly stood up and left. Chen Wang poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. In his previous life, he probably drank too much and died of alcohol poisoning, otherwise he wouldn't have come to this world for no apparent reason. So Chen Wang is not willing to drink anymore in this life. Although my physical fitness is now hundreds or thousands of times better than in my previous life, it is still better to be safe than sorry. This life is a gift, but we must cherish it. Before I could even sit down on the stool, I heard a commotion coming from outside. "Mr. Chen, come out." Chen Wang knew it was Li Suqing's little bastard brother when he heard the voice, without even having to go out to see. Chen Wang frowned, thinking, is this guy trying to intimidate him? After hesitating for a while, Chen Wang finally got up and walked out the door. After all, he was the guest, and Li Xuanjia, who was half the host, wanted to see him, so how could he not see him? When I went out, I saw that, oh my god, is this guy planning to gang up on us? In addition to Li Xuanjia, there were 7 or 8 people of the same age, both male and female, who were looking at him with their heads held high and proud expressions. The most important thing is, these children look to be no more than 11 or 12 years old, but their cultivation is at least at the qi and blood realm. The leader, Li Xuanjia, is the most mysterious. Like him, he is a martial artist who has reached the perfection of the qi and blood realm. Chen Wang was amazed. The world was so big, but his vision was still too narrow. Is there something? Although he was thinking in his mind, Chen Wang just asked back calmly on the surface. Let's practice. Li Xuanjia stepped forward and bumped his fists together. Or is he a physical practitioner? You are no match for me. Although a little surprised, Chen Wang did not intend to take action. There is no grudge between the two parties, and it is embarrassing for the big to bully the small. Unexpectedly, when Li Xuanjia heard this, he instantly exploded. How arrogant. Chen Wang could only say another way, I am no match for you. I admit defeat. Coward. You deserve a beating. Li Xuanjia snorted coldly, I don't know why my sister likes you. Your cultivation is not that good, and you are a coward. So this fight is going to happen today. You should have said you wanted to be beaten. What do you mean your sister likes me? You're taking this too far. Chen Wang said nothing more and moved slightly. 7 steps on the clouds. All the children exclaimed, and Chen Wang, who was at the door of his house a moment ago, instantly crossed more than 10 feet and came in front of Li Xuanjia, with his index finger on the latter's forehead. Bang. Li Xuanjia didn't even have time to react before he was knocked away, with his body embedded in the wall opposite Chen Wang. Your sister and I are just friends. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. After saying that, Chen Wang turned around and went back to the house. All the children opened their mouths wide, stunned. They were born into a martial arts family in Fengsha County. They had been immersed in medicine jars since childhood to hone their foundation. They were also talented, so their training speed was rapid. Not only that, the realm they have cultivated is not superficial, and is even stronger than many warriors of the same realm. The most outstanding among them is Li Xuanjia, the king of children. In terms of background, the more distant one is the Li family in Kyoto, and the closer one is also the sister of a demon-slaying general. In terms of strength, he has now reached the perfect qi and blood realm. Whether in terms of background or strength, Li Xuanjia is undoubtedly the number one. Moreover, Li Xuanjia has been practicing physical cultivation since he was young and has a strong physique, so he has already earned the title of human-shaped demon. But even so, she couldn't withstand the man's casual move. Unless the other party is in the Wutai realm, he definitely doesn't have this ability. But the true qi emanating from that person was clearly still at the qi and blood realm, which was quite terrifying. Li Xuanjia, who was pulled out of the wall by his companions, had a swollen nose and face. He covered his forehead and felt the pain secretly. Until now, the pain in his forehead has become more and more intense, and a trace of mixed energy and blood has invaded his body, and it is still doing whatever it wants. Brotherly, this guy is quite capable, but you were just careless for a moment. That guy was too despicable to attack you without you being prepared. That's right, you still don't want to bully the weak. Bah. That's just a nice way of putting it. Shut up. Li Xuanjia said coldly. His companions who were speaking up for him immediately booed. Li Xuanjia gritted his teeth and said, if I lose, I lose. There is nothing to be ashamed of. But he is much older than me, but his cultivation level is not far behind mine. In a few years, he will no longer be my opponent. Today's revenge will be paid another day. What are you reporting? A chestnut hit me along with a cold voice. Li Suqing appeared out of nowhere behind Li Xuanjia and lectured him. I told you to practice hard, but you formed a gang and bullied the guests. Sister, he's fine. I'm in so much pain now. As soon as he saw his sister, Li Xuanjia's arrogance disappeared and he said indignantly. After all, he was the one who provoked first. When Li Suqing showed up, the gang of kids quickly dispersed. Li Suqing came to the door and knocked on Chen Wang's door. I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. He has an impatient temper and can do anything when he gets angry. I'm fine, you go on with your work. Chen Wang did not open the door. Li Suqing hummed, said nothing more, and turned and left. On the contrary, Li Xuanjia looked at the house with an incredible expression, then looked at his sister. When did her sister become so easy to talk to? His kung fu was learned by his sister using a whip. After the long journey, Chen Wang was physically and mentally exhausted, and he fell asleep quickly after lying on the bed. The only thought I had before falling asleep was that the carriage was not meant for humans. The next day, Li Xuanjia came knocking on the door in a hurry with breakfast. Chen Wang took the breakfast and was about to close the door. Li Xuanjia became anxious and pressed the door to prevent it from closing. Do you want to fight more? Chen Wang said calmly. Li Xuanjia shook his head repeatedly. I can't beat you, I want to become your disciple. Become a disciple? Chen Wang was stunned. He could hardly keep up with the little guy's train of thought. Are you so careless? Yesterday I noticed that your horizontal training is very strong, much stronger than mine. Give me your physical body method, and tell me a little about your cultivation experience. I will agree to whatever you want. Li Xuanjia held his head high and said firmly. Chen Wang had a strange look on his face. It turned out that she was coveting his horizontal martial arts. Chen Wang had a sudden thought and made up his mind, so he let Li Xuanjia in. The two sat opposite each other. You just said you would agree to whatever I want. Are you sure? Think about it before you answer. Chen Wang picked up a bun and asked with a smile. Li Xuanjia was no fool. I will try my best to do what I can. The demon-slaying mansion belongs to my sister. I can get everything for you except some very important things. Martial fetal realm kung fu. Chen Wang swallowed the bun and asked, can I get it? Li Xuanjia immediately cried, my sister helped me choose the martial arts. I can't enter the armory because she's afraid I'll mess around. How about you change to a magical weapon, a rare treasure, anything is fine. I can't use the martial arts techniques of the martial fetus realm. Chen Wang was a little disappointed, but the deal could still be negotiated. Ever since the steel knife was lost in Bayun County, Chen Wang has been without a suitable weapon. Now is a good time to get one. I want a very sharp knife. It's best if it's durable enough to slay demons. This is fine. Li Xuanjia blurted out. Chen Wang nodded gently. When you get the knife, I will give you my horizontal training martial arts. By the way, it's best not to let your sister know about this. Li Xuanjia patted his chest without hesitation and agreed solemnly. Couldn't ask for more. Nothing will happen in the end anyway. This is his territory. If this guy dares to cheat, he will suffer the consequences. After Li Xuanjia left, Chen Wang began a new day of reflection. You begin to retreat and comprehend the sea of bitterness and horizontal strength skill. Bitter Sea horizontal skill experience plus 495. Bitter Sea skill, great accomplishment, 859/2000. Chen Wang stretched lazily. According to the progress, it would take at most 3 days to complete this method. In fact, Li Xuanjia has a very good foundation. If we put aside his playful nature and only talk about his combat power, he has a great chance of winning against Hu Kuangyuan. But unfortunately, it was him I met. 7 steps on the clouds, too fast. Faster than he thought. 7 steps. Yesterday he only took 2 steps. As long as he wanted, he could almost arrive instantly within 100 feet. When he perfects his Ku Hai Zongheng skill, he will have a chance of winning even if facing a martial artist at the Wutai realm. For the next 3 days, Chen Wang waited anxiously. He would occasionally go out of the demon-slaying mansion for a walk outside to feel this world, but he still spent most of his time in the house. Li Suqing hasn't shown up yet. He must be very busy, and Li Xuanjia didn't tip him off. At the same time, as Chen Wang's comprehension came to an end, his Sea of Bitterness skill was officially completed. Bitter Sea ability, perfection, perceived. With a little circulation of true qi, a thick layer of golden skin appeared on the surface of the skin. Golden and shining. Like a golden arhat appearing in the world. The improvement of this martial art is not just about improving his defense. Strength, agility, etc. will also increase to a certain extent, but compared to defense, it is not obvious. When Li Xuanjia gets the knife, his fighting power will be further improved. To attack the enemy, there is the Guasian and Fumo swordsmanship, the speed is the 7 steps on the clouds, and as a minimum, there is the bitter sea Zonghengong. The 3 are combined into one, even a martial artist at the Wutai realm will have to lie down for him. When you think of Cao Cao, he will appear. Here is your knife. Li Xuanjia rushed in, threw the knife in his hand on the table, crossed his arms across his chest, and looked proud. You didn't steal it, did you? Chen Wang's mouth twitched. Li Xuanjia, who was exposed for the truth, did not feel guilty at all. Bullshit, just take it. If anyone dares to ask you for it, just tell me. Chen Wang didn't waste time. Since people had already said so, it didn't matter whether he had stolen it or not. When the time came, he would be in the right if he brought the matter to Li Suqing's head. This is what you want. Chen Wang threw the book of Bitter Sea Zonghengong to Li Xuanjia. The latter's eyes widened when he saw it. Chen Wang, you even lied to me. This is the martial arts in my house, what does it have to do with you? This is what I practiced. Chen Wang circulated his true energy, revealing the layer of golden color. Li Xuanjia was sweating profusely. You lied to me. Li Xuanjia said with a dull look. Chen Wang patted his shoulder and said, how can this be called cheating? Did I practice this martial art? Yes. Then did I give you this martial art as agreed? Right. Am I a liar then? No. Li Xuanjia suddenly realized what was going on and said, bullshit. Do you think you are lying to a child? I'm going to find my sister. After saying that, he ran out angrily. I can't beat this guy, let me do it for me. Chen Wang did not stop him, but looked at the table. The long sword thrown on the table had an ancient scabbard with green stripes swirling on its surface, like a real dragon with bared fangs and claws. He drew out the long sword, the blade shone coldly and was snow-white, spotless, and the sunlight reflected on it was reflected on Chen Wang's face, revealing his pair of black eyes that were as calm as dead water. With a flick of his fingers, the sword made a clanging sound. Good knife. Chen Wang sheathed his sword and grinned. Li Xuanjia had been so dedicated and hard-working, he couldn't let him suffer too much, otherwise he would feel guilty. I have to think about how to make up for it in the future. Soon, Li Xuanjia came in with Li Suqing. Sister, help me teach him a lesson. Li Suqing looked strange, she glanced at Chen Wang and then at her silly brother. Why have you been sneaking around in my room these past few days? It turns out you were thinking about Long Xiao. Long Xiao. Chen Wang glanced at the sword hanging on his waist. So this was the name of the sword. Sister, I didn't mean it. It's all Chen Wang's fault. He lied to me. Li Xuanjia quickly argued. Li Suqing looked at Chen Wang and said, you used the martial arts I gave you to deceive my brother. Can it be called cheating? Chen Wang shrugged, looking innocent. He was the one who pointed out that I should practice, it's not my fault. Li Suqing, who had originally shown no emotional ups and downs, had a hint of anger on her face for some reason. A terrifying aura spread slightly, and the coffee table on the table shook wildly. Even Chen Wang felt suffocated by this breath. But Chen Wang's expression remained calm. Is this the warrior in Qi High realm? Why aren't you afraid of me? Li Suqing was angry and embarrassed, but her aura suddenly subsided. Chen Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead calmly. I'm not wrong. Li Suqing snorted coldly. From today until we leave, you are not allowed to leave the room and harm others. After saying that, Li Suqing violently picked up Li Xuanjia and left. Sister, is that all? You can't forget your brother just because you have a man. I'm so annoyed, get away from me. Li Suqing treated his brother like a stone and threw him far away. Li Suqing was not angry that her own long Xiao was gone. The reason why the long Xiao was placed in her room was simply because she thought it looked nice and served as a decoration. What really made Li Suqing angry was her useless brother who didn't know how to reflect on himself after being fooled by others. Looking at Li Suqing's departing back, Chen Wang felt for the first time that what the other party gave him was a hot potato. How about returning this knife? No, wouldn't that be a blatant provocation to Li Suqing? Chen Wang quickly drank a cup of tea to calm himself. The next day, after Li Suqing finished dealing with the affairs that had accumulated in the mansion during this period of time, she immediately found Chen Wang. Without saying a word, he took his men and left the demon-slaying mansion. In Li Suqing's opinion, Chen Wang was too good at making trouble and never forgot to make profits for himself wherever he went. If this continues, she will start to feel sorry for her baby. Inside the carriage. Is the knife easy to use? Li Suqing asked with a smile. Chen Wang said solemnly, if it is very important to you, I will return it to you, but you have to compensate me with some natural treasures. After all, it is a transaction. Li Suqing glared at him fiercely, but shook her head, forget it. I saw that you didn't have a suitable weapon that day, so I wanted to pick one for you. Since my brother gave you Long Xiao, it is yours. Anyway, I won't be able to use this sword. If the room wasn't so narrow, Chen Wang would have bowed 90 degrees and praised General Li's righteousness. What's this? This is simply the best, boss. Chen Wang said with a straight face, even if I owe you a favor, I will pay it back in the future. Li Suqing sneered and said, when you condense your martial fetus, tell me this again. Hearing this, Chen Wang stopped replying and began to close his eyes and rest. The headquarters of a country's Demon Suppression Bureau is in Kyoto, while the Demon Suppression Bureau in each state is a branch. Suizhou's territory and overall strength can only be considered as middle-lower level among the 12 states of Qi. The chiefs of the Demon Suppression Bureau are all warriors of the Xuani realm. Chen Wang heard that the chiefs of those powerful states' Demon Suppression Bureaus have already reached the terrifying Golden Body realm. However, these are still too far away for Chen Wang. 2 days later, Seoul City. Suizhou's Demon Suppression Office is located in Tianhan City, the center of the state. Small places also have their own advantages. For example, when you are in a hurry, you don't have to walk so far. Tianhan City is independent of any county city. Outside the city, the prefect will no longer have a say. At the same time, in addition to the prefect's residence in the city, the governor of a state was also established in a similar central city. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. If one is strong and the other is weak, the latter will lose even the last voice it has in its home country. However, the position of prefect in central cities like these is still something that countless people are trying their best to get. There is no other reason. They are honest but have a lot of benefits. All government affairs are managed by the governor. The prefect is basically just an assistant, and there is almost no need for the prefect to intervene in any matters, big or small. You can get a salary for walking your bird every day, and you can be a 5th-rank official. Why not do it? Chen Wang lifted the curtain and saw from afar a gate standing tall at the end of the street. It was even more majestic than the demon-slaying mansion. The Demon Suppression Division. The Wutai realm coachman was the same as always, never asking about the affairs of the two people in the carriage, and just taking care of his own words and actions. The carriage slowly stopped beside the street, and the driver shouted, "General." Chen Wang was the first to get off the carriage, and he couldn't help but observe the surrounding environment. When Li Suqing, who was wearing a plain dress, got off the carriage, the atmosphere around her suddenly froze. The lively atmosphere on the street disappeared in an instant, and everyone looked over. But soon everything returned to normal, as if he had seen nothing. Chen Wang could clearly see the surprise in these people's eyes, but perhaps due to the rules of the Demon Suppression Bureau, no one showed it in the end. Li Suqing was used to this and said to himself, "You'd better control your bad temper when you arrive at the Demon Suppression Division. Although I am a general, the division's rules are the most important." Some of them, even I can't touch them. Chen Wang nodded heavily. As long as others don't mess with him, who would have the time to beat others? Li Suqing was a demon-slaying general in the area, holding a high position of power. For him, it was too easy for him to let a warrior join the Demon Suppression Bureau. It can even be described as killing a chicken with a butcher knife. The Demon Suppression Division of Tianhan City covers an area of 10,000 acres, with an unknown number of martial arts arenas. There are signposts every few sections of the road to prevent people from taking the wrong road. Li Suqing brought Chen Wang to the Yinyao Palace with ease. Wherever he went, all eyes were on him. Chen Wang felt very uncomfortable with the feeling of being looked at with strange eyes by many people. It's nothing more than following this woman, Li Suqing. There is no other way. How can a demon-slaying general in his early 20s, with a distinguished family background, outstanding talent, stunning appearance, and almost perfect appearance, not arouse men's fantasies? Chen Wang sighed in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. Through observation, Chen Wang could roughly judge that this place called Yinyao Palace was roughly similar to the office building in his previous life, responsible for handling the basic affairs of the Demon Suppression Department. The person in charge of registering Chen Wang's information was a tall man with a demon mask on his face and a hoarse voice. He just asked a few simple questions and then took out a copper token engraved with the words, "Suppress Demons." The man turned around and took a bag and a bottle of elixir from the counter and handed them to Chen Wang. "This is your first month's salary, take it." Chen Wang thanked him. There weren't many people in the Demon Sealing Palace, but when they saw Chen Wang, they couldn't help but look at him a few more times, with scrutiny and examination in their eyes. Of course, no one really came up to find fault, although they were just watching. This was beyond Chen Wang's expectations. Leaving the counter, Li Suqing said, "The ID card in your hand is very important, you must not lose it. This item contains a trace of spatial power, and can store a small amount of objects. At the same time, when you go out on missions in the future, this item will also be used to record whether your military exploits are real." The 3 stages of bronze, silver, and gold correspond to the 3 positions of constable, captain and lieutenant. When you are out in the field, it depends on whether you are willing to show it, but in the company, you need to wear it around your waist at all times. Chen Wang had been listening silently by the side, without nodding or asking any questions. However, he was very interested in the power of space. He remembered that the golden crow falling sun art was taken out of thin air by Li Suqing. He had been coveting this ability for a long time. The system of the Demon Suppression Division is that the superiors supervise the subordinates. A captain supervises a team of 3 to 5 constables, so you can no longer act alone in the future. Li Suqing said, casually took Chen Wang's token, took a look at it, and nodded gently. "The accommodation of a team is together, so I will take you there later. Remember to smile when you meet people, don't have that stern face." Chen Wang nodded. Li Suqing led Chen Wang through many twists and turns and finally arrived at a relatively remote area along the main road. This is the accommodation area for the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau, and all the houses are for people to rest. It's right in front. Li Suqing pointed to a house. From a distance, Chen Wang heard bursts of loud shouts coming from the courtyard of that house, and at the same time, the power of qi and blood spread around like ripples in the water. Late stage of qi and blood realm. Chen Wang couldn't help but frown. His teammate was not as strong as he imagined. But he soon returned to normal. On second thought, the position of constable corresponds to the qi and blood realm, so it doesn't seem strange anymore. Not every warrior in the world can be like Li Xuanjia, who is gifted with extraordinary talents and has the support of strong family resources. When Li Suqing stood at the door, the room suddenly became quiet. All eyes were directed at the woman in the plain dress. Li Suqing looked calm as she looked at everyone in the room and said, "From today on, he is your 6th teammate. You must bring him with you on the trip in 3 days." After saying that, Li Suqing turned and left, but secretly gave Chen Wang an encouraging look. Chen Wang pretended not to hear anything and walked over the threshold and into the yard. There were 2 people facing each other in the yard. One was a weak scholar holding a folding fan, and the other was a big man with a naked upper body. His skin was red at this time, and he was most likely an expert in horizontal training. Both sides stopped fighting and looked at the young men at the door at the same time. In the corner, the woman in the yellow dress was in a daze. When she saw Chen Wang come in, she suddenly came to her senses and subconsciously began to look at him, with a gossipy heart burning in her eyes. On the roof, a man dressed in gorgeous clothes but with a cold expression was holding a sword and drinking wine. Chen Wang didn't say anything. Since he is the sixth person, plus the captain, there should be 5 people, but now only 4 people are seen, and the last person does not seem to be here. Chen Wang remembered what Li Suqing had told him before, that he shouldn't keep a stern face all the time, especially since these people would be his teammates who would be with him day and night in the future. Then Chen Wang smiled for a while with a fake smile. No one gave any face and everyone just watched coldly. Chen Wang wanted to turn around and leave. Although he is not a socially phobic person, he can't bring trouble upon himself. "What's your name?" The shirtless burly man took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice. Chen Wang didn't hear any kindness in the other party's tone, but rather a bit of aggression. As the other party spoke, there was a faint aura of a ferocious beast emanating from his body, like a mountain pressing down on one's head. Anyone who is still alive and working for the Demon Suppression Bureau has experienced life and death, and has the merit of slaying demons. Their temperament will be subtly influenced to become more oppressive and ferocious. This feeling works wonders for newcomers. But to Chen Wang, it was meaningless. Bayun County, Fengsha County, Chen Wang. The men couldn't help but look surprised, but he wasn't frightened by his aura. But when I thought about it again, I found it not surprising. He judged from the qi and blood emanating from the person named Chen Wan that his cultivation level was probably in the middle stage of the qi and blood realm. He must have seen many demons before, so he could remain as calm as he is now. "Chen Wan, who are you, General Li?" "I have never seen anyone sent to a place of stay by the general himself." The woman in a yellow dress in the distance got up and jumped over. Without waiting for Chen Wang's answer, the scholar holding a folding fan said angrily, "Okay, don't scare the newcomers. Hello, my name is Bai Xian, and this stupid guy's name is Shen Qiyang." Without waiting for the scholar's introduction, the woman in the yellow skirt took the lead. "Hello, my name is Huang Xiaoi." The swordsman on the roof said calmly, "Shen Ting." Hearing this, Chen Wan's face looked better. "What's your relationship with General Li?" Huang Xiaoi blinked her apricot eyes and asked again. "Friend." Chen Wan replied calmly. "Practice." Shen Qiyang touched his fists and snorted coldly. "What is all this weirdness?" Chen Wan's mouth twitched. It was Bai Xian who came to the rescue and led Chen Wan to an empty house. "From now on, you will live here." Chen Wan had the best impression of Bai Xian, who was still relatively normal, and he cupped his hands. "Thank you." Bai Xian waved his hand. "This stupid guy is just one-minded, so don't be the same as him. Xiaoi likes to hear gossip, and it's normal to get to the bottom of things. But if you ignore her, she won't pester you after a while." After Bai Xian left, Chen Wan tidied the room and then took out his salary for this month. As the name suggests, Elixir can assist in practice and polish the foundation of martial arts. It is of great benefit to the realm of martial arts. With long-term use, not only can the speed of practice far exceed that of ordinary martial artists, but even the foundation can be deepened. In other words, this elixir has almost no side effects, the more the better, and it is a rare treasure. Unfortunately, Chen Wang can only get 1 copy a month. Unless Chen Wang gets promoted to become a captain, or even a higher position, he can get more and better elixirs. The other bag contained real crystal stones. True crystal stones are the currency circulated among warriors. They are relatively rare, but more precious than ordinary silver and copper coins. According to the exchange rate of Qi state, 1 real crystal stone can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, but vice versa, silver cannot be exchanged for real crystal stone. After a rough count, there are 10 real crystal stones in total. Compared with spiritual medicine, this real crystal stone is relatively small. Of course, converted into silver, it is equivalent to 10 taels of silver, which is enough for a family to live on for several years. I still don't have a clue about the martial arts realm skills, otherwise I would really like to try out the effect of this elixir. When Chen Wang thought of the Wutai realm skills, he got a terrible headache. All the talk of slaying demons and getting promotions and salary increases all take a back seat in the face of this matter. It seems that I have to find out the channels to obtain Wu-Tang skills tomorrow. Chen Wang was secretly calculating in his heart. At night, the last person who had not shown up during the day came back. She is a tall woman with distinct facial features and a bit of heroic spirit. When she came back, her cheeks were red, her steps were staggering, and she was drunk. Someone, help me. Soon, Wang Xiaoyi rushed out of the room, supported the woman and asked curiously, "Boss, did you win or lose money today?" "Bullshit, how could you possibly lose money if your captain takes action?" "The boss is right." Chen Wang heard the sound and looked outside, just in time to see the scene. I remember Bai Xian told him today that their leader was named Jian Su, but he didn't expect that she was a woman. The early stage of Wutai realm. Chen Wang curled his lips and looked away. The realm that the head constable corresponds to is the Wutai realm, but the perfect Wutai realm is also the Wutai realm, and there is also a gap between the same realms. The average age of their team is in their early 20s, and their cultivation level is generally not very high, which is normal. For a team like this, the risk of going out is quite high. It seems I have to rely on myself. Chen Wang murmured to himself. The next day, it was still dark. Bang bang bang. A chaotic knock on the door pulled Chen Wan out of his sleep. Is something wrong? Chen Wan opened the door and looked at Shen Qiyang standing outside. The former sneered, "It's normal for newcomers to not understand our rules. I just want to talk to you. Here, if there is no mission, you have to get up at 4:40 every day to practice. So hard." A big question mark popped up in Chen Wan's mind, and he subconsciously thought that this guy was here to cause trouble. But when he looked outside, he saw that the others had indeed woken up, and he believed it in his heart. As soon as it comes, make peace with it. He is a team member and must abide by the rules of the team. But if it was Shen Qiyang's personal targeting behavior, the nature would be different. Arriving at the courtyard, team leader Jian Su patted Chen Wan on the shoulder. "Young man, you have a good physique. My name is Jian Su, and I am your leader." "Hello, Captain." Jian Su nodded slightly, then changed the topic. "I know you were pushed in by General Li, but in the Demon Suppression Division, everything depends on your ability, so the rules here apply whether you like it or not, whether you are comfortable with it or not." "Comply, understand?" Chen Wan nodded. "Speak." Jian Su frowned. "Clear." Chen Wan had the feeling of dreaming about going back to college for military training. New here, practice. At this time, Shen Qiyang jumped out to provoke again. "Okay, I just want to see how good you are. We have a mission in 2 days and we have to see how good you are." Before Chen Wan could refuse, Jian Su had already made the decision. Hearing this, Shen Qiyang grinned, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. What about the people General Li brought with him? The Demon Suppressing Division relies on its strength to speak for itself. He is only in the middle stage of the Qi and Blood realm, so he can just use it to practice his skills. Huang Xiaoyi stared with interest. Bai Xian began to gloat. Chen Wan is too young, his cultivation level is not high enough, and that stupid big guy is so frighteningly physically strong that even he is not sure of victory. Every time he loses in a fight with a stupid guy, at least he will end up with a bruised nose and a swollen face, which will not look good. Shen Ting turned around and left to practice on his own. Shen Ting has now reached the perfection of the Qi and Blood realm, and will soon be able to reach the martial fetus realm. In his opinion, the duel between the two was nothing more than a small fight and not worth watching. Although Chen Wan didn't squint, he had a clear view of everyone's expressions and understood them clearly. Sure enough, I can't do anything today. The two sides distanced themselves. Shen Qiyang's skin turned red quickly, billowing white smoke floated out of his body, and the power of thick blood and qi was visibly flowing around his body. Chen Wan's hands naturally dropped. Not to mention putting on a posture, even the power of qi and blood was not functioning. Jian Su looked ugly. Is this Chen Huan out of his mind? You dare to be so confident when you are against someone. Do you really think you are still in the same environment as before? Shen Qiyang's actions were neither serious nor serious, but he didn't care about friendship. Even Jian Su hesitated to stop or let Shen Qiyang relax. This Chen Huan is not bad in talent, but he is obviously a fool. Shen Qiyang sneered, Don't think that showing weakness to the enemy will make me show mercy. In an instant, the floor beneath Shen Qiyang's feet cracked and shattered instantly. His whole body was like an arrow from a string, punching straight into Chen Wan's chest. The red air flow surrounding his body suddenly exploded, and the power of energy and blood reached its limit. In an instant, he arrived in front of Chen Wan. Shen Qiyang had no reservations and punched with all his strength. Since you insist on pretending, be prepared to lie in bed for a few months. As for this mission, don't participate. With Shen Qiyang's punch, even a martial artist with a perfect qi and blood realm would suffer heavy damage even if he didn't resist and use his strength to fight head-on. However, Chen Wan just raised his hand gently and slapped Shen Qiyang's fist. The breath condensed. The next moment, everyone's expressions turned stiff. Shen Qiyang, who was so furious just a moment ago, suddenly flew backwards, plunged into the wall, and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. The airflow surrounding him suddenly dissipated. The three people watching the battle looked at each other and even thought they were hallucinating. Defeated Shen Qiyang, who had been practicing for 10 years, with just one move. How is this possible? Even Shen Ting, who is in the perfect qi and blood realm, can't do it. Chen Wan suddenly disappeared, grabbed Shen Qiyang's ankle and pulled it out from the wall. Do you accept it? The latter's eyes were red. I don't accept it. Then he was thrown out by Chen Wan. 7 steps on the clouds. Before he landed, Chen Wan appeared next to Shen Qiyang, dropped his elbow, knocked the latter to the ground, and then stepped on the opponent's throat. As long as you exert a little force, you can kill someone. Stop. Jian Su reacted and hurriedly stopped. Hearing this, Chen Wan stopped his steps. The late stage of the papery qi and blood realm. With a little use of the 7 steps of stepping on the cloud, the Kohai Zongheng Kung Fu and the knife and boxing techniques were all useless, and I won. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead by the first hand. Chen Wan wiped the corners of his mouth and said. Jian Su regarded it as a casual remark, checked Shen Qiyang's breath, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's just a skin injury. It won't delay the subsequent tasks. Then he looked at Chen Wan with a complicated expression. Thank you for keeping your hand. We are all teammates. Chen Wan shook his head. Shen Qiyang's face turned red. I was careless this time. Let's have another match tomorrow. Let's compete in Kung Fu. Silly guy, you've gone too far. Who else here is practicing physical training except you? You can talk about your strengths and weaknesses. Isn't it embarrassing? If you lose, you lose. There is no need to admit it. Bai Xian rolled his eyes. Shen Qiyang also realized it later. His face turned even redder, and he didn't dare to say a word. Chen Wan sat on the steps and said calmly, Hang Lian, you can't compare to me, you've given up on this. Who doesn't know how to brag? After getting up, Shen Qiyang quit. If he loses, but if he says he can't practice well, then he will never admit it. Chen Wan smiled calmly. In an instant, a layer of golden color spread all over the body, exuding a strong Taoist charm. At the same time, the aura of perfection in the qi and blood realm, which was just 1 step away from the martial Tai realm, was no longer hidden. Shen Qiyang's mind went blank. The rest of the people were also stunned on the spot. As long as they can join the Demon Suppression Division, whether they are promoted from various yamen or from the Jianghu, they will all be amazing talents in their own territory. Although Jian Su and others were laymen, they had good eyesight and could immediately tell that Chen Wan's general level of horizontal training was definitely higher than Shen Qiyang's. This. Everyone looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Compared to this horizontal training Kung Fu that has been practiced to perfection, the perfect cultivation of the qi and blood realm is not outstanding. Jian Su swallowed, and now she finally understood why Li Suqing brought this person here. She originally thought that this might be an illegitimate child of the Li family in Kyoto who was stranded outside and was thrown here to be trained after returning to his ancestral home. But soon, Jian Su smiled with relief. The reason is simple. A strong team means a strong team. The people in the Demon Suppression Bureau only need to do one thing, and that is to slay demons and eliminate evil. And if you do this, you may lose your life at any time. Since the Great Demon Year, in Suizhou Demon Suppression Division alone, the number of people who died during missions has been measured in tens of thousands. From Demon Slayer generals to constables, they have them all. Jian Su re-examined this newcomer, and his original prejudice disappeared. With the strength that Qinhuan has shown so far, even those in the martial arts realm are capable of fighting. With the addition of a head catcher in disguise, the success rate and survival rate of future missions will be greatly improved. Shen Qiyang remained silent and turned back to the house. Only Huang Xiaoyi came over. Are you so powerful? Qinhuan just hummed. Qinhuan, welcome to join our team. Jian Su smiled and extended his hand. Qinhuan stood up and shook hands with the captain to make peace. After breakfast, the team members became free to move. The reason why Qinhuan showed his trump card just now was because he was more direct. Since the Demon Suppressor Division respected his strength, he would not be so roundabout. Otherwise, if we beat Shen Qiyang, Bai Xian, and then Shen Ting, defeating each one by one, how many times will it take? Instead of this, it would be better to let these people give up the idea. Qinhuan moved a small stool and sat near Jian Su. Captain, how do we obtain the martial arts skills of our Demon Suppression Division? Jian Su was practicing in the courtyard. Hearing this, he didn't even look at Qinhuan, but said calmly, you can only read the martial arts techniques of the martial feudal realm when you become a captain. When you have accumulated enough military merits to be promoted, you can read them at will. You just arrived, so it's normal that you don't understand. You can browse the skills of our Demon Suppression Division at will. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have a high enough position. That pavilion of all stars contains all the techniques from the Qi and Blood realm to the Mountain and River realm. If you want it, it's very simple. Kill the monster and get the military merit. Qinhuan asked again, how long does it take to be promoted from a constable to a head constable? There have been a lot of demons over the years, and we hardly have much free time. But even so, the difficulty is still not small. Look at Shen Ting, it has been 2 years and he has not yet been promoted to head catcher, but he is getting there soon, in a month or two it should be enough. Jian Su glanced at Shen Ting who was concentrating on practicing in the distance. Qinhuan was silent. So long. He couldn't wait any longer. This kind of thing should not be rushed. You should take advantage of this period of bottleneck to hone your skills. Your talent is great and your achievements will be unparalleled in the future. Jian Su said slowly. Qinhuan hummed, stood up and left. Is there really no way to obtain the martial arts realm? Qinhuan sighed secretly in his heart. In the courtyard, Jian Su glanced at Shen Ting and smiled, what? You feel that your second position has been robbed, and you are not convinced. The latter snorted coldly and said nothing. Qinhuan is quite capable. Even if I fight him alone, it may take some effort to defeat him. There is no need to compete with him secretly. I will try my best to give you as many merits as possible for this mission. Then you can condense your martial fetus earlier. I know. Late at night. Qinhuan sat on the bed holding an encyclopedia of information about the Demon Suppression Bureau. Although he is now a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, he still knows very little about the inside information of this place. After spending most of the day catching up on all the knowledge, Qinhuan closed the book, and with a thought, he summoned the panel. Now he still has 2 points of insight. Since he is destined not to reach the Wutai realm in the short term, he will try to comprehend the martial arts of the Guasian realm. You begin to understand the Sea of Suffering Zongheng Kung Fu. You sit on the top of a mountain, practice the Kung Fu during the day and visualize the bodies of demons that died in your hands at night, without daring to neglect them at all. But this method seems to have reached its peak, and you can't find a breakthrough no matter what. In the second year, you started to have a clue, but it was only in your imagination. You still need to keep exploring, but you are sure that this road is not the end yet. End of enlightenment. Although the Kohai Zongheng Kung Fu did not achieve significant results, this realization directly made Qinhuan's true energy rise to a higher level. It actually condensed the martial fetus directly. Early stage of martial arts realm. What an unexpected surprise. Qinhuan grinned. This was the same as when he entered the Qi and Blood realm before practicing the Golden Crow Falling Sun art. He relied on his martial arts accumulation to force a breakthrough. Bang bang bang. Open the door. A familiar voice came. Chen Wang was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something, and quickly stood up, opened the door and greeted her with a smile. Sister Li, what brings you to visit so late at night? Li Suqing rolled her eyes and said, I'm going back to Fengsha County. You should take good care of yourself here. I came here just to say hello to you. When you become a captain, you can apply to work in the local demon-slaying mansion. After saying that, Li Suqing turned around and was about to leave. Chen Wang quickly stopped the men and asked, is there any martial arts technique for the martial feudal realm? When Li Suqing heard this, she knew why Chen Wang called her so affectionately today. No. No, sister, please think about it. I can exchange it for my military merits. Just consider it as a loan to me, and I will definitely return it to you. Do you think that I, a demon slayer, lack military merits? Chen Wang was speechless. After hesitating for a while, he could only sigh and say, okay, have a good trip. Chen Wang originally just wanted to give it a try, and since it didn't work, then forget it. After all, friends are friends, and the martial arts realm's skills are not ordinary things, so it is human nature to refuse. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Chen Wang, Li Suqing coughed twice and said, it's not impossible. Chen Wang's eyes lit up instantly. I don't want your military achievements either. I just want you to agree to my 3 requests. Li Suqing said jokingly. Just ask. I haven't thought about it yet, should I leave it alone for now? That's fine, but 3 is a bit too much. I'll fulfill 2 at any time, as long as I can do it. Can. After saying that, Li Suqing casually threw out a secret book and turned to leave. Chen Wang was not in a hurry to pick up the Wutai realm technique that he had been longing for, but watched General Li leave. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Forget it, he still knows what kind of person Li Suqing is. No matter what I ask him to do in the future, it is very likely that I will not ask him to do something that goes against his own wishes. Li Suqing walked out of the door with a slight smile on her face. Everything went smoothly. Chen Wang didn't know Li Suqing's purpose, and picked up the martial arts technique on his own. The Thunder Vein Demon Exterminating Scripture. Chen Wang recited it silently and opened the page. Although Li Suqing arrived a step late, causing the 2 perception points he had saved to be used up, it was not a big deal. After all, the thing he had the most was time. A martial arts fetus is a martial arts fetus that is formed when a martial artist in the Qi and Blood realm refines his Qi and Blood to the peak. It is similar to the demon pill of a demon, and is a manifestation of one's cultivation. When you reach the Wutai realm, you will no longer be concerned about the strength of your own Qi and Blood, because at this realm, you will be able to truly master your own true Qi. And true Qi is the source of all things and is more powerful than Qi and Blood. Like humans, Wutai has 8 extraordinary meridians. When all 8 meridians of Wutai are opened, the Wutai realm is complete. The Wutai realm skills record the method of opening up the 8 meridians of the Wutai realm. At the same time, the quality of the skills will determine the strength of the 8 meridians, and thus affect the overall combat effectiveness of the Wutai realm warriors. Before Chen Wang had even read half of it, he knew that this Thunder Vein demon-slaying scripture was also one of the best martial arts in the martial embryo realm, like the Golden Crow's Falling Sun technique. Thinking of this, Chen Wang sighed lightly. The favor I owe Li Suqing is growing bigger and bigger. It seems that I have to plan the next level of cultivation as soon as possible. If I keep looking for Li Suqing, it will be a mess in the end and I won't be able to settle it no matter how I do it. Chen Wang is most afraid of getting entangled with others in so-called cause and effect. After all, that thing is too troublesome, and if you are not careful, it will affect your Taoist heart and affect your martial arts summit. From the moment he set foot in martial arts, Chen Huan had thought clearly that he would not consider other things until the day he stood on the top of the mountain of martial arts. Lei Pulse Dang Magic Book, not yet started. The words formed by the interweaving of golden light appeared in front of his eyes, and Chen Huan closed the secret book. The next day. According to the mission description, today is the day to set off. Someone knocked on the door early in the morning. When he opened the door, it was not Chen Qiyang, but Bai Xian. Pack up and wait half an hour before we set off. With that said, Bai Xian took out a scroll and gave it to Chen Huan. This is some basic information for this mission. I forgot to give it to you in the past 2 days. It's just a good idea to catch up on it on the way. If you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger. Chen Wan nodded. Half an hour passed quickly. Led by Jian Su, the team left the house together. Shen Qiyang was very unusual along the way. He was not as noisy as before, but kept his mouth shut, and only glanced at Chen Wan occasionally. Chen Wan turned a blind eye to this. I went to the Seal Demon Palace and left the Demon Suppression Division. When the Demon Suppression Department handles errands, a special carriage will be sent to the mission location. All you need to do is report to the Demon Seal Hall. There were 2 carriages in total. Among them, Captain Jian Su took Wang Xiaoyi to the front one, while the one at the back was left for 4 big men to huddle together. But no one objected. Bai Xian and the others were used to it, but Chen Wangshe really didn't care. Chen Wan had read the information given by Bai Xian before. However, the information is limited, and you need to go to the local government office to learn more. A snake demon came to Laoxing City in Fengsha County. It has sucked the essence and blood of hundreds of people in the city for half a month. It has extremely good hiding methods. It is also a martial fetus realm demon. No one in the city can match it. The specific situation can only be known from the local area. In the carriage, Shen Qiyang, who usually talked the most, had a straight face. Bai Xian was holding a folklore novel and reading it with gusto, and then there was the bored Shen Ting who was closing his eyes to rest. Eerily quiet. Chen Wan hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't realize the technique directly in the carriage. His aura suddenly increased. It was hard to explain when he was discovered. Chen Wan, who was bored, soon wandered thousands of miles away. Old Star City is an old city with a long history, but its scale has never been large and it can be regarded as a lower city. The carriages and horses of the Demon Suppression Bureau are of the best quality, traveling fast without wasting time. 2 days later. Old Xingqing Yamen. 2 carriages stopped one after another on the street. The main door of the Yamen was wide open. Not only the runners from the government office, but also the prefect and other high-ranking officials were waiting at the door early. Gave enough face. Captain of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Jian Su. Jian Su took out the Demon Suppression Command card and said calmly. Lord Jian, please come in. The prefect was wearing a blue official robe and his face was filled with joy when he saw everyone. A group of people followed the prefect into the Yamen. Chen Wang and his companions had been following behind Jian Su in silence. Jian Su, who was also the captain of the police, took the initiative to negotiate with the prefect. Of course, Chen Wang could also get some information from the conversation between the two. The prefect of Laoxing City is named Gu Yi, who was promoted here from a county 2 years ago. He has some background in the court, but he is also capable. He has worked diligently since taking office, and the living standards of the people in the city have steadily improved. In fact, the position of a city prefect is higher than that of the chief constable of the Demon Suppression Bureau, but the Demon Suppression Bureau is now powerful and needs help from others, so Gu Yi has to lower his posture. Everyone followed the prefect through the corridor and finally arrived at the main hall. Chen Wang and others sat down, and a maid came up to pour tea. After the irrelevant people dispersed, Jian Su got straight to the point and asked, "Have you recorded the whereabouts of the snake demon in these days?" Gu Yi waved his long sleeves, and one of his subordinates took out a map of the city, on which black circles were densely spread all over the place. This snake demon acts too casually. In the past half-month, it has managed to escape after each murder. We marked the places where it killed people and tried to find clues, but we found no pattern at all. Gu Yi smiled bitterly. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this monster will only appear between midnight and 12 o'clock at night. Then, another runner from the government office carried 3 bodies covered with white cloth and said, "My lords, these 3 people are from a family that died last night in the west of the city after a snake demon sucked their essence away." Jian Su was the first to step forward and lift the white cloth one by one. A couple and a child who was less than 10 years old were all bleeding from all 7 orifices, their eyes were wide open, and their expressions were empty and dazed. The 3 men had bruise-like wounds all over their bodies, but Jian Su soon realized that they were not bruises but the result of snake venom. Overall, it cannot be said to be horrifying, but the death was very miserable, and he must have suffered tremendous pain before death. Chen Wang looked at the three of them with an expressionless face. Suitable for all ages, men and women. Jian Su ordered. Without waiting for her to speak, Wang Xiaoyi had already squatted beside the child, making hand seals with both hands, and golden air currents flowed through her wrists. Finally, the index finger gently touched the dead person's forehead. A thick black smoke came out from all the child's orifices. It wasn't much, but it was visible to the naked eye. A small golden net condensed from true qi gathered the wisps of black air and condensed them into a point. Finally it hovered at the tip of Wang Xiaoyi's index finger. You're quite capable. There's very little demonic energy left, Wang Xiaoyi said, and then used the same method on the other two corpses. When the three black energies merged into one, Wang Xiaoyi smiled slightly. That should be enough. Only then did Chen Wang clearly understand Wang Xiaoyi's position. Survey. Only with such people present can the efficiency of demon slaying be improved. Shenting, Chen Wan, you and go out of the city and see if you can follow the clues. But if you find the snake demon hiding in the city, give me the signal first. Jian Su said in a deep voice. Clear. Master Gu, is there anything else you want to add? Gu Yi waved his hand. Can I be sure it was the snake demon or someone was lucky enough to see the snake tail and the snake group? I don't know more about it. But my lords, if necessary, the Yamen personnel can be transferred. Jian Su hummed. Chen Wan had already followed Wang Xiaoyi to the outside of the house. Jian Su and Bai Xian stayed in the Yamen and studied the map in depth. This is the only breakthrough. After all, the Yamen has no other information. As for Shen Qiyang, he was simply not suitable to be around Wang Xiaoyi. He was too impulsive, but staying here was of little use to studying the demon's movement trajectory, so he was finally left alone in the room. The streets were crowded and lively. Wang Xiaoyi held the wisp of evil spirit in her hand and closed her eyes tightly, but it was as if her eyes were opened. She seemed to be able to see ahead when walking on the road, and could often avoid pedestrians. Shen Ting's face was expressionless, his eyes were not squinting, and he could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Chen Wan, on the other hand, was observing the flow patterns of Wang Xiaoyi's qi, blood, and true energy. Wang Xiaoyi obviously wanted to rely on this wisp of evil spirit to find the origin. This was the first time he had seen this method. If someone can learn it, demon elixirs will not come randomly from now on, and his cultivation speed will skyrocket. However, relying only on eyesight and no method of operation, even the panel cannot help Chen Wan and will not be recorded at all. In this way, the three of them wandered around the city all day. Facts have proved that since the snake demon was cautious, it should have anticipated the arrival of the Demon Suppression Bureau and hid itself in advance. After walking for a whole day, Wang Xiaoyi and the other two finally returned to the Yamen. The snake demon is not in the city. We have to go out of the city for a walk tomorrow to take a look. Wang Xiaoyi's face was full of regret. Jian Su's expression remained unchanged, and he had obviously expected this. This is not the first time you have encountered such a situation. Don't worry, in front of your magic, unless it is a demon in the perfect martial fetus realm, it will reveal itself sooner or later. Captain, do you have any clue? Chen Wang came to the map, looked at the new red circle on the map, and asked. Jian Su sighed. The location on the red circle can only be considered a guess. For now, that's all we can do. Tonight, the troops are divided into two groups and stationed in these two places. It's best to hide yourself. If there is any movement, don't fight to the death. Just hold the other side and wait for the other side to arrive. Bai Xian pointed to two red circles respectively. The two positions are very delicate, not too far but not too close. With everyone's cultivation, if they march with all their strength, they can reach them very quickly. Chen Wan, you and Chen Ting will stay here. The rest of you will follow me to another place, Jian Su said. Chen Wan had no objection, but he was not very optimistic about this method. This kind of luck-based thing was very difficult. But it's normal, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, and there is not much useful information, so it can only be like this. Bai Xian seemed to have seen through Chen Wan's thoughts and said with a smile, killing demons is not a simple matter. Every time we went out to perform a task, it could take as short as 7 or 8 days, or as long as half a month. In a hurry, not coming. Chen Wan hummed and said nothing. It was late at night. Midnight. Because of the snake demon incident, night watchmen were forbidden to appear in the city, and at the same time, government officials would patrol the city in groups of 3 or 5. However, Laoxing City is not big, but there are not many officials in the yamen, so there are always many vacant areas. Often when we get information about the snake demon and rush to the scene, the flowers are already cold. Before everyone could move, they saw the prefect Gu running in excitedly, panting and out of breath. "What's the matter, Lord Gu?" Jian Su raised his eyebrows. Gu said in a trembling voice, "I just got the news that the snake demon appeared in Qingtao Street in the south of the city. And this time the beast came with great force, bringing a swarm of snakes with it. The scene was so frightening that more than a dozen of my men have already died." No answer. Everyone walked past the prefect Gu without saying a word. Qingtao Street in the south of the city. Densely packed venomous snakes intertwined together, tightly wrapping a house, and each snake was wriggling wildly. The people nearby who heard the news had already evacuated their homes, and everyone was looking at this horrifying scene with horror. A total of 30 yamen runners, armed with steel knives, stopped all civilians behind them and formed a siege around the area. In the open space in front of the house, there were several corpses crawling with poisonous snakes that were constantly eating away at their flesh and blood. These people were actually police officers who happened to be patrolling here. 6 figures walked forward from the crowd behind them. Jian Su narrowed his eyes and looked at the snake mountain and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the monster?" "Inside." The police officer not far away said with a pale face and a hoarse voice, "More than a dozen of my colleagues have been dragged in." Ah. At this moment, screams came from the house. Knowing that the demon suppression department is coming, but still daring to show up, this snake demon should have a backup plan. Shen Ting reminded. The rest of the people didn't speak, as they had naturally thought of it a long time ago. According to normal circumstances, when encountering the demon suppression division, the demon can only hide and tremble, but show up on its own initiative and seek death. Jian Su and others have carried out missions countless times. Most of the monsters will hide in a certain area honestly, and will only start to fight when they are finally found out and have no way out. A few of them were so decisive that they simply abandoned the place and moved their entire family to other places, simply wandering around like this. Situations like the one we are facing right from the start are very rare. Be careful when a fight breaks out. Jian Su said, and then he said to the officers and soldiers around him, "Disperse them." Clear. Suddenly, the snakes piled up here crawled to both sides, and a hole emerged. A passage suddenly opened up in the snake mountain. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. A long scarlet tail was swinging on the ground, blood was dripping from the snake scales, and a fishy smell filled the air. When everyone saw the upper body of the snake demon, their faces froze. It turned out to be a human body with a snake tail, a snake man. The skin of this monster was as white as cream, and it had the appearance of a woman with charming facial features, so charming that it exuded an evil aura. At this time, the snake man was holding an arm and a head in each hand. She nonchalantly ate the head as if it were a meat bun in front of everyone. Brute. Bai Xian waved his folding fan, and a platinum-colored transparent airflow enveloped the surrounding areas, like a formation that blocked off the surrounding mountains and rivers, cutting off the enemy's retreat. At the same time, the folding fan instantly stretched out and turned into a golden spear. The spear is extremely sharp and the precious light is flowing. The night is long. Do you want to fight instead of spending some time with me to reminisce about the past? Wouldn't that make it less romantic? The snake demon swallowed the flesh and blood, put his bloody hand in front of his mouth, and smiled gently. Jian Su sneered, clenched his palm, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Come out. The snake girl changed the subject and said coldly. 5 figures descended from the sky, all with human bodies and snake tails, but they were all men wearing armor, like the king's personal guards. The auras of the 5 personal guards were not concealed at all, 2 of them were in the late Qi and blood realm, and 3 were in the perfect Qi and blood realm. If this is what you're confident about, then I think we can return tomorrow. However, facing this scene, Bai Xian and others did not take it seriously and sneered. The flesh and blood of a warrior is indeed a mouth-watering delicacy. The snake girl smiled greedily. At this moment, something strange happened. Chen Wang, who had been behind the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau, suddenly took action. He had an expressionless face as he fell straight down from the sky, holding the long Xiao sword in his hand, and slashed at the snake girl. Demon subduing sword technique. This sudden scene made the snake girl slightly stunned. The 5 bodyguards were the closest. One of the guards who had reached the perfect chi and blood realm was the first to react. He condensed a wall of light in front of him. There were dots of starlight on the wall of light, like a soldier ready for battle, ready to burst out in the next moment and kill the human in front of him. Jian Su's expression changed drastically. This Chen Huan was so reckless. Chen Huan's attack was so sudden that even his companions didn't react. It was a dream to rush over at this time. I saw stars gathering on the surface of the light shield in front of the guard, suddenly emitting a bright blue light. In an instant, Chen Huan's whole person was enveloped. The majestic infuriating energy exploded. In the eyes of Jian Su and others, it was just a fantasy for Chen Fan, who was only in the perfect chi and blood realm, to kill the snake girl by surprise. Moreover, under the same circumstances, even a warrior who cultivates the physical body can only be said to be on an equal footing with the monsters, and cannot be reckless and use the monsters' moves. Obviously he is only in the chi and blood realm, but he dares to bear the brunt of facing the martial fetus realm. No matter how strong his body is, he cannot do this. Shen Ting's face was ugly. Although he had always disliked Chen Huan, he was still a companion. If he went so deep, he would probably die on the spot. However, a shocking scene occurred. Chen Huang suddenly attacked and not only broke the light shield with one sword, but also chopped it straight down without reducing the force of the sword. The loyal guard snake demon was chopped vertically by Chen Huang with his sword, and his body was split in half with his forehead as the dividing line. Blood splatters. Chen Huang landed steadily, straightened his back suddenly, looked at the snake girl who was close at hand, took a step forward, and ran straight towards her. At this time, a layer of golden light rose on the surface of Chen Huang's skin, as if an arhat was alive. Even though he was able to withstand a full-strength attack from a demon in the perfect chi and blood realm, he remained unharmed. The pair of black eyes hidden behind the golden armor were unusually calm. But the murderous intent is overwhelming. The snake girl clenched her teeth, opened her arms, and purple poisonous mist spread out from her mouth. In an instant, the white and gold formation was filled with poisonous mist. Chen Huan, who was about to take advantage of the victory, retreated and returned to the crowd. Even if Jian Su wanted to point his finger at Chen Huan and scold him, the latter not only did not hinder the important matter, but also killed a perfect demon in the chi and blood realm, and for a while he didn't know where to reprimand him. Kill the demon first, and then discuss my merits and demerits later. Chen Huan said softly. Jian Su was stunned. This was the first time she had seen Chen Huan like this. He was more serious than ever before, but without the sense of urgency of facing a formidable enemy. He was relaxed and serious, and seemed to have a chance to win. The expressions of the others were not good, and even Shen Qiyang, who was always impulsive, frowned. Humans, how dare you sneak attack on this queen? When the king comes, it will be your end. At that time, I will let you live and watch me eat your own flesh and blood with your own eyes. The snake girl who was almost successfully attacked became furious, her energy and blood flowed, and her body suddenly expanded several times, and her body that was originally as tall as a human became 2 feet tall. The 4 surviving guards also grew in size, overlooking the 6 people from a high position. King? Everyone is wary. The demon in front of me must be in the early stage of the martial Fey realm, and it is also a veteran demon that has been in this realm for many years. Who is the king it calls? Moreover, there is only one demon in the prefect's information. Where did the second one come from? But now, leaving just because of these words is equivalent to giving up a great opportunity, which really makes people feel unwilling. The long sword in Shen Ting's hand condensed the strong wind. After one strike of the sword, the poisonous fog in the formation was divided into 2 corners. The remaining sword energy squeezed the mist tightly, preventing it from spreading in all directions. Jian Su abandoned all distracting thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Chen Huang, help me deal with that snake demon." After saying that, Jian Su held a long knife in his hand, a silver-white light shone from his body, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Chen Wang followed closely behind. 7 steps on the clouds. It was obviously Jian Su who took action first, but Chen Wang was 1 step faster. It was so fast that even the snake girl in the early stage of Wutai realm couldn't react. Chen Wang slashed the snake demon's back with his sword. A ball of sparks flew out. There was not even a trace left. But the snake girl still flew out sideways. Before the snake girl could think about it, Jian Su's figure appeared above her head, with a white light shining on his long sword, and he chopped it down. The snake girl crossed her hands in front of her to protect herself, but was chopped away by the powerful knife. Chen Wang stomped his feet, grabbed the scarlet snake's tail with one hand, and slammed it heavily to the ground. The snake girl felt dizzy and groaned. Without waiting for her to get up, Chen Wang stepped on her head, held Long Xiao with both hands, and pierced the demon's throat like a nail. Boom. The tip of the knife passed through the throat and touched the ground. The ground was covered with cracks and suddenly exploded. The snake girl screamed miserably, her blood surging all over her body, and she hit Chen Wang in the chest with one palm. The force is powerful and heavy. The power of this palm was so great that it was like a mountain pressing down on Chen Wang. In an instant, he and his sword slid backwards. The snake girl slapped the ground, rolled over, and stretched out her other hand to block Jian Su's long sword. Both sides retreated several feet. The snake girl gently stroked her neck, and the wound that should have been fatal healed directly, leaving only a little blood. Chen Wang, who was slapped away, had no expression on his face. The force was strong, but it didn't hurt at all. This is the physical body after the perfection of the Ku Hai Zong and Gong. It is so strong that it is unreasonable. Even the demon in the early stage of the martial embryo realm attacked with all its might but failed to cause any substantial injuries. Chen Wang's thoughts were racing. Logically speaking, even if he failed to take off the other person's head, the knife should have left him half dead. Don't be dazed. The demons in the Wutai realm have extremely strong healing abilities. There is one demon whose magical power is to grow back limbs even if they are severed. To deal with this kind of demon, the only way to kill it is to cut off all its true energy. As Jian Su spoke, he stomped his feet hard and ran away. The two bodies collided with each other. Chen Wang was about to take action when he felt a little more threatening around him. What's going on? Starting from the snake man's word king, Chen Wang always paid attention to his surroundings. There was no way, when he was in Bayun County, he had to face several monsters at the same time. To deal with these monsters, only by being careful can you live longer. Compared with Xiaoming, the demon pill is not worth mentioning. Beast, how dare you show off in front of your grandpa? On the other side, Shen Qiyang raised the snake demon whose head had been hammered to pieces and laughed to the sky. But before his laughter subsided, something changed again. Ah! Several extremely miserable screams were heard in the distance, one after another, as if disaster was everywhere. Jian Su stepped back, looked around, and said solemnly, "There are still demons around." Shen Ting and the others who were fighting fiercely with the 4 personal guards also had gloomy expressions. "You haven't shown up for more than half a month, so why did you choose tonight?" Chen Wan's eyes flickered. Could it be that Gu Yi knew about it but didn't report it? Probably not. In Qi state, those who collude with demons will only die. Moreover, it will also implicate the 3 tribes and bring them eternal infamy. This old star city is not Bayun County, it is always under the eyes of the Demon Suppression Division. The snake girl who was in the early stage of the martial arts realm was overjoyed when she heard the scream, and she bowed her head directly. "The king is here. Our king." Immediately afterwards, the thick blood mist that filled the air seemed to have encountered a whirlpool, and it involuntarily converged towards one place. After a while, the blood mist in the air was cleared. A cloud of red gas falls from the sky. Boom. An explosion mixed with a breath of air raged. Just the aftermath caused countless cracks in the formation created by Baixian to spread like a spider web, and then it shattered with a bang. Everyone, including Chen Wang, temporarily avoided the attack and retreated. The blood-red gas explosion left a huge deep pit. At the same time, under the worship of the snake men, a red figure slowly emerged from the smoke. What a feast! It was a translucent creature, with only the outline of its body clearly visible. The blood and energy on its body were rising continuously, like a man of fire. In its abdomen, there was a dazzling fireball suspended, like the sun hanging high in the sky, extremely dazzling. It was the first time that Chen Wang saw such a magical creature. He was a little curious, but more of a fearful one. The other party's aura was more powerful than he had ever seen before. A demon in the middle stage of Wutai realm. Blood demon. Jian Su's face looked extremely ugly. She clenched her teeth and for the first time she thought of retreating. Blood demon. Chen Wang had been in this world for less than a month, and he thought that demons were like animals that had become spirits. This was the first time he had heard of such an illusory existence. The middle stage of the martial fetus realm. Chen Wang calculated in his mind that the opponent's aura was very full and he was definitely an existence that had half a foot into the late stage of Wutai realm. In a one-on-one fight, his chances of winning were not high. Who should start first? The blood demon looked around and started to choose as if no one was around, as if a series of delicious dishes were placed in front of him for him to taste. The snake girl and others came behind the blood demon. Her expression was ferocious. As long as she could swallow the flesh and blood of these people, the king could recover his cultivation and take her as his queen. After that, what would it matter if the whole clan moved away to avoid the Demon Suppression Bureau? Their people have gained a more powerful backer. In fact, apart from her, no one, including the personal guards, knew how the two parties met. This blood demon fought a life-and-death battle with other demons and was seriously injured. It fell from the perfect state of Wutai realm to the middle state of Wutai realm. It was a miserable state in an extremely miserable way. However, he met her and they had made an agreement that as long as she helped him recover his cultivation, the blood demon would become the snake tribe's priest and king. How powerful could a demon that was destined to return to the perfect Wutai realm be? The snake girl sneered, "You probably can't figure it out even if you break your brains, right? For the past half-month, we snake people have only been responsible for eating people. The real blood and energy belong to our king. Luring you here is part of the plan. As long as the king devours you, he will be able to return to his full glory." "Snake princess, you talk too much." The blood demon put his hands behind his back and interrupted the snake princess. He then looked at all the people in the demon suppression division and said, "They are all very good and suitable for serving. Let's start with you." Before he could finish his words, the blood demon suddenly attacked. His right arm suddenly grew much larger without any warning and grabbed Huang Xiaoyi, who was relatively weak. Huang Xiaoyi's combat power is not very low, but after all, she is only in the late qi and blood realm. How can she resist this move? She had no time to dodge, and she forced herself to use her martial arts energy despite the feeling of suffocation. At the critical moment, the team leader Jian Su stood in front of Huang Xiaoyi, holding a long sword in front of him, and his martial arts qi burst out. Bang! The red airflow instantly engulfed the two of them, and the stone slabs on the ground were uprooted like tofu by the powerful aura. The two women's bodies piled up on top of each other and flew backwards. Suddenly, a hand came to Huang Xiaoyi's back, stopping the two from moving. It was Chen Wang. Jian Su groaned, a hint of red spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Can we still fight?" Chen Wang looked at the two of them. Jian Su wiped the corner of his mouth fiercely and shook his head. "It's harmless, but this is not a question of whether to fight or not. We can't win. You still have enough fighting power. If you can leave, leave as soon as possible. Every life saved is a life saved." "What about you?" Chen Wang asked. Jian Su sneered and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. "I am the captain, of course I have to lead by example. All of you, retreat." The blood demon was amazed. "This is the first time I've seen people rushing to die." "In that case, let's start with you." "Of course, no one present can leave. Since we set up a trap to let you in, how can we not be prepared?" "Ah." After the words fell, the three remaining guards began to scream without any warning, but the energy and blood in their bodies increased steadily, suddenly rising to a level. The two guards who have perfected the qi and blood realm are only one step away from forming a martial fetus. "You guys, leave the rest of the people watching." The kid with the knife is handed over to Snake Lady. I will deal with it one by one. The blood demon said calmly. The 3 personal guards took the order and turned to look at Bai Xian and others. Although Shenting and others were slightly inferior to the personal guards in terms of cultivation, they had the upper hand due to their familiarity with each other and their cooperation, allowing Shen Qiang to find the opportunity to kill a demon. This made the snake guards hold back a lot of anger, and now they finally had a chance to vent their anger, so naturally they stopped holding back. The blood demon took a step forward, obviously very slowly, but in an instant he closed the distance by 3 feet. On its hand, it dragged a red sphere, which contained infinite power. Jian Su said in a deep voice, "Everyone, fight and retreat." After saying that, she took a heavy step forward, ready to take the initiative to delay the blood demon for her teammates. But Chen Wang put a hand on her shoulder, and she was shocked to find that she could not move. The blood demon threw the sphere in his hand over and sneered, "Since we are going to die together, let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Chen Wang, holding Long Xiao, stepped forward first. Chen Wang. Jian Su was angry and anxious. Why did this guy always disobey her orders and was so reckless about his life? This move by the blood demon must be a killing move. Even she, who is in the early stage of the martial embryo realm, doesn't dare to say that she can block it, let alone Chen Wang, who is only in the perfect stage of qi and blood. The Long Xiao sword slashed at the red blood cell. Buzz buzz buzz. A sharp sound that was enough to pierce the eardrum spread. Bai Xian and others watched this scene with red eyes. These beasts. But more of it is bitter. If there is a chance, I would like to avenge Chen Wang, but now it seems that the hope is slim. As expected, after a brief stalemate, the red blood cell suddenly exploded. Even Jian Su, who was at the Wutai realm, was blown away from 3 meters away. The people in the city who were watching the battle from a distance looked pale and despairing. Everything is over. Even the masters of the Demon Suppression Bureau cannot defeat these demons and monsters. The blood demon was the first to notice the clue. He let out a light exclamation and looked at the big pit formed by the explosion with great interest. In the center, Chen Wang was in tattered clothes and with messy hair, but he still stood straight and did not fall down. The gold color on the surface of the skin dimmed slightly. What's going on? Everyone looked at this scene with disbelief on their faces. Is Chen Wang okay? Chen Wang brushed off the dust on his body, spat out the dust from his mouth, and walked forward with a knife in his hand. It's my turn. 7 steps on the clouds. Chen Wang's figure became illusory. 1 step was 10 feet. After just 2 steps, he appeared in front of the blood demon. The latter was stunned. Then Chen Wang chopped him down on the head. The blood demon neither dodged nor avoided, and was even a little sarcastic. This person doesn't know much about the blood demon clan. Chen Wang didn't care about anything and slashed the blood demon's body diagonally with the Long Xiao sword, using his magic power to subdue demons. Puff. The air was filled with blood and energy. The blood demon's body disappeared, scattered, and then gathered again not far away, but its expression became extremely ugly. Why? Why didn't your sword affect your blood? Chen Wang twisted his wrist, ignored the words, and said to himself, "You're still pretty tough. I want to see how many times I can hurt you." At this moment, everyone felt Chen Wang's breath. The true martial fetus realm. Even Jian Su was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that she was at a higher level, but after spending so many days together, she had not noticed Chen Wang's true cultivation level. The blood demon was only briefly flustered, but soon returned to normal. Although he didn't know why the blood and energy of the person in front of him was not absorbed by it, he was only in the early stage of Wutai realm after all. Even if it was a little weird, it wouldn't cause any trouble. The blood demon clan is a kind of strange creatures. The so-called demons are demons and devils are devils. These demons that seem to have left their physical bodies are called devils. The blood demon's body is translucent. When fighting against a warrior, as long as it is not killed in one blow, it can absorb a certain amount of qi and blood from the warrior. Over time, it can turn a disadvantage into an advantage, and an advantage into a victory. But when Chen Wang used the knife earlier, not only did it not cause any loss of blood and energy, but it also dealt it a severe blow, which was why it was so panicked for a moment. Chen Wang didn't know about the innate magical powers of the Blood Demon clan. He only knew that he and these demons were at war to the death, and he could only feel at ease if they fought to the death. Then he chopped it down again with his knife. This time the Blood Demon was not careless. He held the blade with one hand and struck with his knee. Chen Wang also attacked with his knee, and both sides retreated. However, Chen Wang didn't wait to steady his body and rushed forward again. The Blood Demon sneered. He was just an early-stage martial embryo realm, yet he dared to jump around in front of him. If he was in his prime, he would be able to turn him into ashes with just one finger. However, even as he thought this, red light balls condensed on the surface of the Blood Demon and surrounded him. Suddenly shot out. Densely packed red spheres turned into streams of light, rushing forward. 7 steps on the clouds. Chen Wang's figure suddenly disappeared, and while moving sideways, he took another step and appeared 10 feet away. Those red blood cells followed like a shadow, and instead of passing by in a straight line, they locked onto Chen Wang, suddenly turning and chasing after him like a deadly ancestor. Step 3. Chen Wang appeared above the Blood Demon's head and stepped on the latter's shoulders from above, suppressing him like the roots of an old tree. The Blood Demon snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force. When he threw Chen Wang away, it was too late. Those blood-red balls that were so close had no time to turn and exploded with a loud bang. The continuous sound spread in all directions like the sound of a huge bell. An angry roar was heard from the smoke and dust, and a red figure appeared in front of Chen Wang at incredible speed and knocked Chen Wang away with one punch. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen explosions were heard in succession, and Chen Wang's body was blown directly through the walls of more than a dozen houses, and finally appeared on a street. Chen Wang suddenly raised his head and threw a punch towards the void in front of him. It just collided violently with the fist of the Blood Demon that was following closely. Chen Wang couldn't bear the pressure again and was defeated. The flames all over the Blood Demon's body burned even more intensely, and it was overjoyed. That's right, it was just a coincidence. The boy's energy and blood finally responded. Chen Wang frowned as he dived into the pile of rocks. It seemed that some of his previously circulating blood and energy had been absorbed by the opponent, causing the power of his punches to be weakened a bit. Before Chen Wang could think about it, the Blood Demon had already rushed over. Chen Wang had no choice but to hold his breath and try his best. In an instant, both sides threw punches like rain, either colliding with each other or hitting each other's bodies. Although Chen Wang had a strong body cultivated through the bitter sea zone and gong, the opponent was able to absorb his blood and energy, causing Chen Wang to retreat continuously and fall into a disadvantage. In the distance, Jian Su, who had reacted quickly, was about to step forward to rescue, but the snake woman slowly blocked his way. This road is blocked. The snake girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Jian Su didn't answer this. He ran away with a knife and looked at his teammates. You go first, wait for me to kill the snake demon first, and then save that bastard. Shen Qiyang sighed. I have tolerated these beasts for a long time. Chen Wan was punched by the Blood Demon and fell to the ground, causing a deep pit to explode. Even if he faced the enemy with the demon-conquering sword, he would still be slightly inferior. But he finally knew that the loss of chi and blood should be related to the Blood Demon. Every time he fights, a part of his own chi and blood will be absorbed by the opponent, which is very detrimental to him. But there is no such problem when fighting enemies with the magic sword technique. Probably because of the magical power of subduing demons. All in all, countering with sword skills can stabilize the decline. You dare to be distracted in a duel with me? As Chen Wan's mind was spinning, the Blood Demon caught him by surprise and punched him directly in the ribs. Click. The ribs broke instantly. The whole person fell directly onto a distant wall. If it weren't for his good horizontal training skills, he would have died on the spot. At this time, Chen Wang was covered in blood, and the wall behind him was full of cracks from where he smashed it. Chen Wang covered his wound, looked around, and murmured, "Finally we're far away. It's a good time to try out the effect." Chen Wang's voice was very soft, but the Blood Demon had excellent hearing, so he heard it clearly. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why? The reason you deliberately left the battlefield with me was to avoid being seen in your miserable state. Or do you have a backup plan?" No answer. Under the gaze of the blood demon, the ragged boy with a knife took out all the demon pills on his body. Among the 5 demon pills, there was also an elixir that had been prepared in advance. At this moment, he clapped his hands and put them all into his mouth. The blood demon was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened. Madmen. The 4 points of insight accumulated until now were poured into the Thunder Vein demonic scripture without hesitation. You began to practice the Thunder Vein's demonic scripture in seclusion. This method contains the mighty power of thunder, which makes people afraid. Your progress is slow, but you have the phantom of the demon to endure the baptism of thunder to visualize and comprehend, and you also have the spiritual medicine to assist you. Although it is difficult for you to get started, you will make rapid progress after getting started. 4 years later, the realization ends. Thunder Vein Demonic Tome Experience plus 5532. Thunder Vein Demonic Tome, 3 Thunder Veins, 1032/1500. Thunder surrounds the martial fetus. The middle stage of Wutai realm. In an instant, Chen Wang's aura surged, and his eyes, which were as calm as a quagmire, were filled with divine power and lightning. What's going on? The blood demon's eyes widened. Why did this human's aura increase several times? Breaking through the realm on the battlefield. Impossible, breaking through the Wutai realm can't be so easy and simple. He must be bluffing, yes, he must be. The blood demon said in a hoarse voice, staring at Chen Wang. We can't let this go on any longer. This kid is weird, we must strike first. As soon as he thought of this, the blood demon roared, and the blood in his body turned into substance, condensing into red blood balls the size of a human head, and suddenly flew towards Chen Wang, who was covered in lightning. The air is torn apart, cutting through the sky. At the same time, the blood demon's flames burned more vigorously, and following the red ball of blood and energy, a huge fist suddenly fell. Chen Wang raised his head slightly, and then he raised Long Xiao in his hand. The knife was handed out with great momentum. The dense red balls of blood and energy collapsed in an instant in front of this knife. Then a knife lightly slashed across the blood demon's body. The world was silent. Chen Wang flashed past the blood demon, landed lightly on the ground, and sheathed his sword. The blood demon froze in midair. It couldn't believe it and forced its head to look at the young man. Its eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. Why? Why did he break through so quickly? Moreover, even if one has reached the middle stage of the martial embryo realm, one should not have such power. How could humans possibly win a battle between people of the same realm? However, no matter how unwilling it is, it has no chance of turning the situation around. The flames flickered and gradually dissipated. Only the big sun in the abdomen was left, split into 2 and scattered on the ground. Chen Wang picked up the demon pill that he had cut off, feeling extremely painful. He didn't know how to kill the blood demon, so he could only settle for the next best thing and try to cut off the opponent's demon pill with one sword. In this way, he could ensure a sure kill. Of course, he didn't expect that the demon pill was so fragile that it couldn't withstand his blow. A faint stream of red light sank into his demon-suppressing command card and disappeared in a flash. Chen Wan was stunned for a moment and then realized what he was doing. This token can record military exploits, presumably in this way. Boom. The duel between the 2 martial warriors was extremely fierce, and their auras were countless times stronger than those of the Qi blood warriors. Compared to Jian Su's side, Shen Ting's side seemed a bit petty. Jian Su's face became more and more gloomy. The blood demon's punch from the previous attack had caused chaos in his energy and blood, which affected his fighting ability. Otherwise, how could he let this beast block his way now? Chen Wan, you must survive. But even if they think so, everyone knows that it is nothing more than a dream. After all, it was too difficult to support a stick of incense under the blood demon's hand. Even Jian Su was not sure. Chen Wan has indeed entered the Wutai realm, but he is only entering the Wutai realm for the first time. The gap is too big and the chance of winning is too low, or in other words, there is no chance of winning. Shen Ting needs to deal with 3 personal guards who have been forcibly raised to a higher level, so they can only maintain an even match. At this time, the loud noise from the distance subsided. Both Jian Su and the snake people were distracted for a moment. The one-sided situation was over. Snake Girl suddenly laughed. The king has captured the enemy. When he comes back, you will be destroyed. Become the king's nourishment obediently and help him climb the martial arts path. It's your honor. Jian Su and his companions looked at each other. Rather than waiting for death here, it would be better to grab a few people to support them. With this thought in mind, Jian Su and the others were ready to fight to the death to kill the monster. Kill as many as you can. But the winner over there came much faster than they imagined. A figure fell to the ground like a comet, dragging a long trail of fire behind it, and crashed directly onto the ground. The dust was everywhere. The two sides suddenly distanced themselves from each other. Snake Queen frowned. Why was the king's breath so weak? Are you hurt? Even though the human holding the knife has some skills, he must not let the king get hurt. Chen Wang, with his upper body naked, held in his hand a demon pill that was split into two. The perfection of horizontal training kung fu made Chen Wang's body extremely strong, with obvious muscle lines in his upper body and a full sense of power. This is... Everyone looked stiff. Is it Chen Wang? The one who is alive is Chen Wang. Where is that blood demon? When Jian Su and others saw the magic pill in Chen Wang's hand, their minds went blank. It must be the demon pill of that blood demon. She will never forget it even if it turns into ashes. But how is this possible? Chen Wang didn't say anything. He turned to look at Snake Queen and threw the useless demon pill in his hand to her. Do you want to go down and accompany him? At this moment, Snake Queen, her personal guards and Jian Su were in the same mood, all still in a state of daze and disbelief. When the Snake Girl heard this indifferent remark, she was immediately frightened. It's not me. I didn't do anything that happened in the city. It was the blood demon who ordered it. I was also forced to do it. Sir, please, have mercy on me. I can tell you anything you want to know, and I can promise you anything you want, including my people. Chen Wang ignored it, took a step forward and walked 10 feet away, came in front of Snake Queen, and put Long Xiao on her head. He finished what he had just said. Forget it, I'll give you a ride. The magic power to subdue demons. Slash down diagonally with the knife. As soon as this demon in the early stage of the martial fetus realm thought of resisting, he was killed on the spot. With this knife, Chen Wang deliberately avoided the position of the demon pill. The thought of losing a blood demon and the demon pill filled him with regret. He couldn't be so reckless this time. After killing the Snake Queen, Chen Wang was not in a hurry to take the demon pill, but took another step, one step 10 feet away. Starting from the third step, kill a monster with each step. The only 3 remaining guards put up a slight resistance, but it was in vain. Soon, all the demons died. In the center of the venue, Chen Wang stood with his sword in his hand, his long hair moving without wind. All the demon corpses automatically released wisps of their original demonic energy, which were dispersed into the tokens of each person in the team. When everything was over, Chen Wang, familiar with the process, dug out the demon cores of the 5 guards and the Snake Queen one by one. Captain, Snake Queen's one belongs to me, and I also want 2 demon pills for the 5 personal guards. Is that okay? Chen Wang took out 3 demon pills and handed them to Jian Su with his open palm. Jian Su came back to his senses and looked at Chen Wang. For a moment he couldn't tell whether the tone of the question was real or fake. But Jian Su quickly returned to normal, suppressed the emotions in her heart, and nodded gently. You are undoubtedly the first to kill the demon this time. Let alone 3, even if you take them all, I believe no one will say anything. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, Chen Wang expressionlessly put all the demon pills into his bag. Shen Ting and others in the distance were stunned for a moment. No, I'm trying to be polite to you, but do you still take it seriously? The disposal of demon corpses is a very cumbersome matter. The flesh and blood of certain parts of the demon contains rich qi and blood, which is a great tonic for ordinary people, even martial artists. Of course, for a martial artist like Chen Wang, unless he eats demon flesh and blood for many years, it will be extremely difficult to achieve results. 1 or 2 meals can only be regarded as a small supplement, and it will not even have a significant effect on his practice. After this battle, not only the team members, but also Chen Wang were physically and mentally exhausted, and the aftereffects of his broken ribs came back instantly. Xian still supported him on the way back. As for the mountain of snakes, it will just need to be handed over to Guyi's subordinates to deal with it later. It's not like there are no warriors or relevant experts. A side room in the government office. The 6 people were all wrapped in bandages and sat around the table. The atmosphere seemed a little weird. Because everyone's eyes were on Chen Wang. "Why are you looking at me?" Chen Wang was really frightened by being stared at. He poured himself a cup of tea to calm himself and coughed twice. Everyone then withdrew their gazes, and Jian Su said softly, "We will have to report the general progress of the mission to our superiors later. We may need you to tell us about the blood demon. This will help us get extra merit. Of course, if you really have something to hide, you can just make it up as long as it makes sense logically. The higher-ups won't care too much anyway." Logic. In fact, in the eyes of everyone, if the facts were not laid out before their eyes, there would be no logic in this matter itself. It is simply unbelievable that a person in the early stage of Wutai realm can kill a blood demon in the middle stage of Wutai realm. Chen Wang nodded, "Let's talk about it on the way back. I'm a little tired." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say, and got up and left. Chen Wang, who was left alone, sighed softly, and then thought of the blood demon pill, and felt so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. The next morning, Jian Su rejected the kindness of the prefect Gu Yi and started the return journey with a group of wounded people. On the way back, Chen Wang took the carriage in front. The 2 women talked about rouge and gouache, which made Chen Wang feel bored, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. Halfway through, Jian Su finally remembered the business and asked Chen Huan about the process of killing the blood demon. Chen Huan had already made up his mind and made it up without changing his expression. The 2 women looked at each other, didn't ask any questions, and just took it as a fact. Anyway, the next report is settled. 2 days later, the Demon Suppression Division. Except for Jian Su, who was going to Yinyao Hall to report the situation, everyone else returned to the house. Since the end of the mission, Shen Qiyang has returned to his original temperament, shouting about fighting and swearing all day long, but there is no longer a practice partner. As for what the big man was thinking about some time ago and what he is thinking about now, Chen Wan didn't bother to ask. What should be done? However, I heard Shen Qiyang say that there will be a celebration banquet in the yard tonight, and have a good meal. The others had no objections, and Chen Wan didn't care. He just casually asked about the money, and then he was despised by everyone. Later I learned that in situations like this, Jian Su, as the boss, paid for it himself. Chen Wan didn't care even more. Who doesn't like free prostitution? Returning to the room, Chen Wan swallowed all the remaining demon pills and then began to retreat. You have begun to practice the Thunder Veining magic code in seclusion. The effect of the Qi and Blood Realm demon elixir is already negligible for you now, because the shadow of the Qi and Blood Realm is too fragile under the baptism of thunder and calamity. Feedback of your insights is better than nothing. You secretly decided to look for more demons in the Wutai realm in the future. 2 years later, the realization is over. Thunderpulse Magic Book Experience Plus 2012. Thunder Vein Demonic Tome, 5 Thunder Veins, 44/1500. Late stage of Wutai realm. As Wutai's 5th lightning vein was opened, Chen Wang felt the power rising steadily and felt extremely comfortable. Then he thought of the blood demon's demon pill, and his mood suddenly became bad again. That demon pill was at least equivalent to his 1 year's practice progress, and it was destroyed by just one blow. It was such a pity. No, I can't think about this anymore. I need to move forward. At night, a large round table was placed in the courtyard. No one knew where it was borrowed from. There were more than a dozen dishes on the table. They looked very good and whetted people's appetite. Although I have mentioned this many times on the way back, I still have to explain it again here. Without Chen Wang, we wouldn't be where we are today. Jian Su raised his glass, so let's all toast to Chen Wang. Chen Wan was a little reluctant to drink, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of everyone. He finally poured half a glass, stood up and said with a smile, "It's all the result of everyone's hard work." After drinking half the glass, Chen Wan waved his hand and said that he was too drunk, so he drank water instead. If this were the case in the past, Shen Qiyang would be the first to jump out and refuse to agree. But after this incident, everyone was very interested. It was rare for Chen Huan to be so fierce on the battlefield and so timid at the wine table. After 7 rounds of drinking, Shen Qiyang, who had been hanging out all day, seemed to remember something and said, "Have you heard that weird things happened one after another in Beihuang County during the past few days when we were out on missions? For example, the people in a village were all turned into mummies overnight, and the perpetrators left no traces. It was as if they appeared and disappeared out of thin air." Everyone looked at Shen Qiyang and said with a smile, "You silly men, are you drunk? There is only such a small place in Suizhou. If a demon can achieve this level, what level is it? Eat more food and see, look at you, you're all talking nonsense." Shen Qiyang couldn't tolerate others questioning him. When he heard this, he immediately stopped and slammed the table. "This is absolutely true. After investigation later, I have roughly known who the real culprit behind the scenes is." "Then tell me, who has such great ability?" Bai Xian said casually. "The Gate of Creatures. Life Gate." After Chen Wan noticed the word appeared, everyone's faces stiffened. Originally, he thought it was a story Shen Qiyang made up casually, specifically for drinking and bragging, but now it seems that things are not simple. But he had never heard of the name Life Sect. After a while, Jian Su accidentally increased her strength and broke off the chopsticks in her hand. Then she came back to her senses and sighed, "If this is true, we will be busy again in the near future. Go out and buy some healing medicine tomorrow. It's better to heal your injuries as soon as possible. It is estimated that within 2 days, we will have to pack our bags again. I have only been back for less than a day, and I guess I will be traveling again within 2 days." Chen Wan was stunned. It was a fact that the demon suppression department was short of manpower, but the scarcity was beyond his expectation. But soon, Chen Wan focused on the so-called Life Sect. "What is the Life Sect?" "A world-class shit-stirrer." Shen Ting spoke for the first time. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. Jian Su said seriously, "The Living Spirit Sect has only started to emerge since the Monster Year incident. Their philosophy is very simple. The surge in monsters is God's will. It is God who wants the human and monster races to merge. In their view, when humans and monsters merge into one, that will be the day when true living spirits are born. The scope of the Living Soul Sect's activities is very large. They exist in all 4 countries of the world. They will show up from time to time, and every time they appear, they will bring with them a large number of wronged souls. They can range from the massacre of a village to the massacre of all the lives of a city. These lunatics have always believed that the human body is too weak. If they want to liberate all living beings, they can only fuse the human soul with the demon soul, thereby combining the advantages of both and giving birth to a new race. A race with human intelligence and demon bodies." At this point, Jian Su sneered and said, "It sounds nice, but the so-called soul fusion is nothing more than the resentment of the dead who died with their eyes open, forming wronged souls, which are used by them as props for the demons to devour. Once the demons devour a large number of wronged souls, they will be completely confused, neither human nor demon, and this is the real living thing in their eyes." Chen Wang finally understood that they were indeed troublemakers. The situation between the human and demon races was already very tense, and these people were interfering and disrupting the situation. These people probably form a certain group among the 2 tribes, but most humans and monsters reject them. Jian Su looked at Chen Wang, who was deep in thought, and said calmly, "The word demon in the Demon Suppression Division does not only refer to demons and monsters, but also demons and humans. These lunatics are one of them." Chen Wang sighed softly. The Xingling sect has been able to fight against the 4 nations on its own for 10 years without being destroyed. It seems that they are quite powerful. Why do I feel that we will not only be busy later, but also have to face many deaths? Everyone was silent. Huang Xiaoyi pursed her lips and said, "Once you enter the Demon Suppression Division, who can guarantee that they will stay alive forever?" Chen Wang was stunned. "Don't think too much. For people like us, as long as the Living Spirit Sect doesn't make any big moves, we mostly only have to deal with small peripheral matters. It will be busy for sure, but the danger is not that big." Jian Su comforted. Chen Wang hummed, and silently remembered this living soul gate in his heart. Sure enough, Just as Jian-su expected, the next day, a captain came to the house with a scroll. 2 days later, we will go to Lingjian City in Liuhe County. You are only allowed to leave early, not late. The captain gave a brief instruction, handed the scroll to Jian-su, and left. Everyone sat around the table and took turns reading the information on the scroll. When everyone finished reading, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's in Liuhe County. It looks like a normal mission and it shouldn't involve the Xingling sect. Most of the people in the Demon Suppression Bureau are used to seeing life and death and are not afraid of death, but not being afraid of death does not mean they are willing to die. A team like Jian-su's level will basically have no way out if they encounter the living spirit gate. Why not if you can survive? Jian-su shook his head and took out a topographic map of Suizhou. Maps and other objects were only owned by the imperial court, whether in Qi or the other 3 kingdoms. If common people secretly hid maps without permission, they would be guilty of a serious crime punishable by beheading. Suizhou consists of 3 counties in total: Fengsha County, Beihuang County, and Liuhe County. Even if the independent Tianhan City is added, there are only 4 jurisdictions. However, among the 12 states of Qi, this is not the bottom but can only be regarded as a lower middle level. Jian-su pointed directly at Lingjian City on the map and said, "Remember, in the eyes of the living spirit sect, there is no such thing as state and county divisions. What exists is only the regional divisions in their planning ring. Although Lingjian City is under the jurisdiction of Liuhe City, don't forget that Lingjian City is right next to Beihuang County." When these words were spoken, everyone's heart sank. Chen Wang had no expression on his face and just listened silently. He knew nothing about the Xingling sect except for the group's goals and ideas, but since they could compete with the 4 countries, they must be extremely powerful. So we have to be careful on this trip. Not only do we have to deal with the demons that are causing trouble here, but we also have to secretly be on guard against the possible appearance of the living beings. Jian-su spoke calmly, but after he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Wang. Chen Wang did not raise any objections, which made her feel relieved. Although she is still the captain in name only, she is obviously no longer the strongest one. It is not common for a team member to be stronger than the captain, but it does happen, and such teams will often end up in a miserable situation due to various disagreements. Seeing the heavy expressions on his teammates' faces, Jian-su smiled and comforted them. "These are the worst possible outcomes. According to our team's combat power, the strongest target assigned to us is only at the early stage of the martial embryo realm. Such a monster is not good enough for us now. The living spirit gate behind is also a low probability event. The reason I mentioned it is just to let everyone be on guard." Clear. The meeting is adjourned. 2 days passed in a flash. During this time, with the healing medicine bought by Huang Xiaoi, everyone's injuries in Old Star City were well recovered. Chen Wang uses his insight points on time every day. 1 year later, the realization ends. Thundervein Demonic Tome experience plus 523. Thundervein Demonic Tome, 6 Thunderveins, 113/1500. 3 days is equal to 3 years, but after 3 years, Chen Wang's Thundervein demon-slaying scripture had only opened up 1 vein. Without the help of elixirs or magic pills, he could only gain a little over 500 experience points in a year of comprehension. Opening up 2 meridians was equivalent to advancing 1 stage, which required 3,000 experience points. It would take at least 6 years to gain 3,000 experience points, which was a bit too slow. Sure enough, without the magic pill and elixir, the original body's qualifications were still too ordinary. "Chen Wang, let's go." Huang Xiaoi greeted softly. "Good. Get into the carriage." The 4 grown men gathered together again. The target of this mission is a water monster. 2 months ago, it passed by Lingjian City while traveling on the river. For some reason, it chose to live in that section of the river and started to stir up trouble. Over the past 2 months, the Demon Suppression Bureau has sent several teams, but the water monsters are cunning, and most of them not only returned empty-handed, but also suffered heavy casualties. So it kept getting delayed. 2 months ago, the Shenglingman did not appear in Suizhou area, so this water monster is most likely not related to the Shenglingman. This water monster often comes out of the river and drags the people and fishermen on the shore into the water. In the past 2 months, thousands of people have died at the hands of the water monster. The Lu River supports nearly 1 million fishermen in Liuhe County, including more than 100,000 fishermen in Lingjian City. Now, because of this water monster, they dare not paddle their boats into the water to fish. If this continues, people will not be able to live a normal life and big problems will inevitably occur. Shen Ting, after this mission, you will almost be promoted, right? Shen Qiyang suddenly spoke, breaking the calm in the carriage. Even Chen Wan looked at Shen Ting. The latter nodded slightly. After I get promoted, our team will be able to free up new positions for new people. Having said this, Shen Ting couldn't help but look at Chen Wan. With your ability, last time the Blood Demon's martial arts achievements were only given to you, so your progress should be almost the same. Chen Wan scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. Lingjian City and Tianhan City are more than 800 miles apart. Even if they work hard, everyone only reaches their destination on the 4th day. Approaching Lingjian City, the first thing you see is the roaring river flowing outside the city. Willow River. Although it is named after a river, it is not inferior to a river. It is said that the name of Liuhe County comes from this river. The carriage stopped on the river bank. Huang Xiaoyi began her signature performance. Everyone was secretly observing the Lu River nearby. I don't have any hope, I'm just taking a look beforehand, it doesn't take any time anyway. After a while, Huang Xiaoyi gathered her true energy and shook her head. The water monster is hiding too deep. If we want to find it, we have to survey this section of the river completely. How long will it take? Jian Su asked. Huang Xiaoyi smiled bitterly and said, it will take at least 10 days. After all, a river basin is very long. It will take a long time just to walk. Jian Su was not surprised. He hummed and ordered, let's go to the government office first to find out the situation. The 2 carriages entered Lingjian City unimpeded. The display at the Yamen was even more spectacular than that at Old Star City, and it almost made ordinary people on the street kneel down on the spot. Although the Demon Suppression Bureau had failed so many times, in the eyes of many civilians, no one else could help them overcome the difficulties except the Demon Suppression Bureau. Even if there is little hope, there is still hope. Of course, there are definitely people who secretly curse the Demon Suppression Bureau behind their backs, and there are definitely quite a few of them. But no one dares to point at someone and scold him to his face. Even the magistrate of the Yamen doesn't have the courage to do this. Today, the Demon Suppression Division is the most powerful force in the Imperial Court. All officials, civil and military, have to step back. The prefect's name was Lu Changhe, a middle-aged man with a big belly. When he smiled, his eyes were just slits, giving him a very amiable look. However, Chen Wang learned from the information in the mission that the prefect had always been impartial in dealing with criminals, regardless of whether they were commoners or wealthy families, and he treated them all equally and punished them according to the law. As a result, over the years, many local celebrities have secretly made things difficult for the government, and the prefect has not been living a happy life. Master Jian, these are all the files about the water monster, please feel free to read them. I will host a banquet at Yuehua Tower tonight to welcome you all. You can learn about the situation during the day, and we will discuss it in detail in the evening. As soon as he arrived, Lu Changhe led everyone to the room where the files were stored and handed over all the files about the demon's rebellion without any polite greetings. A thick stack of files, all about the water monster causing chaos in the water. Putting aside other things for now, just this ability alone is much stronger than Gu Yi from Old Star City. Jian Su hesitated for a moment. Although she liked drinking, business was business. She wanted to refuse, but when she looked at her teammates and saw that they had no objection, she couldn't refuse the invitation, so she agreed. It would be a waste if you don't eat the free meal. In that case, I will go and handle other government affairs first. Lu Changhe bowed and left first. On the 3rd day of November, it rained heavily. The water monster appeared for the first time and stirred up trouble for 2 hours. It kidnapped hundreds of fishing boats. Dozens of Qi and Blood Realm warriors went to suppress the monster but returned without success. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, the shore was covered with snow and a water monster rushed into the city, damaging dozens of buildings and abducting hundreds of civilians. From the information in the files, we know that the water monster is green all over, shaped like a snake, about 4 or 5 meters long, has 6 limbs, double pupils, is extremely powerful, and is highly poisonous. Preliminary judgment is that it is at least a condensed Marshall fetus. When everyone read the large stack of files to the end, the sun outside had already sunk halfway into the horizon. Although there is no careful accounting, there are at least dozens of cases involving water monsters, occurring almost every day. It is no wonder that people in the city are now panicked. Why is this beast so arrogant? Shen Qiyang was filled with indignation. Although there were only a few crosses in each paragraph, there was no telling how many innocent lives were lost. Jian Su glanced at the sky outside through the window. It's almost time, let's set off. Yuelu is the largest restaurant in Lingjian City, and its business covers a wide range of businesses, from dining and watching movies to brothel wine and wine. And behind this, it is precisely because of the support of the prefect Lu Changhe that we have the infinite scenery today. The prefect Lu Changhe, the master behind Yuehua Tower, has already held a banquet on the top floor. There are not only a dozen beautiful and scantily clad dancers, but also several handsome guards standing in the distance. As long as there is a demand, just ask, there is no reason not to agree. Lu Changhe, who was sitting in the main seat, had 2 stunning women sitting on his left and right legs, vying with each other to toast him. Just as Lu Changhe was getting angry, 2 figures appeared in the meeting room without any warning. Lu Changhe was so frightened that his face changed drastically and he quickly waved everyone away. The 2 uninvited guests were wearing cloaks that concealed their faces. After the crowd dispersed, one of them spoke up, Lu Changhe, this is your token of loyalty. If you do well, you will naturally get a lot of benefits. And you should know that you have no way out, right? Lu Changhe, the prefect of the city, was sweating profusely, his eyes were full of respect, like a lowly servant looking at his master. I understand. No answer. After a while, Lu Changhe raised his head stiffly, and the 2 men had disappeared without knowing when. At this time, the group led by Jian Su just walked up the stairs to the top floor. Lu Changhe wiped his forehead and grinned, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Everyone took their seats. Everyone, do you have any questions about the water monster? Let's have a banquet tonight, it can be public or private. If there are no problems, just have a big meal tonight to replenish your energy and blood, so that you can have the strength to kill the monster with all your strength tomorrow, so that the people of Lingjian City can live in peace. Lu Changhe was the first to stand up, raise his glass, and drink it all in one gulp. Chen Wang and others also drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the first glass of wine, Chen Wang stopped drinking. Then a group of dancers who had dispersed earlier came up. When the song was over, the dancers dispersed and sat on both sides of Chen Wang and the other senior men. Among them, Bai Xian had been a wanderer in the world for the first half of his life. He was not restrained, but felt like a fish in water. He had 4 women sit next to him and drink wine. Shen Ting waved away the 2 dancers with a straight face, while Shen Qiyang's body was stiff, neither catering nor rejecting. His face was slightly rosy, and he didn't know whether he was drunk or shy. Chen Wan glanced at the 2 women beside him who were about to pour him wine, and said calmly, I don't drink. Hearing this, the 2 women immediately understood the meaning, picked up the fruits and fed them to them. Chen Wan did not resist, his face was expressionless from beginning to end. Although this 17-year-old body is still a rookie, his soul is that of a veteran and this scene is still too childish. But soon, Chen Wang felt that the air seemed to have slightly changed. At this time, a woman with stunning appearance appeared and sat on Lu Changhe's lap without saying a word. Sir, let me feed you this wine. This woman's looks were only slightly inferior to Li Suqing's, but their temperaments were completely different. Li Suqing is like the bright moon in the sky, seemingly high above, but actually embodies a bit of tenderness. The woman in front of me is so charming and beautiful, with all kinds of charm. Sister Qing Zhu, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Lu Changhe squinted his eyes and smiled while moving his hands and feet. He turned his head and said, Everyone, this is the half-proprietress of Yuehua Tower. Her stage name is Qing Zhu. If you are interested, just tell me. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes, asked the 2 dancers to step back, and drank a sip of water calmly. Since the appearance of this woman named Qing Zhu, the atmosphere has changed more obviously. Chen Wang and the other people in the team looked at each other and noticed something strange in each other's eyes. Obviously, not only him, but everyone also noticed something unusual. After all, when it comes to experience in slaying demons and eliminating evil, these people are no less experienced than Chen Wang. Jian Su took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Qing Zhu, sit next to me. I didn't expect that Lord Jian's hobby is so unique. However, since Lord Jian has asked, how can I refuse?" "Qingzhu, go over there," Lu Changhe ordered. "Yes, sir." Qingzhu bowed slightly and sat next to Jian Su. As soon as his buttocks touched the ground, Jian Su, who had been smiling a moment ago, suddenly attacked and hit him in the middle with an elbow. This sudden change shocked Lu Changhe. But the next scene made his mind go blank. The proprietress of Yuehua Tower, who seemed so weak in his eyes, reacted instantly, stretched out her hand to catch the elbow, and then moved backwards to distance herself from Jian Su. A wave of air exploded. The desk in front of everyone suddenly shattered with a bang. Everybody stood up. A person born in the year of the dog has such a sharp nose. Qing Zhu sneered. "I don't care who you are. Anyone who attacks the officers of the Demon Suppression Division will be taken to the local government jail to await punishment." Jian Su stretched out his hand and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Anyone who disobeys the officer will be killed on the spot." What a powerful authority. It scares people to death. Does the Demon Suppression Bureau just keep a bunch of useless people like you who can only scare people verbally? Qing Zhu covered his chest, about to cry. A powerful energy and blood instantly emanated from Jian Su's body. Qing Zhu ignored him and said to himself, "Alas, what a pity. If it were any later, even if he was at the Wutai realm, his true energy would be blocked." Immediately, Qing Zhu looked at the 5 people behind Jian Su and sneered, "As for those of you who haven't even condensed your martial fetus, it will be in vain even if you discover it earlier." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Xian and others' faces changed drastically. The true qi that was previously clearly felt suddenly became silent. "No matter how I practiced the exercises, I couldn't mobilize it at all. This means that their fighting power is gone." Jian Su's face didn't look much better. Although her cultivation wasn't temporarily restricted, she was also affected, and the flow of her true energy slowed down a bit. "Don't worry. For the sake of the great cause, I can't let you die in vain." Qing Zhu laughed, and the cultivation that she had been hiding was finally revealed. Even Chen Wang's expression changed slightly and he narrowed his eyes. Late stage of Wutai realm. He hadn't even noticed this person's cultivation level beforehand. It seems that the other party's ability to hide his abilities is not much worse than mine. Looking at the true energy that was filled with boundless resentment, Jian Su almost blurted out, "Living Spirit Gate." Good vision. Qing Zhu was a little surprised, turned around and said coldly to Lu Changhe, "Why don't you bring the person up quickly? Do you want me to beg you?" Lu Changhe's eyes were dull for a moment, and then he crawled away from the venue. He never dreamed that this lover was actually one of the 2 adults. Thinking back to the previous actions, the prefect was sweating profusely. The feast has just begun. Qing Zhu smiled beautifully, but in the eyes of the enemy, it was only chilling. When Lu Changhe came back, a green 6-legged snake about 4 or 5 feet long crawled up behind him, holding 2 scantily clad dancers in its mouth in full view of everyone. Behind the water monster, more than a dozen civilians from the city were brought up, all tied up and thrown between the 2 sides. These people looked extremely terrified, and when they saw the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau, it was as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. "My lord, please, save us. My lord, I don't want to die." Jian Su's pretty face was cold as she stared at Qing Zhu. "How is it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Don't you, the Demon Suppression Division, call yourselves the people's saviors? Now these people are right in front of you. If I give you a chance, can you do it? I'm going to kill and eat people right under your noses." Qing Zhu looked at Jian Su, whose eyes were almost spitting fire, and said with interest, "This 6-legged water snake is originally a disciple of our Xingling sect. It has been secretly cooperating with us in the past 2 months. Many people in the Demon Suppression Division team ahead of you died because of it. But this time we don't have to hide our identities and kill people secretly. This is our last job. We'll leave after we're done. If you want to blame someone, just blame your bad luck for catching this last train. Chen Wang frowned. From what he heard, it seemed that the plan of the Xingling sect in Lingjian City had reached the final stage. Qing Zhu slowly stopped smiling and waved her hand. Eat as much as you can. Sir, help me. Grown-ups. The dozen or so people who were brought here were suddenly panicked when they heard this. Everyone was talking incoherently and scrambling to get out. The water monster's eyes were extremely hot. If it weren't for the two adults being here, he would have eaten without any scruples. These lowly humans are perfect for filling its stomach. Of course, these ordinary people with weak blood and qi are just appetizers. The people from the Demon Suppression Bureau in front of them are the real food. Logically speaking, all the demons in the world would flee in panic when they heard the name of the Demon Suppression Bureau, but the six-legged water snake was an exception. In its mind, as long as the two adults and the gate of living beings behind it were there, the Demon Suppression Bureau meant nothing. These humans who once frightened it so much are now nothing but a mob. As soon as this thought came to mind, the six-legged water snake swallowed the two dancers that had been in its mouth in one gulp. Ah! The two miserable hulls stopped abruptly. The two living people burst into blood instantly by the sharp teeth of the six-legged water snake. A trace of scarlet blood slowly flowed out from the corners of its mouth. After swallowing the blood and flesh, it wanted to eat more. Jian Su made a move instantly and took a heavy step forward. The blade light tore through the air and fell down with the force of wind and thunder. The six-legged water snake let out a low roar, raised its head, and used its crown to block the knife light. The furnishings at the banquet were all in a state of collapse. Jian Su slid backwards, leaving only a shallow mark on the head of the four-horned water monster. It sneered, "A martial artist with only 70% of his full combat power dares to show off in front of me. My lord, let me finish my appetizers first, and then I will slaughter these filthy people myself." Qing Zhu sat in Lu Changhe's original main seat, crossed his legs, and smiled jokingly, "Be quick, so as not to have too many dreams at night." A figure rushed straight into the tall building from the sky outside and came to Qing Zhu's side. "Qing Zhu, you are too slow." Qing Zhu's face was filled with resentment. "Shan Chong, you still have the nerve to say that, isn't it you who asked for it? The more resentment there is before death, the greater the energy of the wronged souls will be. I just want them to have more resentment." The uninvited guest named Shan Chong concealed his features and said calmly, "That's enough, let's get started." Qing Zhu curled her lips. The collection of high-quality wronged souls is too cumbersome. If it is not for the purpose of letting these people die with a clear conscience and with anger, not to mention Shan Chong, even her Qing Zhu could kill these ants with a slap. Why is it necessary to hold a banquet and use such lowly tricks as fog? The more he thought about it, the more upset Qing Zhu became. His face suddenly became extremely ferocious. He waved his long sleeves, walked in front of the dozen ordinary people, and raised one of them's chins. "See, if the Demon Suppression Division was not incompetent, you wouldn't have ended up like this today. If the Demon Suppression Division hadn't repeatedly ruined our plans, you wouldn't have been in this disaster today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the people in the Demon Suppression Bureau." A flash of red light flashed across Qingzhu's eyes for a moment. The man's eyes gradually became blank, and then filled with resentment. "That's right, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be where we are today. What the hell is the Demon Suppression Division? It's all bullshit. If you don't have that ability, then just disband as soon as possible. It's you troublemakers who have caused me, my family to be destroyed." The six-legged water snake had greedy eyes and was about to swallow the men in one gulp. "I advise you to eat slowly. It will burn your mouth and you may die easily." At some point, Chen Wang, dressed in a black robe, had passed Jian Su and came to the front of the team, with his 5 fingers clearly grasping the hilt of the sword at his waist. "Where did you get this wild boy?" Qing Zhu sneered, "Even your shitty captain can't protect himself. You are just a lowly qi and blood realm, and you can't even circulate your qi and blood. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" The six-legged water snake just glanced at Chen Wang indifferently and didn't take it seriously. "Who do you think you are?" It opened its mouth and took a bite. Bang! Chen Wang, who was clearly still more than 2 meters away, chopped the water snake's head with a knife before it could bite him. It's like a stone hitting a bell, the sound is dull. Snap! There was a slight cracking sound from the water monster's skull, and its huge body, which was 4 or 5 meters long, was instantly chopped away by the knife. The snake's body swept across the wooden walls and railings on the top floor and fell straight to the ground. Lingjian City usually does not have a curfew, but due to the recent unrest, there are very few pedestrians on the streets at night. But it's not empty after all. Chen Wang took another step, stepped out of the vacuum, and fell from a great height. His body was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he surpassed the water monster and landed first. "Get out of the way!" Chen Wang's angry roar caused the people around him to retreat in all directions. At this moment, the huge green body as big as a mountain had already fallen. Chen Wang raised one hand and caught the huge body of the six-legged water snake. Compared with its size, it looked like an ant moving a mountain. At the same time, the long Xiao knife in his hand suddenly pierced into the flesh covered by snake scales. The true energy used the blade as a path and instantly rushed into the water monster's internal organs, wreaking havoc wildly. A wailing sound filled with fear spread in all directions. Countless people stared at the scene in amazement. The six-legged water snake struggled to hold onto its body and rolled several feet away from Chen Wang. It was extremely shocked. Why does this kid who is only perceived as being in the qi and blood realm have such power? Chen Wang wiped the corner of his mouth and strode forward with his sword in hand. The six-legged water snake's eyes were in panic, its belly rolled, and it subconsciously opened its mouth to spray out dense, tiny venom drops. The overwhelming venom covered the sky like a giant net. Chen Wang's figure disappeared out of thin air. In a flash, he stood above the water monster and slashed it down from midair with a knife. Shoo! As a ball of disgusting green mucus gushed out, Chen Wang left a deep and hideous blood groove on the back of the water monster. The water snake rolled wildly, trying to throw Chen Wang off its body. But Chen Wang inserted the knife into its wound again and stood there with the knife in his hand. On the surface, this action does not seem to cause any substantial harm, but only the six-legged water snake involved understands how painful it is to have that strange true energy flowing into the body. The magic power to subdue demons. At this moment, Chen Wang's eyes, which had always been calm, flashed with tremendous anger. There are countless wronged souls hidden in this water monster's body. It was precisely because of these wronged souls that this demon, which was only in the early stage of the martial fetus realm, was able to survive so many rounds in his hands. Thousands and tens of thousands of lives were turned into food for resentment within these 2 months. Is this the gate of life? Save me! A low, long howl spread in all directions. It all happened so fast. From the time it fell to the ground to now, only a few breaths had passed. So much so that the people upstairs didn't even react. Lu Chanhe, who was lying at Qing Zhu's feet like a dog, had dull eyes at this moment. There is no going back. Absolutely no going back. Qing Zhu was so angry that she kicked the dog away. What a hiding boy. Even I misjudged you. Shan Chong was relatively calm and said, "You are responsible for watching these people. I will go down and kill this man. The six-legged water snake must not die, otherwise all their previous efforts will be wasted." There was no extra emotional fluctuation in Shan Chong's tone from beginning to end. He walked calmly to the edge of the place, took a step forward, and disappeared in an instant. This time they planned carefully before actually taking action. For example, what kind of demon will appear, what it will do, and how much negative impact it will cause are all issues they have to consider. If the impact is too great and the strength is revealed to be too strong, the Demon Suppression Bureau will send stronger people here to forcibly kill the monster. If the impact is small and the monster is too weak, there is no need for the Demon Suppression Bureau to intervene and it will be solved by local warriors. According to their estimation, among the Demon Suppression Department officials who came to Lingjian City, there might be more than one martial artist in the Wutai realm, but there would definitely not be any martial artist in the late Wutai realm. In recent years, the Demon Suppression Bureau has been seriously understaffed. When sending people to kill demons, it is necessary to be careful about who to send. Only by sending the most reasonable people to complete the task can the current urgent situation be better alleviated. A six-legged water snake that is only in the early stage of the Wutai realm will never be able to use the late stage of the Wutai realm. This is tantamount to using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Is this person in the middle stage of Wutai realm? You're hiding it well enough. Are you the captain of this team? Shan Chong smashed a big hole directly on the street, and then turned into a stream of light and rushed away. He flipped his palm, and a dagger shining with white light appeared in his hand, and stabbed it fiercely at the young man in black. The dagger scraped against Chen Wang's skin, creating a long streak of sparks. Although it did not cause any damage, the force contained in it directly sent Chen Wang flying sideways. Late stage of Wutai realm. Chen Wang instantly determined this person's martial arts level. The two late-stage Wutai realm masters were really putting a lot of effort into their plans in Lingjian City. As Chen Wang landed steadily on the ground, he tiptoed and shot out like an arrow. He exerted a little force with the 5 fingers holding the handle of the knife and slashed it down with one blow. Bang! Long Xiao's sword and Shan Chong's dagger collided horizontally and vertically. Although the powerful force contained in Chen Wang was unable to do anything to Chongshan for the time being, the 6-legged water snake under the feet of the two men could not hold on and was pressed to the ground by this force, raising a cloud of dust. The violent hurricane blew off Shan Chong's cloak, revealing a hideous face covered with scars. As Chen Wang's strength increased layer by layer, Shan Chong's expression finally changed, late stage of Wutai realm. As soon as he finished speaking, his knee softened and he knelt down. Chen Wang took advantage of the situation and kneed him, sending him flying. He did not pursue the victory, but instead drew his sword again and aimed directly at the head of the 6-legged water snake. Puff! Wherever Chen Wang's knife passed, a bloody wound was left. But before he could exert force again to cut off the beast's head, Qing Zhu, who was supposed to be on the top floor, appeared beside him and kicked him with a whip. Chen Wang's lower body sank, like the roots of an old tree, standing tall in the same place. But I felt a chill on my back. It turned out that Shan Chong, who had returned, appeared behind him, and he slashed Chen Wang's neck with the dagger in his hand. Chen Wang. Seeing this, everyone on the top floor subconsciously exclaimed. Chen Wang, who was invincible just a moment ago, fell to the ground with a bang. It's okay this time, at least you don't have to teach you how to do it. Shan Chong put away the dagger and said slowly. Qing Zhu did not comment, but looked at the corpse and sneered, "Do you really think I am here to eat for free? It doesn't matter if I am in the late stage of Wutai realm. I will die anyway." At this point, her tone changed and she smiled charmingly, but the resentment of a late-stage Wutai realm cultivator is also an unexpected surprise. Shan Chong looked at Chen Wang and said, "His knife is pretty good, bring it up here. As for the people up there, just kill them. With this person's wronged soul, there's no need to find ways to exploit those people." Having said that, Chongshan stomped his feet heavily without any warning, causing the 6-horned water snake lying on the ground to howl. "Idiot. Do you know that you almost ruined everything? Please spare my life, sir. I will be more careful next time." On the top floor, Jian Su and others were stunned and speechless. Huang Xiaoyi murmured to herself, "Is he dead? Chen Wang is very skilled at assassinating a warrior of Chongshan's level, I'm afraid." Shen Qiyang looked sad. Chen Wang is an expert in horizontal training, but he either has practiced physical skills or is truly invulnerable. The state of cultivation is the key factor that determines whether a person is strong or not. Chen Wang was very strong. None of them would have been able to do this well, but he still failed in the end. If I reach a higher level, I won't be so constrained. Even Jian Su showed a look of despair. No matter how strong the blood demon was last time, it was only in the middle stage of the martial fetus realm, but this time, it was 2 warriors in the late martial fetus realm. On the street below, Qing Zhu jumped up and walked towards Chen Wang. She was so close, and for some reason, she felt a suffocating feeling that made her whole body feel uncomfortable. Are there any martial arts masters nearby? Just when Qing Zhu was about to pick up the long Xiao sword, something strange happened. Chen Wang first grabbed Qing Zhu's wrist and pulled it hard, causing the latter to lose balance. Qing Zhu was horrified and was about to react, but Chen Wang was already prepared. She had just raised her hand when the long Xiao sword was already on her neck. "Don't move." As Chen Wang spoke, he moved the blade forward a few inches. A look of panic appeared on Qing Zhu's beautiful face, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Even though it was just a simple fight just now, she knew very well that she was no match for the men in front of her. In this situation, if she makes the slightest movement, the knife will be faster than her. Out of fear of death, she pursed her lips and looked at Chen Wang pitifully. Chen Wang, dressed in black, wiped his neck. There is a shallow blood groove on the surface of the skin. If Zhongshan's knife could penetrate a few more inches, his life would be in danger. Shen Qiyang knew that his Henglian martial arts was excellent, but he never dared to imagine that Chen Wan had perfected Henglian martial arts before he was 20 years old. This is the defensive ability of Kohai Zongheng Gong. Otherwise, I would really be stuck here today. As for Qingzhu's pity-inducing expression, Chen Wan turned a blind eye and advanced without any warning. Qingzhu had just noticed a wisp of murderous aura emerging, and his head had already moved. Shan Chong was stunned for a moment. Chen Wan had already arrived in front of him in an instant. You're the only one who attacked me secretly. Bang. Although Shan Chong blocked Chen Wan's sword, he still kept retreating. Chen Wan slashed at the six-legged water snake again. This time, there is no suspense. A huge head also followed Qingzhu's footsteps. Moving head. Chen Wang, whose whole body was stained with green blood, held Long Xiao in his hand, and slowly walked down from the corpse of the six-legged water snake, heading towards Shan Chong in the distance. When the spring breeze blows, new life will come. Cut the grass to remove the roots. Shan Chong looked dazed. He had only one thought at this moment. The water snake was dead, and everything was over. The mission had failed, and there was no chance for him to survive. Even if he wanted to leave, he would die at the hands of his fellow disciples. He stared at the culprit who caused all this with a face full of resentment. I can't beat you, but I can drag a lot of people down with me before I die. As he spoke, Shan Chong's true energy rapidly flowed throughout his body, and cracks appeared visibly on his skin. He was about to explode and die at any time because he could not withstand the powerful aura in his body. There weren't many people around, but there were at least dozens of them gathered in groups of 3 or 4. If Shan Chong's martial feat is self-destructed here, these dozens of people would probably die. Bai Xian on the roof took the lead, his chi flowed, and he formed a formation to trap the surrounding area, but his face was extremely solemn. With my strength, if this person explodes his martial fetus, I can only block it slightly, I can't stop it. You begin to practice the Thunder Vein demonic scripture, the power of heaven is overwhelming, and your body is also improved in the process of tempering. 4 years later, the realization ends. Thunder Vein Demonic Tome Experience plus 2076. Thunder Vein Demonic Tome, 7 Thunder Veins, 689/1500. The martial arts realm is complete. The moment he walked forward with the knife, with every step Chen Wang took, his aura surged, rising steadily and unstoppable. However, Shan Chong, who knew he was doomed, was ecstatic. Idiot. Since you want to die, I will let you die. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shan Chong's face froze. Chen Wang took a step forward and first stabbed a knife into Shan Chong's mouth. Then he turned his wrist and stirred it fiercely. He grabbed the collar with one hand and lifted the latter up. Chen Wang, step back. Jian Su was horrified. It was not up to him to decide how many people could be saved at this time, and he might even get himself involved. At this moment, you can't be soft-hearted. After all, when the Demon Suppression Bureau is doing its job, how could there not be deaths? People from the Demon Suppression Bureau will die, and ordinary people will also die. As for how many people will die, it all depends on fate. Chen Wang turned a deaf ear to this. 7 steps on the clouds. After 7 steps, Chen Wang leaped into the air and threw it suddenly into the distance. Just as he let go, the flow of true energy had reached its peak. Shan Chong's mouth was full of blood and he could no longer speak, but that ferocious look seemed to be mocking his stupidity. Boom. An unparalleled explosion suddenly burst out in midair. A figure fell from the air at high speed. Countless people stared at the figure in a daze. Jian Su had already reached the ground and caught the falling Chen Wang with both hands. The aftermath of the explosion was so terrifying that even Jian Su, who was in the early stage of the martial embryo realm, felt a huge force invading at the moment he caught Chen Wang, and he slid back dozens of feet. Chen Wang was covered in blood and his breath was disordered, but the golden glow on the surface was only half destroyed. I'm fine. Chen Wang quickly stood still, his tone calm and full of energy, not looking like he had been seriously injured at all. It hurt, but it wasn't fatal. However, it also allowed Chen Wang to experience the power of Wu Tai's self-destruction. If it weren't for his strong physical body, even if he had reached the perfect martial embryo realm, he would have suffered a serious blow and damaged his foundation. Jian Su looked at Chen Wang in disbelief. This guy managed to withstand Wu Tai's self-explosion, and he's still alive and kicking. Chen Wang didn't care about the captain's thoughts. He naturally had his considerations for taking the risk before. When a person values his own life very much, he will also cherish the lives of innocent people to a certain extent. At least that's how he feels. Of course, if he had not been able to reach the perfection of the martial embryo realm in battle just now, he would rather the people in the city be killed or injured than risk his life. As long as there is a possibility of death, he won't do it. Are you really okay? Jian Su asked again. Chen Wang shook his head slightly and looked towards the Yuehua Tower. This matter is not over yet. Jian Su smiled slightly. The hardest part is over, and what's left is actually the easiest. Chen Wang didn't say anything else, but went to take out the six-legged water snake's demon pill. The two returned to the top floor of Yuehua building together. After this incident, there will no longer be Yuehua Tower in Lingjian City. The Demon Suppression Bureau will not allow a prefect who colludes with demons to continue operating his business. When Chen Wang returned to the top floor, the county magistrate who had turned against the Shengling sect was tied up and kneeling in the middle. Bai Xian and others looked at him coldly. At this moment, Lu Changhe was like a reckless beast, roaring hysterically. If you weren't incompetent, how could I be forced into a desperate situation and seek refuge with the living spirit sect? 2 months, a full 2 months. Do you know how I got through it? Lu Changhe burst into tears and roared wildly, his words becoming incoherent. If I don't agree, I will die. I finally survived. Why are you here again, trying to kill me again? Why? You are the ones who forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Bang. A wooden board hit Lu Changhe's face without any warning, with such great force that the board shattered on the spot. The burning pain and the blood flowing from his head made Lu Changhe stand there in a daze. I don't know when Chen Wang came to the front. If I don't tell you to speak, just shut up. Chen Wang, after all, he is the prefect of the local government. He needs to be escorted back. He cannot be killed yet. Jian Su immediately stopped him. Everyone was frightened by Chen Wang's move and broke into a cold sweat. This period of time spent together gave them a little understanding of Chen Wang's character. The more silent he was, the more ruthless he would be, and the more murderous he would be. But Lu Changhe was the prefect of the city, so even if he wanted to kill him, it would not be their turn to do it. Chen Wang turned and walked towards the stairs. I'm not very good at this, so I'll go back first. Looking at Chen Wang's leaving figure, the group of people looked at each other, but they all felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Qiyang smiled bitterly. Just now I thought Lu Changhe was going to be killed. That's what you think? Bai Xian rolled his eyes. Actually, Chen Wang is very measured. I never thought he would kill someone. Shen Ting wiped the cold sweat from his face calmly. Shen Qiyang looked depressed. Shen Ting, I didn't realize before that you are the sultry type. You want to practice? Shen Ting frowned. I'm not in the mood now. Shen Qiyang shook his head. The prefect was arrested and the yamen was leaderless. As the head of the Demon Suppression Department, Jian Su began to dispatch troops and generals. First, the Yuehua building was sealed, and then the interior of the yamen was dealt with. For example, whether anyone else in the yamen participated in this operation needs to be investigated one by one. This matter can be big or small, but once it is revealed that the person behind Lu Changhe is also involved, it will be a big deal. After a series of tedious tasks were completed, it was already dawn. Everyone returned to their residences with tired faces. I saw Chen Wang squatting at the door holding a cup of tea and basking in the sun. Shen Qiyang almost cursed her, but quickly realized something and shut up. This is what people deserve. To put it bluntly, if he could refuse the military merit, Shen Qiyang would not even have the shame to ask for it. Is it done? Chen Wang asked. Jian Su nodded. When are you leaving? It's estimated that it will take a few days to escort him to a local magistrate, and the superiors will personally send someone down. Yeah. At night, Chen Wan opened the panel, hesitated and closed it again. The little insight I have left is just a drop in the bucket if I use it, so I might as well save it and take a look. Things like this in Lingjian City are extremely troublesome. Everyone in the yamen was in full swing dealing with funeral arrangements. Even though Chen Wang was in a relatively remote place, he could vaguely hear the shouts outside. The moonlight pouring into the room from the window illuminated Chen Wang's face. Chen Wang's appearance is not very handsome, but his facial features are regular and he is quite attractive. Crunch. The vase on the table suddenly twisted, and a sound came from the friction. Chen Wang's pupils shrank, and he instantly stood up from the bed and looked around. He smelled a crisis. Could it be that the Xingling sect has a backup plan? But the six-legged water snake was dead, and the plan of the living spirit sect had failed. But now everything has been settled and there is no possibility of reversal. Anyone with a clear mind would never act rashly in such an unprofitable situation. After all, the Xingling sect is like a rat crossing the street. When nothing happens, they would like to hide themselves and die, preferably without being discovered by anyone. A faint black mist, barely noticeable, floated in from the window. Chen Wang suddenly turned his head to look over, and drew his sword to cut the black air. However, the strange aura did not dodge or evade under his unparalleled sword power, and continued to move along the predetermined trajectory. The knife light passed through the black air without leaving any trace. This is like the ghosts in the past life, invisible and intangible. Of course, since we have come to this world, the so-called ghosts are not so strange anymore. TSK TSK TSK. A strange voice was heard. The sound was like the gloomy laughter of thousands of people, mixed with repeated echoes. Ghost. Chen Wang frowned. I remember your appearance. As for my son's revenge, once I accomplish my mission, I will seek revenge on you. Cherish the few remaining days in your future. As soon as the words fell, the black smoke dissipated into thin air, as if it had never been there. Son. Chen Wang only thought about it a little and guessed it roughly. This wisp of black smoke is most likely the biological father of the six-legged water snake. This black smoke should be a mark left on its son, similar to a tracker from the previous life. However, it is relatively advanced and can know the situation first if the six-legged water snake encounters any accident. Thinking of this, Chen Wang rubbed his temples helplessly. It's another life and death situation. However, since Chen Wang knew that this water snake had its own tribesmen and wanted to kill him, it would naturally be much simpler. He admits that he cannot even be a good person and is incapable of repaying evil with kindness, but he is very good at repaying evil with evil. A member of the six-horned water snake tribe. This is the only useful information Chen Wan has right now. It seems that we can only wait for the captain to come back and ask about this matter. Chen Wan sighed secretly. In the final analysis, he is still not strong enough. But is the big event that Water Snake's father just mentioned also related to the creature sect? This speculation is certainly not groundless. After all, my son is a member of the Living Soul sect. Do you dare to say that I am 100% innocent? The people who dealt with the prefect Lu Changhe arrived at noon the next day, and the aftermath work was successfully completed. So Chen Wan and others officially embarked on their return journey. On the way back this time, Chen Wan shamelessly stepped onto the carriage in front of him. Bai Xian and others are very interested. Shen Qiyang said with a face full of gloating, you got on the bus without the boss's consent. That boy Chen Wan will probably be rejected. Inside the carriage, Huang Xiaoyi and Jian Su looked at Chen Wang who came in and exchanged glances in confusion. Although you have made great contributions in this battle, I am the captain. What do you mean by getting in the car without even asking me? Jian Su said unhappily, with his hands on his hips. However, although he said this, Jian Su had no intention of chasing people away. Instead, he was more of a teaser. They also had a general understanding of Chen Wang's personality. This person had little interest in things other than martial arts, and only when he was serious did he really have something to discuss. Chen Wang was stunned. Then I'll leave. You just do what I say. Why didn't you behave so obediently when we were on a mission? Jian Su rolled his eyes. Tell me, what's the matter? Is there any more information about the six-horned water snake? For example, information about this tribe and where they gather. Chen Wang did not waste time and went straight to the point. Huang Xiaoyi shook her head, her face full of disdain. Your question is too naive. If we really had this information, then our Demon Suppression Bureau could just send a large group of people to crush them and exterminate them. Chen Wang was speechless. It seems to be true. If I really knew where your lair was, I would have rushed there long ago. Why would I wait for you to attack us? As for whether they were innocent or not, what did it matter? Were all the people who died directly or indirectly at the hands of the demons innocent? Did they survive in the end? Jian Su said seriously, why are you asking this? Although we don't know where the nest is, we still have some information about the activity range of individual species in this group. Chen Wang pondered for a moment, and finally recounted what happened last night. If the water snake's father is related to the living spirit sect, then this matter is no longer his own business. The most important thing is that the Demon Suppression Bureau has influence throughout the state of Qi. Maybe he won't even have to do anything, and the old snake monster that threatens him will be caught and killed. Why not solve a major hidden danger without any effort? According to what you said, it was definitely the elder of the six-horned water snake. That wisp of black smoke should be the means of their tribe, the Soul Seal. Jian Su explained, Soul Seal is an extremely special method that can leave a mark on the target's soul. Everything the spellcaster does can be seen if they want to. You killed the water snake with your own hands, but you can't hide it from the people behind it. But what you said makes sense. My son has an affair with the living spirit sect, so he may not be clean as well. Jian Su touched his chin and said, I will report the situation truthfully later. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Chen Wang was not really scared, but he felt uncomfortable with the enemy being in the dark while he was in the light. Chen Wang suddenly remembered something. Isn't this Soul Seal method a bit clever? Huang Xiaoyi looked strange. There are many similar methods, but there is a prerequisite. Only those in the Qi realm can learn it. It would be strange if you are not clever. Chen Wang, why don't you understand anything? How did General Li look at him differently? Qi realm. The corners of Chen Wan's mouth twitched. Damn it, was that thing so highly cultivated last night? It seems that it is really not something I can handle. Fortunately, there is support from the Demon Suppression Division. It is conceivable that if Chen Wan has no background and is targeted by a Qi realm demon king, it's like walking on thin ice. How come that boy Chen Wan wasn't kicked out? Shen Qiyang said angrily. Shen Ting said calmly, I have a serious business and have made meritorious deeds many times. If you can do it, I will be fine. Shen Ting, what you said is confidential. Shen Qiyang said contemptuously. Baekhyun is indifferent and always smiles. I kept thinking in my heart, come out, come out, come out. 4 days later, the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Wan's performance on both tasks was rated as excellent, almost perfect. This directly caused the Yinyao Palace to make an exception and allow Chen Wan to be promoted. It would be unfair if a martial artist who was able to casually kill a warrior in the martial arts realm was rated based on his military merit. The promotion system of the Demon Suppression Division was not that strict to begin with, and besides, it was only promoted from catcher to head catcher. Congratulations. The men wearing a mask took away Chen Wan's identity token and replaced the copper on the surface with silver. Chen Wan took the silver token and put it away quietly. From today on, he is the head catcher of the Demon Suppression Division. In addition to him, Shen Ting, who was only 1 step away from being promoted, also received a silver token. Captain Chen, from now on you can also form a team of your own. The masked man reminded him as usual. Chen Wan nodded and hummed. He had read the relevant information about the Demon Suppression Department before and knew that each position would undergo different changes. In the Demon Suppression Division, there are some head catchers who like to work alone without a team. It is often the people above who gather these people together to travel on missions. The frequency of these tasks is not high, but every time they are extremely dangerous. It is conceivable that if a team were all warriors in the martial arts realm, how weak would the monsters they faced be? Looking at the silver tokens around their waists, Jian-su had a complicated look on her face. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Shen Qiyang, a big talker, couldn't hide anything in his heart, and said with a bitter look on his face, "Without Shenting and Chen-wan, what is the difference between our team and Feng Lizhu and Yu Lideng? Go, what are you talking about? Don't bring bad luck to me. I still want to live well." Bai Xian snorted coldly. Of course, Chen-wan would prefer to be alone, and to be more free. After all, he has quite a lot of secrets, and it is easy for people to reveal their secrets. The panel is of great significance to all warriors in the world, and all the treasures of heaven and earth are far inferior. Chen-wan, are you moving to a new residence? Shen Ting suddenly asked. Chen-wan nodded. We must act according to the rules. Although no new members will join the captain in a short period of time, we should make room for it as soon as possible. Originally, Shen Ting wanted to stay a little longer, but after hearing this, he changed his mind. How about having a good meal at Zijin Tower tonight? Shen Qiyang suggested. Shen Ting was the first to express his stance. Okay. Seeing this, Jian-su naturally agreed. Chen-wan, what about you? Originally, Chen-wan was not interested, mainly because he thought of the incident in the restaurant a few days ago and felt a little bit offended, but seeing the expectant looks on everyone's faces, it was hard to refuse. When he returned to the room, there was no one around, so Chen-wan opened the panel. Current enlightenment point, 5 points. Swallow the demon elixir of the six-legged water snake. You began to retreat and comprehend the Thunder Vein's demonic scripture. As your experience grew and the Thunder Vein's demonic scripture became complete, you gained a new understanding of your own cultivation, including the Qi and blood martial arts. You felt a hint of enlightenment. It seems that the martial arts also has room to go, and it is not a dead end. 3 years later, the realization ends. Thunder Vein demonic tome experience plus 1566. Thunder Vein's demonic canon, 8 Thunder Veins, perfect, can be comprehended. Current insight points, 2 points. As the Thunder Vein's demon-slaying scripture was cultivated to perfection, the martial fetus in Chen Wang's body could see with the naked eye 8 arcs of lightning inside his body, with astonishing momentum. The 8 meridians of thunder can wipe out all the demons. But Chen Wang's attention was quickly attracted by 3 words. Can it be comprehended? Chen Wang looked at the cultivation process information on the panel and raised his eyebrows. It can't be like understanding martial arts, where you have to perfect your skills on your own and create a semi-new path. The panel mentioned the Qi and blood exercises, so Chen Wang had an idea. Golden Crow Falling Sun Art, 9 days, perfection, can be comprehended. Chen Wang was sure that these 3 words had never appeared in the Golden Crow Falling Sun technique before. Is it the completion of the Thunder Vein demon exterminating scripture that has been brought out? Chen Wang couldn't help but ponder. After comprehending the demon-subduing sword technique, Chen Wang became extremely powerful. He no longer bothered to use the true Yang fist technique. With the sword in hand, it was easy for him to slay demons. The comprehension of martial arts is so abnormal, what about the comprehension of technical skills? Thinking of this, Chen Wang's heart, which had been silent for a long time, began to light up again. Originally, he wanted to prioritize improving his own realm, but he couldn't get the mountain and river realm technique at the moment. Even if he entered the mountain and river realm, he probably wouldn't be able to fight back against the Qi Sea realm demon. Unless he also reaches the Qi High realm. But at present he has no way to reach the Qi High realm in the short term. He hasn't even solved the mountain and river realm, let alone the Qi High realm method. Now that I'm out of the team, I probably won't have any missions in the short term. I can use this opportunity to hide for a while. Chen Wang muttered to himself and began to analyze the current situation. As long as you hide in the demon suppression department, you will undoubtedly be absolutely safe. If you don't have the power to protect yourself in the short term, then it's a good opportunity to try out the effects of understanding the skills. Maybe after understanding it, the martial arts techniques of the Wutai realm will become the techniques of the Shanchuan realm. Although this is not very realistic. After all, Chen Wang himself knew the Thunder Vein's demon-slaying scripture very well, and the operation methods of the technique were created according to the conditions of each realm. If he could really cross the class, it would be equivalent to creating a mountain and river realm technique by himself. Although Chen Wang has a lot of time, he is not a genius after all. How terrifying would it be if he could create a mountain and river realm from a martial embryo realm? If he had that kind of talent, Chen Wang wouldn't need the demon pill to assist him in his practice and could just ascend to heaven directly. Never mind, let's try 2 shots first. You began to meditate on the Thunder Vein demonic scripture in seclusion. According to your original idea, you began to try step by step, but the road ahead was full of fog. You soon lost yourself in the path of comprehension and gradually lost yourself. When you cheered up again, you found that time had passed and you fell deeply into self-doubt. 2 years later, the realization ends. Are you painting cakes for me? Chen Wang almost flipped the table. 2 years were wasted like this. However, this was not the first time he had seen this situation, so Chen Wang quickly calmed down. The last time I drew the pie in the sky was in Bayun County. Although it was a bit far away, I finally got to eat it and it was very delicious. It's one thing to draw a pie in the sky, but if you can really eat it, it will be so delicious. But throwing it in over the past 2 years is no different from a drop in the ocean. It's still too boring. Putting aside his worries about the technique for the time being, Chen Wang began to carefully count the martial arts he could use. After much calculation, it turns out that only one demon-subduing sword technique can be used. Ever since entering the Wutai realm, the power of the Xinyang fist has been much less than before. It turned out that there was some reason why Li Suqing didn't let him learn the Xiao family's martial arts. 7 steps on the clouds, the art of overcoming the bitter sea, and the demon-subduing sword technique. This is all he has. Still too little. It seems that I have to go to Jiaxing Tower to learn some good kung fu later. By the time Chen Wang had tidied up the house and put his things into his identity token, it was already evening. Chen Wang, can we set off now? Huang Xiaoi, who was standing outside the door, knocked gently and asked softly. Chen Wang changed into a black shirt and walked out the door. I found that only Huang Xiaoi was still there. Everyone has left first. Huang Xiaoi said with a smile. Chen Wang nodded without thinking too much. Tianhan City is very large, several times larger than Lingjian City. The people living in such an independent city are definitely lucky. They live a rich life and do not have to worry about attacks by demons. After all, the State Demon Suppression Office is right here, so how could any demon dare to invade? The Zijin Tower is right next to the Demon Suppression Bureau and is said to be the private property of the governor of Suizhou. Its main service is for the servants of the Demon Suppression Bureau, and it is of good quality and low price. Therefore, 7 or 8 out of 10 people who spend money here are from the Demon Suppression Bureau, and it is very common to find an old acquaintance every 3 steps. The second floor of Zijin building is a wide platform. Each table is close to the railing, which is considered a feng shui treasure land. Usually, these places have the best business. Chen Wang and Huang Xiaoi walked to the second floor and saw the location of Jian Su and his group at a glance. After sitting down, Chen Wang discovered that everyone's expressions were not very natural. Jian Su covered his forehead with his hands, his face looking as ugly as if he had eaten a piece of shit. What's going on? Chen Wang asked. Bai Xian waved his hand. It's nothing. I just didn't check the almanac before going out today. It's a bit unlucky. Bai Xian, your mouth stinks. Do you want your uncle to help you get rid of the smell? Just say yes. Your uncle won't refuse. Someone at the table next to him said sarcastically. Bai Xian didn't even look at those people. Chen Wang looked over in the direction of the voice. There were 4 people at the next table, 3 men and 1 woman, and they were looking at this side with a playful look. Huang Xiaoi, who was sitting next to him, said indignantly, "Why is Wang Qinghe trying to make a presence felt everywhere?" Wang Qinghe. Chen Wang subconsciously looked at the man who was obviously the leader among the 4. He was about 30 years old, not good-looking, with a pair of gloomy triangular eyes that showed a bit of violence. It was obvious that he was not someone who was easy to talk to. Noticing his gaze, Wang Qinghe said with a smile, "What are you looking at, you little piece of shit? Little waste." Chen Wang was so angry that he almost laughed. Don't take it personally. Wang Qinghe is one of our boss's suitors. Every time he sees our boss around, he tries like crazy to make a presence known. It's so annoying. Huang Xiaoyi reminded softly. Chen Wang fell into deep thought. Is it just annoying? Captain, that little loser seems to be a mute just like Bai Xian. Keep your voice down. If someone hears you, you'll feel uncomfortable. Not feeling well. Let him come to me, I'll stretch his muscles and make him feel better. Those harsh words fell into Chen Wang's ears, but he remained expressionless and just kept eating his food. But Wang Qinghe kept chattering away, making all the delicious food on the table taste dull. Before he knew it, Wang Qinghe, with a slightly rosy face, came over with a jar of wine. He moved a stool and sat next to Jian Su as if no one was around. Sister Jian, will you drink with me? Get lost. Jian Su said calmly. Jian Su, don't be so shameless. If I hadn't come earlier for the mission last month, you would have been dead. It would be fine if you don't know how to repay a favor, but why are you still putting on a sour face here? Wang Qinghe's face is gloomy, he's just a bitch. If I hadn't seen how pretty you are, would you really think that I, Wang Qinghe, care about you? Shen Qiyang stood up suddenly and said indignantly, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, we would be in crisis. It will be your turn to share half of the battle credits later. This mission was naturally before Chen Wan came to the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Wan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Qinghe. Zijin Tower's business was already good, and most of the customers were colleagues from the Demon Suppression Department. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere became a little weird. Some people were hesitant to take action to stop it, while others were just watching the show with schadenfreude. Captain, show your courage. 3 teammates shouted from not far away. Wang Qinghe, who was already in a state of embarrassment, grabbed Jian Su's shoulders without saying a word. Jian Su, I have been pursuing you for half a year, right? What's wrong with me? Do you like this kind of pretty boy? As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Wang with disdain. Jian Su casually slapped the hand off his shoulder. Wang Qinghe, who was already a little drunk, instantly flew into a rage and stood up and shouted, bitch, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a penalty drink. As he spoke, he raised his hand, his vital energy flowing, and was about to slap someone. Jian Su's eyes were burning with anger, and he was about to fight back. The others' eyes were flickering, and they were ready to fight. Fuck you. Do you really think we are easy to bully? When the situation became tense, a hand suddenly rested on Wang Qinghe's shoulder without warning. Put your claws back. It was Chen Wang. Wang Qinghe turned to look at Chen Wang and sneered, who the hell are you? How dare you order your uncle around? You can try it. Chen Wang said calmly. Captain, just give it a try. This kid didn't even dare to say a word just now. He's a coward. He definitely won't dare to fight you. Wang Qinghe sneered and slapped him without hesitation. How could this kid, whom I have never seen before, who is most likely a Qi and Blood Realm warrior who has just been selected to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, have the confidence to say this? Slap this bitch first, then let this kid suffer. After all, the Demon Suppression Division is not your little place. Do you really think you are a blessed child wherever you go? Before Wang Qinghe's palm could land, he felt the world spinning before his eyes and then let out a muffled groan. There was a sigh of relief all around. Wang Qinghe, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was suddenly thrown out and fell on the ground in the distance. The people at that position all moved away, looked at Wang Qinghe, and swallowed. What did they see? Wang Qinghe was in the late stage of Wutai realm. How could he be thrown out like that? Bang. Before everyone could react, Chen Wang took a step forward, picked up a bowl of food on the table, and smashed it into the man's face with such force that the bowl turned into powder in an instant. Eat more food, or you'll get drunk easily. The scene was silent. Wang Qinghe, feeling extremely aggrieved, wiped the leftover food off his face, stood up with a somersault, and attacked Chen Wang with a whip kick. You little bastard, you dare to hit me. Do you think you are a warrior in the mountains and rivers? At this time, Wang Qinghe was furious and a little drunk, so he attacked with all his strength. This kick was powerful and heavy. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The Demon Suppression Division does not object to fighting among colleagues, but it can only stop at a certain point. Anyone who kills a fellow disciple or uses a knife against their own people will be punished severely. With this kick, the boy would probably lose his life, and Wang Qinghe's fate would probably not be much better. However, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Chen Wang raised his left hand, caught the kick very easily and casually, grabbed the opponent's ankle, and suddenly smashed it to the ground again. Boom. The wooden board on the second-floor platform was directly smashed through by Wang Qinghe's body, and he fell down. How is that possible? Wang Qinghe's eyes were dull. If the boy succeeded just now because he was caught off guard, then what about this time? He has tried his best, why is the boy still safe and sound? Before Wang Qinghe fell to the ground, Chen Wang appeared on the first floor like a ghost, picked him up and went up to the second floor again. Bang. Wang Qinghe was pressed directly onto the table by Chen Wang, facing Jian Su. I only heard the young man in black shirt say, "Apologize to them. Apologize to them." This sentence of just 4 words seemed to echo in everyone's mind for a long time. The young man in black showed no emotion on his face, he just held Wang Qinghe tightly. Wang Qinghe's face turned red. Asking him to apologize in public was tantamount to humiliating him. A breath rose from Wang Qinghe's body, but no matter how hard he tried, the hand pressing on him remained motionless. He suddenly shouted angrily. Boom. The table where Jian Su was sitting suddenly shattered, and Wang Qinghe fell to the ground. At the last moment, Wang Qinghe supported himself on the ground with one hand as a support point, and raised his legs to go straight for Chen Wang's throat. Die. However, although this attack, which he thought was foolproof, hit Chen Wang directly, the latter only took 2 steps back, that was all, and was unharmed. That kid has a silver skin token. Even though he is a captain of the police, there is absolutely no way he can take his move unscathed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Qinghe has been practicing leg techniques since he was young, and he is considered an expert in this field. Whether it was the previous whip kick or the current Shangliao kill, he put all his strength into it. But, still to no avail. Chen Wang picked up Wang Qinghe and punched him in the abdomen. The latter groaned and tried to forcefully swallow the blood and energy that was surging up, but it was too late. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Wang Qinghe's mouth, and his aura, which was unique to the late stage of Wutai realm, suddenly became weak and fell to the bottom. Chen Wang remained silent throughout the entire time, and at this moment he even held down the sword at his waist in full view of everyone. The murderous intent suddenly arises. Wang Qinghe's repeated killing moves, whether intentional or unintentional, are facts. Chen Wang, don't be impulsive. Jian Su didn't care too much and immediately ran over, shaking his head repeatedly. The Demon Suppression Bureau does not allow killing each other. This is an iron rule. Anyone who violates it must die. Jian Su said softly, with a pleading look in his eyes for the first time. Today's incident was caused by her. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and she didn't want others to be involved in this unnecessary disaster because of her. There is no doubt that if Chen Wang killed his colleagues, he would be dead. No matter if you are a child of destiny or have a strong background, you will still die. Chen Wang casually threw Wang Qinghe to the next table and said, "You owe me an apology. Remember to watch your mouth in the future. If it weren't for your official uniform, you would be dead already." If it weren't for this iron rule, Chen Wang would have killed Wang Qinghe without hesitation after his 2 killing moves. But there are not so many ifs in the world. With his current strength, it is not enough for him to do whatever he wants. Asshole. We are all colleagues. Why are you so ruthless? What's your intention? The only woman in Wang Qinghe's team asked loudly with her hands on her hips. Clang. Chen Wang has already drawn his sword. Those eyes just stared at her calmly. The woman who was speaking felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She opened her mouth but found that she could not utter a single word. Wang Qinghe, who was helped up by his teammates, stood up slowly. With his mouth full of blood, he suddenly grinned. Chen Wang, right? I will remember you. I hope you can live well. Chen Wang didn't even look at him. Let's go. Wang Qinghe coughed a few times, waved his hand, and led his people downstairs. The people watching the show couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Someone was really going to die today, and anyone who saw it would be in big trouble. Many people stared at the very young swordsman in black and took note of it in their hearts. What a ruthless person! Who among those present has not experienced life and death countless times at the hands of demons? Therefore, they are extremely sensitive to the murderous intent that is almost instinctive. The murderous intent in this person's eyes just now could not have been a disguise. He was really just one step away from killing someone. Because of Wang Qinghe's incident, the originally happy banquet became boring. By the time the steward of Zijin building who was there to maintain order arrived, the opportunity was already lost. Chen Wang's attack was too swift, so it ended too quickly. In the end, Jian Su paid compensation to Zijin Tower out of his own pocket, and the matter was finally settled. Walking out of the Zijin building, Chen Wang glanced at the captain. The pleading look in his eyes was truly unprecedented. Sensing Chen Wang's gaze, Jian Su pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a sigh. When he returned to his residence, Jian Su said apologetically, "I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, this banquet wouldn't be such a disappointment." "Boss, please don't say that. If you want to blame that bitch Wang Qinghe for looking for trouble," Shen Qiyang said angrily. Jian Su looked at Chen Wan. "After all, Wang Qinghe is also a member of our demon suppression department. You have to think carefully and don't be impulsive." Chen Wan nodded slightly and said nothing more. It's just Wang Qinghe, so what if he can't be killed? Even if such a person is given time and opportunity, he will not pose a threat to him. Give you time to catch up, can you catch up? At present, there are only 3 things that really concern Chen Wan. That old snake hiding in the dark. The second was the life sect. After learning from these people, he understood what it meant to be crazy and had to guard against it. The last step is to comprehend the Thunderpulse magic code. If the effect is good, the Golden Crow plunging sun art can also be picked up for meditation. Jian Su and others returned to the house, and Chen Wan and Shen Ting walked side by side. They need to go to a new place to live. Every catcher who does not form a team has an independent small courtyard, which is relatively smaller, but it is more peaceful. If the boss hadn't stopped you at that time, would you really have killed him? After hesitating for a long time, Shen Ting couldn't help but ask. Chen Wang shrugged, noncommittal. Shen Ting stopped talking. In the brightly lit room, Wang Qinghe, who had a bandage wrapped around his abdomen, was furious and smashed the jade bottle next to him. "You bastard, I must avenge you for what you did today." "Captain, Chen Wang is unknown, but he is really capable." "Even you, Captain." "Well, even if we want to take revenge, where do we start?" Wang Qinghe pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "I, Wang Qinghe, entered the martial arts world at the age of 8. After 6 years of wandering around the martial arts world, I was taken into the Demon Suppression Division. Now I have been here for nearly 20 years. How many people do I know? The Wutai realm is pretty good. But it's not good enough for the Demon Suppression Division." "Captain, what do you mean?" "It's a pity that Fang Hong is out on a mission, otherwise I would have wanted to skin that guy alive right now. But if we calculate the time, Fang Hong should be back within half a month." Wang Qinghe suddenly looked ferocious. "Today's humiliation will be repaid tenfold tomorrow. Captain, please be careful and don't kill that kid." Wang Qinghe waved his hand. "I'm good at this kind of thing, do I need you to teach me?" Over the years, I, Wang Qinghe, have hit a lot of obstacles, but in the end, without exception, they were all kicked aside by me. Yes. Wang Qinghe stood up slowly, looked at the servile subordinate, and narrowed his eyes. "Chen Wang, I hope you don't die in the near future, otherwise who can I turn to for revenge? Looking for that bitch Jian Su." Thinking of this, Wang Qinghe sneered and it seemed that it was not impossible. But the best outcome, of course, is to make both of them pay the price. The next day, you began to meditate in seclusion to comprehend the Thunder Vein demonic scripture. The road ahead was still shrouded in fog. You stood in it, feeling only deep confusion. 1 year later, the realization ends. Day 3. You continue to comprehend the Thunder Vein demonic scripture. This time, you finally cleared some of the fog and opened up a path that no one has ever walked before. You are extremely excited. However, after you take a few steps, you reverse the process and find that the direction of this path seems to be wrong. Day 6. After 8 years of in-depth research, you have become completely obsessed and unable to extricate yourself, almost insane, as if you have gone astray and become a demon. Your obsession is getting stronger and stronger. Day 10. One day in the 12th year, a thunderpool phenomenon that had not been seen in 1,000 years appeared in the world. You sat in meditation on the top of the mountain and saw a glimmer of enlightenment. All your previous doubts disappeared at this moment. This sudden enlightenment made your originally dirty state of mind instantly clean. 12 years of accumulation finally allowed you to ascend to the heavens. You actually managed to forge out 9 or 10 lightning veins in your martial fetus. True. Thunder vein demonic scripture, 8 thunder veins, 0/2500. Looking at the strings of words on the panel, Chen Wang almost burst into tears. It's too difficult. Adding the original 2 days and this 10 days, it's a total of 12 days. He locked himself in the house and meditated for 12 days before he was able to raise a martial arts technique to a higher level. You know, the insights in the panel, whether good or bad, will be reflected back to oneself, as if you were there, and thus affect your state of mind. It can be said that the current situation described in the panel is Chen Wang's real situation. Of course, during this period he could also feel the progress of his comprehension of the Thunder Veins demonic scripture, and he had a clear idea of it, otherwise he would have given up long ago. When the result finally came, Chen Wang was still a little disappointed. It turned out that he did not upgrade the Thunder Veins demon-slaying scripture into a mountain and river realm skill. Immediately, Chen Wang looked at the Thunder Vein demon-slaying scripture that no longer displayed the word perfect, and almost jumped up and cursed. 2,500 experience points are needed to open the meridians. Why don't you just go and rob it? According to his unassisted pure talent experience value, it is only a little over 500 per day. It will take 5 days to open a meridian. Of course, 5 days is not a long time, but it is much slower than before. However, this psychological gap does not have much impact on Chen Wang. Now that I have figured it out, I have to try out the results, whether it is a donkey or a horse. Chen Wang muttered to himself. As your cultivation level increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to kill enemies across levels. For example, Chen Wang, who has reached perfection in the Qi and Blood realm, can kill a warrior in the early stage of the Wutai realm. But now if he faces a warrior in the early stage of the Shanchuan realm, he may only be slightly better. It would be difficult to stop him. Of course, the main reason was that his cultivation progressed too quickly during his time in the Wutai realm, so he did not put enough effort into martial arts. In other words, although the state of mind is not superficial, it has not yet settled to the extreme. But even though Chen Wang had discovered this problem a long time ago, he still had to concentrate on his cultivation. The reason was that the world was not peaceful and there were wolves all around, so he couldn't proceed according to the plan step by step. Chen Wang walked out of the door, looking a little unhappy. 5 days later. As the 9th lightning vein was opened, lightning snakes suddenly appeared around Chen Wang and lingered around him, making crackling sounds. Chen Wang let out a breath of foul air. Thunder surrounds his palms. Palm thunder. Chen Wang himself didn't believe it when he said it. This martial art was a side prize he got when he was comprehending the Thunder Vein demon exterminating scripture. He temporarily named this method Tianqin Thunder. Tianqin Thunder belongs to the category of martial arts, but he does not need to practice it deliberately. The more thunder veins the martial fetus in his body opens, the more powerful the Tianqin Thunder will be. For those who have mastered the demon-slaying codex, a small amount of destructive power of thunder will be mixed in when they circulate their true qi slightly, but they are still far from being able to truly control thunder and lightning. But Chen Wang added the prefix true to his Thunder Vein demon-slaying scripture, which directly made up for this regret. Chen Wang in the room was like the god of thunder. Once this heavenly heart thunder is perfected with the Thunder Veins demon suppression scripture, its power will be no less than that of the demon subduing sword technique that comes with the demon subduing divine ability. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes. The most important thing was that this Tianqin Thunder had an additional effect against demons and monsters. This made Chen Wang laugh and cry. Why were all the things he had comprehended aimed at killing monsters? Just as Chen Wang was still immersed in the joy of comprehending supernatural powers, the gate of the courtyard was kicked open by someone. bang. Wang Qinghe, who had recovered after half a month of recuperation, appeared and walked into the courtyard with his teammates. "Chen Wang, your grandfather is here, why don't you come out and pay your respects?" In addition to Wang Qinghe's team, there was another person who was wearing silver armor and had a burly figure. Just by standing there, he gave people an oppressive feeling like a mountain. The man in silver armor held a broadsword weighing 1,000 pounds in his hand. He stood there leaning on his sword, saying nothing even as Wang Qinghe beside him shouted inside. He had been away for a month, killing countless monsters and making great achievements. As soon as he came back, Wang Qinghe came to visit him. The two sides have a good relationship and Wang Qinghe is a good person, so he is willing to help with this small favor. As for the man named Chen Wang, roughly speaking, he is at most at the perfect Wutai realm. The outcome was a foregone conclusion, so he had no desire to fight at all. Soon, a bland response came from the room, "Get lost." Wang Qinghe sneered, "What? Chen Wang, where did your ruthlessness go? Now you don't even dare to meet me." He immediately turned his head and looked at the men in silver armor. "Brother Fang, if this little bastard doesn't come out, you can just tear down the house and I'll pay for it in the end." Fang Hong did not answer, but his aura was already flowing quietly. Wang Qinghe curled the corner of his mouth and looked at the house with a playful expression. "Do you think everything will be fine if you don't come out and face it? There is no such simple thing in the world. Since you want to be a coward, I'll just smash your shell together with it." He has waited too long for this scene today. A flash of lightning shot out from the house without any warning. Wang Qinghe's face froze for a moment. At the critical moment, Fang Hong, wearing silver armor, stood in front of him and slashed forward with a sword. The lightning was instantly broken up by the heavy sword, splitting into irregular lightning arcs that scattered in all directions. Around Fang Hong's waist, a golden identity token fluttered in the wind. Gold leather token, Captain. The captain of the Demon Suppression Bureau is at least at the mountain and river realm. A figure suddenly rushed out of the house, with violent thunder condensed on his fist, and punched hard on the sword. Fang Hong let out a light exclamation. With his level of cultivation, he actually felt the pressure from this punch and took 2 steps back. After one punch, Chen Wang stepped back slightly, swung his knife upward with his backhand, and knocked Fang Hong, who was in silver armor, away. Fang Hong's figure crashed through the wall and came out onto the street. Wang Qinghe and others stared at the men standing in the middle of the courtyard. Chen Wang was covered in thunder and holding Long Xiao in his hand. His eyes were shining like the sun hanging high in the sky. A violent aura spread. Like a god descending to earth. "Shanchuanjing, I'm just using you as a training ground." Originally, Chen Wang was too lazy to pay attention to people like Wang Qinghe. When he couldn't stand the yelling anymore, he would just throw him out. But when Chen Wang saw the gold token, he changed his mind temporarily. He didn't have a good enough understanding of the concept of Shanchuan Realm's combat power, and could only make estimates mostly. Since there is a ready-made Shanchuan Realm warrior in front of me, I might as well try my hand on him. By the way, I can also let Wang Qinghe know my own strengths and weaknesses so that he won't bother me all the time. The number of Shanchuan Realm warriors in the Demon Suppression Division is not much less than that of the Qi, Shui, Wu, and Tai Realm warriors. Basically, people at this level are the backbone of Suizhou Demon Suppression Division. Whether he can win is still to be seen, but Chen Wang is fully confident that he can remain invincible. So why not take action? Interesting. You are probably not far from the mountain and river realm. Fang Hong walked back to the courtyard as if nothing had happened, but his tone was like a superior asking a subordinate. The silver armor on Fang Hong had outstanding defensive power, and most of the force of the punch just now had been dissipated, causing no substantial damage at all. No answer. In the courtyard, Chen Wang, surrounded by thunder, rushed forward with 7 cloud-stepping steps. Fang Hong is worthy of being a Shanchuan Realm master who crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He guessed his trajectory solely by relying on his keen intuition. The two sides collided with swords and knives. The lightning arc clinging to the Long Xiao sword was destroyed and dispersed by the broadsword's true energy. For a moment, in broad daylight one could see flashes of light in the yard, and wherever lightning passed, it left behind charred patches. Wang Qinghe and others were unable to gain a foothold in the aftermath and they all retreated. Damn it, this bastard is even stronger than I thought. I thought that Chen Wang had already used all his means in the Zijin Tower that day, but I never expected that the other party didn't even need to use all his strength to deal with him. Wang Qinghe's face was as gloomy as water. Recalling the scene of that day, resentment rose in his heart. However, when he looked at the reinforcements he had brought, his mood suddenly improved. Judging from the aura Chen Wang exuded at this moment, he was at best at the perfect Wutai realm. Even if he was close to the mountain and river realm, he had not yet reached that realm. Different from the small stages in the realm, the gap between the big realms is like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how many means Chen Wang has, he cannot cross it. While Wang Qinghe's mind was racing, Chen Wang and Fang Hong in the distance were fighting each other dozens of times with a huge momentum. Gradually, everyone from the Demon Suppression Bureau who passed by couldn't help but stop. When they saw that Wutai realm actually lasted 30 rounds against Shanchuan realm, they almost thought they were dreaming. Being able to fight against a mountain and river realm warrior with the Wutai realm is already enough to make me proud. Even if I lose today's battle, it is still an honor. I do know Fang Hong, but who is this guy? Why have I never heard of him before? Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Qinghe shouted, "Brother Fang, don't bother with this guy anymore. It's a waste of everyone's time. Just take him down and call it a day. I'll treat you to a meal." Fang Hong in the distance cursed inwardly, he actually wanted to. The more he fought with Chen Wang, the more frightened he became. This man's martial arts were so strange, and the strength of his true qi was almost equivalent to that of a real Shanchuan realm. At the same time, although the opponent's swordsmanship was straightforward, it seemed to contain some mysteries. Of course, what really made Fang Hong extremely difficult was the thunder in his palm. The opponent's lightning could actually penetrate his armor and hit his body directly. His silver armor was specially awarded by his superior to commend his achievements. It is of excellent quality. He has escaped death countless times over the years with the help of this armor. But now, it seems to have encountered a natural enemy. As early as the 10th round of fighting, Fang Hong gave up his tentative thoughts and no longer underestimated Chen Wang. He chose to go all out and fight quickly and decisively. But what is the result? It was just a fight between two evenly matched people. If this gets out, won't people laugh their heads off? Damn, why is this kid so weird? Chen Wang remained expressionless from beginning to end. Not to mention the additional effects of Tianqin Thunder on demons, the penetrating ability alone is enough to serve as one of Chen Wang's main means. But is this the limit of the fighting power of the warriors in the mountain and river realm? In a flash, Chen Wang dodged Fang Hong's heavy blow by leaning sideways, and his toes skimmed backwards like a dragonfly skimming the water, putting some distance between them. Seeing this, Fang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Has this kid finally lost all patience? Damn it, this is so weird, I can't fight any further. Little brother, you are quite capable. It is not easy for me to defeat you. I think there must be a misunderstanding between you and Qinghe. How about we put aside our prejudices and talk? Fang Hong put away his sword and said with a smile. It's possible that this kid has a backup plan. Now he can only give himself a way out. It would be best if he can move on. Anyway, he can't be the enemy of Chen Wang in the future. Wang Qinghe is such a bastard, he is so unlucky. But whatever you think of will come true. As soon as Chen Wang said this, before he could even comment, Wang Qinghe in the distance shouted, "Brother Fang, don't go easy on me. There is no misunderstanding between me and this little bastard. Could you please shut up?" If there weren't so many people talking, Fang Hong would have wanted to rush over and slap Wang Qinghe in the face. What a short-sighted guy. Having roughly understood his own level, Chen Wang no longer hid it. He straightened his back slowly, and suddenly a flash of lightning appeared on his body. Fang Hong's face changed drastically. It was impossible. He hadn't used his full strength just now. This is impossible. While Fang Hong was stunned, Chen Wang instantly closed the distance between them at the fastest speed. Lightning flashed from the palm of his hand, attached to the silver-white armor. Then Fang Hong flew backwards. Boom boom boom. This palm directly knocked Fang Hong through dozens of walls and onto another street. The originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. What happened? Everyone looked at each other. Chen Wang took a step forward and appeared in front of Wang Qinghe like a ghost. Impossible, you are only at the Wutai realm. Wang Qinghe's pupils were bloodshot and he yelled hysterically. Chen Wang threw a punch without saying a word, but before Wang Qinghe could fly out, he reached out and grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Chen Wang said calmly, as the saying goes, 3 times the limit, cherish your last chance. After saying that, Chen Wang threw Wang Qinghe far away. Finally, he looked at the others and said, do you still want me to ask you to leave? Wang Qinghe's companions' minds went blank. When they heard this, they shuddered and wanted to leave immediately. But they were grabbed by the shoulders by Chen Wang and thrown out like Wang Qinghe. The people around finally came to their senses, and everyone looked at the black-clad swordsman with amazement in their eyes. Just as Chen Wang was about to go back to the house, the captain in charge of patrolling the Demon Suppression Bureau arrived. Looking at the mess, he was filled with grief and indignation. Which son of a bitch did this? Fang Hong. Chen Wang replied calmly. The captain snorted coldly, turned around and asked about Fang Hong's whereabouts. You better not lie, kid. Following the direction pointed by everyone, the captain saw Fang Hong lying in the pile of rocks and fell into deep thought. In the past 10 days, when Chen Wang had nothing to do, he would go to the library of the Demon Suppression Bureau to cram knowledge like crazy, with the purpose of learning more about this world. The so-called Demon Army is a team formed by the union of demons and unintelligent beasts. Wherever the Demon Army passes, they will treat all living things as enemies. This situation is extremely rare, occurring only once every few decades, and there is only one necessary condition that promotes its formation. Only when a king who is powerful enough to make the wild beasts submit appears in a certain area, will it be possible to gather all the demons together. This is a weather phenomenon that can only be seen after decades, and some people with normal lifespans may not even get to see it. Yet Chen Wang had only been in this world for less than 2 months when he encountered it. You can imagine how bad his luck was. However, what really concerns Chen Wang is Fengsha City. It is not only his hometown, but also the place where Li Suqing guards. Moreover, if the demon army heads there, Bayun County, which belongs to the Fengsha County territory, may also be affected. Thinking of this, Chen Wang felt a little depressed. To be called a demon army, its scale must be quite large. According to records in books, every time the demon army breaks out, tens of thousands of people or even hundreds of millions of people die unjustly, and all lives are lost. And every time the demon army revolts, who is the first to bear the brunt of suppressing the rebellion? Of course it's a warrior. Many warriors who obviously have a bright future often die, as they are as vulnerable as ordinary people facing the ravages of demons. Chen Wang read the contents attentively and soon breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Li Suqing couldn't hold on and asked the headquarters for support, but I didn't expect that this demon army had not arrived in Fengsha City yet. From the contents recorded in this scroll, the doubts in my heart yesterday were finally solved. Why have the independent detectives had nothing to do in the past 10 days? It's very simple. The top leaders had long speculated about the formation of the demon army and chose to conserve their strength and gather their troops. Therefore, the tasks of the detectives who have just returned from outside missions and those who are on standby in the company have not been changed. 2 days left. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes. From the above information, we know that the demon army will reach Fengsha City in about 2 days. The chief monk seemed to have other important matters to attend to and could not get away for the time being. Everyone, the demon army is only about 200 miles away from Fengsha City. There are mountains in between, so it is difficult to intercept them. You have only one mission: rush over and defend Fengsha City to the death. Don't let it fall. Jiang Yun's hands hung naturally, her eyes determined. Clear. Before coming here, the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau only had 2 identities. Or he might be a promoted official from the government office. Or they are people who have no background but are noticed because of their talent. It just so happens that these 2 types of people are among the groups that have seen the most monsters. So no matter how terrifying the demon army was, their morale was not affected. As a result, nearly 200 constables who were still on standby at Suizhou Demon Suppression Bureau set off one after another. 2 days later. Spring daylight, while warm, is uncommon. In the spring, the light in Fengsha County is mostly blocked by gray clouds, and a drizzle can last for half a month, making people miserable. But today is different. Right in front of the city wall that had been eroded by time over many years, a thick black cloud as dark as ink was slowly approaching. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. Those with excellent eyesight can even see the dense forest under the clouds shaking constantly. On the city wall of Fengsha City, many soldiers and warriors who had received orders from their superiors long ago stood on the city wall in an orderly manner. Keep alert and don't let your guard down. If there is any disturbance, report it immediately. Clear. First, a strong wind blew, making everyone's armor clank. A speechless feeling of suffocation came over me. Look! Someone exclaimed, pointed to the end of the sky, his pupils contracted, and he trembled violently. What? Everyone looked in that direction. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Under the black clouds, there seemed to be a terrifying force slowly approaching. The dense forest was as fragile as paper in front of this huge force. It was being eaten away madly, and the trees collapsed in large numbers visibly. It seems to be coming in our direction. In order to avoid panic, only a few people in high positions can get the news about the demon army's attack. If the news were released in advance, instead of alerting the people in the city and uniting to protest, it would make them panic and they would only want to leave their homes and escape from suffering. Once hundreds of thousands of people in the city move to various places, it will undoubtedly be a serious burden on the surrounding areas. It might cause a chain reaction, affecting the hearts and minds of the people in Xiao, and even the surrounding states and counties. Therefore, the only way to truly resolve this matter is to defend Fengsha City to the death. In the far distance, an army formed by countless demons was like a glutton. Wherever it passed, forests and mountains were smashed to pieces. The earth is shaking. A streak of snow-white light shot up into the sky from somewhere in the city and reached a higher place on the top of the city wall. She held a long sword in her hand, holding it horizontally in front of her. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Those who fight to the death to defend the city will be rewarded, both alive and dead. Anyone who retreats in battle will be executed immediately. It was Li Suqing. Li Suqing was still wearing the familiar plain dress, but there was an indescribable Taoist charm flowing on the surface of this high-quality robe. Qi Hai Realm. What is Qi Hai? The true energy in the body is as vast as the ocean, and it is inexhaustible. I heard that my old friends in Fengsha County all died at your hands. Little woman, you may be young, but you are quite capable. High in the sky, a middle-aged man covered with thick hair sneered. Looking closely, this person's features seem a little strange, especially the exposed wings on his back, which seem out of place on a human body. The demons in the Qi Hai realm can already transform into human form, but they are not yet able to fully possess everything in the human body. This kind of demon is called the Demon King. Li Suqing pointed his sword at the middle-aged man. This is also where you are buried. Not finished yet. The overwhelming sword light shot down at the winged man like spring rain. The latter opened his arms, raised his head slightly, took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, his face intoxicated. Let thousands of swords pass through. In an instant, blood was gushing and skin and flesh were torn apart. After another moment, the figure had been cut into pieces by countless sword chi and fell down dejectedly. Everyone was ecstatic. I thought this big monster would be very tricky, but what was the result? In front of our General Li, he died before he could even fight a single round. Li Suqing frowned slightly. This person is the Demon King, and is most likely the initiator of this demon army. It is impossible for him to die so easily. General Li, this time I'll treat it as a gift to you. Next time we meet, you must let me drink all your blood. The man who was supposed to be dead suddenly laughed. The laughter came from all directions and penetrated into everyone's ears. Li Suqing narrowed her eyes and was not surprised at all. If the Demon King really died so easily, then she would find it strange and even more troublesome. At this time, the demon army was only 30 miles away from Fengsha County. Still advancing rapidly. Defend the city. Li Suqing said in a deep voice. I am willing to follow the general to defend the city. When the last mountain was smashed by the demons, a large number of demons rushed into the land in front of the city, killing them wantonly. You began to meditate on the thunder vein demonic scripture. Since you comprehended this method, you have a unique understanding of the operation of the method, and you have become more and more adept at it. Your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and finally you have completely opened up the 10th meridian. True. Thunder vein demonic tome experience plus 582. True. Thunder vein demonic scripture, 10 thunder veins, return to the true truth. Self-created martial arts, 5 thunder dharmakaya. 5 thunder dharmakaya, getting started, 0/300. The 5 thunder dharmakaya uses thunder to temper its body and forge a supreme physique. After it is fully accomplished, thunder and lightning surround the body, tempering the body all the time, like the descending of the thunder god. It is another physical martial art, but this time, he created it himself and it was derived from the thunder vein demon-slaying scripture. Its power is even more comprehensive than the bitter sea Zongheng Gong. Chen Wang slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. He stood up and walked back to the main forest from his hiding place. In the early morning, the forest was already in ruins. Even though they had not seen with their own eyes what had happened there, many people were still furious. Wherever the demon army passed, they destroyed everything with ease. Today is the 5th day since we set out from the Demon Suppression Bureau. The original 200 people were divided into 4 teams, and the leaders of each team were all the best captains. As a result, Chen Wang separated from Shenting and they both went to their respective teams. Chen Wang, aren't you too punctual for going to the toilet? After Chen Wang sat down, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s patted him on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Chen Wang shook his head and said nothing more. This person's name was Jean Dequan. He met him by chance on the road. They were not very familiar with each other. It was just this person that he had communicated with during this period of time. Over time, they became closer. Although Chen Wang has a relatively cold personality, he doesn't mind having many friends. Here, it's hot. Jean Dequan took out a roasted chicken leg and handed it over. Eat more, I guess we won't have such good days in the future. Jean Dequan sighed. I really regretted rushing back here. If it was one day later, we wouldn't have to go to the battlefield so soon. The more you understand demons, the more you know how cruel they are. If you are not careful, you will become a delicacy in their mouths and serve as nourishment for the demons to advance their city. Chen Wang was used to this. Jean Dequan was a good person, but he couldn't change his pessimistic habit of sighing and complaining. After the meal, the team continued on the muddy mountain road. At noon, a tall city wall with holes all over it stood in the center of this desolate open space. The city wall could no longer bear the weight and was on the verge of collapse. The blood on the wall had dried and solidified on it, as if it could strengthen the wall. The entire battlefield fell into deathly silence, and a foul stench filled the air. Countless broken limbs and bones of demons and beasts were scattered on the ground, piling up the ground by half a foot. Scattered crows fell from the sky in search of food. Even though the people present were used to seeing the cruel scenes of demons eating people, they couldn't help but gasp at this moment. It's so miserable. At a glance, the demons did suffer heavy casualties, but correspondingly, the people defending the city must not have been much better off. After all, Fengsha City is just a city. Even though there is the demon-slaying mansion and the martial arts families developing in the city, most of the soldiers defending the city have not actually entered the realm of martial arts. The demon army's troops were not uniform. In addition to the main force, there were also scattered demons slowly approaching. They were divided into 4 teams and entered the city from the 4 gates of Fengsha City in order to clear out some monsters in the surrounding area. Of course, what was more important was to be able to transform into 4 sharp swords and stab into the monster army's formation from the side. But unfortunately, although the reason is unknown, the 2 sides stopped fighting. On the day of departure, each team was led by only a few captains, but as more people arrived, a leader was elected from among them. Chen Wang's team leader is named Xiang Lu, who is very famous in the Demon Suppression Bureau. It is said that he is one of the chief's direct disciples and a candidate for the next demon slayer. Now he is only 23 years old, but he has already reached the great perfection of mountain and river realm. He only needs a little opportunity to have true energy as vast as the sea and enter the Qi Sea realm. Among them, the first and most famous disciple is now ranked as one of the 3 great demon-slaying generals in Xiao. The team, with 1 man and 1 horse, stopped on the dilapidated road. Xiang Lu looked around and sensed no trace of demonic presence. Retired from the army? Or is it over already? Then he looked up at the top of the city, and saw that Fengsha City had not fallen. Who is coming? On the top of the city wall, a soldier guarding the city stepped forward and shouted from afar. Xiang Lu curled his lips and casually threw the golden token on his waist up. Captain of the Demon Suppression Division, my name is Xiang Lu. The soldier looked at the token in his hand for a long time, his heart moved slightly, and he turned and left. After a while, the city gate slowly opened and the Demon Suppression Bureau's team entered one after another. Walking into the city, Chen Wang looked at the scattered pieces of ruins and knew that the city had almost been lost more than once in the past few days. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the demons to cross the city gate and rush into the city to wreak havoc. From the moment the demons attacked, Fengsha City has been in a completely closed state. No one was allowed to enter or leave, and hundreds of thousands of people were surrounded in the city. The eyes of the people on the street were dull and lifeless. In their eyes, these people from the Demon Suppression Bureau were no different from demons. Not allowing them to escape, what's the difference between this and killing people? Demon-slaying mansion. The second time he came to this place, Chen Wang felt a little heavy. In this situation, he could die at any time. The matter was of great importance, so Xiang Lu, the leader, took a few captains with whom he was on good terms to meet Li Suqing. At the same time, the other 3 teams also entered the city one after another, and the main force joined together. People like Chen Wang, who have little presence in the team, are naturally the first to be assigned to help deal with the low-level affairs of the demon-slaying mansion. The people in the mansion were all transferred from Xiao Demon Suppression Bureau, but there were not many people, and many people died, so there was a serious shortage of manpower, and the past few days have been very stressful. By the time Chen Wang and others finished their work, it was already late at night. Jean Dequan and Chen Wang walked side by side towards their residence. It's really tiring. I still don't know how to fight. Damn it, I thought there was a high probability that we would run into demons attacking the city, and then we would attack the army from the side. Chen Wang didn't say anything, always feeling that there must be some hidden reason behind the temporary retreat of the demon army. Before the 2 of them returned to their residence, a colleague came over and said, "Gather at the square in the government office." Jean Dequan had a bitter face, but as a high-ranking official, he could overpower others, so no matter how much grievance he had in his heart, he dared not vent it. In the square, many captains including Xiang Lu first explained the situation to everyone, and then talked about the important matter of deployment of defenses. Yesterday, when the demons were trying their best to attack the city, the double-winged demon in the Qi Hai realm was killed by Li Suqing's sword in front of the formation and died on the spot. This is what everyone on the city wall saw clearly. The 2 sides had been fighting for 3 days. Li Suqing killed the general in front of the battlefield, causing the morale of the demon army to be greatly disrupted, and they had to retreat temporarily. This is how we have the peaceful situation today. Chen Wang nodded slightly in his heart. This is very Li Suqing. After the deployment was completed, Xiang Lu took a step forward and said, "No need to say anything. Just do as we say. If we succeed, we will win." Clear. Because there were many people coming from the Demon Suppression Bureau, they arranged for 2 people to stay in one room. After the meeting, Chen Wang and Jean Dequan returned to their residence together. In the courtyard, there was a woman with a sword on her waist, sitting on a stone bench drinking tea. The moonlight is shrouded, like the arrival of the bright moon. Jean Dequan rubbed his eyes hard and found that it was not an illusion. He was stunned. "Why is General Li here? How come you have time to come to see me?" Chen Wang walked into the yard. Jean Dequan was stunned. He looked at General Li and then at the stoic Chen Wang. Do these 2 know each other? Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how this person who had nothing to do with him knew him. Li Suqing raised her head proudly. "Who said I came to see you? Can't I come to see him?" Jean Dequan's face suddenly turned red and his mind went blank. General Li is here to see him. Who is Li Suqing? Putting aside the powerful background behind him, in terms of talent alone, no one in Suizhou Demon Suppression Division can match him, and he is also the youngest demon slayer. According to rumors, Li Suqing only read poetry and books before she was 12 years old, and never practiced martial arts, like a lady from a noble family. But since she entered the martial arts world at the age of 12, her training speed has been astonishing, and in 10 years, she has transformed from a weak woman into a demon-slaying general and a martial artist at the Qi realm. Putting aside all these halos, Li Suqing also had a stunning beauty and was equally famous. There were countless men of the same age who were secretly in love with her but did not have the courage to express it. But haven't we met yet? Jean Dequan was at a loss. Chen Wang hummed, then you guys chat. After saying that, Chen Wang went straight back to the house. When there were only 2 people left in the courtyard, Jean Dequan scratched his head and said, Master Li. Li Suqing casually threw a pill over and said, thank you for taking care of him during this period of time. This is a reward for you. I was just joking with him. Sorry. After saying that, Li Suqing stood up and walked into Chen Wang's room. The night is long, and you are alone with your men and woman. Jean Dequan felt like he needed to grow his brain. In his impression, Lady Li was the kind of woman who kept people at a distance and was overbearing, but tonight Lady Li was surprisingly gentle. No, there must be a story between these 2 people. Jean Dequan was in a dilemma. Should he go out and starve tonight? If he heard something he shouldn't hear, wouldn't he be in trouble in the future? Chen Wang had no idea what his partner was thinking. At this moment, he and Li Suqing were sitting opposite each other in the room, each with a cup of hot tea in front of them. You look very good. It seems that you have indeed killed the Demon King as the rumors said. Chen Wang looked at the woman he hadn't seen for a long time and nodded slightly. Li Suqing was both angry and amused. When did you control me? Don't forget that you owe me a lot of favors. Of course I remember. You are such a boring person. Why did you walk so fast just now? Chen Wang coughed twice. If you have something serious to say, just say it. If you still want to keep it to yourself, then I'm going to sleep. Hearing this, Li Suqing held his forehead and said, okay. What you just said is not wrong, but it's not entirely right either. Chen Wang frowned. If you want to say it, don't keep it a secret. I did kill the blue bird with 2 wings in front of the battlefield, but I finally realized that this so-called demon commander was just a puppet. There was another person behind him who was several times more difficult to deal with. Li Suqing stretched out her jade hand and spread out her 5 fingers. Black smoke continued to emerge from her palm and the blood vessels in her palm were visibly being eroded. You've been tricked. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes. The seed of resentment, this method looks familiar. Are you from the Xingling sect? Have you dealt with them? Li Suqing's face changed. She was a little anxious, so she automatically ignored Chen Wang's previous words. The so-called seed of resentment is the name of a martial arts method of the Xingling sect. Once you are hit by it, it is like being poisoned and you have to suffer pain all the time. But it is not completely the same as poisoning. While the seeds of resentment devour the flesh and blood, they will also affect the state of mind, infinitely magnifying the tiny inner demons, forcing the victim to constantly play against another self. This method will be very effective against warriors who have not yet entered the mysterious realm. Unconsciously, Chen Wang's expression also became solemn, but seeing Li Suqing's attitude of getting to the bottom of things, he had no choice but to tell her the general process of his mission in Lingjian City. Li Suqing was relieved. It's okay, that's right, you rarely suffer losses. She immediately changed the subject. The Living Spirit sect came prepared this time. I had already secretly sent a message to the other 2 demon slayers, but they were secretly tripped up by the Living Spirit sect and could not arrive in a short time. I didn't mention this matter during the rally today, fearing that it would upset the morale of the troops. Even though Li Suqing didn't say it explicitly, Chen Wang understood what she meant. You should spend a lot of effort to contain this wisp of black smoke, so it will be very difficult to face the person behind the scenes next time. It's likely that I will lose and die. Li Suqing did not hide it. Chen Wang was stunned. It was a bit surprising to hear these words coming from Li Suqing. This method is unique to the disciples of the Living Spirit sect. I never thought that the Living Spirit sect was actually the one behind this huge demon army. The so-called leader is just a medium for them to plot against me. Are you stupid? You know you can't win, but you don't run away. Chen Wang's face looked a little ugly. Li Suqing shook his head. I am a demon-slaying general. No matter what time, I should not abandon the city and flee. Chen Wang really couldn't understand the thoughts of this kind of people. If he were in that position, would he be waiting to die if he didn't pack up and leave immediately? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Isn't it enough to massacre all the people involved in the incident and regard it as revenge? After all, even if they really stayed and fought to the death, they would eventually be unable to escape the fate of the city being destroyed and people being killed. Therefore, Chen Wang always felt that he was not suitable to be the one to guard a place. Chen Wang shrugged and drank a cup of tea. Then why did you come to me? This is not the time in Bayun County. How can I, a Wutai realm, protect you? I will give you an order to escort my brother out of Fengsha City, and you will escort him to the Li family in the capital. Li Suqing had no expression on her face and said calmly, don't think too much, I just want my brother to survive. You let your brother go and you didn't open the city gates to let the people go. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed in the back? I will open the west gate tomorrow night and let as many people as possible go through. At this point, Li Suqing smiled bitterly, maybe I can't keep it. Chen Wang was speechless. He was silent for a long time before he said, why did you come to me? And you shouldn't have told me about your current situation. You should have discussed it with the other captains. There is a traitor in the mansion. I don't have time to investigate and I don't trust them. Li Suqing shook her head. Does this mean you can trust me? Li Suqing looked at Chen Wang's face and said with a smile, even if I die, the agreement between you and me will still stand. It is assumed that you will help the Li family once or twice in the future when they are in trouble. Is there really no way to help you remove that seed of resentment? Since you know about the seeds of resentment, you should know that only the Tianqin righteous law can cure it completely. Of course, if I am given another 10 days or half a month, I can forcibly erase this seed, but time waits for no one now. Li Suqing looked towards the outside of the city. The demon retreated because the people behind the scenes were waiting. They were waiting for the seeds of resentment to wear down my fighting power, and then they could break the city in one fell swoop. So far, only Li Suqing knows the real reason why the demon army retreated. Tianqin Jingfa. Of course Chen Wang knew it, but he didn't think about it at the moment. In a flash, some lightning appeared in the palm of his hand. The lightning from the thunder vein demonic scripture is effective, but it's not enough. Your realm is even worse. Save your energy. Li Suqing rolled her eyes and began to comfort him. Besides, I don't think I will definitely lose. Chen Wang simply treated this statement as bullshit. In silence, lightning flashed all over his body. 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. Tianqin Thunder. At this moment, Chen Wang was like the power of heaven itself. Li Suqing looked at him with a dull expression. Although the Thunder Vein demonic scripture is very powerful, it definitely does not have this kind of power. If this kind of effect can be achieved after cultivation, then it is no longer a practice for those in the Wutai realm. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Wang tilted his head and smiled for the first time. What are you doing? Whether it is the Golden Crow's Falling Sun art or the Thunder Vein's demon-slaying scripture, they are both martial arts that Li Suqing has studied in depth himself. But without exception, Chen Wang's depth of practice exceeded her understanding of these two techniques. Standing still means you agree or disagree. If you don't trust me, just pretend I never said that. Chen Wang curled his lips. Li Suqing snorted coldly, forget it, considering your sincerity, there is no worse situation than the current one, so why not give it a try? Although Chen Wang always brings her surprises, this time is different. After all, it was the Qi High realm that accomplished this with deliberate planning, while Chen Wang was ultimately only at the Wutai realm, and the gap in cultivation was too great. He spread out his palm, and a cloud of black smoke filled the white and tender palm. The seed of resentment had no mercy at all and madly devoured the flesh and blood. As one side gains, the other loses, and Li Suqing's situation will only get worse. I didn't look at it carefully enough just now, and now Chen Wang finally understands. What the woman said just now about the problem being resolved in 10 days or half a month is a lie and bragging. If there is no martial arts master who is good at using Taoist thunder magic to help suppress it, her condition will get worse and worse. No matter how talented Li Suqing is or how strong his fighting ability is, he is still only at the Qi High realm. Chen Wang raised the thunder in his palm. Bear with it, it might hurt a little. Li Suqing curled his lips and disagreed. He was just about to say, this general will stand still and chop you for 3 days and 3 nights, but you still can't chop anything into flowers. But before he could finish his words, he felt a piercing pain in his palm. Li Suqing groaned, and the energy and blood in his body began to surge subconsciously. Don't move. You're very strong, I definitely can't hold you down, so you have to hold yourself back. Just by slightly mobilizing the qi and blood, Chen Wang was almost knocked away. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary martial artist. If it were someone else, they would have been unable to bear it. Li Suqing's palm turned into a battlefield, with the armies of black smoke and thunder facing each other. After a while, the black smoke, which was dozens of times stronger in comparison, was actually defeated by the thunder and suffered heavy losses. Efficient. Chen Wang smiled. Li Suqing's face was filled with astonishment. Why? Is this guy really so amazing? Outside the house, Jean Dequan was amazed. What kind of new flirting method is this? As soon as he said this, he slapped himself in the face. Jean Dequan, it's okay for you to have dirty thoughts at ordinary times, but you must not make up rumors now, or you will be caught by General Li and you will be in big trouble. The thunder and lightning continued until the second half of the night. Chen Wang lay on the bed almost exhausted. The consumption of Tianqin thunder is not small, not to mention that he has to use it for an hour straight. How could his martial Tai realm true qi be enough for him to squander? Li Suqing spread out his palm, looked at the much fainter black smoke in his palm, and fell into deep thought. If I do this once every night, it will take about 6 or 7 days to completely eradicate the seeds of resentment. Chen Wang said to himself while lying on the bed. The reason why it was at night was because everyone was busy. During the day he had to help rebuild the surrounding area and run errands for the major captains. Li Suqing shook her head, not fast enough. In 6 or 7 days, the demons will come rushing in. I'll have someone send some healing pills over later. You have to stand firm. Chen Wang was in a daze. Li Suqing, is this still you? Li Suqing did not respond and pushed the door open. Last night, Li Suqing looked like a normal person, with a mellow complexion and full of energy, but these were just superficial and could not be seen by outsiders. But now, there is really no need for too much disguise. At the same time, the plain skirt she was wearing seemed a little messy. Jean Dequan opened his mouth wide after seeing all of this. Is this true? Is Chen Wang that guy so brave? Early the next morning, the two sat opposite each other during the meal. Jean Dequan was silently looking at Chen Wang from beginning to end, his mind racing. No, why should he? He usually doesn't talk much and always has a stern face when asking questions. Except for someone as kind-hearted and patient as me, who can stand his bad temper. What are you looking at? Chen Wang was really uncomfortable with the look in this guy's eyes. Can you teach me, brother? Jean Dequan took a deep breath and said with a straight face. Chen Wang. Jean Dequan's face suddenly turned red. You. Still pretending. General Li stayed in your room for more than an hour last night. Do you dare to say that you didn't do anything? Chen Wang is not a fool. Now that things have come to this, how could he not know? Of course, it's not that nothing was done, but it's definitely not what he thought. The matter of the seeds of resentment cannot be told to anyone, but Li Suqing's innocence cannot be ignored. Chen Wang simply made up an excuse, I am his distant relative. According to seniority, he has to call me uncle. This time he heard that I was here, and wanted to see if I had neglected my cultivation, and also to catch up with the past. My niece didn't use any gentle force on me. She still has back pain from this. Distant relative. Compared to the fact that General Li and Chen Wang were having an affair, Jean Dequan accepted this statement instantly. He suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I was wondering how you dared to speak to General Li in that tone last night. It turns out that according to seniority, you are still his elder. Chen Wang nodded. Jean Dequan's heart finally settled down. I thought that Li Suqing's condition could be kept secret forever, but it was obvious that the spies in the demon-slaying mansion could not bear it any longer. The next day, news came out from nowhere that Li Suqing had been ambushed and reduced to only 1/10 of her cultivation level. For a moment, not to mention the ordinary people in the city who had been able to rest and recuperate for 2 days, even the many officials who rushed over from the Demon Suppression Bureau were a little hesitant. At the strong request of many captains of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Li Suqing appeared in the square of the demon-slaying mansion. The originally noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Chen Wang was naturally among them. Being forced to come forward at this time is very disadvantageous. Although the two of them have found a solution, they have not yet completely eliminated the seeds of resentment. If they were discovered, it would seriously affect the morale of the army. There is even the possibility of chaos before the war. Of course, proving that Chen Wang has the means to help Li Suqing is also a way, but although this will solve Li Suqing's problem, he will be in trouble. If the Living Spirit sect knew that he, a mere Wutai realm cultivator, could actually eliminate the seeds of resentment cast by the Qihai realm cultivator, they would definitely kill him at all costs. Being on the kill list of the Living Spirit sect is not a good thing for Chen Wang now. Even if we take a step back and say that he could avoid this situation by staying in the Demon Suppression Bureau, it is hard to guarantee that this extraordinary method would not be traced back to its source, thus discovering the secret of his panel. So the current situation is a dilemma. General, there are rumors outside that the Demon King is not dead, and he has seriously injured you. Is it true that you have a seed of resentment in your body? The first person to speak was the captain from Suizhou's Demon Suppression Department. General, I am an old man in the mansion. If this is true, how can we fight against the Qihai Realm Demon King? Is this battle a rush for us to die? The one who spoke this time was a veteran captain of the demon-slaying mansion, who is now in his 60s. With someone taking the lead, the scene became chaotic for a while, with everyone talking at the same time. A beam of sword light fell straight down and slammed into the people who had spoken first. Everyone was frightened so much that they trembled suddenly and looked over in horror. Li Suqing stood in the air and said condescendingly, "Can I fight you? Do you want to try?" Silence. No one can be Li Suqing's opponent. Li Suqing said coldly, "Investigate it for me. Whoever spreads the rumor first, regardless of their status, will be executed on the street. You can execute first and report later." The Lieutenant Xiang Lu was not afraid. He suddenly took a step forward and asked with a smile, "Of course we know the general's strength, but if this matter is really true, we should also know it so that we can have a clear idea. If the general is trying to smooth things over, we won't accompany him. We are here to kill monsters, not to feed them." Li Suqing narrowed her eyes. Xiang Lu had a calm expression on his face, but he was already feeling very proud of himself. "Yes, that's right, that's it. Li Suqing, from today on, I will ask you to remember me. We will have plenty of time to communicate in the future." Among all the captains in the Demon Suppression Bureau, if we were to say who has the best hope of being promoted to a demon-slaying general, Xiang Lu would definitely be one of them. With a man like this, how many women in Suizhou are worthy of him? Li Suqing in front of us is one of them. Xiang Lu is not in a hurry, after all, there is still a long time to come. But today, I have to leave an impression on the other party. Is it important whether it is good or bad? I can slowly change it later. Chen Wang, who had dated many girls in his previous life, saw through this man's thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is a good idea. Not only can it establish an image of not fearing power in front of everyone present, but it can also show off in front of Li Suqing. It is really killing two birds with one stone. Xiang Lu's words instantly revived the originally silent atmosphere. Chen Wang looked around, silently observing the subtle changes in the expressions of everyone present. Finally, they targeted the veteran captain of the demon-slaying mansion. If Chen Wang remembered correctly, this man's surname was Sun and his given name was Sun Lu. He had reached the late Shanchuan realm and had worked in the Demon Slayer mansion in Fengsha City for 50 years. He had served as a subordinate to 3 Demon Slayer generals. At this time, Sun Lu also followed the many soldiers in denouncing his master, but the slight gloom in his eyes was clearly seen by Chen Wang. Boom. A ray of light suddenly fell from the sky, creating a huge hole in the ground. All the captains who were nearby, including Xiang Lu who had already reached the perfect mountain and river realm, were blown away by the aftermath. The power of this move is beyond the reach of even an ordinary Qi High Realm cultivator. Do you want to try again? Li Suqing looked at Xiang Lu indifferently. Those beautiful eyes were emotionless, showing no joy or anger. Just a gaze made Xiang Lu feel uneasy. He was stunned for a moment before he clasped his fists and apologized. It was we who misunderstood the general. Disperse. Li Suqing turned a deaf ear to him, left a word and walked away. The crowd gradually dispersed. But in the endless stream of people, Sun Lu stood still and looked deeply in the direction where Li Suqing left. Good, very good. Li Suqing, if you try to prove yourself forcefully like this, your physical condition will definitely worsen. Then, when you face that adult, you won't even have the slim chance of winning, right? Sun Lu originally thought that it would be enough to slightly influence the morale of the people in the city, but he never expected Li Suqing to be so decisive. Although it surprised him a little, it was exactly what he wanted. Sun Lu smiled imperceptibly and turned away. It's time to pack up, Wind Sand City is finished. Li Suqing returned to the house and groaned. The backlash that she had been suppressing for so long finally broke out. The breath in his body suddenly became chaotic. Why bother to get angry? You feel comfortable, but you have squandered all the wealth I saved for you last night. Chen Wang had arrived at the door at some point and said helplessly. Li Suqing took a deep breath, and after calming down, he answered the question, I think I know who it is. Chen Wang suddenly realized, you did more just now just to find the traitor who betrayed the Demon Suppression Bureau. Li Suqing nodded, only when more favorable changes happen can we see more subtle expressions of these people. Otherwise, when everything is settled, there will be no chance for this person to show up. At this point, Li Suqing said apologetically, but I'm going to have to trouble you in the next few days. Chen Wang shrugged his shoulders and did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he asked, who is it? Li Suqing smiled but said nothing. The two looked at each other and smiled. Great minds think alike. No matter how well the evil spirit of the living spirit sect is hidden, it would be difficult to avoid being exposed in a situation like the one just now. Li Suqing murmured, I won't let him get close to the battlefield. I have to find a reason to put him under house arrest during this period. But later I need you to do something for me. Jean de Quan soon discovered that he had been deceived by that bastard Chen Wang. He actually believed Chen Wang's lies. Because in the next 3 days, servants from the demon-slaying mansion delivered pills to Chen Wang at irregular intervals, and most importantly, generally ran to Chen Wang's room every night. This was what Jean de Quan saw with his own eyes, and it cannot be fake. This caused countless question marks to emerge in his mind. Isn't he a distant relative? Isn't it just a meeting after not seeing each other for many years? Why do we meet every night? Or should we choose the dead of night? The most important thing is that each meeting lasts at least an hour. Why is that? Reminiscing about the past. With this way of narration, I think I have finished telling the story of this life and the previous life, right? Don't you know that it's easy for single men and women to spread bad words? The more Jean de Quan thought about it, the more he felt like his world was falling apart. As the times increased, Jean de Quan's heart became more and more numb, and in the end he was even too lazy to ask Chen Wang the truth. In short, these two people are now confirmed in his mind. Morning of the 5th day. Loud bell sounds rang out from the 4 city walls one after another, resounding and powerful, spreading throughout the city. The demon is coming. Someone shouted on the street and the atmosphere suddenly became panic-stricken. Everyone is in danger and the people are in panic. Of course, the 5-day time period at the Demon Suppression Bureau is not fixed. During this period, more captains and constables arrived at Fengsha City one after another. Now, there are nearly 100 captains and 300 constables in the demon-slaying mansion of Fengsha City. They have all arrived at the city walls to guard the defense points arranged by Xiang Lu and others. Without instructions, you are not allowed to leave the city wall without permission. Day and night alternate, with 2 groups of people guarding the gate for 12 hours. On the top of the city wall, Chen Wang had a blank expression on his face. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. In the sight, a vast number of birds and beasts rushed forward one after another. Among them, above the black cloud, there was a faint green light looming. In an instant, all the city walls entered a state of combat readiness. Everyone began to break out in cold sweats, nervously watching the terrifying scene. A jade hand was placed silently on Chen Wang's shoulder. Chen Wang turned his head and saw the plain skirt. Li Suqing smiled and said, "Wait for me to take his head." At this time, Li Suqing had recovered to her full strength under the baptism of Chen Wang's Tianqin thunder. Chen Wang nodded slightly and said nothing. People around noticed this scene and felt it was a little strange. What is the relationship between the general and this boy? But it did not cause a commotion. After all, we are facing a powerful enemy now, and everyone has only one thought. Kill more monsters while staying alive. Above the black clouds, the oily green light became clearer and clearer. I saw that the man was wearing a cloak and his body was surrounded by skulls made of black smoke. The crutch in his hand was carved with a snake head, and strange liquid kept coming out of its mouth. The man lifted his cloak, revealing an old, withered face. Those eyes were as deep as a quagmire. Looking at this sandstorm city, he just smiled calmly. It's just something in the bag. On the top of the city wall, they were ready for battle. The official road was trampled by the demon army, leaving a large area of potholes on the ground. They crashed into the top of the city wall like a flood, and the huge force made the entire city wall shake. On each side of the city, there was a team of servants in long robes, each holding a magical weapon, standing at the center of the formation in the city to reinforce the city walls. City Defense Formation. Cities of the same level as Fengsha City would generally set up a protective formation that was large enough to cover the entire city, precisely to deal with situations like this. However, this kind of large formation consumes a lot of financial resources. Not only during its construction, but also during its maintenance and use, real crystal stones will be consumed. Even a country's treasury cannot support hundreds or thousands of cities. If the counties and villages are included, the number will be even more terrifying. Therefore, in the state of Qi, city defense formations would only be set up at important passes with extremely important geographical locations or at important locations in the center of a county. In addition to resisting invasion, the 4 city walls will also be constantly repaired during the operation of the formation. Standing on the top of the city wall, Chen Wang was a little surprised to see the dilapidated city wall being slowly repaired. While he was stunned, a 3-meter-tall black-haired wolf leaped up the city wall, rushed up the aisle on the top of the city wall, and pounced on him. The soldier who was being spotted eyes suddenly narrowed, he raised his spear, and stabbed out with all his might. The black-haired greedy wolf just slapped it casually, and the long hair made of fine iron broke into pieces. Martial feudal realm. The soldier guarding the city felt despair. Chen Wang, who was not far away, suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, the head of the greedy wolf had been cut in half. The wolf's blood splattered everywhere, obscuring the view. The soldier opened his mouth and was about to say something, but the young man in black disappeared again. Chen Wang was extremely fast. Relying on the high-speed movement of the 7 cloud-stepping steps, he kept wandering on the top of the city wall. After hesitating for a moment, he actually put away the long Xiao sword. In front, a dog demon stood on its feet and clapped its hands together to beat a man's head into pieces. It laughed ferociously. This feeling of wanton killing, this instinctive pleasure, was what it wanted. Its laughter stopped abruptly, and piercing pain spread throughout its limbs. The dog demon's body stiffened and it looked down with difficulty. I saw that Chen Wang had already stabbed one of his hands into its abdomen, and bright red blood was constantly oozing out of the wound. When Chen Wang withdrew his hand, there was already an extra magic pill in his hand. Finally, he knocked the dog demon to pieces with a single punch. The top of the city is higher. Li Suqing, dressed in a plain dress, lifted her feet off the ground and slowly rose into the air. In front of her, in a 1,000-ton black cloud, an old man in his 60s was hunched over, holding a cane. When their eyes met, the old man curled the corner of his mouth, with some sarcasm in his eyes. It is true that you, Li Suqing, are gifted, but considering the time, the seeds of resentment have already taken root and sprouted. At this moment, I'm afraid it's a luxury for you to even mobilize your true energy, right? Since you insist on being so stubborn, let me see you off for the last time. The old man swung the walking stick in his hand, and suddenly a group of green smoke rushed out from the dark clouds behind him. The smoke transformed into hideous faces and fell with an overwhelming roar. At the same time, the old man paced slowly in the void, as if walking in his own back garden, and walked towards the top of Fengsha City. The howling sounds of countless evil spirits resounded throughout the city, attracting countless gazes of the city's residents, and everyone looked horrified. On a high platform in the demon-slaying mansion, Sun Lu leaned over the railing and sneered, "Li Suqing, I thought you would kill me without hesitation that day, but I didn't expect you would only seal my cultivation and restrict my actions. Although I have no backup plan, so what? My method is just the icing on the cake. Even without it, you will still die. It's just right for me to watch how you, the demon slayer, fall." Under the gazes of thousands of people, the woman in a plain dress had no expression on her face. She just gently raised the long sword in her hand, held it horizontally in front of her, and thrust out a sword. The sword flashed in the air, and the mortal eyes could only see a flash of white light in the sky, followed by a violent hurricane sweeping out. The fierce green smoke was split into two by the sword light and disappeared. There is also a gap between the Qi-Hai realms. How is that possible? Sun Lu's pupils trembled violently, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. Why? What he saw with his own eyes that day was that she was definitely infected with the seeds of resentment. There is absolutely no Taoist master in Suizhou who can help him get rid of this method. The old man from the Xingling sect paused and stared at Li Suqing. "Where is the seed of resentment?" Li Suqing spread out his palms, and a wisp of black smoke was struggling frantically in his palms, trying to escape. "You mean this thing? Impossible. You can't solve this problem in such a short time." The old man from the Xingling sect's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. There is no longer the calm and relaxed feeling just now. Those who are closer to him will understand more clearly how powerful Li Suqing was in his prime. Not to mention that he is alone now, even if the dead demon king is included, he is no match for this woman. Could it be that there happens to be a Taoist master in Fengsha City? The person who can cure this poison should be at least at the Qi-Hai realm. In other words, it is very likely that there are two Qi-Hai realm masters in charge of Fengsha City now. Thinking of this, the old man's mind went blank, and he subconsciously looked around. Where is it hiding? In an instant, Li Suqing came in front of him and slashed the old man's shoulder with a sword. The powerful sound of metal and stone clashing exploded. The old man's body fell to the ground like a comet, falling straight to the ground. Li Suqing chased after him, with his true energy flowing at high speed on the sword tip like a flood. At this moment, the old man had no desire to fight, he had only one thought. Escape. Must escape. He is definitely no match for this crazy woman, definitely not. The old man from the Xingling sect, who had only attacked once from beginning to end, didn't even dare to fight back at this moment and could only flee in a hurry. On the top of the city wall, Chen Wang looked at the one-sided situation with some surprise. He thought today would be a fierce battle, but now it seems that he still underestimated Li Suqing's dominance among people of the same realm. There is no doubt that after the trip to Bayun County, Li Suqing's cultivation has improved further. As long as the leader of the living spirit sect dies, this so-called demon army will become a mob. It's like losing Li Suqing in Fengsha City. Chen Wang spread out his palm, and there were already more than a dozen demon pills lying in it. "Go back to the city and help me keep an eye on Sun Lu." Li Suqing's voice rang out in Chen Wang's heart. Chen Wang glanced at Li Suqing, who was still concentrating on chasing the enemy in the distance. Without saying a word, he turned around and slowly walked back to the city. A traitor should not be punished after the war, it would be too troublesome and could easily lead to complications. But hastily killing one of our own people without evidence would not be enough to convince the public, so what can we do? Of course, let the traitor reveal himself. Sun Lu, knowing that the situation was hopeless, would never sit there and wait for death. Even if his cultivation was sealed, he would definitely do something. After all, even a desperate dog will jump over the wall, let alone a human. Beheaded Sun Lu in public after his identity was exposed. This is what Li Suqing asked him to do that day. Chen Wang looked back at the top of the city wall and said, "What a pity. I could have continued to harvest demon pills and maybe found something unexpected." The gate of the demon-slaying mansion. The two Qi and Blood Realm warriors who were in charge of guarding the gate had serious expressions on their faces. One of them said indignantly, "It would be better for me to go to the top of the city and kill the monster than to stay here. With your small body, what else can you do besides offering sacrifices to the demons?" Just as he finished speaking, the guard saw the captain Sun Lu coming out. "Greetings, Lord Sunday." Sun Liuchen hummed and walked out the door silently. "Sir, the general has ordered you to stay in the palace and not go out without orders. Although we don't understand, military orders are as heavy as mountains. Please don't make things difficult for us, sir." Sun Lu casually threw a pill into his mouth. The originally sealed cultivation was suddenly half-released. The momentum surged. The warrior in Qi and Blood Realm who was speaking was instantly hit on the head by Sun Lu. "Get out of my way, Lord Sun." The other Qi and Blood Realm warrior looked at Sun Lu in some surprise. In their impression, this Lord Sun treated his subordinates very gently, and was quite amiable, like the old man next door. However, now he suddenly kills people because of a disagreement. The veins on Sun Lu's temples bulged and his face looked extremely ferocious. He never expected that Li Suqing could eliminate the seeds of resentment quietly. Not only that, even the master from the Living Spirit sect was unable to contend with him and could only flee in haste. Why? Why are these people so blessed? Why do I have to sit here in this tiny space and be a lieutenant forever? The deep jealousy finally erupted. If possible, he would definitely not take this realm-breaking pill to forcibly break half of the seal and restore half of his combat power. That would mean no further advancement in your realm, plus the painful price of losing 20 years of your life. Anyone who forced him to do this should die, starting with this little bastard in front of him. "Sir." The warrior in the Qi and Blood Realm retreated repeatedly. If he still didn't realize the crisis at this point, he would be a fool. The commotion here also attracted many people in the city. Sun Lu rushed out and grabbed the last Qi and Blood Realm warrior, shouting hoarsely, "Damn it." Well. The neck of the martial artist in the Qi and Blood Realm was instantly squeezed by gravity, blood burst out from the skin and flesh of the entire neck were stuck together, and the throat and other organs were squeezed and burst. Blood was stained on Sun Lu's face. He was full of anger and was ready to run in one direction. Whoever dares to stop him will die. The people in the direction he was heading were terrified and wanted to avoid him, but it was too late. A blade swept over from the side. Sun Lu paused and took a half step back. A young man in black with a sword on his waist walked out from the crowd. Chen Wang narrowed his eyes. "You want to leave, did I agree? I was still a step too late and someone died. Are you the guy who is very close to Li Suqing?" Sun Lu, as an elder in the mansion, had seen Chen Wang from afar when he first visited him. Chen Wang didn't say anything, but he exerted a little force with the 5 fingers holding the handle of the knife. "That's perfect. I can't kill Li Suqing, but I can more than kill you." Sun Lu sneered with bloodshot eyes. "Killing this person in front of me will surely disgust that bitch, right?" At this time, Sun Lu's mind was almost insane. But that didn't stop him from killing people. Although he has only recovered 50% of his combat power, he is already in the late mountain and river realm, and his current cultivation is roughly equivalent to that of the middle mountain and river realm. The person in front of me is not Li Suqing. How can I stop him? Are you risking your life? As Sun Lu's mind was racing, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Chen Wang's hand. His feet moved slightly, and the whole person burst out like an arrow from a bow. A palm hit Sun Lu right in the chest. Sun Lu's body directly smashed the wall of the demon-slaying mansion. Chen Wang's figure has disappeared. Just as Sun Lu was about to stand up, Chen Wang stepped on his chest. Snap. The ground beneath the two of them suddenly shook, and spiderweb-like cracks opened and collapsed. At some point, Chen Wang had already turned around and held the long Xiao knife, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at Sun Lu's head, and stabbed it down swiftly with an expressionless face. At the critical moment, the falling speed of the blade stopped. It turned out that Sun Lu was holding the blade of the long Xiao sword tightly with both hands, and the tremendous true energy was continuously poured into it, stopping the momentum of the sword. Long Xiao sword. It seems that you are extraordinary in Li Suqing's eyes, and even this good sword was given to you. As soon as the words fell, waves of deadly energy from wronged souls exploded. Chen Wang slid backwards. He reached out and wiped the bright red from the corners of his mouth. Sun Lu stood up in a weird posture and grinned. "What a lucky dog, you are able to stop me with your martial fetal realm, you can die with pride." Chen Wang smiled for the first time and swallowed the dozen or so demon pills he had prepared as if they were meals. Can't beat him. It's very simple, isn't it, just that I have broken through? Are you crazy? Sun Lu laughed sarcastically. Are you so afraid of death? Current understanding points, 3 points. You begin to comprehend the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. This is a martial art you created yourself, so your understanding is very deep. With the help of the demon phantom to temper your body, your practice will advance by leaps and bounds. 3 years later, the realization ends. 5 Thunder Dharmakaya experience plus 3,521. 5 Thunder Dharmakaya, perfection. With the perfection of the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya, the lightning on Chen Wang's body became more and more vigorous. The place where he stood was already charred black, with violent thunder and lightning raging. The people who were dozens of feet away retreated one after another, fearing that they would be caught in the disaster if they were too close. Not only that, the true energy emitted by Chen Wang also rose steadily, breaking a certain restriction in one fell swoop. The ground beneath his feet could not bear the huge force and collapsed. Chen Wang exhaled a breath, and his black eyes filled with lightning stared at Sun Lu. The early stage of the mountain and river realm. Just a glance and Sun Lu felt like he was falling into an icy cave. He has been killing monsters for decades and has slain demons and monsters countless times. Ever since he entered the mountain and river realm, he has not felt this sense of crisis of certain death for many years. The fear of death instantly invaded my whole body. Sun Lu regained consciousness and roared fiercely, "The Demon Suppression Division does not allow the killing of colleagues. I am your superior, and I have made countless contributions to the Demon Suppression Division in slaying demons and eliminating evil." Chen Wang's figure suddenly disappeared. So fast. Sun Lu's face changed drastically. Is this kind of speed really something a warrior in the early stage of Shanchuan realm can achieve? Wherever Chen Wang passed, there was a charred trail left behind. In a flash, he placed his dragon sky sword on Sun Lu's neck. "Do you like to talk? Go down and talk more." As soon as the words fell, the knife fell. Sun Lu raised his hand and tried to block the knife, but even if he circulated all his energy, he could only watch his hand being cut off easily by the opponent. The knife is still there. A head flew out. Chen Wang swung a knife flower in front of him and shook off the blood on the blade. Clang! The long Xiao sword is sheathed. At the same time, the headless corpse finally collapsed. There was dead silence all around. Even though this scene was extremely bloody, there was no reaction. It's a long story, but in fact it happened very quickly. It took only a dozen breaths for the young man in black to kill the traitor captain with overwhelming force. Looking at Sun Lu's body, Chen Wang sighed. It's a pity that Li Suqing knew him too well and had warned him not to touch any of Sun's treasures before telling him about this plan. Any of the above may have been touched by the living spirit sect, and if you are not careful, it will affect your mind. Since his superior Li Suqing had said so before, Chen Wang felt too embarrassed to take the things shamelessly. Of course, Li Suqing also promised him that there would be other things as rewards. At the gate of the demon-slaying mansion, the young man in black carried the bodies of the 2 Qi and Blood Realm warriors on his back and slowly walked towards the demon-slaying mansion. At this time, the people around finally reacted and felt relieved. I really can't imagine how many people would have died if this person hadn't come. On the other side, outside the city, Li Suqing conjured a sword energy pillar as big as a mountain with one hand. It soared into the sky, and the heavy black cloud above was instantly pierced through, and heavy rain poured down. Below Li Suqing, a hunched old man was dying, with many hideous sword wounds on his body and blood flowing out. The old man's face was full of despair, but when he glanced into the distance, he felt that it was all worth it. Although it was not done in the most perfect state, the task was finally completed. Li Suqing, you only won this small game. You lost the real game. The sword flashed down. A huge and hideous pit opened up, and wherever the sword light fell, everything was devoured in an instant and turned into nothingness. After one sword strike, the Qi High Realm warrior from the Xingling sect died and disappeared. Li Suqing's expression did not change, but her breath was slightly weaker. After all, the opponent was also a martial artist of the same level. Although she had been crushing him from beginning to end and leaving him with no power to fight back, it would still take some effort to kill him. With the death of their commander, the demon army became a mob and left the city one after another, retreating along the same route. Li Suqing stood on their retreat route, holding a long sword, and swept the sword towards the area where the demon army was densely packed. These demons, which seemed invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, were annihilated in an instant. Chen Wang, who had just killed Sun Lu and was on the top of the city wall, happened to see this scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Qi High Realm is truly a watershed for martial artists. A warrior who has reached this realm already has the ability to walk in the air for a short period of time, and his true Qi has become a sea. The true Qi in his body is infinite compared to the previous 3 realms. After all, the number of the demon army was too large. Even if there were many warriors on the city wall who went out to chase them, it was a pipe dream to want to catch them all in one fell swoop. In order to obtain the demon pill, Chen Wang naturally joined the hunting army. After a lot of chopping, he harvested more than 20 demon pills. It's a pity that most of them are Qi and Blood Realm demon pills, and only 5 belong to the Martial Tai Realm. As for the Mountain and River Realm demon pills, there is not even a single one. That's right, in this situation, the more powerful one is, the faster he can run. When everything was settled, thousands of demon corpses were lying on the ground, with blood of various colors intertwined and the pungent fishy smell rushing straight to the head. Xiang Lu and several other outstanding captains stood at the front of the team, looking up at the figure in the sky. Li Suqing looked around, glanced at the people below, and simply ordered, "Deal with these bodies as soon as possible to avoid affecting the people in the city." Yes. Chen Wang took the initiative to join this army and worked harder than anyone else. Just keep working hard. After all, there will always be people who are in a hurry to kill monsters and forget to take away the monster pills. As long as you are lucky, you may be able to find a few monster pills of the Mountain and River Realm monsters, and you will make a lot of money. It is very troublesome to transport the corpses of the demon army. Even if they are all strong warriors, it will take at least 3 days to complete the processing. When Li Suqing returned to the demon-slaying mansion, he saw a red confidential file on the desk. Li Suqing frowned, having a bad feeling in her heart. The red-covered confidential files meant the highest alert, and what was recorded there must be a signal that a place was in imminent danger and needed help. When he opened it, Li Suqing saw 2 thick red blood words, massacre. The following are just a few hundred words describing the local situation. Who sent this file? Li Suqing suddenly stood up and asked in a deep voice. Soon, a minor official from the mansion ran in and said respectfully, "It's someone from the Huiyuan city government office." Where is he now? After delivering the letter, the man fainted. Li Suqing waved her hand, signaling the men to go down. At this moment, a figure appeared in the room without warning. The two looked at each other. The first deputy general, Jiang Yun. Lord Jiang. Li Suqing was a little surprised. "I wanted to send you a message, but it's probably too late, so I have to come here in person. You should have received the news about Huiyuan City. The sacrifice of the living spirit gate is about to be completed. By then, the souls of all the people in the city will be extracted and turned into nutrients for the formation." Jiang Yun looked serious. "I know you are busy dealing with the demon army here and you are busy with your own affairs. So I wanted to ask the other 2 generals to come, but they were delayed by the demon army in their territories and couldn't get away. So you have to save yourself." Li Suqing took a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the Xingling sect came prepared this time. Jiang Yun's face was full of helplessness. The main purpose of the formation of the demon army this time is probably not to capture cities and territories. They want to drag me down. Li Suqing narrowed her eyes. Jiang Yun nodded, looking serious. "For us, this is not a judgment question but a multiple-choice question. Because no matter how much we know in advance, there is a high probability that Fengsha City and Huiyuan City will lose one and save the other." Li Suqing remained silent. At this point, how could she not know the intentions of the living spirit sect? It is nothing more than trapping her in Fengsha City so that they can secretly devour Huiyuan City and forge their own true spirit. No wonder she was still a little uneasy even after killing the old men from the Xingling sect. Jiang Yun said in a deep voice, "There is no time to lose. We must lead the people in the city and rush over directly. The chief is currently unable to spare time, so I need to stay at the headquarters to prevent the living spirit sect from going crazy. I have already asked for help from the 3 surrounding states, but you also know that it is impossible so quickly." Li Suqing knew this very well and nodded slightly. Boom. The warriors who were dealing with the corpses outside the city suddenly heard a bell ringing from the top of the city. Li Suqing returned and said, "Everyone, this matter is not over yet. Huiyuan City has now been occupied by the living spirit sect. Everyone, get ready immediately. We must be ready and set off within half an hour." There was an uproar. As a result, the enthusiastic atmosphere was extinguished in an instant. Countless people were stunned. Although we already knew that the Xingling sect was involved in the demon army this time, we didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Many of the smart people among them thought about the whole incident carefully and soon guessed the real purpose of the Xingling sect. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. No, it's sacrifice one to save one. Chen Wang had a blank expression on his face in the crowd, but he had actually started cursing in his heart. But on second thought, for a sect of living beings that is powerful enough to compete with the 4 nations, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut when dealing with a small Suizhou like them is really an overkill. It is estimated that the other party has not put much force here, otherwise even if the Suizhou Demon Suppression Bureau is mobilized in full force, they will only be cannon fodder. Once the sacrifice is completed, not only will hundreds of thousands of people in Huiyuan City die, but a terrifying monster comparable to the Xuani realm will also be created. Li Suqing's tone was gloomy. This matter was of great importance and she couldn't think too much about it. She could only try her best to let everyone know the seriousness of the matter and take it seriously. Mysterious artistic conception. He is a martial arts expert at the same level as the chief of Suizhou Demon Suppression Bureau. There is no doubt that once this monster is born, Suizhou will be devastated. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene became somewhat solemn. Li Suqing turned and left. She also needed to prepare herself, after all, she had just experienced a fierce battle. She connected with Chen Wang through her mind, "Come back with me, and I will reward you accordingly." Chen Wang had a stern face, straightened his back, and followed him back to the city without saying a word. In a private courtyard of the Demon Slayer mansion, Li Suqing stood in front of the bookshelf inside and kept searching for the books. Chen Wangzi sat on the steps outside with a calm expression, his mind wandering far away. From just now on, the dead silence in the city gradually eased. After learning that 300,000 people were finally rescued, they almost celebrated with lights and firecrackers as if it were a festival. On the other hand, the officers of the Demon Suppression Bureau all looked ashen, which was out of place in this atmosphere. Don't think that in this battle, Li Suqing almost suppressed the opponent's leader and it seemed easy, but in fact it was not the case. Of the nearly 300 constables, more than 40 were killed in the battle and more than 100 suffered varying degrees of injuries. In addition, more than a dozen of the original 80 captains were killed in the battle. This is still the best outcome under such a favorable situation. If Li Suqing failed to win or delayed for a while longer, the casualties would be even greater. Just as Chen Wang was secretly analyzing the situation in his mind, Li Suqing came out and handed him a secret book. The Holy Yuan Qing Tian Ju. Mountain and River Realm Kung Fu. Chen Wang was stunned. Although the two of them had already discussed it privately, Li Suqing would reward him privately once the matter was accomplished. But isn't this reward a bit too big? Chen Wang asked himself honestly. He really didn't kill many monsters this time, and he couldn't compare with Xiang Lu and other warriors who had reached the perfection of the mountain and river realm. Even if he had killed Sun Lu, he shouldn't have received such a reward. According to Chen Wang's original estimate, it would be great if he could get a martial arts book that was more powerful than 7 Steps on the Clouds and the Art of Bitter Sea. What are you standing there for? Don't want to. Li Suqing curled her lips. Chen Wang looked at the mountain and river realm technique in his hand and was silent for a while before he said, "We have already agreed that there will be no personal feelings involved. You gave it to me voluntarily. The Wutai realm technique is a favor I owe you, but this mountain and river realm technique does not count at all. Have you thought it through and want to give it to me? Li Suqing rolled her eyes. Who do you think I am? To be honest, there is no problem for you to be the first to make the contribution in this battle to defend the city. If you hadn't helped me wipe out that seed of resentment, now all the people in the city and all the officials of the Demon Suppression Bureau would be gone. Or do you think that the weight of these hundreds of thousands of lives is not as important as this mere mountain and river realm technique? Chen Wang was speechless. Li Suqing put his hands behind his back and stopped looking at him. He said to himself, if I report the whole story of this battle truthfully, your merit will only be greater, not less. Maybe I can learn a few more high-level martial arts based on the mountain and river realm skills, and even being promoted directly to captain is not impossible. While talking, Li Suqing had been observing Chen Wang secretly. I noticed that Chen Wang's expression had changed slightly. She complained, why, have you changed your mind? Don't want to hide it anymore, are you ready to show up in public to seek greater benefits? Chen Wang coughed twice and said with a straight face, how can this be? We are friends, let's not talk about this. Li Suqing made a sound of pooh and looked at Chen Wang deeply. After a long while, she retracted her gaze and said, you should also go back and prepare. This may be a tough battle. I will try my best to keep you outside. There will be less danger. Chen Wang slowly stood up and stretched. It turns out that General Li, who is seen as selfless by others, can also abuse his power sometimes. Li Suqing glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Chen Wang, you are heartless. I am doing this for your own good. What do you want by blaming me? Besides, how did I abuse my power? Anyone who can follow me deep into the enemy's belly should be a lieutenant at least. You are just a small constable. What else can you do except doing dirty and tiring work outside? Sister, don't be angry. At the door, Li Xuanjia walked in as if possessed by a ghost, with a strange look on his face. You still say he is not your man, sister, your mood has become a little changeable and you talk a lot more. What are you doing here? Li Suqing said unhappily. Li Xuanjia pursed her lips and said, sister, I'm just strolling around. Except for the armory, can't I go anywhere I want in the mansion? Li Suqing was speechless. Seeing that something was wrong, Chen Wang quickly left. After taking a few steps, I saw that little bastard Li Xuanjia was thrown out from inside, and his body directly smashed the wall outside the door. This is definitely my biological sister. Chen Wang wiped his forehead and finally understood why Li Suqing asked Li Xuanjia to practice body training. Half an hour passed. Chen Wang changed into another set of clean black clothes and walked out of the demon-slaying mansion with the large group. Still following the original formation, the troops were divided into 4 groups and left the city from 4 gates. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Xiang Lu was originally the leader of the team Chen Wang was in, but Li Suqing followed and took Xiang Lu's position. At the front of the team, a total of 3 captains were slightly behind Li Suqing by half a body length. Among them, the one in Xianglo is closer. Looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, Xiang Lu remained calm on the surface, but felt very happy in his heart. It seems that the intervention I made that day was useful. After all, in terms of the overall strength of the 4 teams, theirs is not the strongest. Logically speaking, Li Suqing would not lead this team personally, so why would he take the initiative to come here? The answer is of course self-evident. This young captain, who has a great chance of becoming a demon slayer in the future, secretly made up his mind to perform well in the next few days, at least to reverse the bad impression brought by his last appearance. Just like this, except for a few Qi and Blood Realm warriors who remained to guard Fengsha City and deal with the corpses of monsters, everyone else joined this large team. At the same time, the team also gradually received support from teams from all over the Demon Suppression Bureau in the 3 major counties of Suizhou. Because time is tight, there is little time to rest. Except for a 1-hour rest at midnight, we need to work hard the rest of the time. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Wang sneaked to a corner and began to read the Sheng Yuan Qing Tian Ju. Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju, not yet started. After closing the secret book, Chen Wang hesitated for a moment and did not return it immediately. There are too many people here now. What would happen if everyone knew that he and Li Suqing were friends? But in the early morning of the next day, Li Suqing found him during his rest time under the pretext of being on patrol. Well, there is a follower named Xiang Lu next to him. Xiang Lu didn't care. After all, it was natural for a general to be considerate of his subordinates. They had talked to each other face to face before, but Xiang Lu didn't take it to heart. However, Li Suqing turned to him and said, "You step back first." Xiang Lu thought he was hallucinating and didn't react for a while. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Li Suqing frowned. He bowed to Lu and retreated quietly. His eyes just stayed on Chen Wang for a moment. When there was no one around, Li Suqing asked, "The technique I practiced in the mountain and river realm is the Xingyuan Qing Tian Ju. If you have any questions, ask now, otherwise I won't have time to care about you when the war starts." Chen Wang shook his head. "Don't worry, there will be no problem." Li Suqing wanted to say something, but when she recalled the cultivation methods of the previous two realms, it seemed that Chen Wang had never raised a single question and his practice was still going smoothly. Although I was not convinced, I had no choice but to let it go. Before leaving, Li Suqing said, "It's not like you're exposing your abilities, so what are you afraid of? If someone wants to deal with you because of our relationship, I'll take action to deal with them." Chen Wang had no expression on his face as he watched General Li slowly leave. The third day since leaving Fengsha City. On each of the 4 official roads leading to Huiyuan City, there was a team of dozens of people standing. In addition, many support teams from the Demon Suppression Bureau who had been observing in the dark also showed up and joined the main force. The scale of Huiyuan City is second only to Fengsha City in Fengsha County. There are nearly 300,000 civilians in the city, among which there are many wealthy families, which is no less than that of Fengsha City. But at this time, this once glorious city was lifeless. Even from a long distance, one could see black smoke rising from the city. Those with good eyesight can see rows of people with strange expressions standing on the top of the city wall. They all gave everyone a sinister smile from a distance in unison. Living dead. The officers from the Demon Suppression Bureau looked very solemn when they saw this scene. In the team, Chen Wang, who was sitting high on his horse, had golden light interweaving in his eyes, forming a panel. Current insight points, 2 points. You began to meditate in seclusion to comprehend the Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju. The Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju emphasizes the presence of a touch of great energy in your heart. With great energy, you can even reach the sky. You never knew how to use this great energy, as if it was in conflict with you. But you did not give up, but chose to sit in seclusion and cultivate the great energy silently. 2 years later, the realization ends. Experience plus 1022. Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju, entry level. Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju, 1 mountain, 1022/3000. Chen Wang looked at the line of text, his heart remaining calm. It was expected. What is the realm of mountains and rivers? It is to let your own true chi rise step by step and get closer to the sky. At the same time, there is a saying that the human body has 10 mountains, so the mountain and river realm exercises of later generations will all follow the thread of true chi ascending the 10 mountains. The same is true for the Xingyuan Qing Tian Ju. When he was in the Wutai realm, Chen Wang only gained a little over 500 experience points per year without any external force. Now that he has reached the Shanchuan realm, he thought it would be reduced to 400 per year, but it seems that there has been no change. Maybe this is the lower limit of talent. Thinking of this, Chen Wang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It would be too slow to continue practicing with this aptitude. He had to find a way to improve his aptitude. That's right, this world is full of natural treasures that can improve acquired qualities. These kinds of treasures are extremely rare and priceless. Once they appear in the world, they are enough to cause multiple forces to fight over them. It seems that I have to pay attention to treasures in this area in the future. Chen Wang murmured to himself. At this moment, Li Suqing, who was standing in front of the team, dismounted and turned back to say to everyone, "At dawn tomorrow, the sacrificial formation will be launched, and by then the people in the city will be in a state of despair. So now we can't worry about what traps there are. All officers below the rank of lieutenant will stay outside the city to prevent any fish from slipping through the net and observe the surrounding areas outside the city. Captains and above, follow me into the city." "Yes." Chen Wang took a deep breath. He didn't expect Li Suqing to be so reckless. She must have experienced many of the strange methods of the living spirit sect. It would be extremely dangerous to rush in rashly in this situation. But he could only sigh. After all, there was no other way except to rush in and force his way in. At dawn, all the people in the city will be killed, so there is not much time to discuss countermeasures. Given Li Suqing's personality, is it possible for her to stand outside and do nothing, waiting for the people in the city to die? At this moment, the other three teams also rushed over from various directions. Li Suqing just nodded slightly, took the lead in rising from the ground, and turned into a rainbow and left. Following closely behind were 2/3 of the captains. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 30 captains left in the venue. Spread out and guard the 4 directions. If you encounter an emergency that you cannot handle, use sky-high arrows as intelligence. To inform the general of the real-time situation outside. Clear. More than 200 captains of police, more than 20 captains, and more than 200 constables were now divided into 4 teams. Chen Wang made a rough calculation and found that there were nearly 40 teams led by captains from the Demon Suppression Bureau, and a small number of independent captains also came over, so the size of the team returned to its original level. Even if they are scattered in all directions, each side has 60 or 70 constables, and at the same time there are several Shanchuan realm captains leading the team. With such a lineup, nothing can be done unless the person who comes is a Qi-Hai realm warrior, or there are dozens of Shanchuan realm warriors at the same time. In addition, various parts of Suizhou are currently continuously dispatching officers who have just completed their missions to come here. But no matter what, the battle in the city is crucial. If Li Suqing killed the true spirit container of the living spirit sect with force and shattered the plan of the living spirit sect, causing the true spirit of the mysterious realm to die in the womb, and then waited for more officers from the Demon Suppression Bureau to arrive, all the disciples of the living spirit sect in the city would have no chance of escaping. But if Li Suqing lost, or was too late to kill the true spirit container, a true spirit of the mysterious realm would be born, and there would be no need to guess the consequences. Unless the 3 demon slayers gather together and work together to slay the demon, a demon that has just entered the mysterious realm will find killing people as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. In a dim and damp room, it was so quiet that only the occasional sound of water dripping from the wall could be heard. On a dirty stone seat covered with smelly water stains, there sat a middle-aged man with bulging veins on his face and a hideous appearance. The man's eyes were an eerie green, and on his forehead was the outline of a strange creature. The creature is half human and half animal, like a true spirit coming to earth. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps echoed in the small space. Report to the Lord. Li Suqing from the Demon Suppression Bureau is coming to kill us. The man's eyelids twitched, and he raised his hand without warning. The men below flew into his hand. He tightly grasped the man's neck and said, "Where's Pish? Isn't he leading the demon army to attack the city? Where is he?" Lord Pai was beheaded by Li Suqing. The subordinate wailed in pain with a hoarse voice. The men stood up suddenly. He knew everything about the plan of Fengsha City. Such a meticulous plan could not fail. That useless Pish couldn't even hold back Li Suqing, who was infected with the seeds of resentment. The man's emotions became more and more intense, and the strength in his hands suddenly increased. The servant, who was as small as a chicken, groaned, his neck tilted, and he died on the spot, and a faint black smoke began to emanate from his body. The men thought about it and absorbed the resentful power into his body, then threw the corpse aside. "Li Suqing, it's you again. You keep ruining my plans. Someone come. I'm here. Follow me and set up a formation. If that bitch dares to enter the city brazenly, she will never come back. Clear." Li Suqing held a long sword in his hand and raised his hand slightly. A ray of snow-white sword light instantly fell on the top of the city. The overwhelming sword energy instantly annihilated the living dead standing on the top of the city. A sword mark went straight through the top of the city wall and went deep down. The sword almost split the top of the city in two. The many captains following behind were amazed. The gap between the Qi-Hai realm and the Shanchuan realm was so huge. Xiang Lu looked at the figure with fiery eyes. Into the city. Li Suqing walked in the air and said calmly. In Huiyuan City, every street was empty, like a dead city. A huge gray-white beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, shooting down at an oblique angle towards Li Suqing, who was in the front. The beam of light was so powerful that wherever it passed, there was a sharp sound of gas explosion, and the surging true energy was like a raging sea. Li Suqing twisted his waist and swung out his sword. Without any unnecessary movements, the sword energy soared into the sky and directly collided with the beam of light. The sword energy was as sharp as a knife, and it quickly cut a huge gap in the surface of the light column, and then tore it apart. In an instant, the beam of light shattered into pieces and turned into countless chi fragments that exploded in all directions. The captain not far away slid backwards with a serious expression on his face. Right in front of Li Suqing, there is a Mingwu Tower, which was once the largest library in Huiyuan City and also the tallest building in the city. On the rooftop, a middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. There was a cut on his palm, and blood was flowing out. The blood vessels on his face became more and more hideous, looking very weird. "You killed the snake," Li Suqing said calmly. "I will kill you too." At the same time, 4 people landed one after another on the landmark buildings close to Li Suqing and others, guarding 4 positions respectively. Although these 4 people are only warriors at the mountain and river realm, judging from the fullness of their aura, it is obvious that they are only one step or one opportunity away from entering the Qi Si realm. "Anyone who stops me from going to the prefectural government office will die." Li Suqing gripped the sword with a little more force. In the woods outside the city, disperse into 5 teams and spread out in a fan-shaped pattern. If there are any unusual movements, report to us at any time. Clear. Chen Wang knew that the captain who was temporarily in charge of the team was named Wang Shun. He was considered a veteran captain, but unfortunately due to his qualifications, he had been unable to make progress over the years. 4 teams guarded the 4 city gates. At the same time, the teammates at each city gate were divided into 5 small teams, facing the 4 directions in a fan shape, and could survey almost 180 degrees. In this way, even if the Xingling sect really has a backup plan and wants to attack from both inside and outside, everyone will be able to know the situation first. Except for the 6 leading captains guarding the center of the city gate, the other 5 teams are all composed of Wutai realm and Qixue realm. Now that we have a team, we must of course choose a captain. In order to avoid disputes among the team, Wang Shun simply called out the names directly. These are extraordinary times, and we should not waste even a moment on trivial matters like these. Sun Ning, you will be in charge of the first team. Yes. Yu Boi, you will be in charge of the second team. Yes. Chen Wang, you will be in charge of the 5th team. Chen Wang, who was hiding in the crowd, was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted and took a few steps forward. Understood. Compared with the other 4 captains, his reputation is actually quite big. The defeat of Fang Hong that day was no secret. Even if no one had seen him in person, everyone had heard of his name, so no one dared to object. If any one of my hand-picked men disobeys and causes trouble, delaying the battle, I will chop off his head first. Wang Shun said in a deep voice, looking around. Captain of the team, follow me to the tent first. In the account. Wang Shun didn't waste time. He got straight to the point and handed a document to everyone, saying, "Be careful of the people on this list." Chen Wang took a look and found that without exception, they were all people with the surnames Tang and Lu. Everyone looked at each other and understood what he meant. Huiyuan City fell. Originally there were 3 families in the city that could be called martial arts families. One of them had no news, most likely having died tragically at the hands of the Xingling sect. However, the Tang and Lu families chose to turn against their allies at the last minute. And the people on this list all come from these 2 families. If a family rebels, it is a crime that warrants the execution of the entire family. In other words, even if these people have no intention of rebelling, they will still be killed afterwards. But Chen Wang just couldn't understand. Since they were going to die anyway, these people would definitely rebel. So why did they bring them here? Isn't that troublesome enough? Wang Shun saw the confusion among the crowd and said calmly, "After all, it is for the brothers of our demon suppression division who have gone through life and death together. The higher-ups have already said that if you are willing to not cause trouble and still do your best for the Demon Suppression Bureau, you will be given a break and pardoned from the death penalty." At this point, Wang Shun smiled bitterly. That's what he said, but I guess the real reason is that if we leave all these people in Fengsha City, the defense there will be empty. If these people really want to rebel, there will be chaos. Chen Wang and others suddenly realized. Someone must have ulterior motives, but now is an extraordinary period and there is no time to deal with it, so I can only carry it with me. Even if no one has any intention to do so, they will still be sentenced to death. Under such circumstances, these people will still be forced to rebel. Chen Wang curled his lips. What a trouble. That's about it, go back. After explaining everything, Wang Shun waved his hand. Chen Wang led his 5 teams to the designated location smoothly. Among them, Jean Dequan and Shen Ting also followed in the team. Set up camp right here. At the command, everyone set up camp in full swing. They are all people who have walked in the wild, so they are naturally very skilled in this kind of thing. Chen Wang did not join the working army, but sat alone in the corner of the team. He seemed careless, but in fact his eyes kept wandering among the target groups of people. This wait lasted for 5 hours. There was still no unusual movement among the people on the list, and at the same time, the living spirit sect did not seem to have any backup plan, so everything seemed very calm. On the contrary, in Huiyuan City, bursts of flames shot up into the sky, becoming more and more intense. In the distance, one could see the raging sword light cutting through the darkness. It's just the calm before the storm. Late at night, Chen Wang lay in his tent with a frown on his face. He left the sight of many people today for various reasons, creating opportunities for those people, but he didn't take any action. You know, if there is a problem with his team, it will affect the whole team and affect the rhythm of the team. Then, if he unites the zombies in the city and the remnants of the living gate, he might be able to wipe out the team at this city gate. Are you also loyal? You'd rather die than rebel. Chen Wang really didn't quite believe it. If it were him, even if he didn't lend a helping hand to the living spirit sect, he would have tried every means to escape from this place. Waiting to die on the spot is very painful. Furthermore, Wang Shun's tone was firm. Now there must be someone among these people who is rebelling, but no one knows who it is. Strange changes occur. A gust of cold wind blew, rustling the curtains. The curtain of the entire tent was instantly cut in half from the top layer by a sword force. The sword energy continued to fall, directly cutting a deep gully at the place where Chen Wang was sitting. Immediately afterwards, 4 figures fell into the tent from the sky, but found no one inside. The 4 of them looked at each other. Where is he? He was clearly here just now. Just say you're not that honest. Chen Wang, who was still lying down, came out at some point, held the handle of the knife and slowly walked in. For the sake of being colleagues, just commit suicide. Commit suicide? You'll die anyway, so you might as well give it a try. Lu Xin sneered. Lu Xin and Lu Qing'an. Tang Ji, Tang Cheng. They were all the targets that Chen Wang focused on observing during the day. In the entire team, there were only these 4 people who were from the Tang and Lu families in Huiyuan City. There was quite a bit of commotion here, and since they were all from the Demon Suppression Bureau, they were extremely vigilant and very sensitive to any disturbance, so soon the outside was filled with people. The tent where Chen Wang was located had been cut in 2 and collapsed, leaving no cover at all. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. These 4 people, without exception, are veteran constables who have reached the perfect stage of martial arts. Tang Qing stretched out his hand and held a huge axe as long as a person in his hand. Kill Chen Wang first, and then take his head as a token of our loyalty. With the strength of the 4 of us, we only need to delay for a while and we can survive. Chen Wangxin walked forward in the courtyard, the dragon sword never unsheathed. He just said calmly, Lu Qing'an and the other 4 colluded with the demons, their crime should be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Qing took the lead, swooping down in 3 steps, coming in front of Chen Wang and chopping down with his huge axe. At the same time, Lu Xian also came to Chen Wang's side and stabbed him with the blade in his hand. No matter how strong you, Chen Wang, are, you are just a captain of police after all. If 2 masters of the Wutai realm join forces, you will surely die. They have waited for so long and finally got to the perfect opportunity when there is Northwest captain guarding the place. They must not let it go. Chen Wang stood there motionless, then suddenly drew his sword, and a mighty thunder rose from his body. 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. Every axe and knife that fell on his body was unable to cut even the surface of the lightning, and he was directly blown away by the recoil. Without waiting for the two to land, Chen Wang took 7 steps on the clouds and walked forward lazily. 2 flashes of sword light flashed in an instant. Tang Qing was cut in half by the knife, and Lu Xian's head was also chopped off. Under the blood rain gushing out of the sky, Chen Wang, holding the long Xiao sword, took a step of 10 feet and arrived beside the remaining 2 people in an instant. Lu Qing'an and the other man's pupils suddenly shrank. With such a speed, has he already entered the mountain and river realm? Before Lu Qing'an could react, a knife had already pierced his chest and the tip of the knife emerged from his back. Run through. It all happened too quickly. Chen Wang drew out his knife and then pulled it out again, followed by another stab, which directly stabbed Tang Ji's head. These 4 warriors who had reached the perfect stage of Wutai realm and were not to be underestimated in the entire team were all beaten to death by Chen Wang before they could even put up a fight. The scene was silent. If you don't believe me, you can come back and report to me. If you believe me, just dispose of these bodies. Chen Wang glanced at the shocked expressions of the crowd and was too lazy to explain more. Soon, Jean Dequan and Shen Ting, who were relatively close, came over and asked, Chen Wang, what is going on? The Tang and Lu families in Huiyuan City turned against each other at the last minute. The children of these 2 families are going to die anyway, so we decided to take a gamble. Chen Wang sighed. The 2 looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Roar. A roar echoed through the mountains and forests. Chen Wang, who was sitting with Jean Dequan a second ago, held the hilt of the knife and suddenly flew out. Although the roar was still far away, Chen Wang still noticed it immediately. These little bastards also knew that this was the time to join forces with others. No wonder they say they want to delay time. This so-called backup plan is extremely important. It is a demon in the middle stage of the mountain and river realm. If it were an ordinary team, facing a mountain demon that appeared before them, what else could they do except wait for death? However, these 4 people probably have not yet gained complete trust from the living spirit sect, so they chose to take the risk and take the first step. No matter what, as long as this demon from the mountains and rivers arrives, it will be able to crush us with ease and kill people as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. This means that they have no worries. Since there is a high probability that they will not die, why not try to strike first? But they all underestimated Chen Wang's fighting ability. In the forest, a black gorilla stood on its 2 feet, beating its chest and stamping its feet, with a layer of strange black smoke emanating from its body. The ape demon was 5 meters tall and his body was as big as a mountain. His huge fist was as big as the tent where everyone lived. But on the other side of the tent, a figure whose true energy turned into a stream of light came straight towards them. No words, no symptoms. A knife stabbed out. The chimpanzee roared, and a layer of stone skin condensed on its belly. The tip of the long Xiao knife rubbed against the surface, creating a burst of sparks. Snap. In an instant, under Chen Wang's tremendous force, cracks appeared on the stone skin that were visible to the naked eye, as dense as a spider web. The huge black body flew backwards, smashing everything in its way. Everyone in the tent rushed over and saw that scene. Everyone gasped. That's a demon in the middle stage of the mountain and river realm. After one slash of the sword, Chen Wang's body was glowing with thunder, and wherever he passed, he would leave a brilliant trail and a charred area. After all, it was a demon in the middle stage of the mountain and river realm. Before the ape demon landed on the ground, it used its long arms to firmly grasp the ground and forcibly stopped its decline. The ape demon didn't stop yet and suddenly kicked forward with a whip-like kick. Chen Wang, who was in the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya state, was knocked sideways 3 feet by this kick. But at the same time, the ape demon also let out a wail. There was a flash of disbelief in its eyes. Who are you? There can't be a captain in charge here. Could it be that Tang Cheng and his gang of bastards are willing to work for the Demon Suppression Division even when they are about to die, and they deliberately lured me here? Chen Wang did not answer. While the ape monster was speaking, the Tianqin thunder condensed in the palm of his hand and focused on one point, striking the ape monster directly in the chest. Bang! The ape demon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but the hand that was grasping the ground was like the roots of an old tree, and it refused to retreat even a single step. Chen Wang's figure disappeared again. The ape demon was extremely horrified and had no choice but to use the stone skin method again, and this time, it would be even thicker. Chen Wang had a blank expression on his face. Keep striking with the knife. Each of his sword strikes contained the power of thunder, bursting with brilliance in the lonely dark night. Dozens of people in the tent could only watch, without even a chance to intervene. In the crowd, Wang Qinghe watched all this in a daze. He didn't understand why Chen Wang's strength improved so quickly. He was assigned to this team this time, and he had already planned to keep a low profile before entering the mountain and river realm, and then get his revenge after breaking through. So he never showed up from beginning to end, choosing to swallow his anger. He firmly believed that Chen Wang was only at the Wutai realm after all. Once he reached the top of the world, he would be able to defeat Fang Hong and even more so Chen Wang. But seeing this, Wang Qinghe couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is it possible that he will never be able to catch up with this person in this lifetime? In the few breaths when everyone was thinking about their own things, Chen Wang's sword moves became more and more swift. The last strike seemed to be mixed with a bolt of lightning from the sky. It not only cut through the stone skin, but also sank into the flesh of the ape monster, leaving a deep and hideous blood groove. The ape demon was in a panic, and he retreated repeatedly, even starting to run away with his head in his hands. Isn't it said that demons in the same realm have a greater chance of winning? This person is clearly only in the early stage of the mountain and river realm, so why can't he capture this person's movements? Who is the demon? A hand containing palm thunder pressed on the ape monster's shoulder without warning. Like a mountain pressing down. It actually made it unable to move. Why are you leaving? Chen Wang asked coldly. A huge arm fell as Chen Wang finished speaking. The ape monster was already extremely strong, and scarlet blood gushed out from the wound like a red fountain. You forced me to do this. The ape demon roared suddenly, and the resentment in his body began to rise. It doesn't want this to happen. Once all the power of the wronged souls in its body is released, it will completely become a puppet of the living spirits sect. But compared to death, it wants to live more. Even if it means becoming someone else's puppet, I would not hesitate. Once the power of resentment is activated, it will be like an infectious disease in the human population. Once infected, it will cause endless troubles. As the thick black smoke rose, the ape demon's eyes turned completely green, like a poison jar. Do you dare to touch me? The ape demon laughed fiercely. Now you can either let your men die to fill my life, use up my true energy and then kill me, or you can only let me go. Then it turned to look at the people in the tent. Are you willing to die for this man? After these words were spoken, many people looked hesitant. There's no need to be so troublesome. Chen Wang curled his lips and said nothing more. At this time, an even brighter lightning flashed behind him. The ape demon couldn't help but turn around, only to see the long Xiao sword surrounded by lightning and thunder, already slashing down. Madman. Once you are infected with the power of resentment, your mind will be corroded. In serious cases, your cultivation will not progress at all, while in mild cases, you will have to work hard for several years to eliminate it. After all, you are just an assistant. I just need to retreat quickly. You have completed your mission. There is no need to fight so hard. The ape demon's words tried to extinguish Chen Wang's murderous intent. However, the knife continued to fall. Tianqin Thunder. The magical power to subdue demons. Two-pronged approach. After one slash of the knife, the ape monster was split into two, and all life was gone. Until the moment before it died, it couldn't understand why this human dared to. Wang Qinghe in the distance showed no emotion on the surface, but he was actually ecstatic in his heart. Chen Wang, this is your own choice. Clang. Chen Wang sheathed his sword and spread out his palm. A cloud of thick black smoke disappeared in front of the five Thunder Dharma body, leaving no trace. First, there is the magical power of subduing demons to isolate most of the resentment, and then there is the Dharma body forged by Tianqin Lei. The so-called resentment is just a plaything. After all, he had cleared away the seeds of resentment that even martial artists in the Qi Si realm could not deal with. What impact could the power of resentment in the mountain and river realm have? After taking off the demon elixir from the orangutan demon, Chen Wan didn't pay attention to the looks of the people around him, and didn't even say a word about the power of resentment. He just sat back down. Shen Ting frowned. Are you okay? What about resentment? Chen Wan shook his head. I have a sense of discretion. Not long after, a figure fell down. It was Wang Shun, who had previously appointed the captains of each team. He walked to Chen Wan with a solemn expression. Is there a mountain and river realm demon here too? Chen Wan nodded. Chen Wang, where is the demon? Didn't I tell you to send a message as soon as you find any clues using the sky-high arrow as a signal? Wang Shun had an ugly look on his face. He had heard about Chen Wang's victory over Fang Hong, which was why he appointed him as the team leader. He never thought that he would be so incompetent. Do you know that even though Team 3 fired their skyward arrows in time, they still suffered heavy casualties, and now only 5 people are alive? 5 people. This is a number that silences everyone. Putting aside the warriors in the Qi and Blood realm, how many are there in the martial embryo realm? Not to mention 30 or 50, there should be at least 20, but they are almost all dead. Chen Wang pointed in the direction of the ape monster's corpse. Wang Shun looked over and his brain froze. Even if this ape monster is dead, he can still judge what level of cultivation it had when it was alive. That was clearly a powerful monster in the middle stage of the mountain and river realm. Did you kill him? Wang Shun asked tentatively. Chen Wang nodded slightly. My luck is a little better. Wang Shun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter what luck was, he would just kill him. They in the Demon Suppression Bureau only look at the results. Report the casualties here. Since the place was safe and sound, Wang Shun felt a lot more relaxed. He immediately took out the banknotes and started recording. Lu Xin, Lu Qing'an, Tang Ji, and Tang Cheng. Chen Wang reported truthfully. At first, Wang Shun didn't react and took notes seriously. After he finished writing Tang Cheng's name, he found that there was no follow-up. Continue. No more. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly he remembered something and his face changed. Are they just as I said? Chen Wang cupped his hands and said, thanks to Lord Wang's reminder, otherwise I wouldn't have been wary of these 4 people. In fact, whether Chen Wang knew this information in advance or not is irrelevant to the overall situation. With the mediocre skills of those 4 men, even if they took turns hacking at him for half an hour, they might not be able to break his 5 Thunder Dharma body. But some things have to be said eventually. If you say them, others will feel comfortable and you won't lose anything, so why not do it? Wang Shun was very pleased when he heard this. I saw from the beginning that you are very useful. Now tell me how many people are injured on your side. I will bring you some medicine and distribute it according to the proportion. Sir Wang, no one was injured. Wang Shun's eyes almost popped out. What on earth was going on? The other person has said something to this extent, how could he not understand what he meant? He subconsciously thought that the killing of the ape monster was a result of the tacit cooperation of everyone, but in this case, many people must be in danger. Did Chen Wang do it himself? For a moment, Wang Shun's eyes became extremely serious. Chen Wang's cultivation aura is very well hidden. Unless his full aura is revealed during the battle, it is impossible to judge the level of his cultivation. But since he was able to kill the ape monster by himself, he should be at least in the middle stage of the mountain and river realm. Thinking of this, Wang Shun looked at the token on Chen Wang's waist. It was silver. This kid. Wang Shun's mind raced, and in the end he could only let out a helpless sigh. It is true that the waves behind push the waves in front out, and they, the waves in front, can only die on the beach. Okay, the process is completed. Brother Chen, I see that you are a man. I will definitely mention you to the people above me later. I dare not say that you will get more benefits, but you will definitely get more military merits. Even Wang Shun did not realize that the way he addressed Chen Wang had become much more intimate. Chen Wang smiled and nodded. After watching Wang Shun leave, Chen Wang couldn't help but sigh. Strength is indeed everything. Immediately he waved his hand and asked someone to come over and repair the tent. More than a dozen people rushed to help with the work. Since even Lord Wang did not make trouble, it was obvious that Tang Cheng and others probably deserved to be put to death. Coupled with Chen Wang's series of fierce actions just now, many people were convinced. It took some time until the tent was set up. It's already midnight. Refresh the perception points. Chen Wang took out the demon pill of the ape monster, the demon pill of the mountain and river realm, and used you to test the waters. You took the demon pill of the ape monster and began to meditate on the holy Yuan Qing Tian Ju in seclusion. You used the phantom of the ape monster as your enemy, constantly killing monsters and nourishing your own noble energy. When you killed the ape monster thousands of times, your cultivation became deeper and deeper, and your noble energy became more and more handy. 1 year later, the realization ends. Experience plus 1003 for Xingyuan Qing Tian Ju. Xingyuan Qing Tian Ju, 1 mountain, 2025/3000. Chen Wang sighed softly. At this rate, it would take at least 6 days to advance 1 mountain level. However, a mountain realm demon pill directly doubled his cultivation speed, which was beyond Chen Wang's expectations. The main reason for taking the demon pill this time was to try out the water from the Shanchuan realm demon pill. As it turned out, it did not disappoint him. It seems that I have to try my best to find big monsters in the mountains and rivers to kill in the future. Chen Wang muttered to himself. At the same time, he took out 7 demon pills and placed them in front of him. These 7 demon pills were obtained by him when he was harvesting corpses on the city wall. Without exception, they were all Wutai realm demon pills. It was a pity that there was not enough time, otherwise if we searched for a while longer, we might be able to find a few Shanchuan realm level demon pills. These Wutai realm demon pills are of little use to Chen Wang. He can only wait until he returns to the Demon Suppression Bureau to exchange them for Shanchuan realm demon pills. Neither of them is particularly precious, and the price difference is not that big. About 3 Wutai realm demon pills can be exchanged for 1 Shanchuan realm demon pill. The prerequisite is to have it. From the experiment, it seems that a demon pill of the Wutai realm will only increase his experience points by a little over 100. Obviously, exchanging for the next level of demon pill is extremely cost-effective. As for the demon pills of the Qi and Blood realm, Chen Wang was no longer interested in them. It really doesn't work at all. The reason why the demon pills have extra effects on Chen Wang is that they can transform into phantoms of their previous lives, constantly evolving in his world of perception and producing feedback effects. But the demons with too low a realm could not bear it and turned into ashes in an instant. How could there be any feedback? While Chen Wang was still planning his future martial arts path, crises of varying sizes broke out both in Huiyuan City and outside the city. There were nearly 30 demons from the Shanchuan realm who came from outside. You should know that the monsters in the mountains and rivers are not the ones in the Qi and Blood realm that you can see everywhere in the mountains. Monsters of this level can already call themselves the demon kings of a region. It is conceivable that the Xingling sect's plan for Suizhou was extremely painstaking. The elder of the Xingling sect is dead. Move out and enter the city. An angry roar echoed through the mountains and forests. To wake up all the sleepy people. There was not even enough time to remove the tents and gather together. On the official road outside the city gate, a large team led by Wang Shun has assembled. Chen Wang was pulled to the front by Pagla. The other captains had obviously heard about the situation on Chen Wang's side a long time ago and had no objection to it. At the city gate, thousands of ordinary people who had been transformed into living dead by the living spirit sect were blocking the city gate. These are the people who chose to resist stubbornly and did not obey the orders when faced with the invasion of the gate of living beings. These people who were once protected by the Demon Suppression Bureau are now standing on the opposite side. Wang Shun had a complicated expression. Chen Wang has already stepped forward with a knife. Their lives are already worse than death, so it would be better to send them off quickly so that they can be reincarnated. Even though a small number of these living dead were martial arts masters in their previous lives, they have all lost their sanity at this moment. Although they still have the strength, their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. What's more, Chen Wang's combat power is close to the late Shanchuan realm, so he is like a fish in water in this team of living dead. In an instant, blood splattered, and the wide road turned into a river of blood. Kill! One of the captains shouted loudly and followed closely. High in the sky, the sword in Li Suqing's hand pierced through the middle-aged man's eyebrows. At this moment, Li Suqing was surrounded by a pure and real power. It has already developed some mysterious meaning. When did you reach this level? After all, the middle-aged man was a master who had reached the perfection of the Qi High realm. Even if his head was pierced, he could still survive for a while. Li Suqing simply replied, "As long as I want, I can do it anytime." The elder of the Xingling sect was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. No wonder, even the killing array they formed together could only trap her for an hour. But there was one thing he never understood. Why did the snake fail? Even if one is only half a step into the mysterious meaning, if he is eroded by the seeds of resentment, his combat effectiveness will be affected. To put it another way, even if Pish lost, he shouldn't have lost so quickly. He looked towards the direction of the prefectural government office with a look of reluctance. Li Suqing cut off the opponent's head with one sword, and without saying a word, rushed towards the yamen. In 2 hours, the sacrificial formation will be completed. The defeat of the living beings sect was inevitable. The knife was slanted and the blade flashed, splitting the body of the living dead in half. The bloody man appeared in front of him. Chen Wang, who was holding the long Xiao sword, had lost his face. Due to the vibration of his breath, the rope that bound his hair broke, and his black hair fell down. "Let's go to the yamen." Wang Shun walked over. He looked at Chen Wang deeply. This man did not hesitate at all from beginning to end. It seemed that in his opinion, anyone who deserved to die should die no matter what they had done in the past. Just like this, a team rushed to the yamen in a mighty manner. During this period, all the zombies blocking the way will lead to death. The prefectural government office in Huiyuan City is located on the top of a mountain in the city. It is not very high, with only about 500 steps. For many warriors, climbing a mountain quickly is as easy as eating and drinking. The prefectural government office covers an area of 2,000 acres and is extremely large in scale. Li Suqing walked up the top step. In front of the palace gate, there is a huge white marble square. The square looks ordinary, but it is not. With her level of cultivation, she could tell at a glance that this entire mountain range had become the sacrificial formation of the Xingling sect. All those who are thrown onto this mountain will be transformed into nutrients to supply the true spirit carrier inside when the time comes. Thousands of people were huddled together in the Bayou Square. These people had lifeless eyes and sat cross-legged, shoulder to shoulder, like zombies. Even when they saw Li Suqing coming up, there was no commotion at all. This was a sign that the formation was about to be completed. If it were any later, the sleeping souls of these people would have completely sunk and been forcibly removed from their bodies. As they went deeper, Li Suqing's face became more and more ugly. Because the entire yamen, from the main gate to the deep courtyard, as long as there was space for a person, it was filled with people. Hundreds of thousands of people were crammed here, quietly waiting for a sacrificial ceremony that would be worse than death. Finally, Li Suqing arrived at the innermost open space. In the center of the place, a huge water snake with 6 legs was hovering, and its body was tightly wrapped around a person. He was an old man in his 60s, but he still had some sense. He was almost insane, tears streaming down his face. But he couldn't move like a puppet. As the prefect of a city, he naturally carries the fortune of the city. At this moment, he was like a delicacy, being eaten continuously. The old man saw the plain skirt and opened his mouth tremblingly, "Please, kill me." Even though Li Suqing's aura was a little disordered due to continuous battles, the mysterious meaning just now had already been seen by the 6-legged water snake. Its instinct kept telling it to run away. Use all its strength to run away. Just knowing that you want to escape is one thing, but being able to actually escape is another. This prefecture is one of the few opportunities it has. Everyone outside is dead, and you will die with them. Li Suqing did not respond to the prefect's words, but spoke to the water snake. The latter tightened the prefect's old body and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't come over here. If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill this man." Even if he is not a warrior, he is still the prefect of a city. His value to Yusuazhou is inestimable. At this moment, the 4 teams that entered the city from the 4 city gates rushed up from the foot of the mountain in a hurry, just in time to see the confrontation between the 2 sides. Chen Wang, who was standing in the crowd, looked uglier than ever before. This big monster looked very familiar. Six-legged water snake. Thinking of this, Chen Wang remembered the threat that night. That's it. Chen Wang's heart was shocked. It is definitely the six-legged water snake. The sound is similar, and the breath is even more similar. The big event it was talking about was this massacre. Chen Wang's thoughts were racing. It is obvious that the Xingling sect had started planning today's event since the time when Chen Wang and others went to Lingjian City, or even earlier. According to Li Suqing, if this six-legged water snake successfully transforms, it will become a demon in the mysterious realm. What does that mean? If a demon from the mysterious realm is determined to eliminate a small mountain realm like Chen Wang, even if he hides in the Demon Suppression Bureau all the time, is everything really safe? Yes, the Demon Suppression Bureau has a chief who is also a warrior in the Xuani realm. But when the two are confronting each other, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a Shanchuan realm warrior with ease? Thinking of this, Chen Wang secretly rejoiced that this operation was successful. Now that Li Suqing was here, no matter how strong the six-legged water snake was, could it still escape? It just so happens that only by watching this beast die before his eyes can he feel completely at ease. Please, kill me. The prefect's voice was weak, and sounded more like a mutter to himself, but the pleading look in his eyes told everyone that he just wanted to die quickly. Old thing, shut up. The six-legged water snake roared. The plan that the living spirit sect and it had planned for a long time had failed. Now it just wanted to save its life, and this old man was its last straw. Li Suqing glanced at the prefect, and the two looked at each other. In that case, let me see you off for the last time. The six-legged water snake's pupils suddenly shrank. You can't kill him, he is an important official of your Suizhou, his system is not in your demon suppression department, you have no right to kill him. Chen Wang was stunned. He didn't expect that these demons and monsters were quite familiar with the court system of their Qi state. However, Li Suqing suddenly took a step forward. I will bear any consequences. A sword was handed out. No one saw how Li Suqing drew his sword, but they could see with their naked eyes a flat beam of white sword light slashing through the prefect's body. At the same time, the coiled and entangled snake body was split into dozens of sections. Wailing sounds echoed everywhere. Originally, the six-legged water snake was the core and carrier of this sacrificial formation. When it suffered fatal damage, the formation under the mountain was also affected. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a mountain began to shake violently without any warning and was on the verge of collapse. All the common people in the mansion regained some consciousness at this moment, and burst into tears unconsciously. As they cried, they suddenly realized that what they were shedding were not tears, but blood, so their wailing became even more miserable. Everyone was wailing, all over the mountains and plains. Hundreds of thousands of people seemed to be suffering unspeakable torture and were in terribly pain. Li Suqing's expression did not change, and the second sword had already been handed out. No, I don't want to die. The six-legged water snake roared, and the demon pill in its body suddenly exploded. You are forcing me, so you will all be buried with me. Li Suqing looked solemn, but did not retreat at all. There is no doubt that once the demon pill of a Qi High Realm demon explodes, the hundreds of officers from the Demon Suppression Bureau here will be wiped out. There will be no suspense at all. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they all quickly retreated at the same time. Even though he knew that it was a pipe dream to leave at this moment given the explosion range of the Qi High Realm demon pill, his body still subconsciously retreated. At the front, Li Suqing, the demon-slaying general, was holding a sword, her skirt fluttering, and the mysterious power that had killed the elder of the living spirit sect earlier rose up. It transformed into thousands of sword lights, crisscrossing and forming a giant sword energy net, which forcibly wrapped up the violent energy that exploded. Wisps of residual energy scattered around, and those with a slightly lower level were directly blown away and smashed through the house behind them. Chen Wang's legs were like the roots of an old tree. The floor cracked and suddenly shattered. The part below his calves sank into the ground, but he was still forcing himself to move backwards, like an ox plowing the field. The explosion of the Qi High Realm demon pill was like a flower about to bloom, but was forcibly squeezed into a ball by Li Suqing with brute force. The power of self-detonation in the same state is extraordinary. Even Li Suqing spat out a mouthful of bright red, and her aura fell to the bottom, and the original profound meaning that she had worked so hard to condense dissipated. The distance between her and the six-legged water snake was no more than 3 meters. It was already an amazing miracle that she could survive the self-explosion of a creature of the same level at such a close distance without damaging her foundation. Just when everyone thought that things were finally over, something strange happened. A purple transparent shadow rushed out from the explosion range as fast as lightning. Li Suqing took a closer look, gritted her teeth, and wanted to chase after him, but she was powerless. That was the resentful soul body that the six-legged water snake transformed into with the little resentment it had left. In short, it abandoned its physical body and used the soul to escape. Even though the six-legged water snake was seriously injured, it was still at the Qi-Hai realm. Its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. No one could stop it except Li Suqing. I recognize you. The six-legged water snake accurately found Chen Wang's figure, and its huge tentacle grabbed the latter's body and fled into the sky. Chen Wang. Li Suqing's face changed drastically. He forced himself to straighten his back and was about to take a deep breath to chase after him, but a feeling of weakness suddenly came over him. Chase it. No matter where this six-legged water snake goes, we must find it for me. Li Suqing said in a deep voice with a cold expression. He walked over to the building with a bad look on his face. Sir, your injuries have not healed yet. We are powerless to catch up with you. It is better to wait for your injuries to heal first, and then find a chance to catch the six-legged water snake. That beast has lost its body and it is impossible for it to recover in a short period of time. We still have plenty of time. There is no need to take risks at this moment. Xiang Lu's words immediately attracted the support of the people around him. Yes, now that the overall situation has been decided, we can proceed slowly. In everyone's mind, the reason why Li Suqing lost his composure was simply because he was afraid that the departure of the six-legged water snake would cause additional losses to Suizhou. As for Chen Wang, no one would think much about it. In an event of this magnitude, both the officers of the Demon Suppression Bureau and the common people could die at any time. Since you have entered the Demon Suppression Bureau, you must be prepared to sacrifice at any time. Li Suqing covered his chest and slowly stood up. He said to Xiang Lu in a cold voice, "Don't you understand what I said?" Xiang Lu chuckled and said, "Little brother, I know you want to make a contribution, but you can't talk about this kind of thing casually. If a snake demon slips away and you conceal it, it will inevitably cause unpredictable losses next time it appears. You can't afford the consequences." Chen Wang glanced at the men and said, "Can you prove that Lord Li is here? With her ability, can she not see it? Does she need you to point fingers at her?" He narrowed his eyes at Lu. Li Suqing got off the horse and walked to Chen Wang. "How are you?" "Better than you." Chen Wang answered truthfully, and handed the snake scale to Li Suqing. "This can prove that you also know my methods, which are just right to restrain these evil ways." Li Suqing was stunned and speechless. She was distracted for a moment and didn't think so much. But even so, the other party is still a great demon in the Qi-Hai realm, not a seed of resentment. Even if she thought of this at the beginning, she would probably rush over in a hurry. In fact, Li Suqing overlooked one point. Chen Wang was only in the Wutai realm back then, but now he is in the Shanchuan realm. The improvement between the two realms is huge, so it is reasonable for him to be able to do this. Seeing that Chen Wang was safe and sound, Li Suqing finally felt relieved and said in a deep voice, "Chen Wang has made great contributions in killing the demon. After this battle, he will serve as my 4th deputy general." Li Suqing's words were truly shocking. Chen Wang was also stunned. "You haven't discussed it with me yet, why are you making a hasty decision?" Just as he was about to speak, Li Suqing glared at him, as if to say, "You have to listen to your boss and accept his reward." Chen Wang curled his lips. Li Suqing must have other intentions in doing this. "I will ask her later." He took a step forward and said, "General Li, the matter of selecting a deputy general is too important and needs to be carefully considered. Besides, no one saw this man behead the snake demon, so whether it is true or not is still debatable. To put it another way, the water snake monster is already a soul and is in urgent need of a physical body. It may have kidnapped Chen Wang in order to give itself a new life. It is possible that the current Chen Wang is no longer the Chen Wang of the past, but the water snake monster. If a powerful demon from the Qi-Si realm were to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak into the Demon Suppression Division, wouldn't that be a disaster? This statement made so much sense that when the others thought about it, they all felt that it was very likely. A captain of police is at most at the Wutai realm, right? For a warrior like this, it would be impossible for him to even protect himself and escape, let alone kill a big monster. It seems that Chen Wang's injuries are not serious, so the possibility that he has been possessed by a snake demon is the greatest. Generally, this matter still needs to be carefully considered. This person is very likely to have been possessed by a great demon. We need to take him back to the department and wait for his fate. Please take back the order to be the deputy commander. With someone taking the lead and their arguments being reasonable, many people immediately stepped forward courageously to advise. Chen Wang didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just looked indifferently at Xiang Lu, who was the first to find trouble. This wasn't the first time this guy had targeted him. Like Li Suqing. Do you think Li Suqing is yours? The so-called deputy general has a similar meaning to the chief deputy general, except that one is the deputy of the chief, and the other is the deputy of the demon-slaying general. Both are independent of the position system of the Demon Suppression Bureau. At the same time, the position of deputy general is slightly higher than that of captain, and he is also a candidate for the future demon slayer. This is probably one of the reasons why many captains spoke out and gave advice. This is no joke. In the team, Jean Dequan and Shinting frowned and wanted to interrupt, but given their qualifications, no one would listen to them. Have you had enough of the quarrel? Li Suqing looked around and said, do I still need you to tell me what to do? In an instant, the atmosphere became silent. Xiang Lu's face became increasingly gloomy. If what happened before was just his guess, then now it has confirmed his guess. If the relationship between the two is average or not familiar at all, would Li Suqing spare no effort to protect this person? Xiang Lu looked at Chen Wan coldly. Where did this bastard come from and dare to interfere? Li Suqing said calmly, from today on, I will protect Chen Wan. Anyone who touches him will have to consider whether the person behind him is qualified enough to challenge me. Chen Wan's face twitched. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Chen Wan in disbelief. What is this guy doing? Jean Dequan covered his mouth, it's done. Shen Ting remained calm. It was General Li who sent Chen Wan here in the first place. He had already guessed it, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Li Suqing got on his horse, pulled Chen Wan up, and raised his riding whip. For the Demon Suppression Division's personal examination, I will naturally take him to see the chief to check for errors in person. You don't need to remind me. Li Suqing shut everyone up with just 2 words. When the two left, only the team with an awkward atmosphere was left. Brother Lu, where did that kid named Chen Wang come from? A captain nearby couldn't help but ask. Xiang Lu sneered, how should I know? But since you asked, I'd like to trouble you to use your connections to help me check the boy's past. Small problem. In the team, Wang Qinghe's eyes were dull. How did that little bastard Chen Wang get on board Li Suqing's big ship? Recalling the beginning and end of the feud between the two, Wang Qinghe wanted to slap himself a few times. Damn Chen Wang, why didn't you tell me earlier that Li Suqing was behind you? And you let me jump in front of you every day. In a relatively secluded house in the Huiyuan city government office. I know what you are thinking. I admit that I promoted you to deputy general out of selfish motives. In fact, your contribution in this battle alone is enough to make an exception and promote you to captain. Li Suqing explained as she led Chen Wang into the mansion. Chen Wang sighed softly, what's the benefit? I don't like working for nothing. If there is no benefit, it's not too late for you to take back your decision now, right? The monthly salary of a captain is a bottle of high-grade precious medicine that can improve physical fitness and 100 real crystal stones. When you become a deputy general, your salary will double. Li Suqing said with a smile. Chen Wang said with a straight face, actually, the deputy general is quite nice. Thank you for thinking of me. Li Suqing rolled her eyes and said, don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this for you. I'm seeing your potential. This is just to find another backer for our Li family. The Li family is the most powerful and wealthy family in Qi State. They can raise a monster like Li Suqing, so they have an extremely deep foundation. In Suizhou, there is only the legendary Xuani realm, but in the Li family, there must be quite a few of them. Why would a family like this need to win him over? Li Suqing never doubted Chen Wang's talent. In her opinion, it was only a matter of time before he reached the top of martial arts. Of course, the premise is that you can survive. Walking into the hall, Chen Wang suddenly remembered something. You are not really going to take me to see the abbot. Why not? The methods of the living spirit sect are strange, so it's always a good idea to check it out. Chen Wang remained silent. Although I don't know what your secret is, it shouldn't be discovered so easily. And the chief is a very good person, so you can rest assured. Chen Wang hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. What Li Suqing said is not without reason. Even with the heavenly heart thunder and the demon subduing magical power, he is still a Qi high realm demon, so it is never too cautious. What kind of person is that chief who rarely shows up? Xiang Lu turned his head and looked around, and said, leave half of the people here to help deal with the remaining formation, and the rest of you, follow me to find the trace of the six-legged water snake. Even though Xiang Lu was more inclined to think that Li Suqing was eager to kill the monster, for some reason, he felt uncomfortable in his heart, as if he was more concerned about the captured captain of the police. He recalled that Li Suqing had met this person before on the road, and even he didn't know what they talked about, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be these two people? No, how could these two people be possible? On that day, Li Suqing was just greeting his subordinates according to the usual practice. But the more Xiang Lu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Although Li Suqing would show no mercy to this evil demon that brought disaster to the local area, this move seemed reasonable, but it was also unreasonable in some ways. After regulating his breathing for a while, Li Suqing was able to walk steadily and headed down the mountain without saying a word. High in the sky, the claws of the purple shadow pierced into the flesh of Chen Wang's left shoulder. The power of resentment transmitted from the opponent's body was rampaging in his body unscrupulously. Chen Wang had a blank expression on his face. Just let these resentments play around in his body for a while longer. He tried it and found that Tianqin thunder could drive away these resentments. The six-legged water snake is currently in a state of collective resentment. Does that mean that his Tianqin thunder and demon-subduing magical powers will have unexpected miraculous effects on it? Thinking of this, even Chen Wang's eyes became a little hot. Damn it, this six-legged water snake actually remembered him and took him away. That was perfect, he could kill this last resentful soul with his own hands. At this time, the six-legged water snake had no idea of Chen Wang's methods, and laughed, boy, do you regret killing my son? Chen Wang closed his mouth tightly and didn't say a word. The six-legged water snake looked at the human in its hand who looked like a chicken, and snorted coldly, no words. No problem, I'll make sure you'll be speechless forever. It has only one son, who has been cooperating with the actions of the living spirit gate for so many years and is unable to give birth to more offspring. According to the original plan, only this one offspring will inherit his position. Who would have thought that he would die during a harassment mission outside? The culprit behind all this is the human being at hand. As time passed, the realm of the six-legged water snake, which was only a soul body, gradually declined. Without the support of the demon pill, it eventually lost even the Qi high realm. The mountains and rivers are perfect. Boom. The six-legged water snake dived into the dense woods outside the city. At the same time, Chen Wang was thrown out by him and his body crashed into a mountain. With a muffled groan, Chen Wang wiped the red blood from the corner of his mouth and walked out. The six-legged water snake raised its head, looked at the human, and sneered, I originally had to work hard to find a suitable container, but your body is well trained, and surprisingly suitable for me. In that case, you will be my new body. It's like returning the favor. It's just a human being in the early stage of the mountain and river realm. Even though it is only a soul body at the moment, it has the perfect cultivation of the mountain and river realm. What's more, in its current state, it can pose no threat to anyone except a warrior in the Qi high realm. The soul is inherently illusory. Below the Qi high realm, the true Qi has not yet reached a strong level, and it is mostly powerless to deal with soul-like enemies. Of course, there is an exception, Taoist thunder magic. But will he? Taoist thunder magic is the orthodox teaching of the heavenly master, and can only be learned by disciples. How could a constable from the Demon Suppression Bureau know it? Thinking of this, the six-legged water snake laughed silently. He had to deal with this guy quickly and leave here quickly. That bitch Li Suqing was probably being chased by someone. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Li Suqing, you ruined my plan. Sooner or later, I will repay you double. However, just as it was about to take action, a powerful bolt of lightning began to emanate from Chen Wang, who had walked out of the mountain. The dazzling lightning gave it the feeling of being restrained by the avenue. No matter what realm it was in at the moment, as long as it was a soul body, it was just paper. How is that possible? It's impossible for a Taoist disciple to go to the Demon Suppression Bureau and become a constable. It was the first time that the six-legged water snake felt the urgency of the annihilation of the Great Road. Even if Li Suqing was in front of it before, it still had some confidence that it could escape. But now, when thunder appeared in the sky, it seemed that there was no way out except death. It can neither escape nor resist. Chen Wang, whose whole body was filled with lightning, held the long Xiao sword in his hand, took 7 steps on the clouds, and came to the six-legged water snake with an expressionless face. The six-legged water snake said in a deep voice, "Let me go, and my son's revenge will be considered as never happening. I can give you anything you want. I am the demon king of the Qi Si realm, and I have a rich collection. I can take you to my treasure trove. Whatever Li Suqing can't give you, and what the Demon Suppression Division can't give you, I can give you." The knife fell straight down. The life of the six-legged water snake was cut off directly. In front of the demon-subduing magical power and the heavenly heart thunder, its soul was like fire meeting white paper, and was instantly cut in half, and then spread and burned until it was reduced to ashes. Treasure. The collection of demons in the Qi Hai realm is indeed very rich, but who can guarantee that you will have no backup plan when you get there? Besides, the so-called treasure is not very attractive to Chen Wang. In comparison, the complete death of this Qi Hai realm demon is a more attractive treasure to him. Where the six-legged water snake disappeared into thin air, snake scales were scattered around, and precious light was flowing. It's a pity that there is only one piece. If I could have a whole set and make it into a precious robe, even if Shanchuanjing took half an hour to cut it, it might not be able to be cut. After one slash of the sword, Chen Wang sheathed the knife and let out a long breath. This way, he would be free from future troubles, right? Fortunately, this six-legged water snake was a pure soul body, otherwise, even if a Qi Hai realm demon was seriously injured, with his thin arms and legs, it would be difficult for him to escape from the tiger's mouth, let alone fight back with a knife. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from far away. They are all from the Demon Suppression Bureau. Li Suqing, who looked extremely disheveled, appeared first, followed by Xiang Lu and other captains and constables. Chen Wang remained calm on the surface, but he was a little confused in his heart. Why did Li Suqing come? What was wrong with her status? When everyone saw the young man covered in blood standing there alone, they were all stunned. A school captain reacted immediately and asked, "Where is the six-legged water snake?" "Dead." Chen Wang replied. "Dead?" The team was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other and saw some well-hidden sarcasm in each other's eyes. A six-legged water snake in the soul body state can only protect itself even if it is in the perfect mountain and river realm. You, who are in the early stage of the mountain and river realm, dare to kill a big demon of the air and sea realm. Under the leadership of Jiang Yun, Li Suqing, and Chen Wang walked through the corridors of Qianni Palace and finally came to a secluded shore of a large lake. Chen Wang looked around and saw a child who looked about 5 or 6 years old sitting on the shore fishing. It seemed a little funny, because even the bucket used to hold the fish next to it was bigger than the child's body. The water surface suddenly became rough. The child stood up instantly as if facing a great enemy. Veins bulged in his hands as he grabbed the fishing rod. He used all his strength and kept shouting, "A great catch." Both Li Suqing and Jiang Yun watched coldly. Soon, the big fish in the lake became stronger, and the child failed to steal the chicken and ended up being dragged into the water by the big fish. Thump. The water splashed and the child climbed up in a mess and brushed off the dirt on his body. At this time, Li Suqing gave Chen Wang a look, and took the lead with Jiang Yun to bow and clasp his hands. "I greet you, master." The first one. Even though Chen Wang had never expected that this child was actually the chief of the Demon Suppression Division, he reacted quickly. This subordinate greets the chief. The chief of Suizhou Demon Suppression Bureau, under the Demon Slayer, no one knows his name. If you meet him, just call him Chief. The chief monk put his hands behind his back, nodded slightly, and walked towards Chen Wang. With every step he took, some of the water stains on his body evaporated. By the time he arrived in front of Chen Wang, his clothes were as dry as usual. A gleam of light flashed in those tiny eyes, and he grabbed Chen Wang's shoulder with lightning speed. In an instant, Chen Wang felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and the pressure increased dramatically. Even though Chen Wang had a solid foundation, he bent his legs slightly at this moment and almost fell to his knees. Nothing happened. The chief's seat stopped and said calmly. Li Suqing cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master. This child has made such a great contribution to our Demon Suppression Bureau. This little thing is reasonable and needs no further explanation." The chief waved his hand. "Who are the kids now?" The chief looked at Chen Wan and said with a sweet voice, "Young man, since Xiao Li has given you a reward and Xiao Jiang has given you a promotion, then my chief." Chen Wan's eyes lit up. After all, the leader was also an expert in the Xuani realm, so the gifts he gave would not be too bad. "I have nothing more to give you. Remember to behave well with Xiao Li in the future." The leader patted Chen Wan on the shoulder and said in an old-fashioned way. But no matter what, there is nothing majestic about this face. Although he was a little disappointed, Chen Wan still nodded, "I will work harder to repay the kindness of my seniors." Whether or not, and whether to say it or not, are two different things. If nothing happens, just step back. After saying that, the leader waved his hand. Li Suqing and Chen Wan felt that the scene in front of them kept changing and regressing, and finally came to the gate of Qianni Palace. The two looked at each other. The leader's temperament is rather weird. "It's not that he doesn't want to see us," Li Suqing said. Chen Wan nodded. "Considering that there will be some summary meetings about this battle, you probably can't return to Fengsha City immediately to take up the post. I'll give you half a month, and then come back and take up the post after half a month." Li Suqing thought for a while and said. Chen Wan nodded. Since everything was clearly arranged, he didn't bother to think too much. "Just in time, take advantage of this half-month to improve your strength." On the lake in the backyard of Xianni Palace. The first one returned to his original position and fished. "What do you think of that kid?" Jiang Yun knew very well that this boss didn't like to hear good or bad words, but only wanted to hear the truth, so she didn't go around the bush. Chen Wang was born in Bayun County. He began to show his martial arts skills last year. He has made rapid progress since then and even killed the county magistrate of Bayun County and surrounding demonic forces. Li Suqing should have helped cover up the killing of court officials, but it is understandable. If I hadn't followed this person to investigate further, I wouldn't have known that the situation in Bayun County was so bad before. So I've been thinking over and over again. Since he killed both the monster and the official, even if his merits and demerits are offset, there's no need to pursue the matter. But from what I've investigated, Chen Wang's heart is not in our monster suppression division. He just wants to kill monsters, so... The chief interrupted, "That's enough. If the Demon Suppression Bureau doesn't want people who can kill demons, who else does it want? Do they want those wimps who just want to live?" Jiang Yun looked embarrassed. "I understand. Observe him for a while longer. I don't care about the secrets of this kid. I just want to see how many monsters he can kill for us and how willing he is to do these thankless tasks." The chief sighed softly. "This world is in great need of such smart people who seem not so smart." Understood. In the following period of time, just as Li Suqing said, a summary meeting was held, and the bodies of colleagues who died on the battlefield were dealt with, and a memorial service was held. By the time everything was done, 5 days had passed. On the 5th day, a woman who worked in the Yinyao Palace came to visit. Officially record Chen Wang's information as a captain. At this point, Chen Wang has almost reached the top of his position in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Unless he can squeeze out a demon-slaying general one day, the best he can do is stay in the position of captain and deputy demon-slaying general. The 3 demon-slaying generals in Suizhou were all, without exception, martial artists who had reached the perfect Qi Hai realm. Apart from them, there was no 4th martial artist in the Qi Hai realm. This made Chen Wang very confused. The gap in Suizhou's combat power was really too serious. Where did those old demon slayers go? You know, after entering the Qi Hai realm, you will have a lifespan of 400 years. If nothing unexpected happens, it is enough to be equivalent to 5 lifetimes of ordinary people. But soon, Chen Wang put away his thoughts. Because the salaries of the deputy general and the captain have been paid. 2 bottles of high-grade precious medicine and 200 real crystals. These 2 bottles of high-grade precious medicine are called Jiutian Jiaxing pills. The name sounds high-sounding, but it does make sense. This kind of high-level precious medicine has the effect of improving the physical talent of a warrior and has the ability to change one's destiny. Of course, it's normal that ordinary people can't get access to such good things. Not to mention high-level precious medicines, even mid-level precious medicines, once they appear in the world, will attract many wild cultivators to get them, even if it means they will get hurt or die. That is why all the martial arts cultivators are eager to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, where they can receive their salaries on a regular basis every month without having to fight for a few resources. After Chen Wang took the 9 Heavens star-picking pill, he immediately felt the flow of powerful true energy. He is transforming. Current perception points, 5 points. You begin to comprehend the Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju. You use the effect of the Jiu Tian Jai Xing Dan to nourish the noble energy in your body. At the same time, the elixir is also constantly improving your body. Your cultivation speed has been significantly improved. 5 years later, the realization ends. Experience plus 4,232. Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju, 4 mountains, 1475/3000. Middle stage of mountain and river realm. Looking at the numbers that appeared on the panel and the obvious effects from the feedback, Chen Wan was stunned for a moment. With the effect of the 9-day star-reaching pill, he couldn't tell how much the annual experience limit would increase, but judging from this number, it was definitely not small. As my physique improves, my experience will increase every year. It seems that I will have to pay attention to treasures related to improving my qualifications in the future. Demon elixirs, martial arts, exercises, and elixirs for improving qualifications. These 4 things are the most precious to Chen Wan. It seems that it won't be long before we can complete the 10 layers of mountain. It was not until the evening of the next day that the problems of the people of Huiyuan City were solved. However, after this battle, Huiyuan City was in dilapidated condition, with ruins everywhere. It would take some time to rebuild it. Compared with many other servants, Chen Wang had a lot more free time. He stayed in his room to rest. He was indeed a little tired because his mind had been tense for the past 2 days. Now that the 6-legged water snake had died in his hands, the hidden danger had been completely eliminated. For Chen Wang, this was a happier event than being promoted to deputy general. As for meeting the abbot, Chen Wang was mentally prepared. His panel was too incredible in the eyes of others, and they probably wouldn't think in this direction, but they would definitely associate him with other good things. He was willing to believe Li Suqing. Since Li Suqing said that the abbot was a very good person, he was willing to give it a try. After all, the methods of the living being sect are strange and we have to be on guard against them. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. It was Li Suqing. Let's go. It takes 7 days to travel from Huiyuan City to Tianhan City. Calculating the time, by the time we get to the Demon Suppression Division, the chief should have finished his business. Speaking of this chief, Chen Wang couldn't help but ask, such a big thing happened in Suizhou, why didn't the chief show up? Li Suqing sighed softly, do you think the first master doesn't want to? In the face of absolute power, all plans are nothing but illusions. It can be said that as long as a warrior in the mysterious realm is dispatched, the living spirit sect will not be able to cause any trouble. But the living spirit sect had already planned to forcefully hold back the leader. If you hadn't untied the seeds of my resentment, the situation in Fengsha County alone would have been disastrous. Chen Wang nodded. This is what is called a single move affects the entire body. If even Fengsha City cannot be defended, then the nearly 800,000 people in Huiyuan and Fengsha cities will be turned into nutrients in an instant. The loss of 2 major cities was a huge blow to Fengsha County and even Suizhou. But soon Chen Wang found a loophole and couldn't help but say, since the Xingling sect has the ability to deal with the 4 Kingdoms Demon Suppression Division, it must have a very deep foundation. To deal with us in Suizhou, they only need to send someone who can't even deal with the chief, so there is no need to be so scheming. Li Suqing was not surprised by this, but still said unhappily, things are not as simple as you think. Do you know about luck? Luck? Chen Wang nodded. He naturally understood that a person's fate could be said to be destiny, and a country's destiny could also be said to be destiny. It was grand, but also somewhat illusory. Once a warrior in the golden body realm takes action, the impact will be huge. Li Suqing said, you can understand that our country's national destiny is usually like a calm lake. If you are not good enough, no matter how many plans you make, you can't make any waves. But once the golden body realm takes action with the intention of destruction, waves will suddenly explode somewhere on the lake surface, and the size of the waves is determined by the golden body realm or higher realms. Chen Wang suddenly realized. I see. Once a warrior who has just reached the golden body realm takes action with the intention of disrupting the destiny of Qi, he will expose himself, become the target of public criticism, and be besieged by Qi's martial arts masters, and most likely die. A martial arts expert who could reach that step was by no means a chess piece that could be discarded at will for the Xingling sect, so they did not dare to act rashly. Of course, the matter of luck is far from that simple. For example, if we compare Qi to a big lake, there are shallower areas and deeper areas. Suizhou is weaker, so it can be compared to the shallower areas, where warriors in the golden body realm can create waves. The other powerful states are stronger, but the water is deep, so it takes warriors with higher cultivation to disrupt the national destiny and create waves. Li Suqing continued to add. Chen Wang has a simpler summary and final conclusion on this passage. The distribution of Qi's national fortune is different, and the warriors who can be tolerated are also different. In short, forcibly pulling the invaders away can only result in a confrontation at best. Anyone who dares to try to suppress them by force will become the target of public criticism. Sure enough, this world is far from as simple as he imagined. The luck that Li Suqing talked about is just the tip of the iceberg. The two did not wait for the large group of people from the Demon Suppression Bureau to return together. After all, these people still had to stay to deal with the aftermath. After many days, the two rode in the same carriage again. 7 days later. Outside the Demon Suppression Office. You begin to meditate in seclusion to comprehend the holy Yuan Qing Tian Ju, and your breath of awe-inspiring energy becomes more and more pure. You spend several years traveling around, seeing mountains and rivers, reading the sage's principles in books, and integrating them into one. 8 years later, the realization is over. Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju experience plus 4218. Saint Yuan Qing Tian Ju, Triple Mountain, 243/3000. There is still one step left before he can reach the middle stage of the mountains and rivers. 8 days of accumulation has made Chen Wan's improvement very significant. Even now when facing the late Shanchuan realm, he has the strength to fight. So far, the 7 steps of stepping on the cloud has gradually become beyond its capabilities. Warriors in the mountains and rivers can often see his direction clearly, and the speed will be faster. Even if one has the ability to subjugate demons with the demon-subduing sword technique, it will become a liability in the Qi-Si realm. Currently, there is only 1/5 Thunder Dharmakaya left in the physical body to use. Thinking of this, Chen Wan sighed lightly. Li Suqing was the first to get off the carriage. Looking at Chen Wang, who was always sighing, she asked, "What are you thinking about? Why are you sighing? Can I read more martial arts after becoming a deputy general?" Chen Wang asked. Li Suqing nodded and said, "All the martial arts in the demon-slaying mansion's arsenal are available for you to read as long as you want to learn them and can learn them." Chen Wang's eyes lit up, "Then thank you." Li Suqing rolled her eyes, "In your heart, martial arts skills are more important than anything else." "Not really, I guess I can only rank second." Li Suqing became interested and asked, "What about the first one?" "My life and property." Chen Wang replied solemnly. Li Suqing's face darkened instantly, and he quickened his pace and walked inside. "Hurry up." Chen Wang did as he was told. The first residence of the demon Jinsi is called Qianni Palace. It occupies a small area, but its appearance is magnificent and magnificent. Only the demon-slaying general is qualified to meet directly with the head of the demon-suppressing department. The leader has been practicing in seclusion all year round, and all matters of the Demon Suppression Department are handed over to Deputy General Jiang Yun, which undoubtedly increases Jiang Yun's authority. According to the original intention of setting up the first Lieutenant General, at most he would be on an equal footing with the local Demon Slayer generals. However, as the situation became increasingly tense, the status of the first Lieutenant General slowly increased, and he has stabilized the position of the Demon Slayer General. The front hall of Qianni Palace was empty, and Li Suqing continued to lead Chen Wan to the backyard. Finally saw the first person. The first Deputy General, Jiang Yun. Suqing, is this what you said in your letter? Chen Huan cupped his hands and clasped his fists. Headhunter Chen Huan has met Mr. Jiang. As soon as he finished speaking, the token on Chen Wang's waist turned visibly golden. Jiang Yun smiled and said, that statement is a little biased. Chen Wang quickly changed his words, Captain Chen Wang, greetings to Lord Jiang. Jiang Yun looked at Li Suqing in surprise, this child is not as boring as you say. Li Suqing glared at Chen Wang fiercely and said, Jiang Yun is your boss, but I am not your boss. Why haven't you been so polite to me? Although the Xingling sect's actions this time were mainly aimed at Fengsha County, the other two counties also suffered varying degrees of damage. The number of casualties counted was close to 300,000. The entire Suizhou had a population of only 3 million, a figure that was reduced by 1/10 after the war. Some mountain villages were littered with corpses and were deserted. At the same time, the Demon Suppression Division also suffered serious damage, with countless casualties. Until now, the officers who participated in this battle have finally been able to rest and recuperate. In the next 10 days, Chen Wang spent every day in the library to catch up on information about the world. The Demon Suppression Division is arguably the most powerful institution in the state of Qi, and much of the information recorded there is extremely important and secret. Of course there is information about the Yaonian Rebellion, but it is relatively less, as if there is something unspeakable hidden. However, every demon year, a few rare geniuses of the human race will emerge. These human geniuses will eventually reach the pinnacle of martial arts and ascend to heaven. On their way to heaven, both the human and demon races suffer heavy casualties. So in this great year, will there be a prodigy emerging out of nowhere? Chen Wang smelled a hint of conspiracy, but after thinking about it, he realized that among the 4 countries, no country had the ability to create a demon year. Ultimately, this idea can only exist in Chen Wang's speculation. But in Chen Wang's premonition, the world will not be peaceful in the next few years or even decades. There is only one urgent task, which is to improve our strength. Chen Wang tested it the day after taking the Jiao Tian Jai Xing Dan. His annual experience value increased from 500 to 600. It can't be considered a sudden increase in talent, but it is definitely effective. 1 year later, the realization ends. Experience plus 628. Shengyuan Qing Tianju, 6 mountains, 1614/3000. Current perception point, 0 points. Chen Wang exhaled a long breath and spread out his palms. 2 balls of white light covered his palms, like gas constantly flowing, amplifying his combat power in all aspects. Only 1 step away from reaching the late stage of the mountain and river realm. The human body is made up of 10 mountains, each mountain is a checkpoint, and we climb higher with each step. According to the time, it's time to set off for Fengsha County. Chen Wang muttered to himself. According to his plan, once he arrives at the demon-slaying mansion, he will focus on new martial arts. After all, the Qi High Realm cultivation method is still a long way off, and reaching the perfection of the Shanchuan realm all of a sudden will also end quickly. It just so happens that I haven't learned any new martial arts recently. The arsenal of Li Suqing's demon-slaying mansion must be quite good. You can pick out a few martial arts books that suit you to practice. Before leaving the Demon Suppression Bureau, Chen Wang took the more than 200 real crystals he had with him and went to the treasure-picking tower. This is an internal store opened by the Demon Suppression Bureau, and only the servants of the Bureau can consume there. The prices here are much cheaper than outside. In addition to the purchase of real crystal stones, the Wutai Realm demon pills that Chen Wang had saved in advance were also exchanged for Shanchuan Realm demon pills. Outside the Demon Suppression Bureau, Chen Wang, who was sitting alone in a carriage, looked at the 6 mountain and river realm demon pills in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. I can try to comprehend the Golden Crow's falling sun art. Chen Wang thought to himself. Although he could practice for a year every day, in the end, there were still many things he didn't have time to learn. This was naturally also related to his eagerness to improve his cultivation. After all, it would be unbelievable if the news got out that he had been promoted from an ordinary person to the mountain and river realm in just over 2 months. Chen Wang collected his thoughts and recalled the self-created martial arts and supernatural powers he had gained after comprehending the techniques. Chen Wang knew very well the power of the 5 Thunder Dharma body and would definitely not lose out. This martial art could be effective even at the Qi High realm. You began to meditate on the Golden Crow Falling Sun art in seclusion. Although you haven't looked at this art for many years, you still know it by heart. In addition, you have experience with the Thunder Veins demonic art, so even if it is still difficult to comprehend this time, it is not difficult for you. Finally, in the 4th year, you succeeded in comprehending the Golden Crow Falling Sun art. You opened up a path that no one before you had walked before, and raised the 9 days you had visualized in your mind to 12 days. 4 years later, the realization ends. True. Golden Crow Falling Sun art, 9 days, 0/1500. 12 days. 1,500 experience points. It was beyond Chen Wang's expectation that it only took 4 years to comprehend the Golden Crow's Falling Sun art. It can also be seen from this that it is relatively easier to comprehend low-level skills. At the same time, the more skills he comprehends, the more he will be able to apply what he has learned to other situations, and his ability to comprehend will also improve. At the same time, the experience value of each stage of the Golden Crow Falling Sun art is different. This should be the difference between low-level and high-level exercises. I wonder what kind of magical power I can gain when the Golden Crow Falling Sun art is truly perfected, Chen Wang murmured. Then his mind wandered, his thoughts going further and further away. If things continue to develop in this way, will he one day be able to integrate all the skills he has practiced and become a master in his own right? Chen Wang was somewhat tempted, but he quickly gave up the idea. Regardless of whether it would work or not, even if it did, it would probably require an astronomical amount of experience. And under this premise, one's own cultivation strength must be strong enough. At this moment, the driver outside the car called out. The carriage slowly stopped. "Sir, we're here." After 4 days of traveling, Chen Wang was a little tired. After getting off the carriage, Chen Wang came to the street. Looking at the plaque of demon-slaying mansion at the door, he was dazed. Only half a month has passed, and the renovation work of Fengsha City is nearing completion. Just now he glanced at the top of the city from the window and saw that it had returned to normal, which was obviously the result of the city defense formation. Walk to the door. The Qi and Blood Realm warrior in charge of guarding the gate has been replaced, and the previous 2 guards have died at the hands of Sun Lu. The 2 men obviously recognized Chen Wang and did not stop him. This was Chen Wang's 3rd time here, so he was quite familiar with the place. Li Suqing was found soon. You said it would take half a month, but you really only came half a month later. Li Suqing and Chen Wang sat face to face, holding a cup of tea in their hands, and said unhappily. Chen Wang glanced at the beautiful woman and was unable to refute. Li Suqing placed a token also covered in gold on the table. This is your deputy general's token. With this, you can mobilize any servant in the mansion. What about you? Chen Wang asked. Li Suqing gritted her teeth. What do you think? Just a joke. Chen Wang waved his hand. This guy's mouth is as stinky as a toilet as always. It's fine when the door is closed, but it stinks when the door is open. I will hold a coronation ceremony tomorrow. Some old captains in the mansion will be present. Don't be too nervous. You just need to say a few words and make yourself familiar with them. Li Suqing said while drinking tea. Chen Wang hummed, when can I go to the armory? Li Suqing was so angry that her chest was shaking. Before she even had time to sit down, she was already thinking about her arsenal. She pointed outside the door and said, Go. Go now. Chen Wang knew that the woman was speaking in a sarcastic way, so he coughed twice and said, I have something important to report to you, my lord. Li Suqing was really pleased with what the lord said. No matter whether it was a serious matter or not, she just listened to it. Does the armory have any recommendations for any martial arts that require physical skills? Chen Wang asked seriously. Li Suqing had a blank expression on her face, but murderous intent flashed in her eyes. In the armory of the Demon Slayer mansion, a dazzling array of various martial arts techniques are piled on the bookshelf. Chen Wang is like a rich man who is trapped in a pile of money and cannot extricate himself. Even if there is a panel, Chen Wang must choose carefully. There are still many places where perception points are needed and they cannot be wasted. After wandering around the armory for 2 hours, Chen Wang finally selected 2 martial arts. One is a martial art of body movement and the other is a martial art of sword movement. After a preliminary reading, it seems that the martial art, Jinghong Xuanlei, is of a much higher level than treading the clouds 7 steps. The name of that sword technique is Floating Duckweed Thousand Swords, and it is similar to the demon subduing sword technique in that it adopts a bold and open approach. But it can split into thousands of sword lights, which is a bit like a large-scale indiscriminate attack. A sudden thunderbolt, not yet entered. Floating duckweed, not yet started. As the 2 martial arts were recorded on the panel, Chen Wang put the 2 martial arts secret books back to their original places and walked out of the door leisurely. There are quite a few martial arts in this arsenal that make him look at them differently. There is still a long way to go. With his panel, if he is given time, all the martial arts in this arsenal will be his. The next day, the meeting hall of the demon-slaying mansion. Chen Wang was dressed in black, with a sword at his waist. He slowly stepped over the threshold and walked in. At this moment, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look over and look at Chen Wang carefully. In addition to the few old captains, there were also Li Suqing's 3 deputy generals. The old captains just took a quick glance and then looked away. They were also present when Chen Wang killed the snake demon in the forest that day, so they knew something about Chen Wang. Only the 3 deputy generals were looking at Chen Wang at this moment. 2 women and 1 man. While the other person was looking at him, Chen Wang was also looking at the other person. The 2 women were not beautiful, but they were very heroic. They looked surprisingly similar, and they must be a pair of sisters. However, the 2 women looked at him with more curiosity. Yesterday, Chen Wang had learned from Li Suqing the basic information of her 3 deputy generals. The 2 sisters are twins. The elder sister is named Zhong Ping and the younger sister is named Zhong Hui. The only remaining deputy general was named Qi Nan, and he was Li Suqing's first deputy general. As luck would have it, during the last war, these 3 people were on missions and were thousands of miles away. Even if they rushed back as soon as they received the news, it was too late. Chen Wang noticed that the deputy general named Qi Nan looked at him with some hostility, so he did not dodge and just looked at him. Hearing that Qi Nan was the direct disciple of the previous demon-slaying general of Fengsha County, after Li Suqing ascended the throne, he strongly recommended himself. Finally, Li Suqing reluctantly accepted him for the sake of his master. Qi Nan snorted coldly and looked away. Li Suqing slowly raised his eyes and said slowly, "From today on, Chen Wang will be the 4th deputy general of my Fengsha City demon-slaying mansion. I hope that you will work together in the future, unite as one, and make slaying demons and eliminating evil the top priority." The veteran captains all nodded in agreement. Qi Nan cupped his hands and said respectfully, "General, Chen Wang is still young and has only just entered the mountain and river realm. I'm afraid he is not up to the task. I dare to ask you to keep Chen Wang's identity, but you can stay by my side for some experience and temper your character. I haven't even taken office yet, and you're already trying to make things difficult for me." Chen Wang secretly complained in his heart, "If I work under you, what's the point of my identity as a deputy general?" Qi Nan's tit-for-tat attitude is out in the open. If he really has to live under someone else's roof, he will be in endless trouble. But before Chen Wang could answer, Li Suqing rejected him outright. "A demon-slaying deputy general will work under you. Qi Nan, what is your identity?" Qi Nan quickly bowed his head and said, "I would never dare to have such thoughts. I am just concerned about Brother Chen." "I don't need your concern, just take care of yourself," Chen Wang replied calmly. The 2 sisters of the Zhong family smiled at each other. This is going to be a good show. Qi Nan is not a good guy, and this Chen Wang is of similar quality. He is just a newcomer to the mountains and rivers, and he doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He takes on this burden without fear of getting himself crushed. Qi Nan's face was gloomy. "Chen Wang, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, the demons that the deputy generals have to face in their missions are extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall into an irretrievable situation. I admit that you have good talent, but you are not able to transform your potential into strength yet. Boom. Chen Wang took off the long Xiao sword from his waist and stood with the sword in his hand. Then let's see if I have the ability to do it. Dragon Sky Sword. Qi Nan's face was filled with astonishment, and he glanced at Li Suqing inadvertently. This kid even got the Dragon Sky Blade. Not only him, but also the sisters of the Zhong family were a little surprised. But seeing that Li Suqing's expression remained unchanged, it was obvious that she gave it to Chen Wang personally. General, you have seen it all. I am not trying to make trouble on purpose. Since Chen Wang has said so, there is no reason for me not to fight. Qi Nan laughed in silence. Since you are deliberately trying to show off your strength, don't blame me for being ruthless. How can I, a martial artist with perfect skills in the mountain and river realm, lose to you? Chen Wang said nothing, turned around and walked out of the hall. Everyone looked at each other, and stood up one after another, wanting to see this wonderful show for themselves. Li Suqing wanted to say something but stopped herself, but thinking of Chen Wang's temper, she let him do what he wanted. With her around, it wouldn't matter if Chen Wang just sat there and said nothing today. Could it be possible that a deputy general named Qi Nan could threaten Li Suqing? Chen Wang walked out of the door, calmly took out the mountain and river realm demon pill he had exchanged, and swallowed it in one gulp. I originally wanted to slow down my martial arts progress and consolidate my martial arts knowledge, but I didn't expect Qi Nan to appear today. The mountain and river realm is perfect and indeed very powerful. Currently, he is only in the middle stage of the mountain and river realm. It is not difficult for him to remain invincible, but he is not sure about defeating Qi Nan. What should I do then? Then just break through. How easy is that? You began to meditate on the holy Yuan Qing Tian Ju in seclusion. In front of you was a six-headed mountain demon phantom. You stood with your sword in your hand and smiled. I have a breath of great vitality. Killing demons is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. You killed demons thousands of times, your sword skills improved, and your martial arts also advanced. 1 year later, the realization ends. Experience plus 3,657. Xingyuan Qing Tian Ju, 7 mountains, 2271/3000. Late stage of Shanchuan realm. In the courtyard at the entrance of the hall, a young man in black stood with a sword in his hand, his face expressionless. Around them, the sisters of the Zhong family and several veteran captains watched the battle. Qi Nan suppressed his smile, cupped his hands, and said, "Please. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you that Li Suqing is not fit for purpose, so you'd better revoke your appointment as soon as possible." Without any sign, white clouds appeared under Chen Wang's feet, and he approached quickly with the 7 cloud-stepping steps. So fast. Qi Nan's pupils suddenly shrank, but he was a veteran of the Shanchuan realm after all. Although Chen Wang's 7 cloud-stepping steps were very fast, he still reacted. He drew the sword from his waist and held it horizontally in front of him. It just happened to collide with Chen Wang's long Xiao sword. In an instant, lightning flashed from Chen Wang's body, and his long black hair danced wildly in the wind. Tianqin thunder. Purple lightning penetrated the blade. Qi Nan flew backwards and smashed the rockery in the distance. In the midst of the clamor, Qi Nan rushed out, veins popping out of his hands, releasing all his energy without reservation. A kid who had just entered the mountain and river territory actually had such strange methods. He was just careless before and was caught off guard. This one blow is enough to reveal his true colors. Qi Nan came over with a knife, rushing towards Chen Wang with a force like thunder. 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. Chen Wang didn't move at all. He exerted a little force on the fingers holding the hilt of the knife and moved sideways a few steps, just avoiding Qi Nan's full-strength attack. An elbow hit the deputy general's back, causing him to stagger forward a few steps. Before Qi Nan could straighten his back, Chen Wang condensed thunder in his palm and landed on his shoulder. Boom. The stone slab under his feet broke, and Qi Nan's calf was deeply stuck in it. Seeing this, not only the veteran captains who had been mentally prepared, but even the sisters of the Zhong family looked at the black-clad young man in astonishment. Although Qi Nan is not a good person, she is very strong. If the two sisters fight alone, they will be slightly inferior to her. To say that the Demon Suppression Division can now firmly suppress Qi Nan's mountain and river realm is definitely no more than a slap. But now he is suppressed by Qin Wang. Qi Nan's face turned red as his shoulder was pressed. He tried to exert force silently, but no matter how hard he tried, the hand on his shoulder remained motionless. Qin Wang tried his best to prevent Qi Nan from escaping. The huge hole in the ground is getting bigger and bigger. After a while, Qin Wang put away his sword and said calmly, "Am I qualified now?" No matter how unconvinced Qi Nan was in his heart, he could only give in at this moment, and said with an unpleasant look, "Brother Chen's strength is beyond my expectations, but I was wrong." Li Suqing had been sitting in the hall, but she knew everything that was happening outside. I thought Qin Wang would be slightly inferior to Qi Nan. After all, the latter had also reached perfection in the mountain and river realm. Li Suqing sighed, remembering that when they first met, this guy was only in the early stage of Qi and blood realm. How long has it been? Even Li Suqing couldn't help but feel curious about Qin Wang's secret. If the trend continued like this, wouldn't this guy soon reach the Qi high realm and be on par with her? No. Absolutely not. While Li Suqing was daydreaming, Qin Wang had already walked in and sat in his seat. After this battle, Qin Wang was able to gain a foothold. During the following set procedures, Qi Nan kept a gloomy face and said nothing. After the Deputy General's meeting was over, everyone dispersed. Qi Nan, walking alone on the path, had no expression on his face, but his eyes were a little gloomy. It's rare to see General Qi in this state. A voice came, and the sisters of the Zhong family stopped Qi Nan's way with a smile. The relationship between the two parties was not very good to begin with, and there was a lot of spitting at each other during the high-level meetings of the demon-slaying mansion. But at this moment, Qi Nan really didn't want to argue with these two women, and sneered, "I was just careless this time. Do you really think that kid surnamed Chen is my opponent? As for you, I'm afraid you can't even take one move from him." Zhong Ping shrugged, "That's fine. After all, although we both don't like Qin Wang, we haven't offended him. It's not like you who offended him right away. You. Make way." At this time, Qin Wang happened to pass by, but was blocked by 3 people. Qi Nan took up his stance without saying anything. Another fight. Qin Wang glanced at him, said nothing, and turned and left. Let's take another route. He finally realized that the reason why Qi Nan stayed in the demon-slaying mansion so stubbornly was probably because he had been interested in Li Suqing for a long time. Now, from the perspective of outsiders, he and Li Suqing have a special relationship. Isn't that why this person sees him as a love rival? Qi Nan's fighting ability is not bad, and he did have some unexpected advantages today, otherwise even if he could win, it would definitely not end so quickly. Li Suqing is indeed a beauty who brings disaster. Thinking of Xiang Lu, who was in charge of leading the team before, and Qi Nan in front of him, didn't they both secretly like Li Suqing? Of course, Qin Wang had no intention of blaming Li Suqing. After all, without this beautiful Li, he would not have the Qi and blood realm skills, and he would probably still be struggling in Bayun County. Since you have reaped the fruit, you must bear the consequences. Come back here. Qi Nan yelled. Qin Wang leaped up and disappeared from Qi Nan's sight in an instant. After the position of Deputy General is completely implemented, Qin Wang will officially take over the government affairs of the demon-slaying mansion. Most of them were cases of demons occurring in various places in the city, so Qin Wang sent people to investigate and solve them. Is this the management? Qin Wang had a feeling of being away for a long time. Time flies. Day 5. You began to meditate on the golden crow falling sun art in seclusion. With the previous accumulation, your practice went very smoothly, and the breakthrough of the golden crow falling sun art came naturally. 1 year later, the realization ends. True. Golden crow falling sun technique experience plus 1029. True. Golden crow falling sun art, 12 days, return to the truth. Realize the magical power, sunlight hunting. Self-created martial arts, divine fire spreads across the prairie. Divine fire, getting started, 0/300. Before Qin Wang could think more, all the information recorded on the panel was fed back to him. Sunlight hunting, claiming that wherever the sunlight reaches, that is where his sight can reach. It turns out to be a magical power that is more inclined towards perception. Chen Wang was stunned and a little disappointed. He originally thought that it was related to fire and might be some magical power like a big fire-burning monsters. After all, whether it is Tianqin thunder or the magic power to subdue demons, they all have extra effects on demons, ghosts, and evil spirits. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he still used his magical powers to see the effect. In an instant, Chen Wang felt that his perception range had expanded several times, and the level of detail was far beyond before. In the room, Qinan clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, like an old monk in meditation. The aura emanating from his body became concrete at this moment. Chen Wang saw through everything about Qinan. I have placed all my perceptions in front of Qinan, but no one has discovered it. This is amazing. According to common sense, if you are at the same level of cultivation, you can feel the other person, and the other person can definitely sense you as well. This is a two-way process. But at this moment, Qinan didn't react at all. This means that in the future Chen Wang can see farther and analyze more thoroughly than his opponents. Of course, it also makes up for the shortcomings of Chen Wang's investigation. Chen Wang was overjoyed. It seemed that this magical power was not completely useless. By the way, try Li Suqing. With a thought, Chen Wang activated the sunlight patrol, and his perception spread to Li Suqing's residence. The next moment, a pair of cold eyes opened, as if staring at him from a distance. The suffocating feeling of death spread throughout my body. Before Chen Wang could retract his true energy, he heard Li Suqing sigh, "I thought it was someone else. Chen Wang, why are you spying on me?" Chen Wang calmly withdrew his perception and pretended not to hear that sentence. It seems that if the realm is too high, it will be discovered. Just with a glance, Chen Wang saw the iceberg representing Li Suqing's cultivation. Compared with it, he was as small as an ant. Is this the gap between the mountain and river realm and the Qi Sea realm? Chen Wang silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Next, let's try this divine fire that spreads across the prairie,